so excited to see you tonight.
First date, baby. First date, I can't wait. First date.
This table reeks.
Hello and welcome. Hang tight.
Wow.
I have to do your intro.
Get bossy immediately.
Thank you guys so much for tuning in to another episode of The Bossiest. First date with me as your host, Lauren Compton. You know my guest today from his podcast, Harland Highway Podcast. He also has a new movie coming out called Wingman, so make sure you stay tuned for that. Give it up for Harland Williams.
Yeah. Thank you. God bless. I love your French nails. Are those the French frosted tips?
They are.
Yeah, unbelievable. I love those.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I like your hair. They kind of match.
Yeah, French tips and French hair plugs.
You don't have hair
These
plugs.
are plugs.
No, they're not.
Yeah, I get them from French schoolboys. They send them over.
You're such a fibber.
Well, that's what she said. Imagine a guy admitting he had hair plugs.
Yeah.
What kind of dementoid
I
would
know.
do that?
So, Harland,
Yeah.
the people want to know.
Oh, God, the people. It's always the people.
It's the people.
God.
Are you dating anyone?
Not at the moment, Lauren.
Totally single?
Single, wingle, and ready to dingle. Fuck.
What?
I have no idea. I learned that in George Michael's porta potty. Yeah, relax. Dial it down, Nacho.
What's your type?
I guess a girl that can do 150 words a minute.
I don't know why, but I thought you were going to say a girl that can do the splits.
Oh, wow.
I thought we were coming out with that.
Well, I dated a fat girl once and she could do the banana splits, and it was unbelievable.
Were they good?
Well, my car was a mess. She liked to do it in the car. Have you ever dated a fat girl?
No.
Oh, my God. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I dated a fat girl, and have you heard of Lyme disease?
Yeah. You get it from a tick, right?
Yeah, well, this girl had key lime pie disease.
Oh, my God.
Unbelievable.
It's wild.
I heard
Yeah.
something
No, I'm a different kind of heavy.
interesting on the
You
radio.
are?
If you got him.
Like what? You don't look heavy to me. You look very well proportioned, if you don't mind me tossing that word around.
Thank you. I usually have more cleavage.
Really? Where'd you leave it? Do you have a storage unit? I mean, where is it? You don't get rid of it.
I know. It's tucked away.
Well, why don't you do this? Just tug this down a little.
Tuck it down.
There you go. Yeah. Someone's taking origami classes.
Ow, it's so itchy.
It's like breast swans.
Oh, yeah.
It's itchy?
It is itchy.
Oh.
If you're dating a girl and she makes a mistake, what can she do to recover?
I don't know. Fuck
Listen.
off.
Just leave you alone?
No, I mean, if she makes a mistake, that's a broad statement,
Like
Lauren.
she cheats on you.
Oh, done.
Over.
There's no recovering.
Okay.
Isn't the foundation of a relationship trust? I mean, what? Oh, you cheated. Gee, okay. It's all good now until you do it the next time. There's no wiggle room for cheating.
What if she gets absolutely wasted one night? And it's not a cheating thing. She just gets drunk and she's like stupid.
Then she's stupid enough she ruined the relationship.
Okay.
There's no excuse. Are people really that out of control when they're drunk? That they
Yeah, some people are.
Yeah,
some people
well,
black
then you
out.
should have been more responsible. Yeah, don't do it on my time.
Yeah.
See you later, tostado breath. If she was with a Mexican guy.
Right.
Yeah.
So what kind of a mistake is acceptable?
I mean, an honest... Well, when you say mistake, again, that's so broad. You
Well,
mean
I
like, did
gave
she
two,
spill
like-
the milk or did she fuck my uncle?
Well, so we know that cheating is unacceptable.
Yeah.
We know that getting belligerently drunk is unacceptable.
Yeah.
What is something that's acceptable? Like texting her ex-boyfriend?
No, not acceptable. Look, when you commit to be with someone, be with them.
Yeah.
The future is with the person you signed on with. Mm-hmm. Why are you holding on to the past? What benefit does someone from behind bring to the future of you and the person you're with? Zero. All it does is cause disruption chaos, interference.
Mm-hmm.
You either want to be with me or you want to be with the person you want to be with, or don't be with them. If you want to, ride in the jet fumes of something you had, then go be with that idiot.
Yeah.
See ya.
How quickly do you move into a relationship when you go on a date with someone that you really like?
I bring her home, I plop a Pepperidge Farm pound cake down on the table, and I base it on how fast she shoves it in her mouth.
Lights in the sky.
All right. And then at what point do you know that it's over?
No, give me that question again. I got sidetracked.
That was the perfect answer.
So wait, what time do I know what's over? The relationship?
Yeah.
Well, the relationship organically will play itself out. You know, relationships are, they follow their own energy like the tides in the ocean. They have a rhythm, they have a pace, they have an energy. And when time decides they're no longer valid, then they expire. They just sort of drift away like a genie fart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's the longest relationship you've ever had?
What time is it?
We're in 2024.
The longest I think I had was 5 years, Lauren.
Okay.
Yeah, big
Why do you have
five.
to say my name after it? Like you're aggressively telling me that answer.
I just like your name. It flows.
Lauren?
Hear it on the wind if you don't mind. If you want to hear what's in my head, I'd love to.
Yeah.
Lauren. It's like a popcorn fart in a movie theater. You know what I mean?
Can we put that into my theme song? That needs to be like the end. Or whenever we say goodbye, that needs
Oh,
to be
God.
what plays.
Never say goodbye.
Okay.
Yeah, there's too much twinkle in your eyes for goodbye.
Yeah.
You got the cinnamon twinkle eyes going.
I'm just a love gazer.
You are. Also a love grazer when you're at a salad bar.
Oh, please. That was exciting.
You ever get croutons stuck in your gums and your date thinks you're a chipmunk and fucks off?
No, but I've had goldfish stuck up in my
Oh, God,
and,
really?
Yeah, and I'm the kind of person who takes my finger and just like pushes it all down and eats it and swallows it.
Wow, so a pulp sucker?
What's that?
That's like when you know what pulp is? When
Like
you take
from
a tree
orange
and you
juice?
reduce it to pulp and then they make paper.
Oh yeah?
So when you put
I
food
think
in
our
your mouth and it
friends
biodegrades and it becomes mush, it's pulp.
Oh.
And so when you push goldfish up into your jowls and they turn into pulp, then you say you play with it and push it down into your epiglottis. And I mean, really the number one turn on for most guys.
What is the appropriate age gap for people dating?
Oh, wow, that's an interesting one, Lauren. You know, it's tricky because love really knows no boundaries. So you want to start where it's legal and acceptable within the boundaries of society,
That's a great
of course.
place to start.
Got to start there. Going way too young is probably weird.
Red flag.
But I think it's tricky because, you know, let's say you're a 70-year-old woman and you meet a 30-year-old guy and you've been looking for love and you couldn't find it, and all of a sudden this younger guy walks into your life and he just lights you up. You
Yeah.
fall in love. Love is the most powerful force in the universe, I think. And how do you stop it? How do you walk away from it? So if there's a gap, there's that connection. I don't know. You know, I don't know that there's a big gap. How old are you talking?
Like 5 years old.
At my age, probably not. You know, I went out with an 80-year-old once, and I woke up and there was oatmeal cookies and a quilted sweater on my body. And it was, no, they're fun, but how many sponge baths can you take? But my age, not an older woman. When I was younger, oh my God, the thought of an older woman was amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like a hot milk.
Oh yeah, the best. Yeah. Oh yeah. Unbelievable.
Are tattoos a turn on or a turn off on women?
That's a good call. It depends if They're extremely artistic and soulful.
Aw, sweet little Cappy.
I can appreciate a tattoo.
How do you think I would look with like 2 full sleeves?
You're really beautiful, so I wouldn't mess it up. Great tongue, by the way.
Thank
You want to go for a snow cone later?
you. I was trying to give you my rocker look.
Yeah, let's put that in the fucking meat locker and save it for Thursday.
I'll put it where I
okay?
put my tits.
Yeah. Wow, storage unit.
Yeah.
Tits are us.
Golly.
Yeah, what was the
Question
question?
with tattoos, is it a turn on or a turn off?
Yeah, it depends if it's spiritual and artistic and it's organic somehow to the person's nature. I like it. If it's a desperate cry for attention and they don't know why they're there, a lot of people just slap tattoos on. Go, I think I'll get a tattoo on my calf.
Yeah.
And there's no real organic sense of symmetry to the tattoo. It's almost like, hey, look at me. Somebody noticed me. It's a turn off.
Yeah. I
But
think
someone
so.
like Kat Von D, who has tattoos, hers are beautiful and strategic, and hers are really organic to the tattoo artist. So someone like Kat Von D has incredible tattoos.
Oh,
Yeah.
boy. Congratulations.
I feel like leopard print and tribal tattoos are a real big turn off.
They're because most people get tribal tattoos and they have no concept of what the tribe is.
Like,
Like, what are you, still with the Starbuck Warriors? Like, what's going on with you there, Tribo?
or a tramp stamp.
Yeah, well, some tramps. I went out with a fat girl, and it was helpful. She had a tramp stamp of some guy doing the Heimlich maneuver on her back, and it was like, she ate a lot. But I would say that leopard print is I don't know. Why do you want to be a leopard?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel like you've dated a lot of fat girls.
yeah.
With Father's Day right around the corner, what do you give to the man who has everything? Easy. You give him an experience he'll never forget. You give him Omaha Steaks. The Father's Day experts at Omaha Steaks have made it easy to put a smile on the big guy's face this summer with hand-selected gift packages starting at just $89. Just go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code DATE at checkout for an additional discount when you shop gourmet gift packages for Father's Day. With Omaha Steaks, the possibilities are endless. Endless flavor, endless variety, and endless value. Truly, they have perfected more than steak, and your dad is guaranteed to love every bite. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code DATE to get an exclusive savings. Shop for unforgettable gifts that are guaranteed to make Dad's day. Because if there's one thing that Omaha Steaks knows, it's that dads want steak. That's omahasteaks.com. Promo code DATE at checkout to save on exclusive packages starting at just $89. 1 in 5 Americans have learn a new language on their bucket list. If that's you, make 2024 the year you finally check it off the list with Babbel. Be a better you this year with Babbel, the science-backed language learning app that actually works. Don't pay hundreds of dollars for private tutors or waste hours on apps that don't really help you speak the language. Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons are handcrafted by over 200 language experts to help you start speaking a new language in as little as 3 weeks. Babbel's tips and tools are approachable, accessible, rooted in real-life situations, and delivered with conversation-based teaching so you're ready to practice what you've learned in the real world. Whether you know a language or you want to brush up on a language, like for me, I love to speak Italian, but I don't get to speak it all the time. So having Babbel help me brush up on some words and phrases is so helpful for traveling. Here's a special limited time deal for our listeners. Right now, get 55% off your Babbel subscription, but only for our listeners at babbel.com/firstdate. Get 55% off at babbel.com/firstdate. Spelled BABBEL.com/firstdate. Rules and restrictions may apply.
It's been trial and error with the fat girls. It was I dated this one girl, Reese. Have you seen that Julia Roberts movie, Eat, Pray, Love?
Yeah.
I dated Eat, and it was unbelievable.
But was she into good food?
She was into good food and bad. She was a foodie. You know, one of these girls that like
anything?
kinky. Well, not anything. She liked she was a lasagna. One night we put a lasagna in there, and
In there?
yeah, some girls like carrots and cucumber. She wanted a full baked lasagna. And at Thanksgiving, how big's a baby? It's about the same size as a turkey. We had a turkey in there. Yeah.
Wow. In
Yeah.
where?
Well, you know, the oven.
Okay.
Yeah. Some girls like it inserted, you know. Food,
That's
food.
what I was wondering. I'm like,
Yeah.
are we calling her the disposal?
Yeah, some girls like food in there.
Yeah.
Have you ever put some food stuff into the fridge?
Mm-hmm.
So you know.
What is the oldest thing in your fridge?
Your wife?
What?
What the
This isn't
hell?
your mom joke, okay?
The oldest thing in my fridge, I think there's actually a jar of Cheese Whiz. Do you know what Cheese Whiz is?
Yeah.
Like it's so old that it's like crusted, like it, and it's
Ew.
sealed, but it's still like somehow it's solidified
You
in my
eat
fridge.
that?
No, it's just in there now. It sort of makes me laugh. Like it slowly became like contaminated, and so now I just see it in the back, and it gives me a giggle.
Gross.
You know? Yeah, little Cheese Whiz giggle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What would you do if a girl came over and wanted to eat it?
Oh, I wouldn't allow that. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's foreign.
We're gonna get into some main course questions now. Have you ever dated another celebrity?
Maybe, but I'm not gonna say who.
Well, what was the difference between dating someone who's famous and dating someone who's pretty average? Is there any differences?
Yes. By default, famous women sort of have to date you, but also date the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That they have to keep one foot in your interest as the partner, and they have to keep another foot in the public eye. And I understand it, and it's something that they have to do from a business perspective. But it can be a distraction, and it can be annoying.
Right.
But it's inevitable if you're a celebrity, you know. So
Yeah.
it's sort of made me kind of gyrate away from dating celebrities.
How do you meet girls?
Oh God. You know, I just sort of let it happen. You know, you could be camping, you could be at a show, you could be I met a couple of girls at Jenny Craig once, you know. But I was baiting them. I went in covered with bacon grease, and they just followed me out. But yeah, I don't know. I there's no place you meet girls. I think the world's full of girls, so you could meet them anywhere. You know, I mean, I was at a hotel once going for a massage. I signed up for a massage. You know, I was down at the counter and I was signing in, and this beautiful girl walked up, and she said to the lady, she goes, "Oh, I'm just checking in for my waxing at 3 o'clock." And I just looked over at her and I said, "Is there going to be a showing later?" And she looked at me. She said, "Yes, there is." And I got her room number, and we ended up
No,
like,
you
"Oh yeah,
didn't.
oh yeah." So it can happen anywhere. That's the beauty and mystery of life, you know.
Are you in the Mile High Club?
No, it was foggy that day, and we never got there. But that'd be fun. Although, do you really want to be in the Mile High Club? Have you seen the bathrooms on an airplane?
Yeah.
I mean, that's like, why don't you just go make love in a Koa campground outhouse? I mean, it's really like dirty and tight. You know, where would you even put a girl?
Yeah. You'd
You
have
know?
to like figure it out. Maybe standing, she could put her hands on her knees. She could be flexible.
Yeah, but you don't want her to come out of the bathroom and she's got that blue dye on her face from the toilet. Everyone will know. Now, if there was a private jet scenario, like a fancy private jet, then oh yeah, for sure, Mile High. But is there any benefit to doing it up at elevation? Does it accentuate the pleasure? Does it?
I think it's just so rare that
Yeah.
people are in the Mile High Club
Yeah.
that it becomes something people want to do to say
Yeah.
that they've done it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to do the Mile High Club on top of Everest. That would be a challenge.
Yeah.
You know, like you work all the way up there. All these idiots plant a colored flag and do a selfie. I'd be like, let's get up there and have full-on intercourse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And call it intercourse.
Yeah. Call it what?
Intercourse.
What'd you call it?
Sex.
How come you don't call it intercourse?
That's 3 syllables when you could just get it over with one.
God, we got some wordplay happening here. Get me a fucking Pepperidge Farm pound cake and send me to Sarah Jessica Parker's fucking tea party.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, have you done the Mile High Club? Oh, here we glow. Here we
I'm
glow.
thinking. No.
How do you have to think about that?
Because I've been in a lot of planes.
Wow, you have, haven't you? You've done it. How do you even have to think about that?
Because I've also been in private planes with people that I liked, and I had to think if I had sex with them, and I didn't. I had to think about it. What's
Wow.
wrong with thinking?
Do you want to do it? It seems like maybe you have an interest to do it at elevation.
I wouldn't say no.
Yeah. Okay. I'm flying to Columbus, Ohio in about 2 hours if you want to get greased up and ready to rock and roll.
I'll let you know. Who do you feel should pay for a first date?
Boy, I hate this question. I don't feel like there should be any expectations put on it. Like, who do you feel should pay for it? I feel like I'm not going to fall into that, oh, the man should.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like, I don't know. I hate that part of dating.
Would you let a girl pay for...
Of course. I've had girls pay for the first date, and I got to tell you, it's wonderful.
Yeah?
Because I have the ability to pay for all the dates for them for the rest of my life.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that they step up on the first date and say, you know what, I care about this guy. I don't want to feel like I'm taking advantage of this guy. I don't want to put expectations on this guy. I'm demonstrating that I like him and I'm in it. And whether I see him again or not, gee, I spent $60, I spent $80. Whoopee-doo. It's such a wonderful gesture that for me, if a girl does that, and by the way, I pay for most of the first dates.
Mm-hmm.
But if a girl does that, holy shit, does she go to the front of the line.
Well, it sounds like you're going on dates with girls who are ordering 3 entrees just for themselves.
No, not at all. Oh, you mean the fat girls?
Yeah.
God, I tell you, I had one girl. Last fatty I went out, she had a muffin top on her forehead. It was
Oh.
unbelievable. Yeah, I had to lift it up to look in her all-you-can-eat, peel-your-own shrimp eyes. But yeah, we got home and she was a foodie. Anyways. No, I think Lauren.
You nixed that
I did.
mid-sentence.
I was gonna do a whole bit about. You want to hear it? I was gonna do a bit about she liked shrimp up there. Maybe get down and eat her like a whale.
Yeah.
And make whale noises.
And then you nipped it.
You know, that type of thing.
Yeah.
But I nipped it, so they'll never hear it. But I'm in no way cheap at all. But relationships and love, when you decide to even engage with a woman or a woman with a man, it at that point becomes about gestures. And for a woman to show that she's willing to be generous and even offer to pay for the man, you have no idea. Most women don't realize this, I don't think. I recently just asked her, I'd been dating this girl. I took her up for about 8 or 9 really great dinners, okay, over the course of dating. Never once did she offer to pay or split the bill, which I expect these days. But about 2 months ago, I just called her up and I said, hey, let's go out to dinner, but I want you to pay for it. That's what I said to her.
And what'd she say?
And she called me back, left me a message. She goes, I don't pay for meals for other men. And I just ended it right there because it's not about money. It's not about male, female. It's about selfishness. It's about gestures. If you're not even willing to show me anything now, what happens when we get deep into it? What kind of offside relationship we're going to have where you're just taking? Is that how it's going to go down? I don't like it. I love to pay for a woman. I love to be generous, but I like to see that a woman can demonstrate that she has generosity in her heart. But beyond generosity, it's not even about generosity. It's about showing a feeling towards the partner and saying, "Hey, you're worthy of me spending my hard-earned money. You're worthy of me making this offer. You're worthy. I want to do this for you." You're not buying it.
I'm
You don't
listening.
like it.
No,
You don't like
it's
it.
not that I don't like it. I
Right.
see where you're coming from.
Well, let me tell you this, whether you like it or not, it's a tip for you ladies. Like, you should listen to this and pay attention.
Okay.
Because most men won't say it, but when a woman makes that gesture for a man, you get knocked to the top of the fucking pile. Because men don't forget that. They see, wow, this woman isn't all about taking and assuming the men and women roles. She's changing it up. She's showing something.
Yeah.
And it becomes indicative of hopefully the whole relationship, where relationships have to be give and take. When you're just taking and you expect things, it's not fun for the guy, or if a woman's the one doing all the giving for the man. It works
Yeah.
both ways. But so that's my answer, Wild Fingers. And you know you have wild fingers.
I've got really wild fingers.
You're the only girl I know that keeps a jar of Hellman's mayonnaise beside her bed at night.
I'd like to see you open a jar of pickles.
Here before your next
Whoa!
kill.
What are we doing? The Pelican? What is
I was
that?
just waiting until you got done drinking your Coca-Cola and we spew it everywhere.
Maybe you'll have another swig.
Do you have to make the sound effects?
I want to hear
No,
though if you
to
disagree
the
with my analysis about the
Human
first
flesh
the
is
first date,
not
because you're just
acceptable
looking at me like,
gender
what kind
here.
of caveman is this? So
No.
I feel like you disagree, or you don't like what I said.
I feel like for a first date,
Yeah.
it's nice for the man to pay because it's chivalrous or whatever.
Yes.
Romantic, it's cute.
Yeah.
A guy invites a girl to go have dinner in a way to get to know each other, and then they pay for a
Right.
meal.
And I agree with you. I think that's the customary way. But what I'm
Please
saying is when a
don't
woman
stab other
upsets the
customers
table and says,
while
"Hey,
they
let
shop."
me," man, it's a bit of a mind blower for a guy.
But
and
I
that's what
don't-
I'm saying for women.
But that's too alpha.
Yeah.
That's like that's such a for a girl to be like, "Here, honey, I got this."
Fuck. Who is she? What's her address?
Like, I
Why
mean,
not?
Ready for
Buy
Cracker Barrel?
some
And I'm ready for Cracker Barrel. No! Right now, you're fired.
you can't fire me.
I'm firing you.
You can't. This is my show.
I know, but I'm hiring you back.
Okay. But that's why I wouldn't pay for a first date because I want to feel like a
Reminder.
princess.
Right, and that's from
I
a girl's
belong at Jessica
Discount will be
What's her name?
Jessica Sarah Parker Licious or
Sarah
whatever her name. Sarah Lee.
Her tea party.
Yeah.
You know, and
No, I appreciate that. You are a princess. If I went out with you, I would immediately offer to pay for the dinner.
Citizens.
But if you surprise me and say, "Let me get it,"
you know what? You
I
know
would
what?
probably say no. But the fact that you offered you would go up so much
Thank you
higher in
for your
my.
It would have to
cooperation.
be a game. I would have to say we'll arm wrestle for the bill,
Oh yeah.
or like play thumb wars.
And then all I have to do
Or
is lose
flip a
on
coin.
purpose, and
Yeah.
you buy the
And then
dinner.
you let me win,
Yeah.
and then I go home and peg you later.
What in the name of
Yeah.
fucking?
I'll be like, "Oh, I'm the man. I got
Good
dinner, bitch."
God,
and
girl.
Strap on a dildo and
Just because you buy a guy some blackened halibut doesn't mean you get to ass ride him.
that's what I would do if
Wow, you're
I'd
taking
put on
this-
a black leather dress.
Lauren.
I'd put on the bunny mask.
Lauren,
Oh yeah.
You're-
I'm angry that I don't have black nails
you're
on.
taking this the wrong
no,
way, girl.
bend over, boy.
No, Donnie
Let's go.
Darko.
Let's go.
I just
Let's go.
I just want to T-bone steak, and I don't want to
Yeah.
walk home like an autistic child
You're
who
gonna get
fell on a cob of
fucked
corn.
up.
Look at her getting spicy.
Yeah.
You don't
No.
like it. I can tell. You're
No,
getting
I'm
juiced.
just saying you make you
You're
want
going
me
right
to
into
pay for
OJ
food.
country. Look
yeah.
at you.
Let's go.
Wow,
Giddy up.
you don't like it
partner.
that I have a different take on the who's buying the dinner
Look,
first.
I'm gonna save a horse and fuck
Wow.
a cowboy.
This is what I'm gonna do for you. I'm gonna come into your world. I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
break you and your boyfriend up. We're gonna go to dinner, and you're gonna fucking pay, or you're fired.
Oh my god, I would ruin your asshole.
What? What in the name
Yeah.
of gorgonzola
I
cheese
know.
in aisle 5 are you talking about?
I know.
What are you saying?
You don't want to know what happens if I pay for the date.
What? Tell me. Now I do.
I just did. I
Wow.
turned into the man, and you're my little bitch for the evening.
But what if the guy's so much of a man that he didn't let you go there? He just
then
took
he
the
wouldn't
meal.
let me pay.
No, he would, but he'd still be in full control.
No, he would
Lauren,
not.
he is.
No, he would not.
He sure is.
Nuh-uh.
Look me in the
I'm
eye,
telling
Cyclops.
you.
Let's
Listen.
go. Look, girl.
Look.
I'll get saran wrap
I'm
and wrap
telling
it
you.
around your breasts and
I'll-
make you so fresh you'll blow up.
I'll wrap it around my dildo and put some
Holy
Vaseline
God.
on it.
Get me to
Lube it right
SeaWorld.
up.
I'm
Yeah.
going into blowhole country.
You are.
Lauren.
You're gonna be hitting high notes you didn't even
I'll-
know you could.
I'll put your ass in the ceiling fan and shave your Armenian hairs. God, what is happening here?
I don't know, but are we done with this war yet?
No, you're never paying for a guy's meal. I just caught you out.
That's fine.
Wow. What are you doing tonight?
I don't know.
Sorry, I got a little crazy. Oh my
Oh man, I'm exhausted from fighting with you.
Wow.
Is this how those fat girls burn calories?
good.
It's just my heart rate is
I know, but that's a good thing. It's about passion, Lauren. And that's something that's really lacking in your relationship with your boyfriend. I'm gonna take that bitch out tonight and make him pay for my meal.
okay. I'll let you know what he says.
He doesn't know like karate or anything, does he?
No.
He
doesn't.
will.
Okay, Harlan,
Yes, Lauren.
my left foot has gone completely numb.
Wow, you should do a painting. Remember that movie, My Left Foot?
No, I don't remember that movie made in the 20s when you were born.
The guy had a fucked up foot and he
No.
had no arms and he
No
painted
one-
with his left
no
foot.
one
Daniel
remembers-
Day-Lewis, he won an Oscar. Hello, garlic bread eyes.
I thought you were talking about Monty Python when
Oh,
the
no.
guy gets all of his limbs cut off except for one leg.
You need to take some yoga classes. Bend over real hard and peg yourself.
No,
Okay, just a suggestion.
thank you. Can I finish with my questions?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. So sorry.
You can come in with some weird crow shirt.
Hang on. What's up? What's up? Lauren, please. Dial it down, Nacho.
I like you so much, but you are frustrating.
I know. But this is called good energy. This is called passion. We're a burning ball of yeast. You're about to get infected. Whoa, kind of like this.
This is.
By the way, it's my favorite dinosaur. If we ever go to the museum, I love the cunnilingus. Go, what? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your menu.
Thank you. I mean, fuck, I'm gonna have to pay for it at the end anyway.
Yeah, you will. No, even if you just offer, that's all you need to do. Baby lumps, honestly. You will go so high
What
in
if I
my
just
thing.
paid for dessert?
Even that. Beautiful. Great suggestion.
I mean, I would never.
You had me and then you lost me, sister
I just
child.
didn't know if that was enough.
Yeah, any
You know
little...
what I have done before, though, is I will pay for dessert at a different restaurant.
Oh, so you'll go to like a nice restaurant.
Like if you buy dinner and all the things, and then we
Yeah.
can go somewhere else.
Okay, so the $200 steak dinner, and then you pick up a fucking Swiss roll at 7-Eleven.
We would go have coffee somewhere or something.
Can't wait.
Yeah. It's a real... A lot of people really like it. Okay,
God,
listen,
gotta
Harlan.
set you straight.
All you gotta
You're like in
do-
a isosceles triangle stuck in a pumpkin's eye.
Oh, ew, I just blew snot out my nose.
And lucky for you, I'm into that. Yeah. Rub it on the crow and let's fly. Hey, don't fucking menu me. What's up? What's
Okay,
up,
are
player?
you ready? This is called a tasting menu. You have to tell me the first thing that comes to your mind without any long, exaggerated sentences afterwards.
Don't
no
know what
sound
those
effects.
words mean. Okay. Go, Lauren. Go, Lauren. It's birthday. What are you? You're a Scorpio, right?
No,
Well, it's my show. You are.
I'm a Virgo. What are you?
Scorpio.
You are? Booster button.
But
Blondes or brunettes?
blondes.
Halloween or Christmas?
Halloween.
LA or New York?
LA.
Chinese or Mexican?
Chinese.
Are we talking about food or people?
Both.
Favorite movie?
Your wife. Sorry, that's slip. Favorite movie. God, Lauren. It's gotta be. No. I think it's the original flavor.
Okay. That's definitely.
Just sort of like more chili, you know? Yeah. Where you can preserve a body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mohawk
Oh, on a girl?
on a guy.
Oh. Well, I don't date guys, but if I gotta go out with a guy, might as well have a mullet. At least I know he can sing to me when the fucking lily pads start to sleep at night.
Do you like to wear boxers or briefs?
Briefs.
Spearmint or peppermint flavor?
Aren't we sort of exactly the same?
Kind of.
Yeah.
But some people are weird. It's usually people that like. On the first date, they'll be like.
Oh, then I'm gonna say mint chocolate chip.
Do you like pineapple on your pizza?
Yeah, I had one last night.
Favorite
Wait, what
food?
was that face?
What face?
A little looked like you had a mini stroke.
I just had to get over it really quick. I was like,
By the way, I had tantric sex for 9 hours once, and I couldn't watch. She went home. You ever see the inchworm? She had to do the inchworm all the way home, and I had one of my legs was frozen, and it was going around in the studio with the dog. So, but please continue.
what was your favorite food? You can't say your wife every
Okay.
time.
Wait, my favorite sexual position?
Yes.
Wow. There's a lot of variation, isn't there?
There are. When you start thinking about it.
But do I get to ask you yours after I say it?
Sure.
Oh man. I'm gonna say the classic like Rod Stewart spread eagle.
Rod Stewart, spread eagle.
Spread your wings and let me come inside because tonight's the night. It's gonna be alright.
You have a really nice voice.
Thank you.
Man, favorite car?
Wait, you said you'd tell me.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I think I like it from behind. So like
Okay.
bathrooms would never work.
So what would never work?
Bathrooms. Remember we were talking about bathrooms?
Oh, in the airplane.
Yeah, because I like it from behind. How would I bend over? I like it doggy style. Who let the dogs out?
Do you ever make actual dog noises when you're doing it doggy style?
Yeah, of course.
I had a girl once that was doing it doggy style, and she was so into it, she jumped 7 feet in the air and caught a frisbee. It was unbelievable. Almost snapped my meat off. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I like to make as many things as awkward as possible. Okay, we're gonna wrap this up soon. Favorite car?
Favorite car. Right now, I like the Tesla.
Okay. Like
Yeah.
the truck or the car?
No, just like the fast Tesla.
The fast one.
Yeah.
Okay. Average.
Wait a minute. I was just testing you. That wasn't my answer.
Oh.
I was testing you to see what you'd say.
That's fine.
And
I
you
mean,
said average, and I knew you would say that.
I feel
so-
like everyone has a Tesla now.
Yeah. So now to my real answer, a John Deere manure spreader. Because I like to make shit happen, playa. Now let's get to the next question, baby lump.
Oh my God.
Good Lord.
What are
What's
you
wrong with you?
Doing.
What is wrong
Don't
with you?
deep laugh like that in the microphone. It's so creepy.
Why? What the H? Look at you. What, is that a creepy laugh? A deep laugh?
Do it again.
Really? Like creepy,
Like, what if you came up behind me and did that in my ear?
Wow. You said you liked it from behind, so I think it would
do.
turn you on.
Not the laugh.
Really? Yeah,
Do it
laughing.
again. Do it again. Let me just once. No.
I know, I agree. Laughing during sex is the biggest turn off there is.
Yeah.
And I'm a comedian. When a woman laughs during sex and they're pretending it's fun and play, like it is the biggest. Like it to me, it's worse than a cold shower.
Yeah.
It'll just go if a woman starts giggling or laughing.
Yeah, I never even thought about
Yeah.
that. I don't think I've ever laughed during sex. I've slapped someone
Why?
because they called me by the wrong name.
Whoa, what name did they use?
You're gonna make me remember.
Yeah, I need to know.
I don't even remember. I think I blacked out.
Wait, did you hear the name?
I heard them call me something else that I wasn't.
And you blacked out.
Like emotionally, I glitched.
And you slapped them?
Oh yeah. I still continued to have sex with them, but I was angry. And the sex actually got better. Might have been actually like a psychological warfare move.
Wow. Maybe it was one of those things where you kind of create fake names for people and then it becomes a different thing, you know?
See, he wasn't that smart. He could never have recovered that way.
Wow.
A true pro.
What did he do when you slapped him? Because that's pretty startling. That's like a shocking.
I think it was like a glass of water in the face.
Yeah.
I mean, we kind of silently decided to just continue having sex.
But when you slapped him, did he lose his manhood?
Mm-mm.
Oh, wow.
No, I didn't laugh.
Yeah.
You know?
He liked
I think
it?
he kind of liked it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing. Huh.
Anything else you want to know?
A lot. A lot. We'll talk about it later down at the aquarium.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my last question for you is a dessert question.
Dessert.
It's called my dessert question. This is all around food. You should love it.
Okay.
What is the sweetest thing you've ever done for someone?
Meaning a human in general or someone I'm with? Like a
Someone that you were dating in a relationship. Like a romantic thing you did.
Oh man, there's so many. Wow. I'm really thinking the wheels are turning. Like,
Have you done a lot of romantic things? Would you consider
Yeah.
yourself very romantic?
yeah. I think one of my favorite moments was I took my girlfriend to Death Valley
Mm-hmm.
in California. And there was a beautiful resort. I think it's in the place is called Hell's Paintbrush or Hell's Kitchen, but Death Valley has been recorded as the hottest temperature on planet Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And I took her there in the middle of the summer. And it's so hot that there's this beautiful resort in the middle of Death Valley. We didn't even know. We stumbled on it. And it's so hot that they actually closed down in the summer. And we got there, and there was a lady, and I said, just as a goof, I said, "Can we stay here?" And she said, "Yeah, you can stay here, but there's no services. We'll give you a key to a room, but there's no staff. There's nothing." And to give you a perspective, Lauren, do you ever see the cover of the Hotel California album?
Yeah.
So this place looked like the Hotel California, the palm trees, and it was in the middle of nowhere.
How pretty.
It was amazing. So me and my girlfriend at the time had this whole resort to ourselves, empty. And so we were running around naked at this resort. Coyotes were running around at night.
Wild.
And we went to the edge of the property, and it looked out over all the beautiful cliffs and mountains in Death Valley. Death Valley is a very desolate, kind of wild place. You wouldn't really think of Death Valley as being romantic.
Right.
And we were standing on the edge of this big cliff, and out from behind the mountains came one of the biggest full moons I've ever seen in my life. And this thing just came slowly rising up into the dark midnight sky, and we were sitting there. We were in love, madly in love. We had this place all to ourselves, and I started singing Elvis to her. And I sang, "Are you lonesome tonight? Do you miss me tonight?
You have such a
Are
good
we
voice.
sorry you drift?" Yeah, and so I sang Elvis to her, and has always been burned in my memory as a very beautiful, romantic magic.
Yeah.
I think magic is a word that when you look for those moments, there has to be an element of magic to them, and an enchanting moment.
Yeah. Something you could never really repeat.
Yeah, it just was very organic, and I don't know if that stuck out with her. I hope it did, but yeah, that's one of many special moments, and hopefully one day I can do that with you.
Well, you never know.
Yeah, it'll happen.
You know, just give it some time.
323-786-5297.
Got it. I'll remember.
Could you just put the dress down,
I'm
please?
sorry.
I don't need the flapping.
I will remember that.
Lauren. God.
I know, I'm not even wearing underwear.
I've never been to the Bermuda Triangle, but I think I just got there. Good night, Nelly Furtado. Get me some yogurt and send me to fucking Christian Slater's house.
You're so fucking weird, dude.
Lauren, please.
I know, okay.
Easy,
we did it.
there's a
we did
fern
it.
behind you.
We did it.
We did it.
The podcast.
Wait, you know what I'd like to do before we end? Because look, it's all about energy. It's about connecting.
Uh-huh.
And
You want to put some more?
No, what I want to do is just put my hand in your hand, one hand, and feel the flow between us.
Mm-hmm.
And just like feel the energy.
Mm-hmm.
And look in each other's eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you're with someone, and I'm not with anyone, but I just want to like, it's like one of those enchanting, magical moments I was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And just let the energy flow. If you could just hold still for a minute there, Parkinson's. There it is. You're the breast.
Where can people find you?
Your wife's house. No, I'm at Harlan Williams. Go see the Harlan Highway podcast.
Uh-huh.
You can see me on the Harlan Highway podcast on YouTube. HarlanWilliams.com. And a little teaser. I have a movie coming out that I wrote and directed and I'm starring in called Wingman, coming up soon. It's a little teaser.
Okay.
Yeah. This was a pleasure, man.
I had so much fun.
I really adore you, and this was really nice. You got a beautiful glow and a great energy, and I really could feel it. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you. I enjoyed having you on the show.
Wow.
I've been waiting for a month.
Really?
I think it's been a month I've known you were coming.
You know, that's where I come from. That's 30 days.
It was really nice to see you again.
You're the best.
Thank you guys so much for watching another very strange episode.
Extraction
today.
process
We'll
initiated.
see you next
Keep away from extraction units while operational.
Are you really drinking a glass of milk with
Hostile
her?
trespassers detected. Employees are encouraged to remove trespassers before damage to extractor units occurs.
Your parents are your roommates?
The Honeydew with Ryan Sickler.
Welcome back to the Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it in the Nightman Studios. I am Ryan Sickler, RyanSickler.com, Ryan Sickler on all your social media. I'm going to start this episode like I start them all by saying thank you. Thank you very much for whatever you support of whatever I do. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I can't thank you enough. Thank you for your support of the new podcast, The Way Back. It's absolutely crushing right now. And I have you guys to thank for that. I'm having so much fun on that. And listen, if you gotta have more, then you gotta have the Patreon. All right, Patreon is called Honeydew with Y'all. I do this show with y'all, and y'all have the most insane stories. I've been saying it for years. It's $5. I've never raised it. It's staying $5 a month. You get hundreds of hours, the most insane shit you're ever gonna hear in your life. All right. Come see me on tour if I'm in your town. If you're around, all tickets will be available on my website at RyanSickler.com. All right. That's the biz. You guys know what we do here. I always say we highlight the lowlights, and these are the stories behind the story. I'm super excited about this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome for the first time, not the last time, Rachel Feinstein. Welcome to the Honeydew,
Thank you
girl.
for having me. This is so cool.
Long overdue. So long overdue.
Thank you. Sorry, I I just picked this drink up when I got here.
You really did. You guys helped me out. I was like,
Detecting terminated
I just wanted you to know so you didn't freak out. Because some people do get freaked out. Like, oh my God.
I don't care about germs.
But you
I
have
don't
a
really
kid,
believe in
so,
germs.
yeah.
I'm like, whatever. I'll throw anything in my dumb face. You need to look like my drink. I just picked it up constantly. I have a little line before too. I was like a sassy line. I started chugging your
Nailed
Diet
it,
Coke. Yeah. You're quite the gentleman about that.
Thanks. Digging the yellow nail.
Thank you.
Before we get into this, please plug, promote everything. Please tell them all about your Netflix special.
I have my first hour special out on Netflix now. It's called Big Guy, and it's out streaming now. And you can see my dates on the road by following me on Instagram, Rachel Feinstein _ or on my website or my Punch Up Live
it's
page.
Feinstein?
It's Feinstein, but I
Why
wasn't
didn't
going to
you
correct
correct me?
you. 'Cause who cares?
No, we can't have me introducing you incorrectly. I care it's your name,
Output
Rachel
uranium volume
Feinstein. All right.
extracted and processed.
Call me out. I'm over here in the
Output
comments,
quantity
y'all. Like, you didn't even do your research? You didn't ask?
Half of my friends call me like the other. What's the difference anyway? Who cares? I don't
It's
care.
like that Berenstein.
Oh yeah, Berenstein Bears. Yeah. I don't care.
Big Guy, streaming now on Netflix. Follow you. What's your website? Follow you.
Rachel-Feinstein.com, or I have a page on that Punch Up Live site as well. But everything's linked on my Instagram too. Rachel Feinstein _ Big Guy is out on Netflix now.
Well, I've been a fan of yours for a long time. We only met a couple years ago, but I've been following you forever. I've always done your work. And then I find out you're from Maryland, which blew me away. So I'm from Baltimore originally, and then once my parents split, we started moving all around Carroll County. Everybody I meet from Maryland is all from just outside of DC. Silver
Right.
Spring, Rockville, Laurel, those areas
Right.
down there. no one's really from
Detecting
Baltimore. except
Real
for
Maryland,
Stoppers.
the heart of
Stoppers.
Maryland.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just his podcast.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's great.
he's amazing. I love Stoppy.
So tell me about your upbringing. You're where in Maryland?
We grew up in Bethesda. My dad, big Orioles fan, so we were always going to Orioles games, and that's when I first realized that men pee in that big circular like pool. I was like, this is disgusting.
What do you mean? Would you have to go in with them because it was just the two of you?
It was just the two of us. We were always at Orioles games, and we had our little like Sunday daddy-daughter outing, and we would go to like Tasty Diner, and then we would go see the Orioles or whatever. And I remember like they would. I don't know if this is true in a lot of baseball stadiums, but like they had a big like kind of a circular pool that men just go and stand and deliver in. And I was like, you guys are foul. That's when I first was like started to realize that men were somewhat disgusting. I was like, wait, you just do this? This is crazy. You can't just pee in a pool together. Do you know what I'm talking about, by the way?
They also have a trough, just a trough that's on a slant, so it all
stream? Is
just
it a lake? It's disgraceful.
You're scaring me right now a little bit because I am a single dad who has had to take my daughter when she was younger in the men's rooms a lot too, because I'm like, I can't go into the ladies' room and you gotta come with me. It's just the way it goes.
Yeah.
And so you're doing that at a young age, and I'm always worried, like, what did my daughter see? You know what I mean? Like, we don't talk about it, but what did you see when you went in these rooms? Did you ever see anything? And
I just was really distracted by how you guys did it. Nobody really bothered me. I was just like, this is not good. This isn't a good look for you guys as a brand. Yeah.
I went one time, Rachel, to the Rose Bowl when I first moved here. This is like the late 90s. And I went to see the U.S. play Mexico in a World Cup friendly. And I went to go into the restroom. They were just pissing off. I waited. Literally, I had to throw my shoes away. You had to wade through this much urine. I never. It's the only time in my life I've never. Like, you're just pissing on the floor.
You should just swim to a urinal.
I can't
Although
get over
I was also so jealous because I was just like, just be able to stand and deliver like that seems very satisfying. It must be the most satisfying feeling to go to long piss. By the way, I mean, I'm a mother. Should I mention that? In my Paula Poundstone blazer. I'm like, you know what I came here to talk about? The relief of a drunk piss. Anyway.
So growing up with your dad, you're going to the games.
Yes, we went to the games.
And your parents together? Did they stay together?
They stayed together.
They
Howie
did?
and
All right.
Karen stayed together.
Howie and
yeah.
Karen, all right.
They only knew each other 2 months before they got engaged. Just 2 months, and that was it. Yeah.
How'd they know?
They were
You ever
married in
asked
4
them?
months. I think my mom just wanted to like piss her father off. She came from like a very, very like extreme conservative where if you had opinion at the dinner table they called you a commie rat, which is hilarious, and I kind of want to steal that. To call your kid a commie is amazing.
Kid? Oh, they're calling us the kids, not just the other adults at the table.
She's like, oh, if we had opinion at the table, they'd just say you were red. We were a commie. I'm like, to call your daughter a commie is really funny. I kind of want to get back into that. Yeah. Like, oh, you got questions? Are you a commie rat? So my mom went the other way and just married this like Jewish civil rights lawyer or whatever. So I think she met him, and I think my dad was just like, he was like surfing, and my mom probably was just like, we're gonna get married. She was probably one of those type A bitches that was like, here's what we're doing, Howie. And she always tells me, I'm like, what do you first remember about Dad? She goes, I remember he would lay his clothes out and spray him with deodorant. And I was like, oh, he needs a wife. So I think that's kind of how it went. Yeah. She's like, I gotta marry this Jew. He's spraying his clothes with deodorant. Yeah.
Sounds like an alright move.
She's like, he would just lay him out on the table and spray it, and then he'd go surfing. I thought, oh, he does need a wife. We should just do this faster.
2 months.
So they met. 2 months later, they got engaged. Then they got married. And then, my father, emotionally kind of a desert, a little like my husband. So that apparently, after 2 months after they got engaged, they went on some sort of long drive. That Route 1 around the coast, and but it was for a reason. I don't know, something with the wedding. And then apparently my dad encountered a little traffic on that drive, and then he decided they weren't going to get married anymore. He's like, God damn it! He just like the traffic pissed him off. He's like, we're not doing this, Karen. It's over. And my mom starts like hysterically crying. And she's like, I was, and then I realized I did love him. And then it sort of cleared up, and he said, we can do it.
Once the traffic broke up.
Once the traffic softened, my dad was like, what the hell? I mean, what the hell? Were they in love? Of course not. They were 21. He probably wanted to get some ass. But my mom was just annoying him, and he was just a fatigued man that was just like, fine, where do I sign? You know?
So he's a civil rights attorney.
He was a prosecutor for the Department of Justice, yes, and he prosecuted a lot of Klan cases in the South.
Has he ever told you any wild stories?
So he has. He wrote a book about it.
Did he?
Called Fire in the Bayou, and he was. I don't know if you remember those like that film. It's very old, but I'm in the winter of my life.
Is that what we call it? The winter of my life. What's after that?
I don't know
Jesus
if you
Christ.
remember earlier. There was a movie production show, but it was Mississippi Burning, and
yeah.
you know the Jews and
Isn't that
they would go
Medgar
out down. Yes, and they
Right.
would go down in the civil rights. Right, it was like around the time where it was like Brown. They had passed this legislation, but it wasn't really being enforced in the 70s. So like Brown versus Board of Education, all these laws. I don't know. I didn't go to college, by the way. I could be wrong about half the shit I'm saying, but please feel free to correct me. But they went down south and they sort of prosecuted, you know, Klan cases, people that weren't, and he worked with police officers down there, and that's what they did. Yeah. And so he wanted to be a blues musician, but his family said, you have to be a doctor or a lawyer. You know, his dad was like in the Navy and they were very poor, and he was like, make us some money. So, which by the way, you don't make money when you work for the government. He was a government lawyer, you know,
Yeah.
but, and then he ended up, they tried to get into some sort of private practice firm. And I remember thinking like, Dad can't do that. Dad's like weird. He's like too autistic. He like flicks his own head. My dad like has memorized.
What do you mean he flicks?
He flicks himself. If you were sitting, you think I come
Just
from like sane people?
or just when he messes up?
No, just walks around like this. Like he's nuts. He's a genius, but he's nuts.
Yeah,
you know,
all
like,
geniuses are
yeah, like he
nuts,
calls me
yeah.
Roxanne. Like there's no Roxanne in our family. He'll be like, God damn Roxanne, shit. And I'm like, who's Roxanne? There's no Roxanne. Yeah. So he plays everything music by ear, but he's memorized, like he could tell you the lineup for the Orioles or the San Francisco Giants for like, you know, the last 50 years, any game, anything. But if you want to know if his daughter's name is Rachel or Roxanne, it's anyone's guess.
It's anyone's guess.
It's anyone's guess. He's like, oh, Roxanne, like that'll do. He figures that'll do. Like he didn't care for being corrected about it. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Roxanne.
Yeah. So Howie was the character.
And he's a blues musician.
And
You
he's
showed
a
me him
blues
playing.
musician.
He's a badass.
Yeah, he's really good. He plays all by ear, piano, zydeco, accordion. So then he ended up deciding to, he was going to try to get into private practice because they had 3 kids. My mom's a social worker. He's a government lawyer. They don't make much money. And so he moved to Bethesda because he thought they had cool book and record stores.
Nuh-uh.
And he liked used books and used records. So that's why they chose Bethesda to live in. But then Bethesda got more kind of affluent around them.
They based their whole future off of a
It's really dumb.
city that has decent record stores.
That's what my mom was like. He didn't tell me that in the beginning. He told me a different lie, and later he admitted it was
Different
because
lie.
of
That's good.
Yeah. She's like, later he admitted it was because he wanted to get the used book and records from. There was some sort of shop where he loves used books and used records, and I would spend a lot of time in like some record store with a cat, you know, in it. And so then he tried to get a private practice job, and he couldn't do it. He couldn't like schmooze people. He's too weird, you know. And he would wear like 2 different shoes when he would like prosecute in court, you know. And then when they like roasted him when he left, and they brought that up, that my dad was going in for some important case, and he had 2 different shoes on, and then apparently one of his other like attorneys there was like, "Hey Howie, you're wearing 2 different shoes. I don't know if you know that." And my dad apparently was like, "Hey, that must have been a little hard to bring up to me. I'll tell you, this is not going to happen again." And then the next day, he said he came back with the same mismatched pair of shoes. That was my dad. Yeah, he's just like, and then he couldn't do the private practice thing. He couldn't. He hated it. He's like not a false person, you know? And he ended up just doing blues full time. So that's what he does.
Oh, he did. He stopped.
Yeah, he stopped. We were, you know, it was great. So I got.
And so how did he make his money playing music?
He didn't.
Was he in a
He
band?
didn't make much money. That's why I'm a comedian. We drove around in a used Datsun and everything. Every single door was broken at a certain point, and only the back door worked in this Datsun. And then my dad would take a fucking broomstick and hold up the back, and then we all had to climb through the back to open the rest of the door. And that's how I was dropped off at high school. And my dad had his band, which was called the Vomitones, and he had a T-shirt that said the Vomitones because he thought it was a funny name for a band. He thinks puking's funny, so it said the Vomitones Hands Across Uranus Tour. And then I was crawling through the back. Like, so of course I'm a comedian. It was
Your
just-
fucking
I just
dad
wanted
had
like a normal dad that smelled
hands
reasonable.
across your anus tour, and you're in high school getting out of the back of the car.
We didn't have like it was horrifying. Yeah, that's why.
I get it.
Yeah.
I see your origin story. Yeah.
And my mom was like very, bleeding heart. So she would just get our cars like the mechanics were like robbing them. She'd be like, Javier is a marvelous young man. I'm like, he is stealing everything you own. But anybody that wasn't white was put on like a pedestal in my mom's mind. She was just so excited if she was talking to somebody that had an accent. And I'm like, Mom, but I don't know. I think we should just get a new car because it's a wrap with this car. But no, that's how it was dropped off. Just rolled out of this fucking Datsun.
And so are you dating in high school and stuff? And what's it like bringing guys around your dad?
He wasn't protective because he wasn't even like aware that I was a
person.
Oh, I paused at that word. I'm like, he knew I was human. He didn't. There was definitely not protective. I've never had a protective man. I've always wanted that, like somebody to put their hand on my lower back.
I've
and
seen
like
you
guide
say
me
it,
through a
guide
room.
you through
Yeah,
a
I was just
room,
thinking. I have a joke.
Are you the
about it.
oldest of your siblings?
I'm in
You
the
said
middle.
there's 3 of you?
I'm in the middle. Yeah.
More so, yeah.
Yeah. So he wasn't like the protective type. He would have been oblivious. He'd be like, he used to call when I had a date. He would call it a play date. You're having a play date? Over there? Like, yeah.
Like a real date, like in high school, you call it
like
a play
real
date?
date. He would call it a play date. Yeah. You playing with that fella? Yeah, he was just too out of it to really be very keyed in. They were very supportive, my parents. They were cool. Howie's a good hang. He's a dark, weird sense of humor, so, which would piss my mom off a lot, but that's definitely where I get that from. He's very funny, my dad, and says weird shit to everybody. Now I appreciate it more than I did then.
Yeah.
Yeah. He would say crazy shit.
We talked about before we recorded about some crazy, speaking of relationships you've been in. And let's hear some stories of some things that you're comfortable sharing.
When I think it was 13, I did like a hostile amount of acid. I just had a friend that I would go over to every week. I was very jealous of Christian girls. I just wanted like a Christian name, like I used to write other Christian names on my Trapper Keeper or whatever. I just want a name like Caitlin William, just some clean sprinkled with Christ kind of shit,
Sprinkled with Christ.
Just like a name, just Catherine, just, some shit like that. Very jealous.
That's funny. I never thought of it. Rachel, is it a Jewish name?
Yeah,
but I know Rachel's,
I'm
and
gonna
they
make
are
it Catholic. I'm gonna change it to Rachel O. Feinstein. But yeah, it's pretty Jewish. I mean, I would look at these Catholic girls with like long, straight, blonde hair, and I wanted to be that kid. There's these books I would read about these twins. It was called the Wakefield twins, and they would be like, perfect size, 6 figures. Fuck them anyway. They're a bunch of skanks, but whatever. It was like Jessica and Elizabeth, and I just wanted that, whole thing, but that wasn't my deal, obviously. But yeah, I wanted to look like that.
You're dropping acid at 13?
Yeah.
Drugs always scared me so much. What is it? That's young to be fucking with acid.
I would go to my friend's house. We would all spend the night over there.
How would you get it?
On the
Older
weekends.
brother or something
and
like
we
that?
would, I don't know how she got it. She was the organizer. It's funny. There's always, with drugs, there's always like a type A girl. Like she's going to be a better businesswoman later. Like she was that girl who was like, okay, so we're tripping at this hour. Like we're going to be peaking in, 3 hours. And she would pass out orange juice because she said that would like help our high if you have like vitamin C. And she'd be like, and she would just have like these little organized systems for our night. But meanwhile, these parents had no idea. There was like 7 13-year-old girls tripping in their basement. And she was like, okay, it's 3 hours in. We're about to peak. Let's all get her. And then she would give us like OJ. We would all drink OJ and we would just trip our balls off.
I'll bet.
Yeah, it was not good. I'll tell you that. But
can you imagine as a mom now if you found out you had 7 girls downstairs tripping on acid?
It's the scariest thing I've ever heard of.
Freaked out. I'm like, what?
I know. Now that I have a daughter, I'm like, what the fuck was I doing? It's insane.
Yeah, right?
We would go out and like just try to do bad things, like my friend would be like, let's take out this person's car and then we'll moon everybody off. There was like some sign in her area and she's like, so, and again, organized about it. She's like, we're going to trip and then we're going to go moon off that sign. And so we would just like drive out to some weird side. She lived in like a richer, nicer area. We would get on top of that sign, just four dumb girl asses just mooning people.
Just
It's
as they
ridiculous.
drive by.
Yeah, I was always up for a laugh. Yeah, we just did dumb shit. Yeah, that was 13, 14. That's what we were doing. And I was just a really bad student, so I just wanted to.
In what way are you
escape.
like? I always enjoy. Were you getting bad grades, or were you acting out, or like what do you mean by a bad student?
I was getting D's and F's.
Really?
From the time I was probably in 6th grade. Just terrible, like just all D's.
But
and,
because
like,
you didn't get it, or because you just didn't give a fuck, you didn't like it.
I think I really wanted to do well. Like I
Yeah.
wanted to get it, but I couldn't focus. I couldn't focus at all.
What do
So-
you think it was? Now looking back.
I mean, I had really bad ADD. A lot of times people now, they'll be like, oh, I have ADD. I'm like, you don't understand. Like, it was like crazy. And I'm still like that. Like, I leave everything everywhere.
Just drink random drinks
I drink
and shit.
random drinks. That drink didn't even look like my drink. Like, I just come in and just take his Diet Coke and like swig it and had like a sassy line too. What an asshole. But yeah, I always leave everything everywhere. I'm always like shedding like debit cards and shit everywhere. Yeah. I could never murder somebody because I'd leave my fucking debit card there. Yeah.
Debit cards right on her body. Yeah.
So I really wanted to be like smart. If I even smell of school now, it brings me back to all those old bad feelings because I just went to this place every day and everybody was mad at me. At school, everybody's mad at you. At home, they're mad because you're not doing what you're supposed to do in school. So it's just a lot of like shame and hiding and then doing acid on the weekends. Yeah. I was bad. I was bad at school, but I wanted people to like me. So I would impersonate people and try to get laughs and try to distract from my wild failing. Yeah.
And then when do the boys come into the picture?
And protect.
There was this boy that I really loved. This is the first guy I remember having a big crush on. And he was, I think he was maybe, he had about maybe a month before he would have to go to rehab, like mandatory. Yeah, like he needed to get, it was not good. Yeah. And I liked alcoholics. I didn't have an addictive personality really. Like I could like trip and then, forget about it. But that was my type from very young. So I just like would find some alcoholic who was just staring at a wall, couldn't give a fuck about me. And I'd be like, him, I love him, So I remember there was some Australian guy and I just was like, thought he was cool. And he was, just like a wild drunk. And I was obsessed with him. I remember I got a rock and named it after him, Ellery Rock. And I would bring it around to all my classes, this rock. It's real crazy.
What is an Ellery rock?
His name was Ellery.
Oh, his
And
name was. Okay.
Isn't that insane?
The guy's name was. And so you named this rock to Ellery Rock. And what kind of rock? Just from outside or something? Or like
Just, it's probably from like a parking lot or something.
it's not some crystal from home. Or
No,
some
I was just that girl just staring at him. I'm like, you'll be my husband. Yes, you will. Yes, you. He probably went to rehab to escape from me. Now that I'm really talking this out, like he was running from me. It was really crazy.
That's good.
But anybody that was kind of ignoring me, I'd put up in this immediate pedestal. I'm like, he's not paying. It's just like that guy with their arms folded, and in the show. I was just like, and I'm gonna get him sober, and he's gonna. But yeah, no, he wanted. I think I was also the rock thing was also to make my friends laugh, but it was a little true, Like I was always doing some weird thing, performative thing like that. Like, I bathe this rock and I bring it around to the class, and it would just be on my
You
desk.
bathe it?
I would like rinse it and then like I think I had like a blanket for it. It's very crazy the more I'm talking it out. I've never talked about the
Is this
rock on a
high school?
podcast. Yeah. And it was like junior high school. Yeah.
Okay,
junior
all
high
right. That's a
school.
little
Yeah.
better, though. That's a little better.
Not good.
It's not great, but it's better than the senior.
Yeah, I liked him. There was this other guy that I heard like dealt guns out of his basement. Who deals guns, by the way, like at that age? That must have been a lie that he got started. But which is worse, dealing guns out of your basement or lying about doing that? It's not good. I had a crush on him too. So I liked these guys that were very unavailable and very sick, And then I would try to get them to like me. And Ellery, we had a few nights we made out. He said things to me. He probably doesn't remember any of them. He didn't remember any of them. Certainly by the time he got to rehab. And I was just like, I love him, and I got like that really quickly. And then he met my southern friend, Chris Ann, who I'm still friends with, who's just this adorable little blonde girl. She had this little clipped accent, and I'd try to do my accent like hers in the mirror, because guys just liked her right away, and she didn't even notice them liking her. I'm like, she doesn't need him. I need him, you know? Like, she's just like, oh, Ellery, I mean, he's a little fun, but he's not. He's no big deal. You know, and he, of course, loved her. So I would just go in the mirror and try to make my lips look like Chris Ann's, like try to get her cute little clipped accent, you know, try to like the things she liked. So I was very obsessed with people's affectations and, you know, wanting to be like them. And yeah, he hit on Chris Ann. Chris Ann blew him off. True friends. We're still friends. She didn't need him. You know, she's like, whatever, Ellery, please. But I remember the night he met her, and I remember thinking, stop doing that, Chris Ann. Like, he's gonna like you. Like, but she didn't even know what she was doing. But she would just do stuff that guys liked, you know? I'm like, you can't flip your hair like that. I'm like, you're just gonna fucking need Ellery. I got a rock based on him. Come on. Yeah.
What am I gonna do with this
Like, what am I gonna do? Get at scram, Chris Ann. Beat it. This isn't good. Yeah, but he, like, I could feel him liking her. And I'm like, you know, and I could feel it because she just didn't care. And then he went off to rehab, and then there was the next one, and he pretended to, like, he pretended he was a virgin to try to get me to hook up with him. And
when did he come clean?
After he got laid?
No.
Yeah. That was like my freshman year of high school. Yeah, there was this whole story. He pretended he had a special condom like saved in a box. Also, what straight man does this? Now I know. I'm like, yeah, no straight man has like a special gold case for a condom.
Waiting for just that special
No, he was like, oh, you know, like dusting it off. Meanwhile, he was cheating on me like by the next day. Yeah. So he was, that was the guy that I finally lost my virginity to. That was in high school, not finally. But after that, I was 15, and after that, I was like, somebody has to love me for me to put out. So you can blame this guy for all the cock teasing I did after that. For everyone else I subsequently blue balls. Yeah. Because then I was like, that was it. I just, you know, I had sex with him, and then he left, or he cheated on me. And meanwhile, that was just the trajectory of this guy's, whatever, he was in high school, whatever. But I was like, oh, then I have to wait. That's how I'll make them love me. And it kind of works, except I think what happened after that is I would just end up in relationships because some guy was just exhausted. I was like, fine, where do I sign? What am I supposed to say? I'd like to be inside you at this point. Yes, I love you. I don't know. Yeah. So that's kind of how
So was it always bad boys or just always unavailable?
Yeah, bad boys or unavailable boys. Yeah, I mean, a really preppy guy that I liked, you know, too. He was like very clean, just like one of those kind of finance guys. Just everything I wasn't, you know? Like, I was always kind of like the girls that would get the attention. I was never a mess. I was a mess. So I was never the kind of that. I was always friends with the top. You were probably like this too, but you probably were like slowly becoming like the leading man kind of guy, and then you got all the ass like being your senior year. Am I right?
Yes and no.
You got a laugh, but you knew how to get laughs and hang with all the popular kids, right?
Yes, for sure. We also played sports, and that was a big thing. Like, so we were on all the teams. And that
so you did, so you did well plus-wise, I believe, that's scientific
sports. Yeah. But then when my dad died and my mom was like, had already left here, my two brothers and I just lived in this apartment by ourselves. And my mom went to live with her boyfriend, and we became kids in the school that don't have parents. And everything. Now, to get to your point about puss, I could have got a lot more puss, but I was like you, I loved. So I had a girlfriend almost the entire time doing that. So
you were really monogamous. Yeah.
She was.
So you had a similar situation, so you know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
She wasn't at all.
No, that's where I was. Yeah.
Well, my dumb ass was.
Yeah, you were in it to win it. Was she a blonde with a cute little accent? Did you have a Jeep?
Did I?
Yeah.
I did not.
No. You'd have a cool car.
No, I couldn't. I had a 1990 Honda Civic with a roof over it. That's what I had. We were, I mean, it was on my own at 16. There was no cool nothing at that point.
Right.
It was just get by.
And did you feel like you got scrappy doing that? Like, and you learned how to like kind of make money, take care of yourself, that kind of stuff?
I say that like my book smarts are basic. My street smarts, I got a PhD. Yes.
Right.
It's all that trauma of working without a net. No one's fucking coming. You don't have a place to sleep if you don't provide for yourself. You don't have anything to eat if you don't provide for yourself. You have no money if you don't provide for yourself. There's no one you can ask for anything. All that just makes you hustle, 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 hustle. Or go the other way and just be some, loser alcoholic, druggy, dead, possibly, whatever. You know, you got one of two ways to go.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to be that way.
And you didn't want to be that way. I could see you like. It's always something with comedians. Like, I knew like something happens because you're very sweet and you're funny. So it's like, yeah, there was something. But you're very social, so I could see that you probably were.
I'm very. It's weird. If I feel like I have a connection with you, I'm social. I'm not social. Like I've only gone for like the Netflix festival. I only went to my shows. I didn't go hang anywhere. I didn't either. I just don't care to be in all the pictures. Like I'm not out there for it. I don't know. Again, you and I talked about this before. When I look at these photos, the filter I look through these photos now is no kids, no kids, no kids, no kids, grown kids, no kids, no kids, no kids, no kids.
Yeah.
And I'll take the fucking kids over the photo op any fucking day. Any day. It's the best.
I didn't go to the parties I should have, but I was really sad this week because my husband and daughter were supposed to come out, and last minute they couldn't because he got hurt in a fire, and
oh shit,
he's fine now. I mean, they go on medical leave. Sometimes it'd be as simple as like, oh, they tweak their neck in a fire, tweak their back in a fire, so they have to go to a certain amount of PT before they can go back on the job. So he wasn't seriously injured, but they were supposed to come out, and then he got hurt. You can't be mad at a guy that was in a fire that when he got hurt. What am I gonna do? So I'm like, ah. But then I was out here for Mother's Day, and I'm like, I felt so bad because I need him with me, because if I go on stage, we take turns. So when he's at the firehouse, I'm with her half the week. But that's later in my life after a series of emergency alcoholics. That's a later chapter. When I became a mom body pleaser. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you say emergency alcoholics, but you also, before we talked, you said you were, can we talk about being
anything?
Al-Anon?
Yes, I'm an Al-Anon.
Let's talk about that.
Yes, I can talk about that. So
you're the first person I believe that's ever come on here and is at least in it that's admitted it.
Yes, yeah. It's for people who have people in their family that are alcoholics. And
can I ask you a question? Is it just alcoholics, or is it drugs as well for Al-Anon? Do they take in people who are?
They could, anybody that thinks they need to be there. Yeah, I mean, it's like codependence. It's like it's about codependence. I think I can't speak for Al-Anon, and you're not really supposed to advertise like too much. But I'm very new to it all. But I just know that I need these things to not become completely obsessed with trying to fix or save or, and all that. Yeah. So like my thing was always like, I didn't realize it till later, but just being attracted to people that needed me. They had to need something from me, because what are they going to want with some D student, like some frizzy haired D student? I'm like, I got to give him something. I know what I'll do. I'll sober him up, So I was very, it was just one alcoholic to the next. So yeah, so that helps me, and helps me have like slightly better boundaries. But no, I was like calling AA, like when there was like a 1-800 number. I'm like, you don't understand. It wasn't just whiskey. Like, we've got to sober him up. Like, I really didn't understand. They'd be like, yeah, it's got to be him that calls. Like, I'm like, no, he's not going to call. It's only going to be me. Like, you guys have got to help me. And they, like, I didn't get it for like so many years, And I was like, oh, yeah, there was never going to be a perfect monologue you were going to deliver him that was going to make him know your worth. It was never about you in the first place. It was about him. I didn't learn those things until like recently, but you learn things when you do.
Same way. I always think that I can put this perfect sentence together. I'm like, yeah. Let me just take these words, and if I just put them like this, they're gonna finally go, oh my God, there it is. There it is. That sentence is the sentence I've been needing. And then, No.
Yeah.
The Honeydew is sponsored by BetterHelp. We all carry around different stressors, big and small. When we keep them bottled up, it can start to affect us negatively. Therapy is a safe space to get things off your chest and to figure out how to work through whatever is weighing you down. You guys know I've spoken about this before. I think therapy is essential. Everybody's out there working those muscles and stuff, and you got to work those minds, those emotions, all that. You want to help set better boundaries in your life. You want to understand yourself better. Therapy is the way to go. All right. So if you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online. It's designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. You just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist, and then you switch therapist anytime for no additional charge. Get it off your chest with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/honeydew today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/honeydew. Summer is jam-packed and the heat is no joke, so we've got to prioritize hydration. We're made of 60 to 70% water, so when we're dehydrated, we feel imbalanced. With all the drinks out there, you want hydration that works, and Liquid IV delivers extraordinary hydration with advanced science thanks to Liquid IV Hydroscience, an optimized ratio of electrolytes, vitamins, and nutrients. It couldn't be easier to do. You just grab 16 ounces of water, you rip the tab off, you pour it in, you shake it, you enjoy it. They offer a variety of flavors that pair great with summer, and the convenient packaging means you can bring enough for you and a couple others. Make yourself the hydration hero of any social gathering. One stick of Liquid IV delivers superior hydration to water alone with 3 times the electrolytes of the leading sports drink, plus 8 vitamins and nutrients. It's hydration for endurance, mental clarity, and overall well-being. Turn your ordinary water into extraordinary hydration with Liquid IV. Get 20% off your first order of Liquid IV when you go to liquidiv.com and use code Honeydew at checkout. That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code Honeydew at liquidiv.com. Now, let's get back to the do. So how does it help you to go? And what do? You go to meetings and you sit and listen to other people. Do you share as well? Is it like AA in the sense that you're open and sharing, that sort of thing?
Yeah.
You
It's
talk
like,
and-
yeah, you share and it helps me listen to other people's stories and to when people, any group like that, it could be group therapy or this, but I feel like anytime you can, the thing with people that are codependent is like, we really want to help people. And certain people you can't help. It doesn't mean they're helpless. It means they're going through something that has nothing to do with you. But you still have this compulsion because we're addicted to addicts, right? So you can help each other. So it's like, it sort of gives you a space to do that because you don't stop being how you are. And it's like one day at a time. I have to like focus on that. And you know, as a parent, it's great because now I can help her, but I have to help her enough and learn the tools from other people around me to learn like, okay, this is a moment she's going to have to struggle through that has nothing to do with me. You know, it's sort of the ability to kind of tolerate somebody else's discomfort is something I had to learn later in life.
What was the point where you finally said, all right, I need to go talk to some people, like-minded people, to help myself with this?
During COVID, like a lot of people, yeah, everything just like I thought I had it all, you know, figured out, and then I just like didn't, you know. So it everything kind of in my life was like imploding a little bit, and I tried to, you know, I was like, oh, I can't fix all this and all these different facets of my complicated life, and I just had a baby in COVID. My husband was on the job, so I brought her home, and it was just like, you know, and I can't do stand-up. Stand-up's how I escape, and I'm sure you too. And it's a release. It's not just escape. It's
Rachel,
like,
I
yeah.
went on Lexapro during the pandemic because
Yeah.
of the homeschool. My daughter was 5 at the time. I talk about it on stage. Like,
Really?
I lost my mind being trapped in a house.
God.
It's not like,
Yeah.
all right, I'm going to do this school and then I get to go do stand-up tonight and I have a release or a creative outlet or anything. You know, we were just stuck. And in LA, we were extra stuck because they overdid it here, and there were no clubs, there were very few restaurants at first, very few anything. It was a ghost town here. And then you know, my daughter, I say all the time, she wasn't a teenager where I could be like, I'll check your work later, do your shit. I'm having to log on every day with her. And I hated it. Like you, I hated it the first fucking time.
Yeah.
And it really fucked with me that we had to sit down Monday to Friday and I had to be there to do this schoolwork and all this shit. Like I did not do
It was
well.
really hard for you to sit still. Did it bring up like your own struggles with school, or was it just hard to sit still and not have that outlet later at night?
I was an okay student, but I was an okay student for two reasons. One, we were big sports, and if you didn't get good, if you got D's, you didn't play. So you had to get at least C's or
You
above.
play football?
They wouldn't let us do double. I played soccer, baseball, wrestling, basketball, lacrosse. Those were the sports in high school. But soccer and football were at the same time, and I was really good at soccer, so I didn't play football. I played rec league football and shit like that. But,
Yeah.
But also again, my dad dies at 16, so if you get a 3.0, that's considered honor roll, and all that is straight B's. And I knew my math was my C, and I knew gym was my A, and that A and C cancel each other out. And I knew if I could just get 80s in everything else, I'm gonna get that 3.0. And that 3.0 did two things for you. It got you a discount on your car insurance, because I'm on my own policy at the time, and it saved a lot. And that mattered when you were in high school and you fucking worked at a junkyard on weekends.
It's amazing what you got accomplished.
And then you get a personal pan pizza at Pizza Hut. You would get that, and we were not missing that motherfucking free pizza at Pizza Hut. So I would get 3.0s. I got a 3.0. That's what I graduated college with. I also worked all the time, and I was like, you got to just get a 3.0 and make that your goal.
Yeah.
So I hit that. So I wasn't a great student, but I was a good student because I was motivated by two things that really were beneficial.
And you needed to be. You needed to survive.
Yeah, if I didn't have sports and that camaraderie and all that during that, I would have fucking,
Not a lot of comics that are also kind of like man's man like that kind that like are good at sports and all that. Yeah, I mean, it's good to have something. I think like I would have loved to be one of those people that was like about to be a doctor, but I made this noble choice to leave it all for the arts. But I was just, there was no question that I was going to even go to college, because it was like failing. I had like a summer school dance, you know, like everybody knew me at summer school. They were just like, I had my little dumb dance I did coming in, But I also, those plays were fun.
Summer school.
The remedial kids were kind of like where the party's at. I mean, I know
sure
now
they
I
were.
dress like a district attorney, but the remedial kids were fun, you know, but I was like, I better, that came later for me, but I was like, I better, you know, figure this comedy thing out, because I have nothing to offer the workforce. That's for sure.
I think about it all the time. If this falls apart tomorrow, I ain't getting a regular job
What am I
anyway.
gonna do?
What am I gonna do?
I was fired from Potomac Pizza in like 2 weeks.
For what? What'd they fire you for? A pizza place?
By the way, everybody that fired me was correct. There's no discrepancies. They made the best choice for their
you're doing it right.
business. Yeah, I tried, but I'm like a dizzy bitch. Like I wasn't putting the pizzas at the right places. There's no scandal. It was just like I couldn't get the job done. A seating chart was endlessly confusing to me. Even when I bartended, I put ice in the blender a couple times. Like it wasn't good, you know. So, yeah, this is it. This is it.
Well, you're great at it.
Thank you for saying that.
So now, how
Trying.
does all of this affect you as a mom? You know, when I look back on our lives, I'm still friends with so many people that from high school, middle school, that came over during that time, and all their parents knew they were coming over. And the rule was that if I find out you're not going to school, if your grades suffer, there's no more of that. And these days, we're all parents, and I'm like, would you ever? And they just cut, no, fuck no.
No.
We can't believe our parents, well, I didn't have any, but their parents let them come over and stay on Monday, and we were good about it. Like, you would have definitely been one of the kids that came over.
Definitely. I had at my
100%.
friend's house that I was always
No
at, because my
doubt.
mom was the social
Would have been
worker.
like Rachel's tripping on acid,
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a friend's house that I would go to, and her mom was like a throbbing alcoholic. She would just like play records and kind of dance at a certain point, you know. So like as soon as she had like a robe that didn't have like a tie on it, so she was just, as soon as she had her Fleetwood Mac on, and I remember she would just like do kind of readings for everybody else. She'd be like, "You're in the middle of a miracle. You don't even see it." You know, she would just kind of like walk through the room.
You don't even see.
You don't even see what you're in the middle of right now. You know, but I see it. Yeah, so she would just kind of go through the room like, "Oh, are you does the letter J mean anything to you? She was always doing like half a reading, but she was like lit up. Had no idea who she was talking to, and she was like, "You have it. Wait to the next chapter of your life because it's gonna be dazzling." Does anybody have any vodka? Because like it was like shit house, and we would just do drugs and hang. My friend, and she was dating this guy, this military guy that we all had a crush on, and we would go in his Jeep and he would drive really fast through these parking lots in the mall. I don't remember what mall it was, maybe Montgomery Mall, maybe Gaithersburg. He would just drive through these parking lots. And I still think of this shit. If my daughter did any of this, like I would die. Like we were just going with some random dude who, shout out to Ken, was never inappropriate with us sexually, might have killed us in his Jeep, but we were just with some dude and he would drive around like really fast and like do loop-de-loops and shit. We were just like drunk and high and hanging out, So it was crazy. And my mom was working like 60 hours a week. She was working like insane amounts of time. So
Did you ever get arrested?
I was never arrested. I was like more in it for the hang. Like
Okay.
I wouldn't try to do the really bad thing. I was an entrepreneur, so I never like dealt drugs. I wasn't good at math, so I just wanted to hang. I wanted to like hang and have some laughs with my friends. We did whippets a lot,
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I would always, the difference I could tell was like with these guys that I like that drank was like at a certain point, I'm like, okay, now focus on me, like, but they were focused on their beer.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, my friend told me this, who's sober. She's like, you'll put a drink somewhere and forget it's there and then steal yours.
Steal mine, yeah.
Like, I'm like, they were so, like, they always knew where their drink was, And I was like, but now here's the time where you, like, lift my chin up and give me a compliment, But they were just like, yeah. But I was always in for the hang. And I had a lot of fun in high school. I had some funny friends. I was a skateboarder. Skateboarders were really funny. They were almost like the comics of high school, right? I don't know if you know any
Seinfeld
skateboarders.
talks about
yeah.
that.
Oh, he does?
He
Yeah.
talks about like a lot of the older people are like, look at those kids over there. But he's like, no, those kids are going to be all right. Those are the kids very much like comedians that are trying that same trick. Like we try the same joke again and again and again and again and again until they finally fucking get it.
Yeah.
And then they get it and then they excel even more. And that's very much like what we do with our shit. And he's like, skaters are, those kids are going to be all right. I believe that, yeah.
And they were funny too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, they were always rebels.
They were always like dry and funny.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I
Didn't
never
give a
got that
fuck.
great, but I was like, I would try to do a kickflip for like, 4 weeks. And my friend Russ would do it once and just do it. He was just an athlete, But I would, but I was into it and they were funny. They were like dry, like they just were clever, weird, fun people. So yeah, I can't remember what we were talking about, but yeah.
Oh, I want to know really how, like, you obviously codependent. I'm the same way. Want to help everybody, want everybody to get along. Like, why aren't we doing this, that? Like,
Yeah.
what is it that you saw in your husband that really made you be like, this is the guy?
Well, I knew right away. Speaking of which, the question about parent, one thing about what you just said that reminded me the question you asked me that I didn't answer. I don't know what I was rambling about, but with becoming a parent, so I get really obsessed with wanting everybody to get along too. And before I had my daughter, it would be like, I'd be at my wedding, like I could hear people at my own wedding, like, no, that pissed him off. He's not gonna like that. It's just like a crowd. Like you're like, you're trying to make everybody, and I couldn't do that anymore because when you have a kid, you can't have that many voices in your head. So that was the other thing where everything hit the fan because I couldn't take care of this person and have boundaries with this other person. And I couldn't worry about what everybody was thinking of each other. And it was also none of my business. Like I had to let go of a lot of that to have a kid. But with my husband, I was trying to meet a man and I heard guys hang out at steakhouses. I talk about this in the special.
This is real.
This is all real. Everything I talk about is real. Yeah. So I heard men hang out at steakhouses. So I was roommates with this comedian, Sam Morrill, at the time. I'd fled this guy. Sam and I were staying at Schumer's for a little bit. And I was trying to date online, and it wasn't really working. I wasn't meeting anybody. So I went to steakhouses because I heard on this TV show called Millionaire Matchmaker that men hang out at steakhouses. And that if you meet a guy, you have to go find one at a steakhouse. So I would just go do my spots at the cellar and then like go to like Keen's Steakhouse or like
By
Del
yourself?
Frisco's afterwards.
You really would.
I would go there or have a girlfriend. I had a really hot girlfriend that's like been hot her whole life. Like, so she just could talk to anybody. She would come and meet me at the steakhouse and we would try to get a guy. We did not find a man at the steakhouse. But I did get kind of fat. Yeah. I ate a lot of steak. Yeah. You can't have a fat steak every night. That's not a good diet. Yeah. So we hung out at steakhouses a lot, and then she was like, she kind of confronted me about it. She's like, this steakhouse is weird. I wouldn't talk about this openly as you're talking about it. It's a little embarrassing that you're leering at strangers at a steakhouse. So she was like, well, why don't we say you're with a fireman? She's married to a firefighter. Her name's Irene Bremen. She's actually a very funny comedian. So she was married to a firefighter, and so she texted her husband, do you have a firefighter for Rachel? And he gave me, like, we were sitting at the steakhouse bar just, like, giggling, like, oh, she's like, he gave her back, like, 2 headshots right away. And I was like, that's strange that he has just, like, 2 pictures of single guys. Just like, 2 ready with them. That's weird. So we were just, like, laughing at, you know, like, my husband's picture, he was, like, shirtless, like, making fists, like, holding some, like, volleyball trophy. And I was like, I mean, that's, like, hot, but he's not gonna, this is a diversion from my plan. Like, I wanted a husband, you know? But I was like, of course I'm gonna go meet this fireman. But I just didn't think he was gonna marry me, and I didn't think that all my friends were calling him, they would call him Backdraft. I was like, oh, like, Backdraft isn't gonna wanna marry you. Even one of my dear friends, and she meant, you know, she was trying to help me. She's like, oh, this guy's not gonna wanna settle, like some Irish Catholic fireman. They don't want like a female comic, you know? But I liked him like right away. So we met at this FDNY Christmas party, and all my friends came. It was like in Brooklyn. I'm like, I gotta go meet this firefighter. And they were all like, we'll come. So they all came. They all like, one of my friends fucked a firefighter that night. Afterwards, she was like, we were arguing about something. And I go, what were you arguing about? She goes, whether we had anal. I'm like, wait. First of all, if anal's up in the air, you probably had anal. But she's like, I can't remember the night. He says we did, but I don't think we did. Right?
You
If
can't
anal,
remember on the anal on the first date. You gotta remember.
yeah, you gotta remember that. Also, if it's up in the air at all for both of you, it occurred.
If you're debating, it didn't
Yeah,
happen.
you did have it. Yeah. But, so we met at this, firehouse Christmas party. And he came there to meet me. I talked about this in the special, too. The way I was described to him was, how would you like to meet, his buddy at the firehouse said, how would you like to meet a semi-famous Jewish jokester? Which, like, if you heard a less arousing term, yeah. So he was like, what the hell, you know? And so he came to meet me, and then he was just a good guy. Like, I was like, he's fun. And firefighters are a lot like comedians where you can say anything, and they don't give a shit. And now half my crowd is all firefighter families or first responder
Oh,
families.
that's awesome.
And they're loyal, and they don't give a fuck. You can say anything. It's amazing. Now that I have this material, they bring me their challenge coins. I'm like, what do? I tell dick jokes. But these firefighters and their families are coming out, and they also teach me a lot about, because I'm newly married to a firefighter. So they'll be like, you know that thing you complain about, how in your act about how he comes home from the firehouse and he's super OCD, my husband, and he like walks around. I bits about it in the special about how he like makes me answer for my messes. He'll be like, what happened over here? Talk to me about this. They're like, that's the firehouse, because it's the morning drills where they do that. And that comes from the military. So a lot of my audience members, especially,
Because they've been married for 20 years or whatever.
and they're looking at me like, this bitch doesn't understand what's
You're
going
just
on
getting
yet.
started.
Yeah. I'm like, he won't stop doing things when he comes home. And they tell me, they're like, that's because he's traumatized. He won't sit still. And I'm like, oh, thank you. They like teach me about my life, you know? I'm like, we'll go on a date. My husband and I like go do karaoke. And then he just comes home and he's like spraying a spot in the lawn. I'm like, come look at me. Like, and they're like, that's because they're all like that. They won't sit still. You know, I'm like, we're finally done with the construction. They just laugh in my face. They're like, you're never done. It's never going to be done. And I'm like, no, it has to be done. But it's always something else, you know? But they like have taught me a lot about what I'm experiencing being married to anybody, any first responder. So they'll explain that. They're like, oh, it's never done, you know? And my husband wants to talk about the house, the shed. He'd never been to LA before. You know what I mean? He's like, yeah, I don't think you should do all that, you know? Like, he came out here with me once, and you know when you go out, when you do a special, how you have to kind of walk up from outside sometimes, which we would never do as comedians. my husband, like, he was like, you shouldn't have to do that. And that's not how you do it. And I'm like, I know, but I have to. It's like a string of specials. It's not my own hour. I can't, like, design how I enter. Pete goes up to some director. He doesn't know it all. He's like, yeah, let's get her out of here. She doesn't need to do that. He's used to being the boss, you know?
Yeah.
At that time, he was like the captain at his firehouse. He's like, hey, let's get her out of this. She doesn't need to do that. You know, it's not necessary. It's kind of weird.
He's dumb.
I remember him looking around LA for the first time. He's like, something's weird here. Like he just didn't get it, you know? In a nice way, too. He, like, wasn't into, like, the schmoozing aspect of it or whatever. But he, you know, he was not overly impressed and probably thought it was strange, a lot of aspects of the business, but he wasn't controlling. So I could do whatever I want. And as comedians, people get a kick out of us for a minute, but if you're really married to a stand-up, it's like you're gonna have to work on Christmas, you're gonna have to work on New Year's, and most guys at a certain point were like, they didn't want that, like, rightly so. They're like, this is a pain in my ass. And my husband got it because he has to work on Christmas. So it's either him or me. He has to work on New Year's. So he was the first guy that accepted my life completely, and he loves his job. Like, for all their issues, I talk a lot of shit about being married to a firefighter. Most of them love being firefighters. So he wasn't jealous because he had his thing. Like, people stop and thank him throughout his day. You know, like, people stop and just like, thank you for your service all day.
Nice.
So he loves what he does. So he got it, my life, and is like the least jealous guy. I mean, I joke about it because I always want more attention from him. But he also just, like, he gives me my space to do what I need to do as a comedian. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that worked pretty quickly.
This
Yeah.
is great.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing this.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you now, after what we talked about, because I'm just curious.
Oh, wait, I have to tell you the rest of the firefighter story.
Please,
I forgot.
finish
Okay.
it.
I realized I didn't finish it. So my friend looks at her phone, so then we go to the
Oh, yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So then we go. And then one of the firefighters gets up on the bar, and he starts giving a toast to the other firefighters. He gets up on, and he's like, you know, I just
This
want
is
to
the
thank...
Christmas party?
Yeah. He's like, I want to thank Patrick. I love you with all my heart, or whatever. And then all the guys at the bar just start singing, like, Patrick takes it up the ass, Doda, Doda. Patrick takes it up the ass, Doda, right? And my husband doesn't say anything, right? And later on, I was like, oh, he's kind of sweet. He didn't sing the Patrick takes it up the ass song. He's like, it wasn't my firehouse. I didn't know the words. Like, that was the actual reason why. But,
Or you would've. Yeah.
but, like, they're kind of like comedians. So they just, like, you know, they have their own weird language they speak in. And, like, he just kind of got all of that. And then our next date, we went out, and I was like, by the second date, I was like, I love this guy. Like, I'm going to marry this guy. I could just tell. Like, we got on well. And then I spent the night at his house. Again, didn't put out, but he was nice about it because he's a little Catholic gentleman. So I got up in the morning. I'm like, listen, we're not going to have sex, whatever. And then I leave his house, and I realize that I left something there. And I was like, fuck, I always leave things at work because I'm ADD, right? So I left, like, I was like, I think I have some stuff. And he brought it to the door, and it was like the longest Goodwill receipt you've ever seen. Like, it was just the most embarrassing, slovenly pile of debris that I left in his bed, you know? It was the longest Goodwill receipt.
Goodwill receipt.
I know, it was so unarousing. And it was like,
that right off.
it was like a nylons that were like wrapped up in a receipt. That I had pantyhose.
Just
for
the
some-
receipt is in that bed is wild to me. That's so funny.
And he like brings me this whole pile, and I'm like, he's never gonna this guy's never gonna fucking call me. Yeah, and I'm like, and I didn't put out, like, this isn't gonna help. And then, so he brings me that, and I was like, ugh. And then I go, I've been standing at the door, and I was like trying to think of something cool to say, and I go, I'll wear better panties next time. Oh, as soon as I said it, I was like, it's not a sexy sentence. I'll wear better panties next time. Like, he just kind of stopped, and he was like, he like thought about it for a minute. Like, what does that give a guy? You're telling about hypothetical panties. It's not even a picture.
Next.
Yeah, he was like, and then he goes, something to look forward to.
In the large barn in the center.
Rachel Feinstein.
Yeah, so that was that. Yeah, so then I left, and then I think the next day, I was just waiting for Backdraft to call, and I just figured he wouldn't want to get married, so I was like, you know, if you want to just drive me out to a, you know, I was like, this guy's going to want like a domestic woman. And I said to him, I was like, "Okay, look, I know at some point you're gonna want a wife, so if you want to just like drive me out to like some woody area and like, you know, let me out of the car like some animal you failed to domesticate, I'm like, go ahead, you know." And he was like, "Nah, I think we could do it." But he said it like that too, because that's how he talks. He's not gonna be like, "You're that," no.
Right.
He's like, "Nah, I think we could do it." He calls me big guy, just with the specials card. He's like,
I
"Nah,
love that.
I think we could do it as big guy," you know. So it was kind of like that. That was the vibe. Yeah.
Well, thank you for doing
Thank
this.
you.
I'm going to ask you the question, though. Advice you would give to 16-year-old Rachel.
Advice I give to 16-year-old Rachel. It's gonna work out. Also, you gotta dry your hair before you go to school because I used to have my hair dripping down the back. It was like in a wet puddle. Yeah. People at school would call me wetback. My mom's like, they use racial slurs on our. I'm like, they're trying to tell me my back's wet. I'd say dry your hair. Yeah, dry your hair. And it'll be fine. It'll work out. Yeah.
It's working out. It's working out
So,
great.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Plug everything again, please. Special.
I
all
have a
of it.
special out now called Big Guy. You can see me on the road and DM me any suggestions you have for toddlers in your city. We're usually with my daughter. Rachel Feinstein _ is my Instagram, and specials out now on Netflix.
Awesome. Thank you very much for doing this. As always, Ryan Sickler on all your social media. Come see me on tour. Tickets are on my website at ryansickler.com, and we'll talk to you all next week.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Yeah, so the thing is about that photo of the moon that they do with the phones, they found out that that's kind of bullshit.
No, let me show you some of mine.
I know, I took it too, but what it is it's AI. And so what someone did
this is AI?
Yeah, what someone did online, one of them clever kids, they took a very blurry photo of the moon and they put it on a screen across the room.
Okay.
And then they zoomed in on it as if it's the moon, and the camera showed detailed craters.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about, like this, you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
no, that's a real picture.
yeah.
So that you just used the 100x zoom.
Yeah.
You didn't use the moon photo thing.
Yeah, no. This is
there's a moon
just
shot.
standing outside.
There's a moonshot aspect to that. That's a little.
I gotta check that. I didn't know about that one.
Yeah, if you zoom in on it, if
Yeah,
you
this
zoom
is
in
just
on the
me.
moon. Okay, I don't think that's real. See, that's what I'm talking about. I think that's AI.
The AI recreates it?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I know. I was showing off
It's
to my
pretty incredible.
family.
Yeah, listen.
I have the 22, I think the S22 Ultra.
Yeah.
I had the older one, and I would take photos of the moon. I'm like, look, iPhone's bullshit. It can't do this. But it turned out it looks like I got fooled.
Oh, man.
Yeah, because you can't hide stuff like that on the internet, technology stuff.
Right,
Those
right.
guys are too good.
They know everything.
They know everything.
Yeah.
But we were just talking about the difference. I'm really thinking about switching to Android. I'm just tired of being trapped.
Yeah.
And it's just like this resistance. Everybody's like, don't do that. I'm like, oh my God, it's like a mind virus. Like everybody's like culturally locked in having a blue bubble.
So when you tell them you're going to switch from Apple, then Agent Smith shows up from the Matrix and he like, inhabits their body, and they try to tell you to stop doing it. Don't do it. Like try to you know, convince you not to leave.
It's like if you were a Catholic and you said, I'm going to become a Baptist.
Right.
You know, people would go, don't do it.
Right.
Don't do it. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's not that much different.
I know. It's crazy.
It's weird. People they get weird with everything. They get weird with their beliefs. They get weird with what they subscribe, what group they attach themselves to.
So true.
It's so strange. And I think this is a good way to segue into like what you do, and because these subjects, so many of these subjects, so many people have like an instantaneous reaction. And that instantaneous reaction, oh, hogwash. If this was true, I would already know about it. It would be taught in universities. It would all be. But then you find out, like, no one is really just kind of trying to piece stuff together. Some of the most particularly giant, enormous people-looking things with like a humanoid with a tail sitting on their lap. Like, what is this? Just fiction? Like, why would they detail this, and how do they have a representation of the solar system with the correct amount of planets and relatively the correct order and size? You know, it's not exact, but it's an artistic version of the real thing.
Yeah.
And how the hell, 6,000, 5,000 years ago, do they know that?
Yeah.
And what explanations do we have? Like, what's the conventional explanations when people tried to dismiss what they knew in ancient Sumer?
Well, the conventional explanation is always going to the term mythology. They throw mythology around, you know, left and right to cover up the fact that they have no clue or idea. So they turn it into mythology so they can kind of say it's all fantasy and fairy tales, and this is how they express themselves or how they understood the universe. It's all mythology, it's all fake, but in reality, it's not all fake. These people left behind such detailed records and information. It's a time capsule of information on stone tablets for us today to be able to decipher, break down, and understand, and that's what we're here to do now.
When you look at these ancient languages like cuneiform, can you read that? Do you know how to read it?
Yeah, a small amount of it, yeah. Studying it from books that I have bought right off of Amazon.
Oh.
Yeah, so basically you take a stick. It looks like a stick with a kind of a curved end, right, almost sharpened. It's called a stylus. And then
just like a stylus for an iPad.
Exactly, very similar, right? And then you take a piece of wet clay, and right before it's too wet or too dry, right in the middle stage, you then start wedging, making these incredible lines into the clay, and then from that you get this cuneiform text. So this text, literally, you know, some of the letters actually relate to complete ideas. But it's incredible work, and it takes a long time to do. And then you have to let this thing dry, and then it becomes stone. So, you know, if people were supposed to be trying to worry about how they're going to get their next meal, shelter for the night, and all these kind of things, who has time to sit down and write these incredible works of art like the Epic of Gilgamesh, for example?
Yeah.
So I think they really were writing down, and also they were transcribing information that was given to them by these quote-unquote gods with a lowercase g.
So when you're reading things like the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Epic of Gilgamesh, for people who don't know, is one of the oldest versions of a lot of the stories that you hear in the Bible. Very similar to them. They seem to be, there always seems to be a great flood. There's a few heroes. There's angry gods. There's a bunch of stuff going on. And Zecharia Sitchin's work was like the most controversial on the Sumerian text, right?
Yes.
Because there's a whole website called sitchiniswrong.com. Like, people go crazy about him.
Yeah.
But when he starts talking about it, when you read some of the things that they wrote, and when you see like some of the images that they created, the images that look like the double helix from DNA, and there's a bunch of that now we represent the caduceus, which represents pharmacies and drugs. Like that's the old version of an image of the double helix of DNA, or at least it looks super similar to that.
Oh, it definitely is, because it's referenced even in the Egyptian Book of the Dead and other ancient texts. So there's no coincidences here. Now, Zecharia Sitchin, you know, I don't particularly go by his work, not because it's controversial. I believe he was one of the greatest researchers of all time. And the reason why is because he laid out so much information for us to begin to scratch our head and ask questions. But what I figured out was that by going through the UCLA CDLI online cuneiform digital library, say that fast 10 times, I was able to take stone tablets and decipher them myself. So anyone can go online to the UCLA CDLI online cuneiform digital library and read these stone tablets for themselves. You don't need Zecharia Sitchin, you don't need anyone else. And as I began to break these tablets down...
Do they have them transcribed, or are you reading the actual tablet?
They transcribe them. They actually transcribe them into English for you.
Is there controversy as far as, like, are there different versions of the transcription? Like, do some people think it's interpreted differently? Is, like, some debate about that?
Only where it comes to where some of the text is missing. There could be pieces chipped off of tablets. You see that corner missing from that tablet right there in Epic of Gilgamesh.
Just look how wild is that?
Yeah.
Just how wild is that exists?
Yeah.
And that this was... It's so hard for people to put in their brain 5,000 years of time, and that there's these people that have this very bizarre language. Like, when you look at that language, we don't even know what it sounds like, right?
Right. No, and the language popped up out of nowhere. You know, you're talking about a civilization that appeared out of nothing.
it looks like computer code.
It does.
Doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Just imagine like a human being deciding that they were going to write down in these very bizarre, and they all agreed that all these things mean a certain thing. So they had to somehow or another have a Rosetta Stone or something where they're documenting it so that people can learn it and teach it. And then we're looking at it 5,000 years later.
Yeah.
It's so amazing.
It is. And what's incredible is this text was translated in the 1800s, long before Zechariah Sitchin was born. So there are some, some rumors that, he was the only one that could decipher these tablets. Well, no. George Smith, who worked as an Assyriologist and wrote many books and deciphered these Sumerian tablets in the 1800s. So we're talking about texts that have been deciphered for a few hundred years, nothing that was just deciphered recently.
So what are the first decipherings? Like what year was the first deciphering?
It was in the 1800s. I think around 1850, George Smith. He actually worked at the, I believe it was Cambridge.
And what was his take? Like, when he's reading all these wacky stories and all the Anunnaki stuff, what's his take on it?
He is literally subscribing to this information the way almost that you and I see it today. These people saw something, experienced something, interacted with something, and he cataloged it, and it inspired him to write a complete translation of the Enuma Elish and the 7 tablets of creation. And he talks about the fact that that information was copied right from those tablets and put into the Old Testament of the Bible. And so, not exactly like it's going to go from here to the Bible, but it went to other ancient papyruses and scriptures and so forth. And then later on, when it was discovered in caves, people took those and then said, okay, we got to put this into a book. And then it became the Bible much later, around 100 AD. But he subscribed to the theory that these people interacted with beings in some way, shape, or form, and that also this information is so incredible that it became part of the biblical text.
Did you ever read the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Yes. Yeah.
So the Dead Sea Scrolls, what was it found in? What year was that? It was in Qumran, right? They found
it in Qumran, but I think again this was also, I believe, in the late 1800s or early 1900s.
Is when they found them. So these things are written on animal skins, and this is this is a very old version of those exact same stories, or some of similar stories.
Yeah.
There's a lot of weirdness in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Like, I haven't read it, but is there any references to anything that's similar, like Anunnaki-type characters, the Nephilim, or anything like that in the Dead Sea Scrolls?
They show up everywhere. In the Dead Sea Scrolls, in the Enuma Elish, and the Epic of Atrahasis. Of course, even in the Bible, they're known as the Anak, A-N-A-K. We were grasshoppers in their eyesight, it says in the biblical text. So no matter where you go in any culture, you're going to discover that these beings, in some way, shape, or form, engaged mankind, brought knowledge, teaching, building techniques, and just so much more wisdom and information, esoteric wisdom, alchemy. All these things came from these people.
So the craziest version of this story is that they genetically engineered us out of lower primates and put us here to mine gold.
Right.
And then established different types of civilizations and taught us how to build things, taught us all these different things. And enough time has passed that we've kind of forgotten. Enough time has passed. That's the wackiest version of it, right?
Right. That's the bare bones minimum.
Yeah, the wackiest version is that they made us, which is, we've talked about this a couple of times, but how bizarre it is that human beings have this incredible fascination for gold. We're fascinated with gold. This fascination with gold is really weird. Like, why back when it was basically useless? You couldn't make a knife out of it, you couldn't, it didn't make sense that this would be so valuable. Just because it's rare, you're barely alive. We're going, we're going back to full-on hunter and gatherer, our ancestors with spears and stone chip, and then after that, gold emerges. And it stays. It stays forever. Now, when you read Zechariah Sitchin's book, he talks about this in the 1970s. His description of it was that they needed to suspend gold particles in the atmosphere because their atmosphere is being destroyed.
Right.
Then you move to somewhere around the 2000s when climate scientists start proposing this idea of suspending reflective particles in the atmosphere.
Right.
And then when you realize the unique properties of gold, how unusual it is in terms of a building material, you can coat things. The reason why things are coated in gold, gold plated rather, You can take a tiny piece of gold and cover an enormous area with it. It's a strange metal.
Yeah.
Like really weird. And what, the supposed story is, it's very common on Earth, very rare on Nibiru.
Right. Yeah, that's the story. And then when I started looking into this gold thing myself, and here's what I came up with. So when you start analyzing the text, you discover that there was an encampment in a place called South Africa at Adam's Calendar. Okay. Now at Adam's Calendar, there's actually the very first gold mines discovered. They're dating them back to about 200,000 years ago. And that's incredible because there's a building there that looks like a worn down structure. Now in the tablets, it talks about the fact that the Ijiji, who were the working class Anunnaki beings who were cleaning out the Euphrates and Tigris River so they can create irrigation and create a bustling civilization, also they were doing the actual construction themselves. No people needed, just them working. They were like the construction workers, and Anu and Enki and Enlil, these leader gods, were like, the foremen, the master architects and so forth, right? The boss. So these people were working, but they weren't supposed to be enslaved. They were volunteers. They got tired of doing the work, according to them, for about 250,000 years of labor on Earth, and also, according to them, on Mars. This is in the text. They call it Lamu. And so they decided to go to war against Enki and Lil and Anu because their demands had not been met. So they went to meet them in the Epic of Atrahasis. They go to Adam's Calendar. They go to that same structure that was discovered where that gold mine is located. I was like, holy crap, there is some link here to gold. Specifically, exactly, I don't know, but I know if you're an advanced civilization, you need gold. And the people that you have working it for, you probably think, it's to adorn or to adorn yourself or in recognition of the gods, so they'll wear it and they'll utilize it, but not for technology. But what's crazy is they go to war, they get ready to go to battle, and then Enki says, I have an idea that will stop this war. There's an existing being on this planet. Existing, not something that doesn't exist, existing. We can add our essence to it with a slain god. So they're talking about taking the DNA or genetics from one of themselves and mixing it with the DNA of the hominid that was here. It's not specified whether it was, an ape man or anything. They don't specify in the tablets, but to create a worker being. And they began to do this genetic modification, probably disconnecting some of our DNA, making genetic modification to us to get us to take orders from them. They inserted something called a worship gene, which was just discovered recently, that human beings have a gene inside of them that can be turned on and turned off. It can be turned off in a laboratory setting. It can also be turned off with a magnetic field around your head. And when it's off, you don't want to worship anything outside of yourself. You look inside, and when it's on, you look to get something from the outside. So this is incredible. And so they made us worship
a gene
yes.
inside of us to make us worship them.
Right.
How genius.
It's incredible, because then you're not a slave anymore. You're doing this for the honor of the gods.
And for people who think all this talk is really crazy, I want to put in perspective that we talked about this the other day, that during which war was it where the Soviet Union was experimenting? It was scientists in the Soviet Union, correct? They're experimenting with creating a chimpanzee human being hybrid that they would probably send to war.
Yeah.
So instead of having regular people, we would make this monster, this freak, ape man, and send him to war and have him crush the enemies.
Yeah.
It's like it's just how crazy is that? They knew how strong chimps are. I got an idea. Let's turn a chimp human, and that way, if he dies, who gives a fuck?
Right.
We made him. Get him to go to work for us.
Yeah.
And now, if you're a supremely enlightened being, wouldn't you think of human beings with all of our folly and all of our chaos and all of our war and bullshit and the internet and disinformation and misinformation? Wouldn't you think of us kind of the same way we would think about that chimp hybrid thing?
Yeah.
If I was I was the president of Russia, I want my cousins to go to war?
No.
Or I want to send this freak that I made in a lab?
Yeah, and what's interesting, I'm glad you said made in a lab. They had talked briefly in that text about fashioning people. In other words, almost
How did
like
they say it?
They said the word fashioning, fashioning a being.
What was do you remember the actual quote?
I would have to look it up, the actual quote.
But they describe it as fashion.
Fashion, because they said even the lamb hadn't been fashioned yet, so they had fashioned lambs. So they fashioned. It's also in the Epic of Gilgamesh. They fashioned the friend that Gilgamesh went on the journey with. He wasn't born from a woman's womb. They created him. They created him an artificial being to go on this journey in the Epic of Gilgamesh. So they use that phrase several times in the tablets. But they said, no, wait. It's like, that's not a good idea, because in some ways, if they had known that the idea of making too many artificially created people wouldn't be a good idea. Now, they didn't go deeper than that, but you can see where we are today with AI and everything else, and these robots that are coming. Maybe they knew something about that, but they decided to take a biological being and genetically modify and program that to do the work.
Well, if you knew what you were and that we would think a lot, overpopulation would be a gigantic issue. And in many parts, I mean, it's not really that big of an issue here, except for in cities, but in many parts of the world, it's the whole country. The whole country is New York City, which is just fucking bonkers, you know. And you've got to wonder. That's not true, but it's not even that bad. But when you're in New York City, and they are filled with people, and that is probably what you'd imagine a higher being would do if it was like us, like kind of illogical and kind of a little bit reckless and has a little bit too much technology for the average person that didn't develop the technology, but all of a sudden you got some 85 IQ dope who has access to all the things that all these geniuses have created.
Yeah.
I mean, you can figure. We talked to Michio Kaku. He built a nuclear reactor in his house when he was a kid.
I heard about that. That was crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I know.
That's so crazy. But there's a lot of different stuff that you can do and have access to technology that is beyond anything you would ever be able to invent with your own mind. But because we share things across the board, you would imagine, I mean, if you were an enlightened being from another planet that's a million years more advanced than us, you'd go, I see where this one's going. You know, like you have that cousin who's an alcoholic and then he wins the lottery. Like, oh shit, Derek just won the lottery.
Yeah.
Fuck. This is gonna be crazy.
Yeah.
Derek's got $200 million. It's gonna be fucking insane.
It's crazy, and they knew they were going outside their own guidelines and their own laws, their parameters, because they made a statement in the text. They said the creator of all was going to punish them, or they would have to answer to the creator of all for what they did here. So, and that lets you know they weren't really gods. They knew themselves that they weren't the creator of the universe, but that they masqueraded as gods on this planet.
Just like we did when different versions of human civilization would find primitive tribes, like the cargo tribe,
cults.
The cargo cult that you talked about in your documentary. Yeah. That is so fascinating that during World War II, planes landed on these remote places, and these people built mock planes to show like what the thing was that came to visit them that they thought were like gods.
Wild.
Do you think that if the Anunnaki are real, and if Nibiru really exists, and there's another planet with highly intelligent beings that are far more advanced than us, if that's the case, do you think there's more advanced and more, just like we are to they are to us, and then another race is to them, and it just keeps going on?
Absolutely. I believe there's levels to the game. Just like there's levels in terms of how we live on this planet.
Yeah.
You know, we have the first world, second world, third world, just here on Earth. Now magnify that as a fraction as the universe is whole. We have civilizations that are millions and millions, maybe even a billion years ahead. And every universe every civilization progressing within the universe at a specific rate. So you can have beings that have already maybe shed the corporeal body, just as beings with energetic light, and then you have everything all the way back down towards us. In the Emerald Tablet, he actually says that he has achieved the ability to incarnate at will on and in the complete design. He claims to be able to incarnate whenever he wants, and even into other dimensions, which is wild.
That's next.
Yeah.
It does make sense that if we're capable of doing what we're doing, we were talking about your phone, the Samsung, the Galaxy S24 Ultra with zooms and all that different shit. That's magic to someone just 200 years ago. And if it keeps going, and you keep like playing this out as far as possible, it kind of makes sense there will be levels to the kind of life that exists in the universe beyond our comprehension. If you talk to Terrence Howard, do you know his theory about how planets are created? That it's just things ejecting from the sun over billions and billions of years, and that there's a Goldilocks zone where you can create life.
Right.
And that's where the people are. And then as the Goldilocks zone gets further, you have to be super technologically proficient in order to control your environment so that you no longer require the sun in order to keep you alive. That kind of makes sense if the heroes out there past Pluto.
Oh, it makes a lot of sense.
It makes sense that they...
Yeah. So we were talking about
That
weight
dude
conjugations and everything.
fucked me up for like 3 days.
Detecting terminated
I left this
management
podcast
personnel.
for 3 days. I was
Remove
like,
this individual from the
damn.
premises.
First of all, how the fuck is he so smart? Like, how would you ever imagine that you on a television show or a movie that smart? Like, so freaky smart.
Right.
But his theory about the creation of planets, I was like, oh, that makes sense. We watch stuff fly off the sun all the time. And if this matter over time would coalesce and become a planet.
Yeah, it creates an accretion disk. Everything in space creates accretion. Accretion. So once you have a certain amount of mass in space, it instantaneously, on its own, wants to create this circular, like the shape of our Milky Way galaxy. Once it starts circling and swerving around itself, and then as it does that, it begins to create friction. As that friction increases, the matter begins to collapse in towards each other, all right, based on its own energy, and then it forms a ball. And that then builds and attracts more mass until it builds into a moon or a planet or whatever.
What do you do when you encounter flat Earth people?
Oh man, I just try to be quiet. I just tell myself it's not my thing. I remember Flat Earth Society offered me money years and years ago. And I was like, no, I don't believe the Earth is flat. I'm not getting involved with this. And they really attacked me hard. Death threats and everything else.
They get very upset.
Yeah.
I do not understand. I just hate people committing to an idea. It just doesn't make sense.
Well, it's a religion. They turned it into a religion. Anytime that people can attack you brutally over that, I mean, I'm on live talking about quantum physics, and they're in the chat. One guy,
fascinated by it because
it's interesting.
Yeah, because it's the ultimate conspiracy theory. The ultimate conspiracy theory is that we are all on a set, and that the Earth is flat, it's a disc, it's a wall, the government's aware of it, they won't let you pass the ice wall. Yeah, there's ice wall. And that space is just lights in the sky.
Right, that's it. And the sun is a ball.
Detecting terminated management personnel.
And it's attached to a version of Christianity, which is very
It is. It's tied into Christianity. 6,000-year-old thing. 6,000 years old. The reason why people think the Earth is 6,000 years old is because most of the tablets are 6,000 years old. And the Bible is based from the information that came from the tablets. So that's as far back as quote-unquote knowledge seems to understand. That's where the 6,000-year-old theory comes from. But they've taken that thing and turned it into a religion. I remember one guy DM'd me, going off and telling me in the head and all this stuff. And I said, let me ask you a question. If there's no atmosphere, then what are you breathing right now? He goes, what do you mean? Well, I'm breathing oxygen. I said, well, that's a gas. Gas doesn't exist. I said, well, you should be dead then, because you're breathing a gas. And what else are you inhaling when you breathe? He goes, oxygen. I said, well, now you're breathing in, helium, krypton,
mostly
all
nitrogen.
Nitrogen. I said, you're breathing in all these other gases. Oxygen is only around 21% of that. Otherwise, you'd be dead. So he couldn't tell. I said, did you graduate from high school? He said, no. I said, I stopped talking. So that's when I realized, don't waste your energy on these people.
Well, there's a lot of dudes, unfortunately, who just get on YouTube and they're listening to very charismatic people talk and don't know what they're talking about, which I do all the time. But they do it in a way where they pretend they know something is true that's not true.
Yeah.
And people get sucked into it. And I just don't understand why you would think that Earth is the only one out of all these things that we've observed that's flat. It just doesn't make any sense. And I think this is respectfully for those people that believe that. I think concentrating on the shape of the Earth, even if it was flat, who fucking cares? Look at what's going on out there. It would be kind of crazy if it was flat. That would kind of like bolster the idea that we're the shit. We're just so much more powerful, advanced, special than everything else in the universe. We're the only ones that exist in black and white. The whole thing is just so insane. Just what we know about the physical universe itself, about atoms, just what we know about all the matter that exists in our lives.
Terminated management personnel.
They haven't tapped into standard physics. They don't comprehend it. And so because of that, they're lost. I mean, satellites don't exist, obviously, to them. So I remember Hurricane Maria.
This is a cuckoo.
And it's crazy. You can watch them. I mean, it's crazy. Hurricane Maria comes and destroys the Caribbean, and I unfortunately have some loved ones. And I posted a picture of the hurricane because I was raising money for hurricane supplies, and they were commenting and attacking. That's a fake image. It doesn't exist. I'm like,
let me ask you this: how much of that is bullshit. Like, how much of that government, either entities from other foreign governments, where they're jumping to these subjects, like people seem really stupid. And when people say something really stupid, they have one of the things they like to do is put a foreign flag, like an American flag rather, in their little
Yeah.
their
They always
profile.
have that. Yeah.
And they're just saying that dumb as shit. And I'm going, I don't know if this is a real person. I think it's not. I think it's one of those persons, one of those things that's designed to muddy up any discourse about anything.
Yeah, it's a psyop. I'm telling you, I told people a long time ago this whole flat Earth thing was a CIA psyop.
I think it was
drop it in there.
If it wasn't a
and see
CIA
what
psyop, it was someone from 4chan who just wanted to be silly, and went so hard with explanations that a lot of gullible people without science degrees like me, they went along with it. And it's just one of those things where it's just, man, what a giant waste of time.
Extraction.
There's so much more we can learn like these ancient texts. And people say, why are you still from the ancient past? Well, because the past is if we don't understand what happened back then, we're doomed to continue to repeat these cycles of time that we've been in for quite some time, for eons.
Yeah, I mean, it's just direct evidence that civilizations don't last.
Yes.
You know, that things go sideways, and there's natural disasters and wars that reshape landscapes. Like, look, it's all there, and it's happening right now. And if we're not aware of it, it'll happen to us. And then we'll be a footnote of history. We'll be one of those things. There was this amazing country called America. They got crazy. They created all this art and culture, and they did amazing things. And they went fucking sideways. They sold out the money. They got involved in wars, and then the next thing you know, the world is operating essentially like communist China. The whole world. But that's possible too. All right, you gotta fight for this, because whatever this thing is that we have, this is like super fucking unique. But if you don't want to look at the past, if you're not fascinated by ancient structures, if you're not fascinated by what kind of technology and knowledge that they have 4,500 plus years ago to make the pyramids, who are these people?
Exactly.
What were they doing? How did they do that? And what was that thing? Was that a power plant? I mean, I know you know that theory. That is a crazy theory that sounds it sounds completely wackadoo. But then when you have it laid out to you, Christopher, what's his last name?
Dunn. Christopher Dunn. I just had
Dunn.
him on my podcast a few weeks ago.
I just had him a couple weeks ago, too.
Yeah.
I just had a brain fart. His depiction of the mechanisms that would be involved in turning this giant structure into some sort of power plant. You hear that,
it makes a lot of sense. And him and I have very similar theories on how the power generation occurred. And I believe that the Nile, when it used to run up close to the pyramids, and the water would run underneath the pyramid, and that would create something called physiostatic electricity as it ran underneath that magnetized crystal granite. Those ions would pour up into the chamber, move up the grand gallery where there used to be resonating rods. But you can see the slots where the rods used to be. They're removed now, but the slots are still there. Then it would be pushed into the king's chamber where it would be amplified and some type of fusion would take place. Then forced up through the apex, and then the crystal granite obelisks around the region would capture that ambient wireless electricity. And then if you had something called a JED, which looks like a Tesla coil, you can capture that energy and you can transfer it into a device for gold electroplating, for any other electrical tools you need, like some of the tools they had to have used to create some of these incredible works of art. We can see the tool marks, so we know they had the tools. But they had wireless electricity way back then.
That's insane. If that's true, that's insane. Because you would think there would be some kind of physical evidence of a device, like something left over, some sort of a, ancient chainsaw, like something.
Yeah, they did a great job cleaning up. I mean, they poured sand over Giza to bury another couple hundred pyramids there at Giza.
Do you think they poured sand? Do you think that's just natural erosion over time? Because when the pyramids existed, it was a very different place, right? Like, if you go back before the pyramids, like 9,000 years ago, it was a lush rainforest, right?
Yeah.
And then over time, it became sand. And the same with the entire Sahara Desert, which is really crazy. We're talking about the other day, they find whale bones in the Sahara Desert.
Yeah. I'm going to the Valley of the Whales in a few weeks in Egypt, actually. It's another, it's incredible that there's whale bones out there also. So we're going out there to the Valley of the Whales.
Whale bones.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
But so the point being that this place has changed radically, like absolutely radically over time.
Yeah.
So who knows do you know why those things were covered up? Is it possible that it was just sand over time?
Well, if you look at the tablets again, they talk about this war right? And this war that occurred, there's a lot of wars, obviously, but this one particular war, it seems like the same one that damaged the area or the region of the Giza Plateau, also Mohenjo-Daro in the Indus Valley up there by Pakistan. And the reason why it's interesting is if you look at the war in the text and then go to those areas, it looks now almost you can begin to see, oh, wait a minute, it looks like war. Mohenjo-Daro, Indus Valley, the buildings turned to glass. The sand turned to glass, and the bodies are still laying in the street right now today, holding hands, never been scavenged by animals. So
wait a minute, where is this?
Mohenjo-Daro.
Are there photos that we can look at?
Oh yeah, look it up. Mohenjo-Daro, Indus Valley, dead bodies still laying in the street thousands of years later. And
nobody they just lay there. No one's covered them up.
Nobody's covered them up. Yeah, when you put a Geiger counter over them, higher than background level radiation. Okay?
Really?
Yeah. And
but aren't stones higher than background level radiation?
Some stones are. Some stones are, especially like diorite and crystal granite. But these bodies, these are just bones. How come they're higher than background level radiation?
I can't wait to see this.
Yeah.
Why haven't I ever heard of this?
Mohenjo-Daro, M-O-H-E-N. There you go.
Whoa.
Yeah. This is evidence of a nuclear war or nuclear
Go
type
back
of
to
a
the
war.
other, that one there. That one's insane.
Yeah. There's bodies that are sitting on the edge of steps next to their own buildings that they lived in. The building is turned to glass. That's 3,000 plus degree temperature weapons fire.
So there's a bunch of people that seem to die all at once, just scattered around?
Yeah.
Now, what's the conventional explanation for how these people died?
They have no idea. They have zero idea. The only thing that
that was just a couple, Jamie. Go to the other, just the Mohenjo-Daro mythical massacre.
Yeah.
So did they think it's a massacre? Is there any? The guy's just laying there.
Just laying there. And that building, those stones are vitrified, which means 3,000 plus degree temperature.
Oh shit!
What kind of, what could have caused that level of temperature, an energetic release?
Well, it could have been a low atmosphere asteroid.
It could have been.
I mean, just like
that's possible.
Tunguska.
Yeah, it could have been a lot, but then their bones would have been splattered apart and broken up into pieces.
Good call. Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah, because they don't seem to be broken apart.
No, they're not broken apart.
Right.
That impact would have shattered the bones and spread them out over a great distance.
But without impact, even if you just look at the one that burst in the atmosphere in Tunguska, it just flattened trees.
Flattened everything. All the trees.
I think it's something like a million acres or something crazy.
Yeah, it's incredible. So
how
those
big was
bodies
the Tunguska explosion? That one's, so those bodies, because the trees were ripped apart.
The buildings would have been flattened.
The legs would have flown off.
Right.
There's no way they would just be laying there like that.
Exactly.
That's interesting. And they don't seem to be like chopped up.
No.
Did they have any evidence of stab wounds or anything on them?
They don't have any evidence of any injury, of any kind of attack or any cutting or like swords or anything.
They just all got cooked.
Right. And then in the tablets it says that the evil wind moved over the land after they released these weapons. And then Enki goes to his father. Enki goes to his father Anu and says, "Hey, can you stop the evil wind?" Because he had fallen in love with some people, and down there. And he's like, "There's nothing I can do." He said, "Get in your sky ship and for a boat." That means get the hell out of here. Yeah. And he said the people's hair was falling out, their eyes were bleeding, their nose were bleeding, their fingernails were curling off. That sounds like radiation sickness.
So do you think it's radiation sickness that did this to all these people, or was it an impact that did this to all these people?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows. But they're not blown apart.
Right. They're not blown apart. It seems like whatever struck or whatever energetic weapon it was, it could have been might not have been a weapon. Whatever it was, it seems like that shock wave reached them at some point, and whatever was in that wave
just killed everybody.
That's what it did. Yeah.
And they just don't know what it is. So how does a conventional archaeologist describe it? Do they just say it's a massacre?
They just call it a mythical massacre, and they stay away from it. When you look in the other texts, the Mahabharata and the Bhagavad Gita, you find out about these wars also. They're recorded. They have weapons called the Brahma Astra and the Brahmahanda weapon, and these weapons, what they describe them as doing, duplicate what you saw there.
How do they describe them?
They describe them as weapons that once released can't be revolted or can't be turned back, and that they will obliterate any area, any city. And they say that one of the weapons can destroy any man on 3 worlds. It's crazy stuff. And this is where Oppenheimer got his famous quote when he obviously tested the nuke, right? Now I have become death, destroyer of worlds. He got that from the Mahabharata.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a great quote.
Yeah.
To say after you detonate the first nuclear bomb.
Oh, man, crazy.
What a great quote.
Yeah.
So the idea is that there were beings that were having wars on this planet.
Mm-hmm.
Were they? Do you believe they were having wars with people that were revolting, or were they having wars with other beings?
They were fighting with each other. And evidence of these wars can be found in the book of Deuteronomy in the modern day Bible. These gods, and I do mean gods with an S, because everywhere in the Bible where it says God singular, it's actually a mistranslation. The actual, if you backwards look up the translation in Arabic and then down to Aramaic and everything else, you find out it's gods plural. They were fighting each other over resources and people and control of the planet. And so that's why in the book of Deuteronomy, God tells people, go to this city, and it's like a far city where they don't even know that these people exist. They go over there to kill them. He says, kill the women, kill the children, and bring the spoils of war back to me. And you see these wars in the Mahabharata, the Bhagavad Gita, the Bible, the Sumerian tablets. And these wars are just nonstop, the Indian Vedas. And it's always about attacking another city. And they even talk about Trojan horse methods to get behind the gates and then to, utilize that to attack and kill and bring back these spoils, which is pretty crazy stuff. It's like they were attacking each other. They had gone awry. They had gone rogue out here on this planet and then began to fight over people and populations and resources.
And we would hope that we would get past that.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no evidence that we have so far. So, why would we think that as AI gets implemented and technology escalates and all we're going to be able to do in the future in terms of being able to go visit other planets and duke it out on other planets?
Right.
Like, there was a whole story today about China just landed on the far side of the moon.
Mm-hmm.
So they landed a probe over there.
Yeah, they did.
This is, there was the China-America war on the moon. Like, what if America claims a spot and China lands and plants a flag there and they're like, hey, fuck you, that's ours?
Now that's what's going to happen.
Especially if there's something on the moon they can mine that's very valuable.
Oh, this stuff up there. I researched the Clementine mission years ago. NASA and the United States military sent a military, at that time, it was a top secret mission called Clementine. It was a low lunar orbiting satellite to go to the dark side of the moon. And when I saw the name Clementine, I knew right away, this thing ain't coming back. And as I began to dig deeper into the declassified documents, of course it never came back. Oh, my darling Clementine, you were lost and gone forever.
Wow.
And I was right. And sure enough, it hit something on the dark side of the moon, which is really just the backside. It's not really dark there, but it hit something, but it sent back about 20 gigs of data. And these images are available to the general public. They've been declassified, and there are strange anomalies on those images. This is pre-Photoshop, pre-everything. Things that shouldn't be there that look like broken structures and junk and things that just seem to be laying around. So I think it was a reconnaissance mission to gather intel and data, which is probably why China's gone to that far side of the moon as well, because they're probably going to. It's a race to see who can capture ancient technology and then reverse engineer it and then weaponize it.
Well, that's the most fun theory ever. The most fun theory ever is that there's bases on the moon and the dark side of the moon that aliens have abandoned.
Yeah.
Jamie, are there any photos of these anomalies? That's the most fun theory.
I can provide you some with links to the sources too.
Okay.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. But Jamie will probably find something.
Cool.
So what do these structures look like to you when you look at them?
Just dome structures there.
A dome?
There's domes. As a matter of fact, one of the astronauts, I think it was Neil Armstrong, if you get the declassified from the Freedom of Information Act documents that are the black box audio and the black box redacted text statement from NASA, which is available to the general public, Neil says, look at those convex structures down there. I bet the people in there never get out. And he's talking about dome structures on the moon. And this is an exact statement that was made that's in the black box audio, which I can provide you to the link to that as well.
Okay, so where are these structures? Do you see any of these that you find
You need
compelling?
to look for anomalies on the backside of the moon. We utilize a lot of these on our Facebook groups. On Facebook, we have these groups, anomaly hunting groups. We formed the United Family of Anomaly Hunters, and we've cataloged about 60,000 anomalies now. A lot of them are on the dark side of the moon. But tell you, type in Clementine moon photos anomaly. You may be able to find some. If not, I'll send you the link to some resources where you can look them up, and you can take a look at some of these crazy objects that are there.
So is that one right there in the upper right-hand corner?
Yeah, that one's there. Some structure. Those kind of look like two pyramids to the left of it. And then another structure which almost seems like it has geometry. And underneath that, you see the blur? That looks like obfuscation. Directly, if you go back up to that top right.
Top right?
Yeah, top right, B. Okay, you see that where his hand is? Now move to the left going down slowly. See that? See how that up? See that? Go back up again. See that? Oh, where his hand is over right now.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like obfuscation. Sometimes you can take these images and put them into a Photoshop and take away the contrast, and all of a sudden structures pop right out. But right above that, you see those shadows of those pyramid structures?
Right above that.
Yeah, you see those pyramids? You can see this dark shadow.
I see two lines.
Okay.
I see the arrow that's pointing to that one straight line, and then I see what looks like two superimposed arrows.
Okay, do you see?
Yeah, those things.
Okay, yeah.
Those are superimposed, right? Like
no, those are shadows.
But look, those are the same things that are in the bottom. Aren't they just pointing at something? Aren't those pointers?
I think they may be highlighting something.
Right, I think it's a cursor mark or something. So what they're saying, I see what they're pointing to. They're pointing to that thing in the upper right-hand corner that kind of looks like a pyramid.
Yeah, you see that? You see that right there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like a pyramid.
It's cleaned up a little bit there in C. C is more clean, but those things don't look like they belong there.
Well, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Now we have really that pyramid right there is very famous. That's a very old image. That's on the moon. There should be a link to that. There's a lot of that particular one's been around for years and years and years. It's kind of hard to think that would form by natural. Now, and what happens is, we're not saying we know exactly what these things are. We're just saying that we feel like they don't belong there.
Jamie, go back to that image that you were just looking at, the thing that looked like a pyramid. That one, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, get that one big. That one's crazy.
Yeah.
That one's very strange looking. Because the way it points at the top and has flat sides, like, you're like, if that's real, that's interesting.
Yeah.
But
That's all that is, by chance?
That's a good question.
There's a measuring tool. We don't have it, obviously, access to it right here.
So
but there is a measuring tool. You can see the shadow, which gives you an idea of the height.
I'd like to see it in real life, though. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes things fuck with you. It's just, but the angle is so unnatural looking.
Yeah, it definitely looks unnatural. We just try to catalog things that appear to be anomalies, things that appear to be out of place.
Right. It could be anything.
And in the Sumerian tablets, there's this time where Enlil takes his son to the moon, and he says, well, grab your eagle's mask because you're going to need it. They were referencing that the atmosphere was harsh.
Oh,
so when you see the Anunnaki with the eagle's head, that's actually their helmet. It's a helmet.
So they can breathe our air.
Exactly. They talk about it twice. Once to go to the moon and the second time to go to Mars.
Yeah, and there's been other depictions of ancient gods and people that look like they're wearing some kind of mask, too.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, one of the cooler ones is the bubble space head looking guys in the cave.
Yes.
And you're like, what did you guys see?
Right.
Like, what did you guys see in the middle of, like, hunting gazelles, trying to stay alive, trying to make a fire, and then you decided to draw that thing?
Right.
What is that?
And we know they can draw because they can show you what a gazelle is. They can show you what cattle is. They can show you what a person looks like.
Yes.
But then they draw that, and you have to think, well, why?
Right. Why is that the only thing you drew that's fake?
Right.
Like,
exactly. They just have
looks
time to waste.
And it looks like a dude in a suit with a helmet on.
Right.
And here's the question: how many different things are visiting us?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and from how many different places?
Oh, a lot.
If we can't just think everything's going to look exactly the same. That seems just as silly as thinking that all of our animals should look exactly the same.
Correct. I think we have 3 different levels of visitation going on simultaneously. One is corporeal beings in a physical body, most likely anatomically similar to us, a bilateral, bipedal organism with 2 forward-facing eyes, maybe
Do you
1
think
or 2 sets of hands.
it's what we eventually become?
It's
what they are?
It's possible that maybe we already are them. Just Earth could be an abandoned seed colony. Every culture that I've talked to indigenously around the planet all say they were seeded on this planet by Pleiadians or other beings, star brothers in various different places. So
like the
it's pretty interesting. Like the Dogons, the Nomo, the Hopi, and the Lakota tribe, the Star Brothers. The Aboriginal elders say that they were seeded here by Pleiadians. All of a sudden, why is everybody having the same story that we were brought here? We could be genetically, I don't believe we're even from Earth, to be quite honest with you. Our circadian rhythm doesn't even match Earth's rotation on its axis. We're slightly off. It's actually better tuned to Mars' orbit on its rotation on its own axis than
What do
it
you
is
mean?
Earth.
How's that work?
The circadian rhythm of a human body, the wake and sleep cycle, is actually more tuned to Mars' rotation on its own axis. A Mars day versus an Earth day, which is pretty weird that we aren't synced to our own planet after all these thousands,
is
maybe
that the
hundreds
same
of
as our
thousands of years. Circadian rhythm, right?
So how do they calculate it's more tuned to Mars? Like, how does that work?
Well, it's just they geneticists and scientists discovered that our perfect wake and sleep cycle is more tuned to Mars' rotation on its axis, which is about 23 and something minute hours, and versus Earth being 24 hours. And so they said, wow, this is incredible. And the more they tested it and the more they studied it, they realized we're more tuned to the Mars than we are to Earth, which is pretty strange.
Well, we are weird. We accept shit like leap year.
Right.
Like, what kind of whack calendar do you have where
it was make up stuff?
If some years the month is longer, what the fuck are you doing? Like,
I know. For
make
what?
a better calendar. Isn't there a better calendar?
Yeah.
Shouldn't there be like a digital calendar that represents exactly what's going on and not go January? Come on, get the fuck out of here.
I know, it's
so
pretty bizarre. But you know what's interesting? If you want to say, oh, human beings could be aliens, well, actually, every person on this planet is an alien. Even our planet itself is an alien. Scientists just discovered something interesting. I've never talked about this yet on the podcast, and you guys can look this up. So our Milky Way galaxy is pretty interesting because it's absorbing another galaxy at this exact moment called the Sagittarius Dwarf Galaxy. Not the Sagittarius constellation. That's something totally different. We are absorbing the Sagittarius Dwarf Galaxy at this exact moment. People thought for all these decades, or even hundreds of years, looking up in the night sky, seeing that swath of stars going across, that's the Milky Way. Guess what? We've been wrong the whole time. This is now being taught in universities in astrophysics. So what you're looking at the absorption or the merging of the Sagittarius with the Milky Way galaxy. And the exact point where it merges and drops into the Milky Way is right where our solar system is located, which would explain the rogue planets that we know that are out there. There's millions of rogue planets that have no sun, that are just floating free around. There's planets and solar systems that are orbiting far beyond the orbit of Pluto in our inner Oort cloud, admitted by astronomers now, that there's other solar systems within this inner Oort cloud area orbiting our sun every 4,200 years. So all of a sudden, that's Corey Powell, the astronomer at Discovery magazine, by the way, who said that. So this is pretty interesting. We're talking about the fact that our solar system itself is an implant into the Milky Way, that we come from Sagittarius. We're not even part of the Milky Way galaxy.
Whoa. Okay. So when they're looking at our own solar system, they have an understanding that there's a thing called the Kuiper Belt that's out there, and there's so many objects in there that are small, and that's one of the reasons why they decided to declassify Pluto as a planet, because there's other objects real similar in size.
Maki and all those other planets.
But they think there's something large out there. They think there's something large out there that they haven't yet identified because of the way that gravity is responding. Like, what is the reason for it?
Well, what happens is they discovered that in some way, millions of years ago, something moved through our solar system and captured its own weird orbit around our sun. And what's crazy is the evidence is in our solar system. So Saturn and Neptune switched locations because of a gravitational field. Uranus has flipped on its side and orbits its equator is orbiting north and south, not east and west. And they know that
like it got hit.
Like it got hit, or something gravitationally just tugged at it so hard that it flipped sideways.
It never stops.
Never stopped. And it moved through our solar system way out beyond the orbit of Pluto, and this thing captured its own orbit. This is in the Enuma Elish and the Seven Tablets of Creation. This exact process that's been described now by astrophysicists and astronomers is in ancient text that we can read and we can see, oh my God, this is exactly what this text is saying. It's talking about the creation of our solar system. It even talks about the creation of Earth in that text. So it says that when Marduk, aka Nibiru, a moon of Nibiru, crashed into Tiamat, it broke into pieces and became the hammered bracelet. That's the asteroid belt. One giant chunk swung away, recoalesced with everything, water, land, and organic material needed for life, and became the Earth, tugging with it the moon. So it's pretty crazy that the creation of this planet itself, and it says that it pushed, the net force pushed Mercury closer to the sun and pushed Venus closer to the sun, and then we took the third spot in place around our orbit around our sun. And then, of course, we have Mars, which used to be a moon, a habitable moon of Tiamat, a planet that was 4 to 6 times larger than Earth, and it slung into this crazy orbit. That's why Mars has this weird orbit, and you have to rendezvous with it if you're NASA or anybody trying to rendezvous with Mars every 2 years when it's in apogee or perigee. You have to, with apogee or perigee, one of them is further away than the other. One is 80 million miles, and the other one's closer. So if you rendezvous every 2 years, you can capture the orbit of Mars, and you can actually get there in 4 months. And then they looked at it and said, wow, they meaning astrophysicists, this looks like this Mars wasn't originally in this type of orbit. It must have been orbiting something else in our solar system, which it was. One side is charred black and the other side is smooth. So the side where Tiamat exploded, those chunks hit Mars on one side, created a very charged side, and the other side is the smoothest surface in the solar system, which is because of the global flood that created. And then Mars's axis on its equator is tilted 45 degrees on its axis, which means the mass shifted it down 45 degrees. They had a major global catastrophe there on Mars. And then after Mars, you have another little planet that survived called Ceres, C-E-R-E-S, which is also a result of this Tiamat exploding. People don't even talk about Ceres. It has the most fresh water out of any other planet in our solar system. More
and
fresh water.
Where's its location?
That's the next planet after Mars, Ceres.
Really?
C-E-R-E-S.
How big is it? Is it like Pluto-sized?
It's about maybe 2/3 smaller than Mars. And guess what?
It's a dwarf planet, so they don't. It follows an orbit between Mars and Jupiter near the middle of the asteroid belt with an orbital period. Click on that, Jamie.
When they flew by it,
You heard about this before? I didn't know there was another planet out there.
Listen, when they flew by it a few years ago, the lights were on. They sent a probe out there.
What?
The lights were on. And so they tried to say it was ice particles glistening in the sunlight. So when they got to the dark side, guess what? The lights were on the dark side. So they couldn't use the ice particle explanation anymore. So they just said, we don't know what it is.
What? Ceres' small size means that even at its brightest, it's too dim to be seen by the naked eye, except under extremely dark skies. Its apparent magnitude ranges from 6.7 to 9.3, peaking in opposition when it's closest to Earth. Once every 15 to 16 months, and how do you say that word? Synodic?
I don't know where you're at now.
16th month synodic period. Do you know?
Oh, yeah, synodic. Yeah.
Synodic period. As a result, synodic. As a result, its surface features are barely visible even with the most powerful telescopes, and little was known about it until the robotic NASA spacecraft Dawn approached Ceres for its orbital mission in 2015.
And we have high-resolution images of the surface. There are strange things there as well, which is pretty crazy. So,
what are the images of the surface?
You have to go to nasa.gov and go to the Dawn images, and you can download, or sometimes the European Space Agency has them as well, ES. And then you can grab those images. It's pretty crazy. Some things just don't look right there, but there's a lot.
What doesn't look right?
Well, if you look at Mohenjo-Daro or areas of Egypt, that's or even Iraq, where it used to be Sumeria, structures that used to be there that are now worn down and weathered, they have similar looks there, similar things that they look similar there. Not not saying that they are. I'm just saying that they look strange. Some things look strange.
We have a lot of strange things on Earth that are natural.
That's true. We sure do. We even have octagons and straight lines on Earth that are natural as well.
That was one of the craziest ones that Terrence brought up, was the octagon on Saturn.
Yeah.
Was it Saturn?
It's Saturn.
Yeah, Saturn. That when you look at the octagon on Saturn, that it's mimicked in the model that they've created by using the whole idea that he really blew my mind with was the Goldilocks zone idea. That planets reach a certain distance from the sun, and that's when life starts happening, and this is a normal force that happens everywhere in the universe, and as time goes on, that planet's going to get further and further from the sun, and then it's going to lose its ability to do that, and then a new planet will move into the Goldilocks zone, and that is also going to become like us. And then so if you are following this idea, if this idea makes sense, it means that this is just this sort of natural process that these intelligent creatures go through. And even though we're looking at like AI and we're looking at technology, it's like, oh my God, we can't even be people anymore. Well, guess what? We can't be people anymore because we're not going to make it if we don't. Like, there's a timeline. It seems like you're only going to live 100 years, so it's no big deal. But humans, if we keep going like a few million years, we're going to have a real problem. A billion years from now, we're not going to be around anymore.
No.
And then there's going to come a time where the sun doesn't exist anymore.
Exactly.
So if you get so intelligent that you can escape the boundaries of the physical world and you can move throughout the cosmos wherever you want, then you've escaped.
Right.
You've escaped this fear. But it's almost like there's an intelligence test. An intelligence test that life goes through. Like, we're going to give you all the tools, just like you're in the womb. You're in the womb of Mother Earth. We want to give you all the tools, but you got to get out of the house. At a certain point in time, you got to get out of the house. You're 24, you're still living at home? Get the fuck out of the house.
They're waiting for us to grow up. This what human beings are like babies right now as a civilization, trying to learn how to walk. And right now we're barely crawling, and then we plop down on our stomach and everybody screams and cries. But we're getting to the point eventually where we'll go to the edge of a table and pull ourselves up. And then we'll take a couple of steps, and then we'll fall again. Everybody will think it's all over. Oh my God, we were doing so good, and it collapsed again. But no, that's just a fall. The baby will pull itself back up. It'll cry less, and it'll take more steps until it falls again, until it can get this controlled fall. And that's the definition of walking, controlling your fall. So we're in that process now. Like you said, this is a proving ground for us to be able to develop consciously, spiritually, ascend to higher levels. And eventually, I believe, I'm pretty optimistic for mankind that we will get through this period.
Well, that's a beautiful thing to hear. I love when people are optimistic because I'm always like, I don't know which way to go. I tend to be optimistic.
Well, you know, it proves what these ancient beings were doing. They were creating breakaway civilizations throughout the entire Milky Way galaxy because of what you just said. The fact that, planets won't be habitable forever. Even Earth, let's say Earth never moved and stayed right where it's at in the Goldilocks zone. We're going to lose our control over the weather because the moon is moving away at a few centimeters every single year. And as the moon backs off of Earth, our weather patterns are going to get more hectic and chaotic, and the wobble is going to be uncontrollable to the point where life won't be able to exist. Not our kind of life won't be able to exist on this planet. So just losing the moon alone in a few million years is going to destroy us. So we have to create breakaway civilizations. We have to get out of here, which is what all these other advanced civilizations in these ancient texts have done.
Well, it only makes sense if Terrence is correct about this idea of the Goldilocks zone. It only makes sense. And if there are other planets somewhere in another galaxy or ours that have the same exact sort of features, water, the same temperature, the same mixture of amino acids and whatever the hell else is here that makes life, and then it happens there too. It just makes sense that some places are going to be more stable, so they're going to have less natural disasters, so like people will evolve faster and longer, they'll exist longer. But then, there's the argument that the natural disasters are actually good because the natural disasters knock us back down if we're about to destroy everything, knock us back down to some much more primitive version of ourselves, and then we have to rebuild society again over thousands of years, which to the universe is the blink of an eye.
That's a blink of an eye. You're right. That's exactly what happened in the Emerald Tablets. 36,000 years ago, though, he arrives in this place called the land of Kem, ancient Kemet, before it was known as Egypt. His father sent him on a mission to rebuild civilization back up to a high level, meaning that it already was at a high level prior to this flood situation. And he says he gets into the great ship of the master and he takes off into the sky until the earth disappears. And then he goes to the plane appointed and he sees beneath him the children of the land of Kem. And he descends down. He doesn't sail in, he descends down. And when the ship lands, he opens his doors and he comes out with his crew. And he says the barbarians came at him to attack him with cudgels and spears. He says, I raised my staff and sent out a ray of vibrations, stopping him still as fragments of stone of the mountain. So he had a stun gun. He had a weapon that was, not lethal, non-lethal weapon that can freeze you in your tracks. And we have something just like that now in the military called the active denial system. They can send a beam at a crowd coming to attack and make them stop still right in their tracks. They can make you feel like you're on fire, make you feel like you want to vomit. They can even put voices in your head. They can make you be in extreme pain. It's called the active denial system. So he's talking about technology back then that we have right now.
Could you go look up that? Because do you think that's what that Havana syndrome thing is?
It's possible, man. This thing, if you put it above, like in the sky, and aim it at an area, and the beam spreads a little bit, you can create mass illness, mass sickness, mass hysteria. You can have everyone running around thinking that they've got somebody talking to them and commanding them to do certain things. It's out of control. This weapon can be fully weaponized in a lethal way, in a way that can make people become psychotic. You can make somebody think they're burning and on fire.
Whoa. Active denial system demo. Can we listen to what this guy's saying?
It can deter individuals on a military perimeter all the way up to a riotous crowd, all without permanent harm.
It only penetrates 1/64 of an inch of your skin, goes very shallow into where your nerve receptors are.
They can't take the pain.
There's no permanent injury caused by it.
So what does it do to them?
You send a frequency, a beam of frequency, just like Thoth says in the Emerald Tablets. I put this in my book because it's important.
Any of the guests volunteer to test out its effectiveness and safety, including the Assistant Commandant of the Marine Corps.
Wow, he said
Sergeant
fuck
Major
it.
of the Marine Corps,
He said
and
fuck it.
Assistant Secretary of the Navy. Most described it as feeling like a hot oven or grill being opened up.
It is something that...
Wow.
Yeah. So that's what he used on them thousands of years ago.
Holy shit.
video's
Or
from
something like
Something like
2012? Oh, now they turned you into a statue.
Oh,
Actually,
yeah.
statue.
Absolutely.
No, now it's over. And Medusa.
Yeah.
Medusa.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Same tech.
What do you
probably
think Medusa was?
Frequency technology.
Imagine that. Imagine that story. We always thought that was just some crazy story.
Yeah.
But imagine there's a technology back then that can actually turn you into stone.
Right.
Now that we know that people can do things like that, and then we would imagine 1,000 years of evolution, 10,000, 500,000, whatever these people are, whatever these things are that have the ability. It's kind of disappointing that they're still waging war, though. I got to tell you that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's a bummer.
That's a real archaic mindset. You know, we have to find a way to rise above. This is why we need to understand exactly what happened and how do we overcome what's been embedded into our epigenetic memories, because we're suffering from epigenetic mental hysteria, which is psychosis, and this war psychosis. We've been programmed as human beings to have consumption and fighting and competition over collaboration.
Yeah.
Everything is designed to keep us separate. Divide and conquer is the main mission, and it works so well for so many thousands of years. And this divide and conquer tactic that's been burnt into our DNA and our code has put us in a situation where we are not advancing as we should be. We're getting now this technology leaked out to us, and yes, that's advancing pretty fast, but consciously and spiritually, it's holding us back. But everyone's putting themselves in boxes and saying, I'm a part of this thing, and I'm a part of that thing, and then we don't work together.
No, that's such an important point, and it needs to be drilled into people's heads.
Yeah.
We're distracting ourselves by getting involved in these stupid arguments over stupid things when there's really important issues with the world. And those aren't being addressed. And one of the big ones is, how do you stop people from killing each other? How do you stop war? How do we stop this insane practice of having groups of people go up against groups of people they've never even met and killing them?
Exactly.
And then we're all okay with this. We talk about how this is normal and this has to be done, and war is ugly and it's unfortunate, but we have to do it. Like, okay, are you fucking sure? Who's pulling the strings here?
People with $10,000 suits that don't get on the front line.
Yeah.
They send poor kids and young men and women to die.
Yeah.
And you know, they
exactly.
And it's all about money.
It's all about money. And you know, Smedley Butler wrote about it in 1933.
War's a racket.
Yeah. And
that's right.
You read that. Read that from 1933, folks. And this was a general who, was he a general?
He was general.
What was his rank? Yeah.
General.
Who was retiring, and he wrote this piece about how he thought he was preserving democracy. He was really just making the place safe for bankers. And it's an ugly business that Eisenhower tried to warn us about in his leaving from office speech.
That's right.
When he stepped down, or when he was no longer the president, he left office and gave a speech about warning about the military-industrial complex and its influence.
He sure did.
And I don't think they knew back then that people would be able to have YouTube and just watch that.
Yeah.
And if that's how they did it back then, imagine how good they are at it now.
Oh man, they're masters at neuroscience. Applying neuroscience to the general population, they are masters at it. And they know how to get into the psyche of a human being, and they know how to turn us against each other, while they themselves chop it all up. Like I always say, there is no Democrat or Republican. It doesn't exist. The only thing that exists is a group of elite oligarchs that torture men, women, and children worldwide. That exists. They capitalize and monetize us, and they put their boot on our neck. But to think that there's left wing and a right wing, I think it's the same bird.
Yeah, it's all just money.
Yeah.
It's all money. And they use social issues, whatever they are, whether it's Christianity or abortion rights or whatever it is, they just use those as like little moves that they put in their little game. And really what it's about is enriching themselves and staying in power. And the best way to stay in power is control narratives and control influence and make people believe a very specific thing and drill it into their head. But the problem is, like, I think human beings are more awake now than ever before, and they know this game now. At least a large number of us know this game.
It's shifting so fast.
Yeah.
It's shifting like incredibly fast, which is great.
How old are you, Billy?
I'll be 53 in September.
You look great.
Thanks, man.
So you and I are basically close to the same age. I'm 56. And when we were kids, this version of the world was never discussed. You'd have to be a complete kook to think that money is why wars are started. Oh, come on. No one would ever do that.
Right.
You would be a complete kook to think that the pharmaceutical drug companies lie about their drugs. What are you talking about? They can't do that. They would be arrested.
Yeah.
you'd be a kook.
Yeah.
And now, especially after the pandemic, that's how everybody feels. And watching these wars go on between Ukraine and Russia and Palestine and Israel, you're like, what the fuck is going on?
In the 21st century, this is still happening right now.
In large scale. And people are having debate over the acceptable amount of numbers of women and children that are allowed to die in a war.
Right. It's insane. It's insanity.
Insane.
Earth is, partly is a giant mental facility. Mental health is a major issue on this planet.
Yeah.
When a person can look at someone and say they deserve to die because of their beliefs or their non-belief, that's a major problem. That's a sign of mental illness.
It's also a sign of like a spoiled child. It's almost like we skipped the line. Right, we didn't really we didn't pay our dues to become people.
Yeah.
We got turned into people.
Yeah.
You're
right.
Because if there's anthropologists are looking at chimpanzees now, and they're looking at them and saying they're entering into the Stone Age.
Yeah.
Like they're using tools now. Now, if you watch that same chimpanzee and you went a few million years in the future, who knows what it looks like? Probably looks like an upward looking human that has much more intricate tools, or who knows if it's created stone weapons, structures, houses. They may develop a language.
True.
You could watch chimpanzees over the course of evolution, but that's too slow.
Yeah.
And so if you were another highly intelligent being from another planet, you're like, look, they're gonna get there. We'll give them a little
something.
push. Give them a little something.
And the evidence of that is in tablets called the Myth of Adapa, which means first man. The Myth of Adapa, an ancient Sumerian text. It's a tablet. And in this tablet, you can buy the book Myth of Adapa on Amazon. You can read it for yourself, completely translated, and translated by scholars, by the way. And it's talking about the fact that according to the Anunnaki, human beings were created in a way that genetically we were supposed to become more superior than them. They didn't know this was going to happen. And Lil was angry at his brother Enki because Enki put a little extra in the sauce. Yeah, a little extra. And he said that the mysteries to unlock the secrets of the universe is hidden within our bodies, and that we ourselves can rise to be even higher than them. This was a major thing to be putting into text like this. Now, who sits around and writes this?
That sounds insane.
Yeah.
How do they specifically describe that?
They describe it just like that. It says that human beings, or man, called man, Adapa was created to be even higher than us, and that all the secrets of the universe, the mysteries, are within our body. And I believe that because when I started studying DNA, that took me into a whole DNA study. I discovered this scientist called George Church, and he created this ebook that he was able to take from a digital format, and he was able to download it onto 1 gram of DNA, a digital book. He converted it from AC's, T's, and G's into, from zeros and ones, He converted it from zeros and ones into AC's, T's, and G's, read, write, put it on the DNA. Then he said, wow, this is incredible. DNA can store information in a volume. Then he said, okay, this is what we're going to do. Let's replicate this book. So he replicated the book 80 billion times on 1 gram of DNA. And this is not just a regular ebook. This book had graphics and images and everything else in it. So then he said, let's see if we can get it back. So he created a read write again. He converted it from AC's, T's, and G's back to zeros and ones and uploaded it back to the server. So now he knows that DNA can upload and download information. Crazy.
Whoa.
So now they said, okay, well, how much data can be stored on 1 drop? Over 433 petabytes of data. A petabyte is 1,000 terabytes.
What an unfortunate name.
I know, right? I know, that's a crazy name. I was like, why'd y'all name it this? Petabyte. But anyway. Yeah, so they
insane.
said, now they discovered recently on holmium atoms, scientists have now written information, data onto an individual holmium atom. And they discovered that we can store information they can read write directly onto the surface of an actual atom.
Oh my
Now, think about that for a second.
Oh my God.
So they're saying that a human body can store 13.5 billion years or roughly of data, which is roughly around the time they believe the universe probably exists. So that Myth of Adapa text could be accurate. The secrets of the universe is probably encoded into our body because we're just recycled atoms.
Right. And then as we evolve technologically and biologically, we develop a higher and higher ability to access that information.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. The longer we go, the more we're able to tap into this information, tap into who we truly are. We'll begin to walk in our power, look inside, go to inner space, not outer space. We'll begin to tap into this, and they discovered now that junk DNA is no longer junk. They're
Yeah.
taking the term junk off of it, that it really has function. It always had function. It was never junk. That's just a word to keep us programmed into thinking that we're junk.
Well, I think it was a way for them to explain something that they couldn't explain.
Right. But when you use the word junk,
It's a weird word
If you
to
understand
use.
affirmations, you know, I would never call myself junk. So
Yeah.
that's a weird way to do it. But now they're finding out that's and again, in the myth of Adapa, it's saying that we're going to tap into this. So I believe that all of our innate abilities that we used to have are going to start to come back over time, like accessing Earth's magnetic field with the magnetite crystals in our brains. We all have billions of magnetite crystals in our brains, and they put a guy into a laboratory, and they put a giant bar magnet and moved it around the room, and they put an EEG cap on him and a scanner, and they saw that they were orienting themselves to the magnetic field. So we still have the ability to navigate magnetic fields. We just don't even know it. We're unaware of it.
Well, we know it exists in animals.
Yeah. So we
You
have
know.
it in our body as well. So all these things are going to begin to come back.
There's so little true understanding of like how birds migrate, like how they all know when to do it, what is calling them, what a very specific direction. Are they using landmarks on the ground? Are they just using some sort of a magnetic field? Are they just tuned in to where the North Pole is? And
Right.
what are they doing?
Yeah.
How are they doing it? What is the organ that's
Right.
allowing them to do it?
Yeah.
Is that something that humans have, and it went away? Just like I can't remember anybody's phone number anymore.
Right.
I used to have so many phone numbers in my head.
We had to have them because we're
Yeah.
70s babies.
Yeah.
Oh, you're still you may
I'm
be
a
60,
60s
not
baby.
60. Yeah, I'm 70s, 71. But what happened was, if you look at the tablets again, this is why I love these tablets, man. They talk about the fact that they had created this being, not created from scratch, but genetically modified. They add their essence to it, is what they say, added our essence. So by adding the essence, you can see where all of a sudden maybe our ancestors were in tune with the magnetic field and were able to communicate psychopathically, maybe even had telekinesis and these other innate abilities, weren't technologically advanced, but maybe more spiritually advanced. And they tinkered with us and took away our memory, took away our ability to tap into that so we can focus solely on them.
Well, I guess if you were gonna, have you ever seen the movie Prometheus?
Oh, yeah.
When the alien dies and its DNA goes into the water.
Yeah.
If you were gonna play a real long game and seed life in the universe, and then you were gonna, especially with us, if you were gonna create something that's very sophisticated and encode inside of it enough information that they could figure out everything. It's just gonna take time. So you have to earn this information, but it's in there.
Yeah.
It's such a compelling theory. The problem is I get so wrapped up in these that I hope they're true. When I hope they're true, I stop thinking critically. Because I'm like, that's the most fun. It's the most fun to think that we were created by aliens. It's the most fun to think there's a base on the north side of the moon.
Right.
But the undeniable stuff that, to me, is equally compelling, even than the aliens, is like, how did they make who did that?
Yeah.
Who did that, and what was that culture like? Like, if I could go one place, I would go to Egypt, Giza, when it's thriving.
Yeah.
When it's thriving, whatever, I don't even know what the number is.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a John Anthony West number or if it's a more conventional number of 4,000, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Just get me there.
Right.
Let me see what that was.
Yeah.
What were you guys doing?
Right.
How the fuck did you make that thing? How did you get those stones from 500 miles away? How did you cut them so
Crazy.
perfectly? How did you get them all the way up in the ceiling of this giant king's chamber?
Yeah.
What was that damn thing? Why did it have a gold cap on the top?
Right.
Like, what did you guys do? How did you make the gold cap?
Yeah.
Like, what did you guys do?
It's wild. I go with the John Anthony West theory. I'm closer to his time frames.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, John Anthony West.
He was amazing.
Amazing. Wow.
Yeah, Magical Egypt, folks. I think there's 2 versions of the series that you can get online. Go find it. It's incredible. The first one I watched like 10 times.
Yeah.
I was like, this is just, forget about speculation, forget about like timelines, just the undeniable majesty of the construction of those structures and the statues and like what they built was like, my God, like
Incredible.
nothing else.
Yeah.
Like nothing else in the world. No one's even a distant second place.
No, not even close.
Egypt can, Egypt can just stand above all of it, and it was so long ago.
Yeah, it's super ancient. And what I like about John Anthony West, his theory aligns with the animal tablets date range. because you know when he talks about the Great Sphinx being built 2 processional periods back, it takes it back to around 38,000 years ago, around the same time that Thoth claims to have written the Emerald Tablets. And in these tablets, he talks about building the Great Pyramid. He said, "Builded I the Great Pyramid, patterned after Earth's force, so that it too might remain through the ages." So he claims to be the master architect of the structure of the Great Pyramid. And what he did was he incorporated into it advanced science. It's not just a power generator, it's also, in my opinion, it also could be a multifunctional stone computer, okay? And this thing calculates the orbits of the planets in the inner solar system, which is crazy.
How's it do that?
Matter of fact, well, if I have some, can I open up this to just read some notes?
Yeah,
I got
definitely.
some incredible notes that I did, some math that I
I'm
did
amazed
years
at
ago.
how much you don't need notes. There's a few people that come on this podcast that blow me away without notes. Like Terrence is one of them.
Yeah, he's one of them. Yeah.
Rhonda Patrick, she's another one of them.
I just want to get the numbers exact, you know? So one thing, the equatorial circumference of the Earth can be calculated by the Great Pyramid because the Great Pyramid itself is 1 by 43,200 scaled down. So if you take the Great Pyramid and scale it up 43,200 times, it fits directly inside the sphere of the Earth, and it touches the equator, okay?
So meaning the dimensions of how the angles of it would fit inside of a sphere.
Inside of a sphere. It's a representation of the Earth in a pyramidal format, okay? That's crazy. And if you multiply that by the base perimeter, you get 24,734.94 miles, which is roughly within 170 miles of the circumference of the planet Earth itself. Okay, which is wild. You can also calculate the speed of the Earth around the sun. So the Great Pyramid, basically you take a pyramid inch times 10 to the 8th power, it equals the speed of Earth around the sun. That's wild.
The problem with these kind of calculations is Flint Dibble made note of this, that you could take that and you could do that with a lot of different things. Like, what was the one he used for 420? Yeah, he's a bunch of different funny ones.
420,
yeah,
weed day?
The weed day, yeah. He was explaining how you take these arbitrary precession of the equinox numbers, and you could multiply them times like whatever you want. You could get a bunch of different results, like based on what you wanted the result to be, not based on the actual.
Some of them are hard to do. Check this out. Forget about multiplying things. What about taking the fact that the pyramid, the Great Pyramid, is located at the center of land mass on Earth, not the center of the Earth, the center of land mass. Now, the only way you can put the pyramid at the center of land mass is you have to have a polar orbiting satellite. If we were to do it today, a polar orbiting satellite that's orbiting this way, and as the Earth spins on its axis, you're taking swaths of data and you're calculating the land mass, and then you're going to say, okay, this is the center point for land mass, and you put it there.
So the center point for land mass being you take the surface of the Earth, what percentage of it is covered with water, where the ground is, and then you find the center of where the most ground is, and that's where the pyramid is.
Exactly. The next thing is taking all the average heights of all the peaks on Earth and then dividing that to get the average height and making that the height of the Great Pyramid. Now, you can't just randomly calculate those numbers. Okay.
That's the average height of all the mountains and the peaks on Earth?
That's right.
Wow.
That's right, and that's an absolute fact. The Grand Gallery, the latitude of the Grand Gallery inside the Great Pyramid leading into the King's Chamber, the latitude are the exact digits of the speed of light in meters per second. You can't just randomly calculate that one.
Well, you can't just get those stones down. I mean, there's not one thing about it. I mean, you can get real crazy with numbers and mathematics, but there's not one thing about it that's not completely insane. Like, every single aspect of it is completely insane. The fact that we still will try to pretend today that it's not impressive, or that it was impressive, but that they did it with sand and they did it with, like, how do you know?
Well,
like,
you would need more.
know.
You would need more mud. If you the mud ramp theory, you would need more mud in mass than the pyramid itself. So that's a farce.
The mud thing, I mean, it's like, just show me one.
Yeah.
Show me one.
Well, here's the problem with that mud ramp theory. I don't think people realize, I take people on tour to the pyramid every single year. I take people on a huge tour. Last year we had 140 people on tour in Egypt for 12 days or whatever it was. But the pyramid itself, each individual stone at the pyramid, excuse me, each individual stone at the pyramid is a different shape and size. There are no two stones that are perfectly the same. Each stone fits in an interlocking format. So you can't say, go over here and cut these stones, we're gonna bring them over here and we're gonna throw up this pyramid. It doesn't work that way. Each stone is made individually, specifically for the location that it's exactly in.
Because they all have to be at an angle. Because they're all going up towards this angle, so everyone has to be cut perfect.
Exactly. So they're interlocking stones, and there's no way to say just cut this cookie cutter out, and we're going to bring them and hoist them in the spot.
And all of them are perfect.
All of them. And if you accidentally cut the wrong size or you're off by a few inches, you can't make the pyramid. You can spend a week or two getting a stone to a location that don't fit. It doesn't make any sense. They had foreknowledge. People don't take the amount of resources, energy, effort that it took to build that structure and then guessing that it will work out in the end. You only build that if you have a complete blueprint and you've got proven facts, right? You have proof of concept that it works and you've done this before.
Now, what do you think about the other pyramids that are wonky? Like the ones that aren't perfect? Do you think that they were trying to duplicate the Great Pyramid? Do you think they were trying to make their own?
The deeper you go into antiquity, the more perfect construction was. The further you come forward in time, the more wonky and crazy things begin to fall apart.
So do you think they just forgot how to do it?
The knowledge was lost. You can see the evidence of the knowledge. By the time we got to Alexander the Great, have you ever been to Alexandria?
No.
I thought I was going to go see this incredible place. It looks like a bunch of crap, a bunch of piled up rocks, buildings leaning on each other, even the people living in apartments that are leaning, buildings leaning.
Oh, wow.
Everything there looks just, the stones are small. I could pick up those stones with my own hands.
Oh.
They tried to duplicate the majesty of ancient Egypt, but they didn't even come close.
It's just so bizarre that one civilization got so much further than everybody else.
Yeah.
And no one really knows exactly how they did it.
Right. Light years ahead.
Now, when you hear the carbon dating of the Great Pyramid, what is your take on that? Because the radiocarbon dating is 2,500 BC, right?
Yeah.
That's what they think.
I just don't believe it.
Why is that?
Well, first of all, the way that the structure is made, if you look at other structures made in that same time frame, they don't have the same majesty. They don't have the same level of construction. They don't have the same capability of withstanding time.
Right.
So why are these falling apart, but this one isn't falling apart? And
But that's not necessarily because look, you could have a shitty house today, and you could live right next to Jeff Bezos' house.
That's very true.
You know, I mean, it's just there's going to be different cultures and different abilities and you know, different craftsmen.
Yeah, within the same region. I'm talking about within the same area.
Yeah, but even in the same area, you're always going to have people that suck.
If you look at the subterranean shaft, I don't know if you've ever been there. It descends beneath the Great Pyramid down into the ground on a specific angle, about 65 meters. And there's another 30-meter drop straight beneath that.
And this is where Christopher Dunn has hypothesized that there was something that was creating a frequency down there, something that like pounds in the earth, creates a very specific frequency and a very specific vibration that goes through the entire stone structure, which theoretically could work.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And then this whole thing about using different chemicals in these shafts that leak through the limestone, and that limestone is porous, and you would have a specific amount of thickness with limestone, so you'd know exactly how much chemicals to put in the shafts. And the shafts did exist, and they did have openings to them, and they were sealed. You could open them up and dump things into them, and then the passageway that goes into the King's Chamber, the so-called King's Chamber, and that it has opening shafts that go to the heavens.
Yes, they do.
Like
and I think I know why. My hypothesis on those shafts is, well, you look at the way the pyramid is designed, the Queen's Chamber is technology. It seems to be like an electrolysis generating machine to extract hydrogen from water. And Chris Dunn had the same, pretty close to the same hypothesis I had with that. Now, why hydrogen? It's the most abundant element in the universe. And right now, today, we try to communicate with ET on the hydrogen frequency. Now, those shafts, imagine on certain alignments, we know for a fact that pyramid aligns with specific planets or stars. Orion, Aldebaran, Draco, these alignments. And then these shafts would send out this hydrogen frequency, potentially on my hypothesis, around those alignments. Why? For communication purposes. Updates on this breakaway civilization. Because I believe there was an ancient galactic war, which I talk about on my show, my docuseries, Anunnaki. And this ancient war created these space refugees, which then spread out around the Milky Way, Earth, and traveled to other breakaway civilizations.
It's not outside the realm of possibility when you think about what we're doing. And if we get more advanced and do this better, that we could be still involved in very similar types of activities throughout the galaxy.
Yeah.
It sounds terrible, but that just might be how things get done. Unfortunately, war might just be a part of our essence, and it might be a part of the whole cosmic balance of good and evil. The shifting of the winds and this, of the tides coming in and coming out. Is like this. It needs good and bad. It needs all these things.
Yeah. Well, in the biblical text, God says in Isaiah, "I create the good and I create the evil. Do what I say, the Lord." I mean, yes, he's saying he creates good and evil. Yin and yang is what they call in ancient cultures, right? Good and evil, dark and light, it's all the same thing.
It's the most fascinating subject to me. It really is. The most fascinating subject is when I hear stories from the Bible or the Bhagavad Gita or the Talmud or any stories, like what was the origin? What were they trying to say? What were they documenting? What were they sharing in an oral tradition of the history of people and of the earth and of the heavens themselves? Like, what were they sharing? What were those things? How much of it was myth? How much of it was someone misinterpreted the original story and watered it down? But at the beginning of it, even at the beginning, there was light. Just it's literally like the Big Bang. It's literally describing what the current scientists believe happened. And then you think about these stories of floods. And then we know there's evidence, like the Randall Carlson work, all his work on the flooding that existed, where you could see these like enormous channels cut through, that it is indicative of just insane amounts of water over a short period of time. And when he describes that, you're like, what?
Yeah, it's incredible.
And then the fact that we know that there's asteroid impacts, there's comet impacts, and that the Ice Age ended abruptly, and that all these areas, like this is where it was. This is where it went down, and this might be every fucking story that you've heard from the beginning of time. Epic of Gilgamesh, Noah and the Ark, all these stories.
Yeah, all of it. I mean, obviously, the Noah story is inside of the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Yes.
I believe that is a result of the Younger Dryas incident. In the Epic of Atrahasis, there is this strike of this either an asteroid or whatever it is going to hit. It doesn't specifically say. But they had the ability to stop it. And there's this other disc that has cuneiform writing on it, which is supposedly the direction that this thing took course through space to hit Earth. And so it was kind of known that this was going to happen. And everywhere you look on the Earth around that same time period that this is estimated to happen, megalithic construction stopped. What happened that everyone stopped at the same time, unfinished in the quarry over here, unfinished in the quarry. All of a sudden around the entire planet, everything is unfinished. Something happened globally that made people stop working on these structures and go to maybe Darren Kuyu underground base, or in the Americas, that they say that the ant people, the Hopi say the ant people took them under. If you couldn't go under and save yourself, you had a ship. We know that Ziusudra in the Epic of Gilgamesh was told how to build the ship, but it wasn't a boat like what we know was said in the Bible. It was actually a disc he was told to build. We found the tablet for that, so we have the tablet in the British Museum. It was an actual disc that looked like pie sections on the inside. And he was told to collect his local flora and fauna and his local livestock, not two of every kind in the world. He didn't get 2 ticks and 2 fleas and 2. It didn't happen. He had local livestock, but he built a disc, not a ship, which is pretty interesting. But yeah, these stories are everywhere. It's pretty crazy.
It is crazy, and it's just so strange when you see resistance to the idea, while there's still real evidence of this impact. Once there was real evidence of the impact, once the Younger Dryas impact theory started being discussed by legitimate scientists, and they recognized when they're doing these core samples that they find nuclear glass, and they find all of these things like iridium that are very common in space, very rare on Earth, all this very thin layer. It's real clear there's a time where all this shit goes down.
Yeah, it happened.
And there's also mass die-offs in places. And my friend John Reeves, have you ever seen the Alaska Boneyard on Instagram?
No, I haven't seen that one. Yeah. Wow.
Jamie, pull that up. So he has this piece of land, and he's a gold miner in Alaska. He's a fucking great character. And he has this amazing piece of land that they've pulled out thousands of bones and tusks and woolly mammoths and animals that aren't the Boneyard Alaska is on Instagram, that put things that weren't even supposed to exist in that area. They have absolute proof of these things existing. Different cats and short-faced bears and all kinds of shit. So they're pulling things out every day. He just texted me the other day, asked me to come out and blow out a mastodon bone. I can't make it, bro. I can't make. I'm busy, but I love this dude.
Yeah.
And what he's doing up there is all his. This is his property. So he's got it all documented. He's got warehouses. He spent millions of dollars doing all this stuff. And his one area is only a few acres, man.
Wow.
It's only a few acres.
So imagine what's really up there.
Imagine what's really up there.
Yeah.
And what he thinks is that there was a mass die-off that probably happened instantaneously, and all these things got swept in the water and washed down into this one particular area where they collected, and that's where he's finding them.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
So he's got two very specific areas that aren't that big.
Yeah.
Just a few acres each. I think the biggest one is like 6 acres.
Wow.
It's crazy. And so they use these high-pressure hoses, and they shoot into permafrost, and they slow. You know, it's cold. It's everything's just frozen into the ground. So they blast into the permafrost and start to loosen things up. And show some of the images of the warehouses that he has. I mean, insane amounts of tusks and bones.
Wow.
And there's even more than this. What is the museum in New York that has his bones? The Natural History Museum, from the previous owners of this property, they took a bunch of these bones and they wind up dumping some of them in the East River because they had too many of them.
Oh, man.
So then they've sent out people. What is his name? Dirty Water Dan? Don. Dirty Water Don. Dirty Water Don, who's this fucking scuba diver guy who goes into the East River, who found woolly mammoth bones. And what were the other ones? Bison bones. All these different bones at the bottom of the fucking East River, exactly where he said they would be dumped off. So they dumped them because they had so much of them, and then they have a bunch of them that are still there. So now they have Alaskan politicians who are pressuring the museum to release these things back to these people so they can get them in the hands of people that can fucking study them.
Right.
Because they just have them locked up, and they're just trying to say that they're theirs. First they tried to deny they have them, then he provided paperwork, and there's proof, and then they denied there was ever any dumped into the East River. But now they pulled them out of the East River. Now they know. So look at this.
That's incredible.
This is insane.
That's an incredible graveyard.
This is insane.
Wow.
Boning. he calls it, when you help build, it's a boneyard, so if you go there, you become a boner. So he wants to make it an official boner. So all these bones, I mean, this is just a small sampling of what this guy has. We have one out there. We have a bison head.
Wow.
That he gave me.
Well, I saw it out there.
Yeah, that's what that is.
That's what that is. That came from here?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
wow.
probably 15,000 years old.
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, that's crazy.
This whole thing is insane. Look at all the stuff he's got. I mean, it's just, and this is just one small area that they're chipping away at. So, and there's charred surface. There's a layer that they go through that's all completely charred. And he's documented this too. Like, what the fuck happened here? Look at this layer. This layer's insane. This whole place was up in flames. See the char? He's got it in his hand. There's thick layers of that. Scroll up to his caption. What does it say? Something came in hot from out of this world, I'm thinking. What you're looking at is what we found on the bedrock when we were digging the drain. The bedrock is burned, the gravel is burned, and nobody knows why yet. That's okay. We'll figure it out someday. So there's a whole layer of this. It's clearly something was on fucking fire.
Definitely. Well, we found charred stones just like that at the base, ejected out from the base of the Bent Pyramid of Doja.
Really?
And if you look at this, we've been documenting this. I'm gonna put it in my TV show, the Anunnaki series. There's areas of the Bent Pyramid that look like they've been blown out. Something hit it and blew out the stones and charred them black, just like that. And there's like a debris field out there, and nobody is studying this stuff. So we started studying these charred stones and these charred rocks. And up above the area where you kind of walk in to go down into the Bent Pyramid, there's more, look like another impact point where there's more stones blown away. And as you walk out away from the face, you discover that's where they lay. And you put your hand in the sand and pull up these charred, burnt stones, which is just wild.
So can we see some of that? See what that looks like?
Look at the Bent Pyramid.
The Bent Pyramid.
If anybody goes to those corners, they'll be able to show.
Is this a common theory, this theory of it being hit by something?
Nobody's talked about it yet. That's why we're trying to analyze and see what could have happened.
A piece hit there, but like the bigger impact was somewhere else and it just wiped everybody
you know how
out.
when something comes in, it breaks into chunks, and then a piece hits over your piece. Yeah, see that corner there? You see that corner? Now that corner, I wish we could get a better color picture, but there's a debris field there. All those stones are just, it looks like an impact, and there's out away from it, there's charred, burnt rocks in the sand. You pick up a regular piece of rock, you can see what that is, a geode. You put it up, these looks like charred, burnt stone that came from the pyramid itself.
I like to see the image of the chart because to me, when I'm looking at that, it just looks like people are stealing rocks.
But you know that's exactly what it looks like. But that's not stealing rocks there. And the guide, the homegrown archaeologist that was with us, Muhammad Ibrahim, has the same exact belief because we are able to see the broken those areas there. The mass of what's missing, the majority of it's in the sand. Which is why I would send you the photo.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't stolen. It was knocked off.
Yeah, it's there. It's still there. So I'll send you the photo that we
Jimmy,
have.
could you please click on the one to the left of your cursor right there? Yeah, that one. Thank you. Can you make that one bigger? I see. So all that got blown apart.
It's blown apart, and the mass is still there. A lot of it turned into dust and powder, but the dirt, the black pieces, are would be further toward me.
Can you tell us where we could find images of those? The charred?
I have some.
Can you show them to Jamie or send them to Jamie?
I'll send them to you right away. Absolutely.
You can't airdrop it because you're using foreign technology. Not even.
Yeah, we'll just download them and email it to you.
But we want to be able to do it now.
They're on our Google Photo Drive right now.
Could you just send it to him? If he got you an email, we'll do it right now.
Absolutely.
Okay, Jamie, will you give him an email? We'll pause here for a second, folks. We'll get these images. We don't want to bore you with this. Okay. So we left off with the burnt pyramid areas that look like they've been hit.
Yeah.
And he said, so we got the photographs from your wife. So let's take a look at them here. So this is a video.
So I had the videos because they were going to give me screenshots from the videos. So I figured we just look at the videos
Extraction
instead.
process initiated. Keep away from extraction units while operational.
Discoloration, the discoloration there from the low resolution.
Hostile trespassers detected.
Do we have any other
Employees
videos?
are
Is it just videos,
encouraged to
Jamie?
remove trespassers before damage to extractor units occurs.
Rough and they get very black underneath.
Okay.
There's also other pieces that are smaller further out.
So there's charred areas.
Right, exactly.
But if you brush it off, you see a char.
See those dark areas there on those stones?
Yeah.
That's not the
Pause
natural
that.
color. Back up. That's not the natural color at all. Those colors there, archaeologists also said that's not the normal coloration. They don't know what happened here.
Okay, so now I see it. I see it in that. Stop right there. I see it in that stone right there as well. So charred and then over the thousands of years covered with dust and sand. But if you dust off the dust and sand, you get
right.
And that does kind of make sense. That and a bunch hit some other spots, and that was just. And it also makes sense if you think about how an advanced civilization like that can just disappear. What would have to be the moment? It just doesn't make any sense. I know that the burning of the library where they lost a lot of the information.
I think that might have been a book heist. I think the burning of the Library of Alexandria was a heist. The burning didn't happen, don't get me wrong, but that was just a distraction to steal knowledge, and that the majority of that knowledge ended up in the Vatican archives. That's what I believe.
Vatican is one of my favorites.
Yeah.
That's one of my favorites. I went there with my family a few years back, and I was blown away. And I highly recommend it to anybody that gets to go to Rome. If you go to Rome, please go. It's stunning, all the artwork they have. And they also have an Egyptian obelisk.
Yeah, right,
which is crazy.
And you know, that obelisk, that courtyard is the same courtyard as Teotihuacan. If you look at not the dimensions, but just the actual shape of that courtyard, it matches the courtyard of Teotihuacan. So, yeah, it's an incredible coincidence that they built it based on Teotihuacan, platforms, and then the pyramid of the sun on the right, the pyramid of the moon straight ahead. That area resembles the courtyard of the Vatican.
Wow. The Vatican is so insane. It really, I didn't know. I knew that it had a lot of art. I didn't know.
It's outrageous.
When you go to St. Peter's Basilica, what did you do? How much time did this take? This is so intricate and so incredible. It's one of the most spectacular things I think I've ever seen in my life in terms of like what human beings can do with ingenuity and time and artisans and craftsmen and people that, artisans that just create the most insane scenery you've ever seen in your life. So intricate. It's perfect for a house of worship. When you walk in there,
Right.
This is obviously
How grand
shrine
this
to
is.
God. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
And the fact that they did it for
Incredible.
it's so amazing.
Let's know that the time periods where people were operating in the golden age in certain regions of the planet and have time to do that. Lives in art, craft, and beauty. Create that kind of beauty.
Right. Resources covered in
That's it.
and that was Rome.
Yep.
And that's what they were back then.
They tried to take over the world.
Yeah, and the thing about what they have is they don't really tell you. So if they do, like, there's archives that they have in Rome that haven't been searched. Like, they're not just opening them up to everyone,
Right.
so that everyone can look in and see what they have. So there's always been speculation that they have some wild shit. Right.
One of the folks,
Most recent speech.
they were talking about
Detected determination management personnel. Remove individual from premises.
now that's incredible. That's an incredible statement.
Every other Michio Kaku in this
Right.
Right? It's like, that would be hilarious.
I know.
That would be hilarious.
And then they built this telescope called Lucifer to
Adequate
look for
uranium
alien
volume
life.
extracted and processed.
You would think anybody would know better.
Right, the light bearers, that what Lucifer means supposedly, but yeah, they built a telescope named Lucifer.
Right, but the swastika used to be a sign of peace.
Right,
You can't
true.
really use it anymore.
No, you can't use it. I know.
You
They,
know, Somebody, it's like things could be stolen forever. No one's rocking that hip
No,
like that. That's a wrap.
it's over.
It's over. No one's getting called Adolf. That's over. That's over. You
Yeah,
can, that
it's a
thing.
wrap. I guess they didn't want to cut that name loose, but they utilized that name for the name of that, and it's actually in America. It's
Really? No kidding. Wow. Lucifer telescope. How kooky. All the telescopes are fascinating, but what's really the most interesting to me is the James Webb and the information that's coming from the birth of the cosmos about how they're looking at these galaxies that seem too big, that they form too quickly, and that they're starting to re-examine the timeline of the Big Bang, and that they're reconsidering whether or not they were correct. There's 13.5, yeah, and they think these galaxies should not exist in this. I was just watching a documentary on it yesterday, or a couple days ago, where they were getting into why this doesn't make sense and the size of these galaxies. There are two forms, and I believe it was 500 million years after the Big Bang. They're like, this is right. Well, I'm just the Terrence Howard, the concept of stars creating planets, and the planets eventually getting to the Goldilocks zone, and then eventually getting out, and this is how life propagates through the universe. It makes so much sense. And with our limited understanding of the cosmos, and theories, and very specific ideas of how it all created, the resistance and things like even the James Webb telescope, you realize that like science, like everything else, it's when it's practiced by humans, humans fuck everything up.
Yeah.
They use their ego, they use arrogance, they don't want to be corrected, they want their initial ideas to be correct. And then there's, a lot of great scientists that are just looking at it and going, this is amazing, let's keep doing this, and let's get an even better telescope out there that maybe can see even further, and maybe we'll have to re-examine what we think about the birth of the universe.
Exactly. I mean, it just keeps getting better. Technology keeps getting better. I remember Hubble, when it came back with the 2 trillion sky book, 2 trillion galaxies is what it estimated existed right now. And then the web comes out, and it's just showing this stuff in much more clarity. And it's discoveries that are even past obsolete in terms of and it just keeps getting better and better. We're getting a bigger and better understanding of our place in the universe as a whole. And some people are scared of that. This is why they don't want it to get out. They don't want the information to be put forth that's going to change the paradigm. But the paradigm is not to be afraid. The paradigm is about to embrace this new, huge part of us that's connected directly to us. We're part of it, and it's part of us, intrinsically, energetically. And I think people are just afraid of what they think is the unknown because it makes it so small. when I hear all this stuff going on out there, it makes me feel bigger because I know that I am part of it.
Yeah, we are part of it.
Yeah.
We like to think as individuals.
Right.
You know, oh my God, I'm not important. The universe is infinite.
Exactly.
The universe is not just infinite. It's so infinite that the infinite nature of the universe might be a part of an atom.
Right.
In another infinite universe.
That's the fractal
Which is
holographic
like,
universe.
Yeah. When you go fractals on things and you start thinking about it in that terms, you go, what?
Yeah.
It's never ending. It's just this constant thing that's in you, in subatomic particles, and deeper than that, and then further out than that. It just never ends.
Right.
It goes both ways forever.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you just go, oh boy.
I know.
It's hard to take yourself too seriously.
Listen, it's hard because and I think individuality is an illusion. We appear to be separate individuals, but energetically we're really all the same entity, the same consciousness, experiencing itself differently, subjectively through different bodies.
Yes, different life experiences, different genetics, different places in the world.
Correct.
Yeah, but we're all the same thing.
Yeah.
And that's the hardest thing for people to get in their head. Anyone that you run into is you living another life.
Right.
We're all the concept of me. When you think about it, everyone has that same feeling of me. Everyone has me inside of them. They're just me with less information, more information, better brain, better this, better that, shittier this, shittier that.
Yeah.
And there's an infinite number of examples of it. And then it probably exists everywhere in the cosmos. And it's probably what facilitates change and growth, is that there is this imbalance and that there is this constant struggle amongst human beings.
Right.
That's probably what makes us constantly try to improve.
Exactly.
It's just very disheartening to think that we improve to the point where we can travel to other planets and have a war.
I know. I know. We don't want that to happen.
We don't want that to happen, but just if it really did happen here, it just makes you think, like, is that just what we do forever? And is this just when we have this utopian perspective of being able to eliminate war on Earth someday, which no one thinks is going to happen, and not with this current version of human beings.
Right.
And then you think, well, if we surpassed Earth, if we passed our genes and our civilization out into the universe, are we still going to be behaving the same way?
Right.
And if we were, if I was an alien, I'd be like, don't let those dudes in. If we get to a point where we're us now, but 500 years from now, where with the same genes, same wacky ass crazy genes, but now we have time travel. Now we have interplanetary travels like that, and then we show up with nuclear bombs. It's like, give us all your titanium.
Right.
Like, fuck. Like, that's a problem.
Yeah, that could be a problem.
I would be really trying hard to stop us if I was from another planet.
I think a lot of the suppression and oppression of technologies, potentially, this hypothesis could be that there's a hand in the background holding us back a little bit. It's quite possible.
But then there's a theory like the Diana Pasulka's books, where they talk about these discs that they have found in the recovery program that apparently does exist. And they call them donations. They think that these things are kind of left here so that we can just go, oh, fiber optics, what a great idea.
Velcro.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of these things that seem to, like transistors.
Microchips, right.
Yeah, a lot of these things seem to have come very quickly after Roswell.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
That's a fact. I believe in the ARVs, alien reproduction vehicles. I believe that exactly is what's really going on with a lot of these UAPs. I think that a lot of them are ours. I believe that there's UFOs out there, but a lot of these objects that we see in the sky are probably made by us by re-engineering existing alien technology. But it comes to the point, are we going to be able to advance as a civilization to get beyond war? I just saw they released an AI fighter jet that went into a dogfight.
Yes.
Just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, Mike Baker was on here showing us that.
Right.
And it beats the human piloted planes 100% of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
that's a wrap.
That's Skynet.
Yeah,
Skynet is online.
And then on top of that, instead of just AI-powered fighter jet, you could develop a fighter jet that no longer has a person in it, so you have to worry about G-forces.
Right.
You could do wild shit.
Yes, exactly.
And it's fully AI-controlled vehicle, especially as these technologies scale up. Like, I have a Tesla, and my Tesla has auto drive, and I can set in a destination, like a restaurant I like to go to, press auto drive in navigation, and it does everything.
Wow.
It hits the blinkers. It stops at stop signs. It stops at red lights. It takes turns. It changes lanes. It moves around parked vehicles. Wow. It's fucking wild, man. And it's not done yet.
And this is the beginning.
Yeah, it does hit curbs, though, I heard. I heard it hits curbs. I heard, like, when you're taking turns, like, for overpasses or underpasses, like, a few people have curbed up. So keep your hands on the wheels, kids. But it's not there yet, but it's a lot better than when I first got it. I remember I was driving down Laurel Canyon, and I was with my wife, and I was playing around. I was like, we were listening to Led Zeppelin, and I'm like moving my hand around the steering wheel. I'm like, look at this, the car's driving itself. This is crazy. But that was primitive back then. I didn't totally trust it. It was probably better than I thought it was, but like every now and then it would get a little wonky. Now it's smooth.
Wow.
Now you use it at all, Jamie?
Here and there. I kind of almost forget sometimes where that's like, oh yeah, this car drives its fucking self.
I do it for a goof sometimes.
Yeah, it's just randomly.
I've been doing it a lot lately, though.
Yeah.
It's shockingly good.
Well, our grandkids that's all they're gonna know.
100%.
They won't have to drive at all.
Yeah, but right now, like people joke around about manual cars that it's a good theft deterrent device. Have a manual transmission. Nobody knows how to drive that fucking thing.
It's hard.
Yeah, well, it used to be the only way you could get a car.
That was it. I learned it by accident, because I was in an emergency situation and I had to drive my friend's car that was a manual. And I had to learn within the distance between where I was to where I had to go.
Oh, wow.
Because one of my kids had got hurt doing something.
And the only car available was a manual.
That was it. Yeah.
It's not hard. I mean, you could learn it quick, but most people don't know how to do it. But the thing is, like, that's going away. Like, they're now saying that the next version of Porsches is going to be the last version that they have with a manual transmission, and all, which is crazy because Porsche, that was the one thing that people held on to, was that you could get that stick shift. People love that engagement of the car.
Right.
But that's going to be the thing of the past. Everything's going to be automated because your freedom to drive that, people are going to, the communist nature of especially California, they'll do it first probably. Your freedom to drive that is not worth, the potential of you taking someone's life in an accident.
Right.
You know, and this makes sense. That's part of the problem. It does make sense. You can see the argument.
Oh, yeah. It makes sense, and that's where everything is going to go. I mean, there's going to be so many... drivers are going to disappear, like chauffeurs and so forth. It's all going to go. It's all going to go away.
There's a lot of that in here. They cause traffic jams. These wacky driverless cars. They have them here, and they're not quite there yet, but they're good enough to take people around, which is crazy. Take me to Red Ash. Drives you to the restaurant. Drops you off. Bye. Thank you.
Yeah.
All on an app. Everything's done. It's simple.
Yeah.
It's kind of nuts, and it's just the beginning. I mean, we didn't have any of this 10 years ago.
No.
10 years in most time periods is not that big of a deal technologically rather.
Yeah.
Right now
it's fast.
Well, ChatGPT 5, when they release that, it's going to be as big a leap, if not bigger, than 3 to 4. And 3 to 4 was nuts.
Yeah. I mean, in 100 years, we went from a horse, buggy, and carriage all the way to putting remote control cars on Mars. So we're moving at an extremely fast pace right now. And they just released this ChatGPT and other robotics on humanity. Which is great. It's going to do a lot of good for us, but at the same time, if you're going to replace somebody's job, you have to then take away their financial responsibilities. You can't expect them to still have the financial responsibilities and take away the job.
Right.
So that's going to be the conundrum. I'm waiting to see how that's going to pan out. How many of us are going to stand up and say, look, wait a minute now. I'm a single mother of 3, and I can't waitress anymore. So what's going to happen? Or even attorneys are at risk. Nurses are at risk now. So
well, here's the
what are they going to do?
There's enough money in this country, just in this country alone, if you did replace jobs, you make it so that whatever controls that industry has to give a certain percentage to ensure not just like a living wage, but a good wage, like where people live well and they don't have to think about it. But then you got to give people a purpose, because you can't just have them laying around getting free money and not having a life. A lot of people, their purpose is their job. That's what they look forward to. They get engaged with something. They have a community there. They have tasks that they do. They succeed. They go out to dinner and celebrate. That's a big part of life for people. You can't just take that away. So then, how does that get replaced?
Right.
I think it's video games. I think they just...
They're going to go into cyber world.
Yes.
When you look into the ancient texts, they had similar situations in these golden ages, but people spent time working for things like service to others, traveling, arts and crafts, exploring inner peace. So it's about teaching people new ways to define and develop their passions and how to explore those passions.
Well, that would be a big yoga explosion across the country. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
That would be great. Yeah, people get into fitness and martial arts and just be able to do, but you have to do something.
Right.
If you're,
well, if you become stagnant, you die.
Yeah, and you still should have the ability to possibly work if you want to.
Yeah.
Right. It shouldn't be mutually exclusive. Like, you don't get this money unless. If everybody got like $200 grand a year, just imagine the entire country just gets a free $200 grand a year. You're never gonna have to worry about food. You're never gonna have to worry about a place to live. You're good.
Yeah.
You got $200,000 a year because everything's automated. Everything's done by the government. Then you're gonna have to find something.
Right.
You're gonna have to find a purpose. There's got to be a thing that you, whether it's art or writing or whatever it is, you better find something, or you're gonna go crazy.
Yeah.
And so there's gonna be a percentage of our population that's active. They're gonna be working out, and there's gonna be a bunch of us that just fuck off and drink beer and play Call of Duty.
Just sit down.
Yeah.
I
And
know.
just get hammered and fucking order pizza. And never have to do anything. Yeah, live in a nice place. You don't have to worry about money ever.
Yeah.
You could always buy like a good laptop, and you get together with your buddies and y'all play games. But you better have something. Go bowling. You better have something. You better have something you like to do.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, because
that's where it's going though.
But wouldn't that be better than work? Because for most people, like, you know, there's a great satisfaction working and accomplishing a hard day's work, and you know, you get your paycheck and you feel like you've accomplished something. But wouldn't it be better if you just, all of your needs were met? And we put an emphasis in our culture on creating and doing things that interest you, and whether it's competition or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But this will be financed, essentially, by this ability that you just get free money because robots control everything.
They
There's
have plenty
no
of
more
money.
jobs.
There's no more jobs. I mean, they don't have to pay a salary to these robots. Only repair costs.
Exactly.
And management costs, obviously. So yeah, it would
And
be great.
the $200,000 that everybody gets, they're getting it anyway because they were going to buy stuff from them.
Exactly. Exactly.
It would be a wild change and shift in how human beings interacted. And if there was a way for us to channel that in a positive manner, it could ultimately be beneficial. And we could be looking back on these days where people that work at Wendy's and go, what the fuck was that about?
Yeah. Well, most people are working in jobs that they're not passionate about these jobs.
Right.
And it's evident in their work, you know, their effort and their
Sure.
and their work ethics.
Well, it's
But,
also evident in their success, right?
yeah.
And their happiness.
That's right.
Like a guy like you who likes to you do what you like. You
Yeah.
enjoy this. You pursue this. You talk about this. You're very good at it. This is a great way to live.
Yeah.
And if other people can find other similar things or different things that
Exactly.
similarly excite them.
Yeah. And if we were under that new scenario of $200,000 a year, whatever it was, I would still do this.
Of course.
You know, so
Of course.
people will work. It's like Star Trek. They work for free on Star Trek. They don't, you know, it's just a TV series, but they don't have a paycheck.
Kirk didn't get paid?
No, they never got paid any money.
Wow.
It was all for free.
Communists. They were trying to turn us into communists.
It's all for free. But
Yeah.
they did it because they were passionate about it and they believed in it so much. And so there's things that people can still do if they're passionate about those things. And you know, it's just work, but you don't ask for a paycheck.
Right. If there was a base paycheck for the whole country, just a base paycheck based on, I wonder if 200 grand is even possible. What is $200,000 times 333 million? Check that out, Jamie. What?
And only 190 million are adults. 190 million adults.
Right. That's right. Let's be generous. Let's make it 200 million adults.
Yeah.
So 200 million times 200,000 is what?
So it'd be 2 times 2 is 4. Add all the zeros from the 200,000 onto the 4 million.
Right, but what is that in like the word? Is it trillions?
200,000.
200,000 times 200 million.
200 million's got 8 zeros. Shit.
So 6 zeros. 6 zeros is a billion. 9 zeros is no, 6 zeros a million. 9 zeros is a trillion. A billion.
It's giving me 4E13, so it's 13 zeros.
13 zeros? 4 times 13 zeros? That's a lot of money, folks. Gonna have to drain these oligarchs.
Well,
tax the rich.
What was the numbers?
200,000 times 200 million.
40 billion? That doesn't sound right.
That is going to be.
It's either 40 billion or 400 billion.
It's $40 billion.
40 billion, that's it?
That's reasonable. That's
Okay,
reasonable.
that's
40
so
billion.
reasonable. That's so reasonable.
That's less than the military-industrial complex budget for the year.
100%. Imagine that, folks. I just want you to think about that. We could give 200 million people $200,000 a year. That's a good amount of money.
Yeah.
$200,000 is nice. You can live in a nice house, go on vacation, you can eat well. $200,000.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Not bad at all. And if you did that, you could also still work. You could also. But everybody, if we just elevated every adult in this country to that amount of money, and everyone, you're talking communist. No, I'm talking. Everything's going to be automated, folks.
Yeah.
And there should be some sort of a tax on the result that this has on society, particularly when if everything is automated, the people who run the automation and they're going to be making staggering amounts of money.
Yeah.
So if a tax of $40 billion a year to keep everybody happy, keep everybody from going fucking crazy, I mean, that might be, it sounds crazy. Because it goes against human instincts, right? Like human nature
It goes against our programming,
Yes.
what we've been programmed to believe is correct.
And is that because we were designed to mine for gold?
That's
We were
right.
Designed to work hard, right?
Designed to work hard, man.
Because it's kind of in our head that we have to work hard.
Listen, we're so programmed to believe what happened in ancient times that we believe the government is in control of us when we're in control of the government.
Right.
We allow them to tell us what to do when we should be telling them what to do and what we want. But we sit back and allow them to put rules in place, laws on us, and even lock us up and do things to us. And there's nothing we can do about it. But people think there's nothing we can do. There is something we can do. We've given up our power. We've relinquished our power to an outside source. Because of divide and conquer, it allows it to work. Once we realize that divide and conquer is just a distraction that we should coordinate together and organize, then we can take back control of this planet.
Yeah, and this idea of the government being in control of you is literally how it works with every single country in the world. It's just a natural course of human nature that the people in power want more power.
Yeah.
You know, when you're selling skateboards, you want to sell more skateboards next year. You know, when you're in power, you don't want to relinquish some of your power and make it better on the people. No, you want to clamp down that power more. We had to get on Facebook and stop these people from tweeting about things or posting about things. You know, we have to. This has become a problem. Let's put pressure on this company to censor certain voices on YouTube.
Exactly.
And that's the shit that happens. That's really what happens because they're not acting in the best interests of humanity. They're acting in their best interest, which is what every industry does when it's just trying to make money.
Exactly. Well, the United States is a company. It's a corporation.
Right.
And so they're acting like a corporation.
That's the reality of it. I agree with you, too, about this UAP thing, UFO, UAP. Many people have said this, but I'll repeat it, that there's something about them doing it always near where military bases are, too, that's super suspicious.
Come on. I mean, listen, to me, what's going to happen or what potentially could happen, another Gulf of Tonkin incident. You know, the incident that created the Vietnamese War, they lied about an attack at the Gulf of Tonkin.
False flag.
To create the Vietnamese War. Yeah, exactly. So all of a sudden you see one of these UAPs, they're going to call up one of these not ours. We don't know whose it is, and then it attacks a Navy vessel. And now they've got the right to say, we need $10 trillion a year, whatever the number is, to create these weapons.
After Iran.
Right, whatever. And then
something.
And generates more money. So, you know, could this be why the formation of the Space Force is here? So that they can find a way to channel money into something else where these private corporations can create these black budget projects that we've approved because we're afraid we're going to be attacked by aliens now. And then they take that money and they develop these projects that never see the light of day, and they all chop up the money behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's the reality of the world we live in, folks. And if you're clinging on to this left versus right, these culture war arguments, you are getting caught up in their bullshit game. Most people want the same thing. They want to be healthy. They want their family to be healthy and happy. They want to have a pursuit that they enjoy. They want to enjoy their community, enjoy their loved ones. That's what most people want. Most people want the same thing. Most of the shit that you're seeing has all been stirred up by foreign governments and special interest groups and a bunch of shit. And if you're online, they're spoon feeding it to you. If you're online and you're engaging on social media, they're shoving that down your throat.
Gaslighting every day.
Gaslighting you every day. And it's more and more obvious now than it's ever been before because people at least are aware of it. They know what's going on, but it's shocking how much of it is going on. And it's allowing us to fight with each other while all this shit is going on behind the scenes and all these hundreds of billions of dollars. I mean, we talked about $40 billion a year. What is the amount of money we spent so far in Ukraine? They continue to raise it, right? They just approved a new batch of money that's headed over there.
It's incredible.
It's insane amounts of money.
Numbers are incredible.
Yeah,
and we have infrastructure falling apart here. People I just came from LA a few weeks ago. People on the streets of LA.
Okay.
You know.
So Congress passed 5 bills appropriating $175 billion in response to Russia's February 22 invasion of Ukraine. So this is of May 9th of 2024, which is the most recent. So $175 billion. That could have solved all poverty in America. Literally solved poverty. Which is wild. If poverty and crime are our number one problem in this country, which I would say they are, that would solve our number one problem.
The crime is a side effect
100%
of the poverty.
Yes. And, you know, I always said this. If Halliburton can get these no-bid contracts to clean up Iraq after we bomb it, and it's for profit, right? So they make a lot of money doing that. And how about a no-bid contract to clean up terrible neighborhoods?
Exactly.
No-bid contract to a no-bid contract like community programs, and they'll be funded through the state. You make a ton of money. You can do this, and also you have a ripple effect. You'll have less crime. You'll have more people that are out there in the workforce. You have more people that are being productive. More people that are inventing things and creating music and culture and art and all kinds of other things that people like to do, and they're not getting locked up in fucking jail.
Exactly.
And then you just have to figure out a way to get off the grip of the military, or the rather prison industrial complex, which has a vested interest in keeping people locked up, because that's what the idea that we let that happen.
I know.
We let it be profitable to put people in fucking jail, and then we let the prison guards actively campaign to make sure that certain laws stay in place so that people keep getting locked up for nonviolent crimes.
Yeah, 40% of the people that are locked up in America are locked up on victimless crimes.
Yeah.
They only hurt themselves.
It's so nuts.
Yeah.
And the amount of money that's generated by private prisons, that should be zero. It should be $0.
Right.
There should be no incentive to put people in a cage.
Yeah, you can't have capitalism in everything. Capitalism has to be broken into pieces. You can't have it in medicine, healthcare, prison systems, right?
Imagine if that was the way with the fire department.
Oh, man.
Imagine if you had to pay to get your house put out. Right?
Wild.
That's the one thing that we exist, that we rather accept universally, that we pay for.
Yeah.
It's a socialist idea. The fire department is paid for by the state, and we need fire department people. We need everybody well trained and all the equipment to be working perfectly. We all agree to that. Why? Because it's a real dilemma.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's logic.
So's poverty.
Yeah.
So's crime.
Yeah, and mental health.
And mental health. Yeah. And
most people on the street are mentally ill.
And giving kids guidance, having community programs and having education programs, and giving people like an avenue where they can get out from where they are and see a path to success, so they don't feel despair.
Yeah.
They have a possibility, and show and have it be run by people who've already made it through. Say, I can help you, just like you could teach someone how to play piano, or you could teach someone how to do karate. You could teach people how to live life.
That's right.
Yeah, and it costs a lot less than what it's costing in Ukraine. And how much would it benefit our economy? How much would it benefit our culture, our society? How much more would get done if there was less crime? A lot more. And then those people instead of being criminals, now they're contributors.
Yeah.
There's enough for everybody.
And the civilization grows the way it should grow.
Yes, the way it should grow.
Direction.
The problem is it's been captured. It's been captured by elites that want to keep draining money. And they keep draining money and using it for their own needs and their own means. And it's terrifying.
That's why I call it polytricks. Polytricks, that's what it's called. Yeah.
We made a pretty bad math there.
Okay, what we got? Oh, 40 trillion.
40 trillion.
Thank you, sir.
That's much more of an issue.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I retrain. We're fucked. We're never going to have enough money to fix this problem. I forgot what I said. What is our GDP? What is our? Yeah, but that's a problem too, because that creates inflation. What's our GDP? Boy, there's a big difference between 40 trillion and 40 billion. How many people are yelling at their computer? You fucking idiots.
I worked backwards from one of the things we did says $875. Like, wait, that is not enough to get everybody out of here.
That's hilarious.
GDP increased in 2023 to 27.36 trillion.
That's our GDP every year?
Yeah.
Oh, so we don't even have enough money, because it would take double our GDP.
That's the 200K, if you want to go to 200K.
Yeah. Well, you have to give people, it's only 200 million people. It's not even everybody.
Right. That's 4,000.
So we're fucked. Back to we're fucked.
you just cut it down.
Cut it in half, you could do it.
If you do it, if you cut
but
it
even then.
If you have it like about $80,000, and then let people work to earn their own money and other things.
Yeah, 200 grand was a little lofty.
Yeah,
okay, so if it was 40 trillion, you could get it down to 15 trillion. That's still most of the money we make. It's still a lot.
It's going to increase, though, significantly in the next 10 years because of the AI.
Right.
All the chips and robots. When a company can lay off, like Amazon, lay off 1,000 people and replace them with 1,000 robots, their profit margin goes up significantly within the first 8 to 10 years.
Yeah, what, if anything, is being done to provide a safety net? Because you can't give people $200 a week. Right. Whatever it is, it's got to be a significant amount of money to actually get by. Whatever that number is, whatever we decide that number is. The number could be less if things are covered, like if AI becomes so efficient at creating power. We have it in our head that power must be paid for. But if AI becomes so efficient and eliminates jobs that we decide that we're going to nationalize all of our power, and then we'll look at power the same way we look at the fire department.
Right.
And we set it up as a socialist power system, which is not the worst idea in the world if you consider that most power is being generated by the use of natural resources, which really belong to the earth. And like that individuals are pulling these out and profiting from them wildly, especially making like offshore oil drills. Like, who owns that spot? How are you able to just suck all that oil and make billions of dollars out of the ground that we all live on? Like, it seems like that should be everybody's.
Right.
But then you lose the incentive to profit that allows you to dig.
I think that everything is going to move. Not everything, but a lot of power is going to move towards hydrogen. That's what they push. They have vessels now that run off of hydrogen, so they never have to worry about it.
You know that Bob Lazar made a hydrogen Corvette in like 1990?
Wow, incredible.
That's psycho.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, he was such a freak.
Wow.
Oh, he is such a freak. But I love that dude. I'm
He's
fascinated by him, and I don't know if he's telling the truth, but boy, I hope he does. He is. But you know, one of the crazy stories about him was in the Los Alamos Labs days when he was living there in New Mexico. He developed a rocket-powered Honda. So he put a jet engine on a fucking Honda.
A lot of time.
Well, he just
Look, he talked about Element 115 before we started.
Yes.
So that's so.
Well, you also never really buried the story, and to tell a story for more than 30 years and tell the exact same story is pretty strange.
Yeah.
And also didn't really profit off of it.
No.
It's not like the thing that he's like selling Bob Lazar t-shirts and Bob Lazar was right baseball hats and constantly going on podcasts. No, here's my podcast. I don't even know if he's done another one.
I know he got, a lot of help.
Yeah. I was trying to get him to come back on. He's working on it. Well, during the Jeremy Corbell documentary, the FBI raided him, which is insane. And he thinks that they believe that he has a stable version of Element 115. That he has a sample of it. Yeah. And so he thinks that's what they went looking for.
They'd love to get their hands on that because the decay rate's so fast.
Well, the video that George Knapp had, there's a video that George Knapp had a long time ago where he was demonstrating to George Knapp how this element, when bombarded with radioactivity, distorted gravity. He showed some experiment they did that we could show with light, and I don't exactly remember what the parameters of the experiment were, but that thing is one of the things that convinced George Knapp that maybe he's telling the truth. Like, this whole thing is crazy. And then when you see like these images where it shows these crafts behaving as he described, that this gravity projection generator, whatever it is, this gravity generator, whatever this thing is, whatever they weren't exactly sure how to, because they, at least back then in '89, but that you would turn towards where you wanted to go sideways, and that's how it would travel. And they saw these videos of these crafts doing that, of rotating. Yeah. By fighter jets. So fighter jets are locked in on them with these high-speed sensors, and they're locking in. And there's like a video where they go, "Finally, I got it locked in." And they're like, "Look at it go!"
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can find that video. That video is one of my favorites because the pilots are so genuinely excited about this. When they finally lock it in, I think that's the go fast. The go fast. And they're like, "Whoo, we got it locked in." Like, what the fuck is this thing?
Have you researched any of the Brahmanas from the ancient text?
Yes. That's very, very fascinating. In the Bhagavad Gita, is this the one? Yeah. And in the Mahabharata, they talk about these flying crafts. Like, what is this? Which is actually U.S. fighter pilots. Powerful radio. Display, pod display. Oh, there it goes.
Yeah.
There it goes. Oh, there's just explaining how the display works. It's Raytheon display, and how these fighter jets are using this to try to lock in on this thing. So look how it zooms in. They see it pass by. It's going so fast, they're trying to lock in on it, but they're having a hard time. So they keep adjusting, and they're trying to get their sensors.
Boom.
So they got it. So now they're excited.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
Right. Wow, man.
What is that?
Like I said, I just see these things and I go back to the Vimanas. They ran on a ferrofluid vortex engine.
That's how it was described?
Yeah, ferrofluid. So they had liquid
ferrofluid?
Ferrofluid, which is liquid metal. And so they put liquid metal inside.
How do you spell that?
Ferro. Ferro.
Oh yeah, where is that? Is that a story?
So you use a ferro. So if you take a torus. If you take a torus and you put a ferrofluid like mercury inside of it, and you magnetize the torus in a way that creates this rotation RPM of the mercury moving around that field, and you get it up to about 60,000 RPM, and then you actually pressurize the torus to about 250,000 atmospheres, and you electrify it, you get anti-gravity properties.
What?
Yeah. So you can create a anti-gravity flying device utilizing that technique, and this is really well known.
And how do they describe it in the text?
In the text, they talk about the fact that it uses mercury in a rotating disc. Yeah, then they have some of the layout of actually the plans of the actual ship itself, one of the ships. And so from that, you can almost hypothesize or backward engineer what it might have been able to do. And in the text, it says they used to take a complement of men to many worlds. So this is incredible technology.
A complement of men to many worlds. Wow. So do you think that the government has access to something similar to that?
Oh, I believe so, 1,000%. I believe they've been backwards engineering information from ancient texts. And of course, in the artifacts around the world, they might have even gotten information from, Saddam Hussein's museum, because that's the first place we went in the Gulf after the whole situation happened with wanting to go take him out of power and kill him. They went straight to the museum.
So Jane just pulled this up. This flying with ferrofluids. To solve this problem, L. Brad King, Ron and Elaine Starr, professor in space systems at Michigan Tech, is creating a new kind of microthruster that assembles itself out of its own propellant when excited by a magnetic field. The tiny thruster requires no fragile needles and is essentially indestructible. We're working with unique material called ionic fluid ferrofluid, King says, explaining that it's both magnetic and ionic, a liquid salt. When we put a magnet underneath a small pool of ferrofluid, it turns into a beautiful hedgehog structure of aligned peaks. When we apply a strong electric field to that array of peaks, each one emits an individual microjet of ions.
Whoa. Exactly. You have to electrify it. Once you electrify it, you create this electromagnetic activity.
This is what it looks like in...
So just giving you how it transfers itself.
And so you can use that as something that will propel a device.
Yes, absolutely. And you don't get to reduce the gravity, the weight of an object to zero, but you significantly reduce the weight of an object.
And the fact that they figured this out, it's in the Mahabharata or the Bhagavad Gita?
And the Mahabharata. And it also one of the
what is the definition? What's the explanation for how they figured that out? Like, help me out. Help me out. How the fuck?
They say they have flying cities. They say they have flying cities, and these cities will go to battle sometimes against each other in the sky. Yeah. So you're talking about massive objects flying around.
Right. Like, and how do they explain that? I don't know. How do you explain that away?
How do you explain somebody thousands of years ago sitting down to write a sci-fi epic?
Well, not just that, but writing about a process of creating this field that now has been documented all these thousands of years later.
It works now.
Like, how did you figure that out? Like, what were you guys doing?
This happens over and over again in text. In the Emerald Tablets, just the book I wrote, Thoth talks about using cymatic frequencies and light waves to create manifest solid matter. And what happened about 4 years ago in a laboratory, they used cymatic frequency and photons to create solid matter. Just happened. They just create a few particles, but the fact that we can do it, but it was already in ancient text.
Wow.
So now
we can do it on a very small scale, just like we can create element 115 with a collider.
Correct.
Same kind of thing. And it's a very small, unstable version of element 115 that only exists for a fraction of a second, but they can know that.
Right.
So, but with sufficiently advanced technology, you can create a unstable version of that.
Right. Imagine being able to build an entire city by manifesting the matter needed to build the city instead of harvesting in instead of harvesting the city from rock.
3D in the city.
With nanobots. It would manifest it.
And you could also use that to repair things.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you would never have to have like construction again. Everything is self-propelled.
Correct. Correct.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, like, of course, if you just scale up, just think about what we can do now, keep going. Make it much better and much more efficient.
We're talking about programmable matter. Programmable matter.
And what you were saying about DNA, the fact that you can encode into DNA, and you could actually hold information in DNA.
Yeah. Microsoft has created the very first DNA hard drive. So it's a molecular hard drive that works on technology that's hardware and also biological software. And so a device, a hard drive the size of my cell phone can store an enormous amount of petabytes of data. So things like teleportation is going to be possible in the near future. We've already teleported, a couple of particles from Earth to the space station, right? But what's stopping us from teleporting a human being? Understanding and knowing the location of every atom and the rotation and spin rate of every atom. That's a lot of information, a lot of storage space. Now with DNA hard drives, the storage space probably goes away. We'll be able to teleport biological beings or objects, big objects, into space or wherever we want on the planet.
Like Star Trek.
Like Star Trek.
Who's going to be the first guy to get beamed up?
Somebody's going to be a real guinea pig for that one.
Yeah, we're going to have to find somebody.
Because when you teleport, you die. I don't know if people know that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's a bit of an issue.
Teleport. I mean, you're reborning it instantly in the other location, but it's a facsimile of you. Anytime you teleport, even the molecules that you teleport now, the original version, the original molecule, the starting matter, it's destroyed, and the data is then transmitted and it's reformulated. So a teleportation is actually the death of you and the reformation.
Maybe they could do a better job. Maybe you could just like tone a few things up, clean up a little bit,
get rid of some scars or whatever.
Get rid of some body fat.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe they can make a better version of you, but you have to be willing to die.
Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe that's hell. Maybe you come back and you have no soul.
Well,
like maybe when you teleport, you have your soul.
Well, they're transmitting your consciousness, so everything is stable. All you gotta do is stable. We know that was done multiple times. Those talk to Neil Tablet about being able to go into these halls of Amenti where he had the hallucination chambers, which is what I believe is the Seraphim. And he would go into these gigantic boxes. He would then transfer his consciousness from his body into another body. And he would leave the body that he left inside of one of those gigantic boxes, one of those gigantic diorite stone boxes for 100 years while it recharged itself and rejuvenated. While he could walk amongst men, but unlike a man.
What?
Yeah. And he would do this for eons. He would transfer from body to body. Not bodies he stole, bodies he created, and he created himself through probably some advanced form of stem cell technology. And he would walk amongst men, but unlike a man. And he was known all around the planet because of this. The guy lived according to the ancient Egyptians, he ruled over them for 16,000 years, one person.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
So is this those ancient texts, like the ancient hieroglyphs that show going back 30,000 years?
Well, that's the Sumerian texts that's located in the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford, England. I was there myself in person to check out this stonework. And it's an incredible tablet that talks about the reigns of kings.
Yeah.
Some kings ruled for 28,800 years, 14,000 years. I mean, 20,000. If the numbers are insane.
These are not Egyptian?
This is not Egyptian. These are Anunnaki. This is pre-flood. This is for antediluvial. And then when the flood comes, it talks about, and then the flood swept over the land. After the flood happens, then they descend kingship from heaven back down to humans, and then the reigns of humans begin. But they're not really full humans; they're demigods. They're half human, half Anunnaki. And then their lifespans are much shorter because their ruling time is only like 1,000 years, and 800 years, 700 years, and it starts to go down.
Which is why they're 600 years old.
Right, exactly.
So these tablets, what are they called again?
You're talking about the Sumerian kings.
Can you show me that?
It's a giant four-sided tablet located in the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford.
Yeah. And so, what exactly does it say?
It gives you the...
This is it right here?
That's it right there. Those are all four sides.
And how old is this?
This is, the same 6,000.
I just want to look at it,
This is a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy over tens of thousands of years, in my opinion. But this text gives the reigns of kings in shars, S-H-A-R. A shar is 36 years. So one shar would be 36 complete. So 241,000 years of rule. Whoa. On that stone right there.
The Sumerian kings. Now, if this is right, if this is all true, what a mind-blowing idea that humans have been around engineered hundreds of thousands of years ago, and that this is the reason why there's this bizarre shift between lower primates and us, which you don't see in any other animal. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like us.
Look, we have 46 chromosomes, right? What happened? They discovered that chromosome number 2 was taken out. They call it an artificial mutation. They mean genetically. Fused together and 2 telomere caps put on. 1 telomere cap on each side. Who in the world took chromosome number 2 out, fused it together, and put telomere caps on it? And they say that it happened an estimated 200,000 years ago, right at the time that Sumerians have to say they decided to make mankind to do labor. There's no coincidence that the tablets are aligning with modern science. And this means that a couple things. The first thing it means that we're in that modern. The second thing it means is the telomere caps limit our lifespan to about 120 years max, according to Harvard scientists. Now, in the Bible, what does it say? It says that my seed shall not abide in man forever. His years will be 120. That takes you Sumerian now even further back. Thousands of years before the Bible was written, when Yahweh, a.k.a. Enlil, shows back up, sees the human beings building a tower into the heavens, copying a tower that they themselves had built. It pissed him off, and he said, wherever their hearts decide to do, they shall achieve it. My seed shall not abide in man, his years will be 120. And then he did a genetic modification at that point, I believe, with telomeres. And he spread mankind out around the planet, and he confused their languages. He had us speak a different language. We couldn't collaborate. Now we're in competition, no collaboration. Divide and conquer.
And there's the Tower.
That's it. That's it, man.
So it was all done just to keep us from the rising.
Yes. We were advancing too fast, and he had to slow us down. If we shorten their lifespan, then they won't have enough time. By the time they realize who they are and what power they have, they'll be dead. And see, that's what's happened to us.
So if the Anunnaki are real and Nibiru is real, and Nibiru is on an elliptical cycle that comes between, it's like Mars and Jupiter, right? Somewhere around there?
Well, it's further out now. Over time, the orbit has been pushed out. And that's just one planet that these Anunnaki people come from. They come from many planets.
But do you think that this planet, Nibiru, that's on an elliptical orbit, if it's coming every 3,600 years, wouldn't there be some sort of documentation 3,600 years ago, at the very least?
Well, you have to look for geological disasters as marker points. This object, this Nibiru planet, which is mentioned, by the way, in the Enuma Elish, not fabricated name, just so people know it's a real name, in the Enuma Elish, the oldest version of the Enuma Elish, it says Nibiru as one of the planets. But you look at the time frame when this thing gets close, it orbits another planet, another star. So it orbits a brown dwarf star. This brown dwarf star has the same amount of mass as our sun, but it's much smaller, right? But it generates enough heat and friction in orbiting planets. You can see it in 2-mass infrared coming out of the constellation of Leo if you go to a worldwide telescope and download the software and all of that. But the fact that modern science now admits that there's an object out there that they say orbit our sun every 4200 years, right? And that's Corey Powell, Discovery Magazine. He's a real astronomer. He's been on Fox News. He said that on Fox News. If I can find the clip, I'll send it to you, matter of fact. And so, yeah, we'll find it. Fox News, Corey Powell. And so what's happening is we are seeing evidence that there is something out there that's orbiting our sun, and that our sun is a binary star system. So we used to think that our sun, one sun in the solar system, is normal. But as they look out into space with Hubble and now the Webb, they discovered no, binary is more normal, and even trinary. And so it's like, wait a minute, if binary is normal, they start looking for this object that gravitationally should exist, and they believe that it's out there far beyond the orbit of Pluto, and that Corey Powell says a solar system exists within our solar system. And he goes on to say, we come from there, on Fox News, which was just crazy.
So the idea, if you follow Terrence Howard's theory, is that matter comes from the sun, it moves away, coalesces into planets, it gets to a Goldilocks zone, life comes out of that, life becomes far more intelligent as time goes on, develops more capabilities, and then is also assisted by other beings that have been through this process already.
Yeah.
And then if this scales out for hundreds of millions of years, you get to a point where this Nibiru is, or billions of years, or whatever it takes for it to get all the way the fuck out.
Well, I estimate that they're about 1 million years ahead of us technologically. Now, it could
And
be...
then there's things that are millions of years ahead of them.
Oh, way ahead of them. There's things that are far, far ahead of them.
This is what's hard for us to scale out.
Yeah.
We like to think that aliens that fly in spaceships, that's the top of the food chain.
Right.
But not even close.
Yeah. Like I was saying before, I never got to it, really. There's 3 types of beings I think that exist. One is a physical corporeal being. That could be what we see flying around in these UFOs. Not all of them, some of them that visit us, that interact with us in the ancient past. Not all are little green men, but they have various different body types. The second kind that I believe is potentially multidimensional beings. Okay, that there's life in every different dimension. And you know, Michio Kaku was famous for saying that the universe, they believe, has 11 dimensions. So that's 11 dimensions. We're only in the third. There's 4th, 5th, 6th, all the way up to 11 at least, or the universe, he says, would collapse. So if you're in a being in a higher dimension, you can see the past, present, and future all at once in the third. If you say, that's an interesting place, I'd like to visit it. If you can actually create a phase shift in your atomic frequency to match the atomic frequency of this dimension, you can walk right in, and then you can walk right back. And then you probably have something else that's outside of this entire universe that has the capability. Maybe it is the creators of the universe itself, which is why I wrote the book, Fractal Holographic Universe. Maybe there's a creator outside of this entire universe that has a hand in creating this ancestor universe itself.
Well, it also makes sense that if you scaled intelligent life up infinitely, you're going to reach a point where you have godlike powers.
Yeah.
This being or collection of beings, this hive mind, whatever it is,
Yeah.
it could essentially, if given 100 million years, harness the very power of the universe itself, or maybe even create the universe.
And create other universes.
Yeah.
Even. Yeah.
Which
absolutely.
is the ultimate mind blower, that intelligent life is the reason why this thing exists, then it creates this thing.
We're creating universes right now as human beings on this planet. 14 college kids created a video game called No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky is on one DVD disc, and it has 80 quadrillion planets and unlimited life forms, and the game never ends.
We've talked about that, right? Yeah, that one's a weird one.
Yeah, you put AI in it.
Right.
Then what's going to happen?
Right, scale up to a quantum computer.
Now all of a sudden,
and
wait
then
a
have
minute.
a virtual reality headset.
Boom.
Yeah.
The people in there, who are we? Where are we from?
Right.
What is the Big Bang? When we turn the console on, that's the Big Bang for you. Yeah, Sims. The Sims are going to get AI now. They're going to be asking questions.
Right.
They're going to be creating their own software within the software and trying to build their own copy of a universe. We're not even close to base reality. We're literally living in a stacked reality. We're just one reality out of, who knows, Googles of actual realities that exist.
Do you think the simulation theory has weight?
Oh, I believe so. I wrote a book about it. That book is about the fractal holographic universe, and I believe that we're living in a simulation.
One of these books? You got a stack of them.
No,
How many books have you read? Or written, rather?
4. The one just came out today, the Fractal Holographic Universe. This is the Emerald Tablets, the Epic of Humanity, and my financial book, Woke Doesn't Mean Broke. Financial literacy book. Not the political woke either, but the real woke.
When did you start going down this road of exploring all these interesting subjects?
Well, it was a long time ago, 1977 in Miami, Florida. We moved from New York to Miami, next to the Opelika Airport, living in the hood. I used to go out in the backyard. You know how it is back then. No cable TV, no cell phones, no tablets.
Yeah,
you just go outside and play. So I'm outside in the backyard playing, but I'm looking at the airplanes go over. And this one day, this plane goes over, but it's not really a plane. It clears the horizon in seconds, not minutes. It just goes straight across. I know from as a little kid, the planes take a long time to go from one point to the other. And it went straight across. And it was more like not a full size, not cigar, but not an egg, kind of in between the two, glowing.
A
glowing,
tic-tac.
Almost like a tic-tac, glowing metal, yes. And then it came back and it stopped right over me, completely silent. Now I can estimate about 250 meters. And then it just went, pew, gone. And I ran in the house and I told my mom, hey, I can't believe what I just saw. And my mom said to me, son, back in the day, there were advanced beings that came to this planet. This is 1977.
Your mom told
My mom, yeah.
Whoa.
That's why I dedicated the book to her. And she said they used to live on tops of mountains like in Peru and Machu Picchu. which is why one of the greatest places I ever went. I had to go there. And so I went to the library at Rainbow Park Elementary the next morning, and I told the teacher I have to go to the library inside the school, Rainbow Park, and I said I need to get all the encyclopedias on space, on aerospace. And she gave me the encyclopedias on aerospace, and that's when I started researching from that exact moment.
Wow.
And I haven't stopped since.
So you were, how old? 8?
7.
7 years old. Oh my God. You just got locked in.
I got locked in. I started researching swept wing, delta wing, ballistics, intercontinental ballistics. I'm looking at submarines. I'm looking at hovercraft that existed way back then, flying discs that we had created in the military way back then. SR-71s and all this stuff, and I'm trying to figure out what the hell did I see, and I couldn't find it. But it took me down the path of technologies and advanced technologies and aerospace information, and I kind of became a quasi-aerospace historian, and that led me in further on down the line to studying, architecture and seeing a connection between the two.
And you studied at both Harvard and MIT?
Harvard was for ancient civilizations. I took a class and got a certificate in ancient civilizations, and at MIT I took a class in applied neuroscience and got a certificate in applied neuroscience.
And are you just doing this for your own edification, just because you're interested in it?
Yeah. Right now I'm enrolled again in MIT right now for a class in AI.
And when you first got down this road, we're talking about a time where there's no internet and there's no, you're just like trying to make sense of some things.
Just trying to make sense, man.
And this one, have you ever seen anything since then?
Yes, actually, at Pt.60 Ranch in 2017, I believe it was. We were out there. I was out there to speak at this ranch in Washington State, and it's down from the basin of Mount Shasta in that
It's
area.
called the Pt.60 Ranch?
Pt.60.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Pt.60, E-C-E-T-I. It's like a private kingdom in America, actually. It's a private, they've got registered as a small kingdom. They don't even have mail or anything there. It's a weird place. I had to stay in a yurt. It's really crazy out there. But I spoke there for a whole week. I had to get used to it because nobody told me about this before I got there.
You had to stay in a yurt for a week?
Stay in a yurt for a week.
Did they have running water?
At the community bathroom.
Oh, boy. Pt.60?
Yeah, Pt.60.
Oh, enlightened contact with extraterrestrial intelligence. Oh, boy. So they're just out there with no technology trying to talk to aliens?
No, just out there every night sky watching, basically.
Really?
And the video that we
Does that
recorded...
sound like rich, crazy person's idea?
Yeah. The video that we created that night, watching those UFOs in the sky, actually made it onto an episode that I'm in on Ancient Aliens.
Oh.
Yeah.
That show's the best show to get high to.
Yeah.
You ever see Action Bronson's show where he would watch Ancient Aliens? They would just get stoned and watch Ancient Aliens? That show's crazy.
But yeah, so we recorded some crazy footage in the skies there. Yeah.
What did you see?
Well, they were giant discs flying around. Some were changing colors.
Do you have video footage of it?
It's on the episode. I sent it to Ancient Aliens, and
see if you can find that. If it's
James,
I'm sure they
James Gilliland, the guy who owns the ranch, licensed it and approved Ancient. But if you go to Pt.60 Ranch YouTube videos, you could probably find one right on YouTube right now.
Wow.
Yeah, it was incredible.
So these folks are just out there trying to make contact.
Just not trying to make contact, just watching.
Just watch.
Just like in amazement. There's no contact attempt there.
And why?
Yeah, there you go. That's it. I was there that night. That video, I was standing there that night, there was a lot of activity that night. There was some crazy stuff going on.
And what does this thing look like to the naked eye? We're seeing very blurry, looks like zoomed in footage.
Yeah.
What year is this from?
This is probably
2018.
18. There you go.
So they didn't have Samsung Galaxy S24.
No, we didn't have that one back then. But from the naked eye, it looks like these giant glowing balls moving around. Sometimes they expand and they change colors. Sometimes they descend right down by Mount Shasta, and then you can see the lighting in the tree line, and then they would go back up into space again. It was just crazy stuff.
Have you seen that ball lightning that they get in Texas that comes out of the mountains?
No, I saw one on the railroad tracks, though, ball lightning.
There's this phenomenon that happens in this one particular area in Texas. What was it called? Marfa? Was that what it's called, Jamie? I think it's Marfa. It's like this bizarre artist community town, and they have like frequent instances of what they call the Marfa lights.
Wow. And
it's ball lightning that flies around out there.
Wow, that's
You don't think that could be that?
No, because sometimes they would keep going until they just went out into space. Yeah, and there were so many. Sometimes two would come and they would encircle each other, and then one would change direction and drop down by the mountain, and one would just take off in another direction. Some would go slow and then go and just go.
How
gone.
frequent does this take place?
I don't know. I was only there for those 7 nights. I say the first night we were there, that was when we saw like the 10 in the sky moving around and doing things. The second night, not too much. The third night was a little bit more, maybe 4 or 5.
So do you think that what it is that this place has no light pollution and they picked a very specific area that they knew these things occur in?
It's possible, no light pollution, and plus also maybe that's an area where they have an opening or access, or I don't know. Who knows? I'm just now speculating now, but I don't know why. That people came from all over the world to that location the week I was there to just camp out and look up at the sky.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, listen, man, we covered a lot.
Yeah.
3 hours. I really appreciate your time and appreciate all the stuff you put out there. It's so fun, so fascinating, and it's so interesting. And thank you very much for being here, man. I really had a good time.
I
enjoyed
appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Please tell everybody how to find your website, all your social media, all that stuff.
Yeah, well, first of all, I have my own streaming TV network called Forbidden Knowledge TV. It's an app on the App Store. So they can just go get the Forbidden Knowledge TV app with the number 4, Forbidden Knowledge, and they can get access to a lot of videos and stuff that you can't find on YouTube or anywhere else. You know, produce shows like the one you watched. My Anunnaki series is on the Forbidden Knowledge TV app. And of course, I have all my books on our website, Forbidden Knowledge TV, on Amazon as well. And just everything Forbidden Knowledge with the number 4, Bidden, Forbidden.
There it is.
Yes,
we'll
that's
do
my
this
newest
again,
one.
man. I think we could talk for like 50 days.
I know, for sure.
Thank you, Billy. Appreciate you, man. Bye, everybody.
I have some new tour dates to announce. I'm going to be in St. George, Utah on July 2nd, Moncton, New Brunswick on August 10th, Bend, Oregon on September 11th, and Portland, Oregon on September 13th. Get your tickets early starting Tuesday, June 4th at 10 a.m. local time with code RATKING. General on sale starts Wednesday, June 5th at 10 a.m. local time. As well, we have shows in Montreal, Quebec, Portland, Maine, Spokane, Washington, Belfast, Ireland, Cork, Ireland, London, United Kingdom, Idaho Falls, Salt Lake City, and Las Vegas. Get all tickets through theovon.com/TOUR. Make sure not to use a secondary site. Thank you for your support. New merch. We've got some new gang hoodies. We've just done crew necks before. We've got some hoodies now available in heather gray, tan, light blue, and duck camo. Get all that and more at theovonstore.com. That's the only merch site that is run by us. I know there's some other fictional ones out there. Just watch out for fakes. And thank you guys for your support. Coming to you live from Austin today. Today's guest is a comedian. Probably one of the most unique comedians of all time. He has a new book out called Tremendous, which you can check out on Amazon. He was the host of the famed podcast, legendary podcast, The Church of What's Happening Now. He has his own podcast now with Lee Syatt called The Check-In. I'm grateful to catch up today with one of my heroes, Mr. Joey Coco Diaz.
What do you say?
Jelly roll?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So this is Jelly Roll. Like Jelly Roll, every time he gets up there and he's like, I just want to thank. Right now there's somebody who's stuck under a bridge. There's somebody out there who's got a size 11 foot and a size 8 tennis shoe. And I just want to say you can live your dream. Dude, every time they call his name for anything, every time Jelly gets an award, man, he's so full of feelings, bro. He gets up there and he's just like, I want to tell you that I was a maitre d' at a macaroni grill, And now I'm a Grammy Award-winning artist. Like, sometimes it's just fucking like... Bro, if they even like at a like I feel like even at Chipotle, if they just call his name to come get his order, he goes up there, he picks it up, and he's like, I want to let every illegal alien in this motherfucker know. In 40 days, and with only 90 singing lessons, you can win a fucking American Music Award.
90 singing lessons.
Dude. It was better last night when I did it.
Oh my God, I was dying. I was dying in my sleep.
He was.
You do him to the T. It's fucking crazy. Everybody was dying last night.
Some people do him real good. Yeah, Joey Diaz, man, good to see you, brother.
Good to see you too, my friend.
You too, man. That was fun last night.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Fun just seeing you. It's been 4 fucking years. Dude.
I know.
Since the pandemic, man, I haven't seen anybody.
Yeah, it's so funny. I didn't realize how much I missed seeing you until I got out of the out of the Uber at the mothership, and I was like, "Is Joey here?" And they're like, "Yeah." And I literally, my legs, like I ran upstairs.
Oh, I was so happy. First person I asked for when I got there, I'm like, "Where's fucking Theo?"
Yeah.
Like he'll be here later. Nah, man, we haven't seen each other. It's been it's fucking crazy, man. What happens to life sometimes.
Yeah, has it been good? Have you been feeling good in Jersey? It seems like everything's good. You look great.
The first fucking year was a struggle because I was lost. I was fucking lost. I was like, what I was trying to do was, honestly, was just figure out what happened the last 30 years. After when the pandemic hit, we were all gung-ho. We were very all gung-ho.
Oh, yeah.
But like by May of the pandemic, I was like, what the fuck happened? I came here, I auditioned for Mitzi Shore, and I don't know what happened. Like here we are.
Yeah.
Movie stuff for this guy, for that guy. Still at the end, before the pandemic, there was something that I still knew I would do spots and then go to the kitchen after my spot and just sit for a minute and look out into the bar area and stuff. And it would be like celebrities, MMA people, the Clippers. It was something every night. It was just too overwhelming. Every time you left the store on Tuesdays or Thursdays, you got in the car and you had a fucking 30 minutes just to decompress.
Yeah.
Dr. Dre was hanging out at night before the fucking thing. He was coming into the store every night. It was just a scene that was, hard to believe. We had our own fucking thing. Emerson, Dice, those guys had their thing, and we had our thing.
It's really true. I didn't realize it either until I went back, I've gone back over the past 2 years, and it's like, it's not even the same thing. Yeah, it was like lightning striking when everybody was there, dude. And dude, the lineup sometimes, like on a Tuesday night.
I still have them. I saved everything. I would clip a lineup. I would take a picture of it or something and go,
yeah,
this is where you were with these guys. I want to see somebody try to take something away from me. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, people always go, whoa, you didn't do it. Listen, bitch.
Yeah.
And this is these lineups in 2019. When you read about the lineups, in 2009, I wasn't there. In 99. And I remember looking at those lineups, and they weren't good, but you had fucking animals, like 3 of them there. So it wasn't like 9 motherfuckers coming at you.
Yeah.
From Wong to you to Dalia, it was a cavalcade every Tuesday and Thursday, and everybody got along.
Whitney,
Bert, just Joe, Segura, fucking Tripoli,
Brennan,
Eddie Bravo,
Owen Smith.
It was fucking crazy what was down there.
Crazy. Bro, they had MMA fighters that weren't even comedians fucking doing 20 minutes.
It was fucking crazy.
Eddie Bravo was doing like 45 minutes.
Fucking crazy. You think about it. People walked in there, and it's like they got high.
Yeah.
As soon as people walked in, it's like walking into the mothership. You walk in, and you just take it. You just take it. And this is, I didn't do it for one summer. I did it for 30 fucking years. So now I got to figure out where they took it.
Yeah.
Where the fuck did they take it? I mean...
Yeah, just to look at that lineup and be like, it doesn't even feel like you're really the person doing it.
You ever see Oh God, You Devil? I mean, those Oh God movies.
Is it like a black movie or no?
Oh yeah. He fucked with people.
Yeah, you got the Coke bottle or whatever.
And it's really weird. Yeah, those things there. Fucking. One of the guys he went to, I'll never forget. This is way before I got to comedy. Way before I got to comedy. I started watching. I like movies. And there was one particular guy that the guy was a musician and he was struggling. And he was like a Bruce Springsteen type guy. And then he came to him and he fucking shut out the light because he was the devil. He plays the devil.
Oh, he plays the
He
devil.
cuts a deal with you to sell your soul.
Oh God, you devil. I remember the gods must be crazy. Was that him?
No, that's why you're getting confused with the Africans and stuff.
Yeah.
But that's what I feel like. The guy during the movie after he became a star, he would go, "What the fuck? What the fuck?" And then he would go to a restaurant. After he knew the devil took the soul, he would go to a restaurant and see the girl he was engaged with, and now she was about to have a baby. And this was his life. Like, it's fucking crazy. And that's what I felt like.
Yeah.
A lot of times, like, did I just do that? Why do people want to take a picture of me? I'm a fella. Your mother told you to stay away from people like me. You want to take a picture of me? And it was just mind-boggling. So that was the first year in Jersey. It was just trying to figure out, come down. I was coming down. I had committed to coming down and seeing what life was like with the fucking and the sticks, you know. Started playing softball games and basketball games with my daughter. And
were you playing or you were just coaching or what?
Nah, I don't even coach. I just sit there, I get high, and I sit there and watch.
Oh yeah, still.
Bunch of fucking girls. You know, it's so funny. I used to go to my father-in-law's house in Nashville. That motherfucker's always watching girls talk. And I would look at him and go, I'm not even gonna say that to my wife, but this is the most pedophilia fucking thing ever. An old guy watching the girls talk. And now I go to basketball and I mean, get into comedy. I lost a family. I lost a daughter, 34. I haven't talked 30 fucking 4. Like, this was part of the whole, like, what happened? Like, I left Boulder when she was 5. And now she's 30 fucking 4. We haven't spoken in 20 years.
No
like,
way.
20
really?
fucking years. 20. Yeah, it's got to be 20 years now.
Are there times where it just hits you and it just hurts sometimes?
It really hurt in the beginning. For years, it really took me. Part of the addiction and all that shit was that. And then I made peace with it. I knew that this wasn't going to work. It wasn't in the cards, and you got to move on. Then I had this, and God gave me a second chance. And they threw another girl at me. And I'm like, what am I going to do here? So I said, let me sink in, you know, and fucking be a dad. I got a second chance to do this the right way this time. And this is what I'm going to do.
Did you? And that was a real thought in your head. You're like, I got this. This is God giving me a second chance.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I've gotten, Theo, how many second chances have I fucking got?
I bet a decent amount.
So, some second chances you gotta jump on and go, you know what? This ain't gonna happen again.
Yeah.
I can make peace with myself. You know, I heard things I wasn't a good dad. I heard tons of shit from my ex-wife. And now I'm living it. You know, now I'm living. I got a nice house, cars, you know. We don't, I'm not a jet setter, you know that. I'm not a BMW guy or nothing. I'm just happy and comfortable.
Yeah.
You know, I retire in 4 fucking years. My daughter collects Social Security for 3 of those years. The ones I didn't get when my mother died. So everything comes full fucking circle, man.
Oh, really? So Social Security, you get it for how long?
So when my mother died, I didn't get Social Security because they said she didn't work enough quarters. She owned a business. So I had no money coming in when I was a kid, you know, for all those years. And it's weird now. I got a letter about 6 months ago about retiring and all this shit with benefit. And I'm like, I don't want to retire. I want to keep slinging dick. I mean, I feel great to go out there. I'm not in the mood to go on planes every weekend.
No, it's a lot.
I'm not.
It's a young man. It's not a young man's game.
It's a young man's game.
But it's
It really is.
It's not even that you can't do it. It's just, can you put up with it? It's like the stress, it just wears on you. And you did it for so long.
I
That's
did it
what
for
people.
so long.
And I'll forget sometimes, Joey, how long I did this shift for. I'll like be going to the airport and be like, fuck, I just cannot
going rate on one
do
recruit in
this.
Appalachia?
I cannot get on a plane. And people were like, what are you talking about, man? And but part of my brain is just like, I don't know what time when I wasn't going to the airport.
Yeah. Or wasn't getting the car for a fucking haul. My thing was this. I dreaded the road until I got in the Uber.
Until you got in the what?
Uber.
Yeah.
Once I get in the Uber and I got an edible in me and I'm headed to fucking LAX, look out, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Look out.
Come fly to friendly skies.
That's what happens to me. It's the lead up. It was towards the last year. I was waking up in the middle of the night going, I can't believe I took this to the place.
Yeah.
Taking that week off. I shouldn't book that. I can't believe I gotta go to this town this week.
Yeah, like fuck these Tickle Town or something. There's only something. You're like, fuck. Puerto Rico. I did a fucking weekend in Puerto Rico one time. And I was like, what the fuck? Some new joint they put. How like, I never should have went. 9 people fucking showed up to a couple gay dudes over there, bro. I think it was like a sex laundering or whatever, but I didn't do anything. But I went and, I tried to do my best comedy, but just fucking unreal, bro.
Now, we've been doing this for a long time.
Some of the shit.
Yeah. It's like I just went back to Jersey and I was like, to top it off, I haven't lived in Jersey before.
You got a driveway up there?
Yeah. Not leave me the fuck alone.
Really?
And he's become my friend. He's like buddy now. And he just comes, he's like, I put 2 bricks in the garbage. He looks at me at night like, motherfucker, you got me again. Then he leaves. I put a piece of nicotine gum in that motherfucker. I didn't see him for a week. That motherfucker was running up and down fucking my street with nicotine in him. But, I live in a great neighborhood. It's quiet. Theo, I live around the corner from Jimmy Florentine.
Oh, yeah, he's an awesome guy.
Awesome guy. But, I mean, that's a week down. You go down there, you're like, whoa. I got to learn how to fucking navigate this shit.
Go down where, to his house?
No, to my house. Like, when I moved down to this place.
Oh, it's quiet.
I'm an hour out of New York City. I'm an hour 15 out of New York City. I'm an hour where I was raised. That's North Bergen right across the city.
Where James J. Braddock is from?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. I used to shovel the driveway.
You're lying.
When we were kids.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, and his son was a fucking cop. Yeah, that's the park there. J.J. Braddock Park. They just put a beautiful statue up there. That neighborhood was rocking. You kids, not only did he live in town, J.J. Braddock, but fucking the other guy, Jethro's father.
Jethro Tull?
No, Jethro from the Beverly Hillbillies.
That dude had a father?
Yeah.
Bro, anybody could have made that, dude.
Jethro was a bad motherfucker. So, yeah.
You saw James J. Braddock when you were a kid?
Yeah, like 10, 12. We'd go to Hudson County Park, and one day somebody said, go up there. He would just give you like $10 to shovel in front of his house, like fucking when it snowed. So I only went up there like once or twice. It was way out of my neighborhood.
He probably didn't know it was snowing. He probably was a snow globe. He got hit from
that dude was fucking tough. Oh, that dude's tough. I saw some tapes of him. That dude was Irish, fucking long shoulders. He's fucking, he'll fight you with one fucking hand. Yeah, right there. James J. Braddock Park. Right
there. Dude, that's one of my favorite movies, dude. I've probably watched that movie maybe 12 times.
I love that movie. When I saw that movie, I was crying up a storm. Listen to this. I'm at the longest yard for me. What the longest fucking yard for me? Right, so I'm walking in my seat, sit down, I'm sitting there with my wife and talking about it, and all of a sudden, right before the movie starts, fucking camera. You see the jacket he made? Jacket for that movie? He made like a fucking great jacket. He sat there. And I'm like, oh, fucking Gladiator. I didn't say nothing.
Cameron Crowe, that's the guy that made Gladiator?
Russell Crowe. I'm
sorry.
Russell
Crowe.
Russell Crowe. That's Russell Crowe sitting next to me, the guy who played J.J. Brown.
Oh, really?
And he had the jacket on. And as the movie ended, I couldn't take it. When the longest yard fucking ended, everybody's clapping. The producers, with the longest yard, are sitting in front of me. And I turned to fucking Russell and I go, yo, that's the fucking movie of the year right there. And he looked at me, and the producers looked at me. I'm supposed to be pushing the longest yard. But I'm telling him this is the fucking movie of the year.
Cinderella.
And he started laughing his ass off, laughing on Bergen, he started giggling. And then, because my friends told me, when he was with the movie, they would see him at different delis. He was doing different delis around fucking town.
Just checking him out. Checking him out.
Cuomo,
I love that movie, man. I love that movie, and that's one of the reasons I've like this. I mean, Dustin is fighting in Jersey coming up. 2 weeks. Yeah, and so part of me is like, I'm like tying it in my head. I'm like, dude, when he told me that, I was like, dude, it's like James J. Braddock, bro. It's like Cinderella Man.
When are you coming up?
I'm gonna come up the day before.
Friday?
Yeah, I got a show Friday.
Where?
At Beacon.
I'll take you to J.J. Brown party.
No way. Yeah, I would love to, dude.
They got a fucking place called Tapas. Right down the block. Man, an Italian place. You know, spaghetti with little meat there. Anywhere you go,
everything's good. Yeah.
It's funny, where I live, there's great food. I mean, fuck yeah. I saw Rogan down there, his head on the and it's so weird. You think all the time. Lee comes down, yeah. He comes down.
Yeah, brother.
Different places.
That little fucking walkie-talkie. I saw him the other night, dude. He was
walkie-talkie.
Gumball machine.
Killing me, dog.
The fucking Jewish Christmas present. That little fucking.
God. And he's doing comedy. And he's doing great with it.
Yeah, he's been doing it, I think, almost 5 years now.
Yeah. He goes on the road.
He's opening up for people. After he closed yet? I know he's opening up for people.
Rogan, I'm not Rogan.
Yeah.
Josh Wolf.
Yeah,
Josh Wolf.
Yeah, that's when I saw him, Josh Wolf, and Jacob Wolf the other day at a clothing store. But then, yeah, me and Lee went up to the mothership one night. Yeah, he was excited, dude. I'll never forget that time. I think it might have been the first time I came on you guys' podcast, and in the beginning there was something in the headphones. It was like, Lee, I'm hearing like a sound in the headphones. He's like, I'm trying to fix it. So he's over there. I think he was like looking on his phone trying to figure out the whole board is in front of him or whatever. Fast forward 2 hours, dude. I think we did some mushrooms or something. Lee is unconscious or semi-unconscious. I don't want to say he was unconscious, but he wasn't associating with you and me, and we were the only people in the room. So he's over there, and he's like, and I hear this sound in the headphones again, and it's like, this time it was him making like a wheezy. He had like some HVAC issues going on or something. That motherfucker.
That was the thing that really killed me. I gotta be honest.
Like, you ever hit a popcorn bag that's been that's cooked to the max, bro?
Oh, yeah. That's what he sounded like?
Yeah, just when that first, like, kind of... what killed you? Sorry I interrupted you.
No. You know what fucking killed me, man? Those 8 years, that podcast with Lee, that was rough. Like, I didn't know how rough it was till I stopped doing it.
Like, what do you mean keeping up every week by having a party every week, you mean?
We were fucking... What party? It was a non-stop party.
Yeah. Oh, y'all were Neil Armstrong and that other guy who fights people.
We were fucking...
Buzz Aldrin.
We were doing 2,000 milligrams, mushrooms, Vicodins, whatever people dropped in that office, fucking... what's the therapy people do?
Oh, ketamine therapy?
Ketamine.
Oh, yeah.
We were doing ketamine in there.
Y'all put Owen Benjamin into the woods, dude. You guys fucking put that dude in a blender.
There was a couple people that wanted to blend, including myself.
Yeah.
Fuck, I put myself in a blender. I was mixed goods for fucking a year after that. When I got home, when I moved to Jersey, I moved August, right? August 19th. And we stayed in the corporate housing till my house was ready.
Oh, you were building a house?
No, the house wasn't, we couldn't move in until September 2nd.
Oh, yeah.
So we had 2 weeks in corporate housing. Those 2 weeks were like, I was just driving my wife crazy.
Yeah.
Because I was eating 3,000 milligrams a day. I was bored. I was lonely. It was a pandemic.
Oh, yeah.
I was eating Xanax to fucking help me go to sleep. I was eating Xanax on the road. And I'll never forget, I went back there, and I got so high one night, I melted the tea kettle. Because I used to make Michael Jackson tea at night. Like, I'd make, like, edible tea and put 2,000 milligrams in there. And
It's sleepy
Xanax,
time, yeah.
And mix it up, and it'd be Michael Jackson tea.
Put some Sesame Street on, start jerking off. Yeah, I feel ya. The fucking
And one night I made that shit, and I was like, I'm not high enough.
God, I can't believe you even said that to yourself.
Like, it was like the first month in Jersey was a fucking, like, I wasn't high enough. So I went to make another batch of tea, and I passed out. And when I got up, like 2 hours later, the fucking steam thing, the it ran out of water and it just fucking collapsed into a little metal thing. My wife's like, we gotta throw that away. And
It's just like Lisa, it's just like,
And then I had like fucking, I fell asleep at a restaurant. I was taking hash pills, you know, and we were at a restaurant.
What do you mean ash pills? Like from a fire?
Hash.
Hash
pills.
Hash pills, yeah.
And I
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, it was nonstop.
What are you fucking on, dude?
We were fucking, smoke. I mean, listen, I was going to the weed store every other day.
Wow.
And every other day I'd buy a half ounce. Every other day.
Why'd you have to get so high, you think?
Just, it was part of the thing. I didn't know. To top it off, I was drinking 8 to 10 espressos a day, Cuban coffees.
Bro, what the fuck?
Dog.
What direction you want to go, son?
Dog, it was edibles, sleep. It was stand up, sleep, edibles. It was just too much.
Wow. And did you know what you wanted to do at that point, or were you thinking, like, I don't know what I want to do? Because I remember there was a point right when the pandemic happened, right? After like 30, 40 days and not being having to do comedy. First, I'm like, I'll take a little break. It's great.
It's great.
But then I'm like, I haven't taken a break in my whole
life.
I never made a choice what I wanted to do. I made a choice 20 years ago. And now I'm just still doing that choice. I don't even know what I want to be doing. So there was a time where I was like, I don't even know what's going on, I remember that. And then, for a little bit, I didn't know. Thankfully, I kept podcasting, but...
Yeah, during the pandemic, that's what saved me, was we kept podcasting.
Yeah.
Fuck it, getting fucked up in there at night. I mean, listen, the podcast started at 7, and we would get there at 6, talk shit, me and Lee, start doing edibles, and then you would come at 7.
Kick that mule, baby.
And we'd do another hour of chit-chat, bongs, edibles, and then a 2-hour podcast, and then after the podcast ended, we'd hang out for another hour. I wasn't getting home till 2 in the morning. Podcast started at 7 o'clock at night.
The church, baby.
How the fuck can a podcast be, you're there 7 hours for a 2-hour fucking podcast? 2 nights a week, and it was constant,
Yeah, I left out of there. They got that set on YouTube somewhere. I was on mushrooms.
The
I left out of
mushrooms.
there. Yeah.
We were nonstop. It was like fun. The THC scene was growing.
I felt like a damn taquito when I left out of there, brother. I was fucking cooked up.
The fucking weed scene was growing with us.
Yeah.
Weed companies were sticking their hands out. Edible companies.
It was fun.
Would give me fucking edibles. Then Comedy Chaos.
Who got the most fucked up over the time? Give me the 5 people that probably, when they showed up at the church, they definitely got the holiest of water, bro. Who got doused the most?
Clubs were so great. What our forefathers
I saw a
go and
lot of
create
people
the
go through
fire on.
changes.
I'll tell you
right
why.
in fucking front of me.
Because
Like, you can see their eyes, and I'm like,
From spring to fall, a damn solstice right in front of you.
Sarah Tiana.
Yeah.
And I love her to death. That was
she's
not
great.
good. That made me feel really bad, because she's the fucking salt of the earth. I love that girl.
She's so sweet, so funny.
Then
She has
there was a
show
lot
now.
of shit that people didn't see.
Yeah.
Like one of the best episodes we did was Stephen Bauer the first time. You know who Stephen Bauer was? The guy from Scarface.
No, did he pass away?
No. He played Manolo. He played Manny. Remember, he was at the store too. He was going to the store at the end. He came in one time with cargo shorts. Now you gotta remember, it was like here, the cameras are facing me. Yeah. That's the time. He came in with cargo shorts.
I need my weapon to always.
The camera would face him, and every once in a while he'd go off camera and take a liquor bottle out of his sock. First they were in his sock. I mean, this is classic shit. He would take them out of his sock first and drink them, and then put them upside down over here. Then there were 6 empty ones.
Wow.
Then he started going in his cargo pants. And he would take another bottle out and drink it. We counted like 9 fucking bottles, plus the beer he was drinking.
Oh, yeah.
Plus God knows what else. You know, people doing that. A guy came on one day. I forget what the fucking guy's name is. I haven't spoken to him in like 3 years. He disappeared.
Was it a Japanese guy?
No, he's a Italian guy. I forget what his fucking name was. He would come on there and bring bags of pills. I'm not talking about like a prescription bottle. Like he'd come in with like, oh, I got these, and then when you take these, like this is the way he carried the bag.
If you carry
You took one of these, you did one of these, and then if this don't do it, this don't do it. And he'd give us pills by the hand. I didn't know what they were. We used to just call them happy pills. When you just eat pills, you know what the fuck they are. And I remember I did his podcast once on a Sunday, and when I got there, they had bags of fucking pills at the studio. And one day I go, you know what? Give me one of those fucking pills. This is the Lord's Day. I got nothing going on. I was high from 1 o'clock in the afternoon till fucking the next day. I don't know what type of pill I took. I don't know what he was giving out that day. I mean, I was fucked up.
Did it have like a leopard pattern on it?
I have no fucking idea. I didn't see no leopards. I didn't see nothing.
Because I took some shit. Yeah, one time this gay, I don't want to say the dude was gay, but everybody knew he was gay, and he knew he was gay. But he gave me a couple somas to drive him somewhere, right? Dude, he's like, this is the worst idea ever, bro. And R.I.P., bro, my boy Billy Conforto. But he gave me a couple somas to drive him somewhere. He's like, Dio, bro. Because he looked like Don Flamenco. Remember Don Flamenco from Mike Tyson's Punch-Out? This guy was the first homosexual that everybody knew in our area, and he also was a pride. Billy he was a fighter too. He grew up boxing, right? And then, so he would get the one with the rose in his mouth. That looks more like him. There you go. That's Billy right there, bro. Okay, so he fucking goes, Theo, bro, I'll give you a couple somas. You drive me across the lake, bro. I was like, all right. I've never taken somas in my life, dude. So I took 2 of them bitches, dude. He went into the service station to get a prepaid phone card or something because he had some domestic issues. But so he comes back out, bro, and it only been about 12 minutes at taking them bitches. We start driving, dude. I took a right turn, and place didn't even exist, bro. Fucking road didn't even exist, bro. Right into the ditch, dude.
Oh my God,
bro. He fucking takes my body, moves me over to the passenger seat. The cops came. He went to jail for like 4 months, dude.
So he switched with you.
Oh, fucking G, bro. Bless his heart. Because he knew he put me in that situation. I was a child. He was like an adult, bro. But it was, I was just trying to... But who gives their driver fucking 2 somas, you know? So just poor pill management, really, but...
Poor pill management, yeah, it is.
But damn, that was something, dude. God. Oh, when I think of some of the times, dude...
It scares you.
Yeah, when I think of the times that I drove fucked up, Joey. When I used to I would put both of my feet on the pedals, right? Because I was too nervous to let one of my feet make all the decisions, right? So I was like, I ain't trusting this one of my feet. I'm gonna have both feet down there in case something pops off, right? So I had one on each pedal, but even then, it's like playing it's a little bit of driver's ed kind of vibes. And I would be like in a crosswalk, and I would be high. And somebody would be walking through, and I'd be like, do not fucking hit the gas, bro. Just hoping my feet didn't do their own shit and start a new adventure for themselves, you know? It just got me just being so fucked up that you didn't know if you were going to be able to rely on yourself, you know? That shit was tough,
That's
dude.
one thing about me I never fucking did. As crazy as I am, I could do anything. Like, if you say to me, Joey, can we do this? Let's go. I'm not scared of cops, you know. When I was running, I was running. Okay, when you're running, you're running. There's one thing I hate doing. Drinking and driving.
Yeah.
Or partying and driving. Listen, I can smoke a joint and drive better than most people. The other shit, I cannot drink and drive. It won't let me. My body shuts down. Because I know I can talk to a cop, but if I'm drinking, I can't talk to him. Because he's got me. I'm guilty. I'm not gonna fucking try to tell them I had one drink. That's why I won't even have one drink when I go out. The fear of a cop pulling me over and asking me, were you drinking? Yeah. And then I gotta go, yeah. And then he gets me out of the car, and then I gotta do the fucking 10 steps. So before I go through all that shit, you know, and we didn't have Uber. You know, I didn't have an Uber. Now, fucking great to get high. Yeah, you can do whatever the fuck you want now.
Yeah, people don't understand what that was like, not having an Uber.
Shit.
You had to get high. Say if you wanted to leave a place, you had to fucking walk off.
Walk or fucking run or fucking go through the weeds or some shit. You know, my thing was, I'm still very grateful that in all those years, nothing happened bad on the road. And bro, I was in situations where, you know, a lot of shit could have happened drug-wise. One time in Beaumont, that, like, when I think of nights that I could have died, it's Beaumont. Beaumont for reals. I fucking OD'd on Valley.
Really? You can OD on the Sunset there. It's a beautiful area.
I couldn't talk for 3 days. I had to go to a hotel room. My face was dragging. It's like I had palsy face.
Yeah.
Couldn't go home. Couldn't get on a plane. I blew my whole check in a hotel in Houston, fucking coming down, hiding from people.
Drinking Gatorades, bro.
You know, yeah. It's so many things could have happened.
Yeah.
All those weeks in Miami doing drugs, Houston. You know, Houston was fucking, you came to Houston to lose your mind and do comedy. That was part of it.
This episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. That's right. If you love firing on sports, baby, Prize Picks is the best daily fantasy sports app for you. What I like about Prize Picks is that instead of choosing teams, you choose individual players. Each player has a set projection, and you choose more or less than that set projection. So, for example, if you think Luka Doncic is going to have more than 17 points, you would choose that. While if you think that Jason Tatum is going to have less than 20 points, you would choose that. If you're smart with sports and know what players are going to excel on what nights, Prize Picks is the best app for you, hands down. Download the app now and use code THEO. Prize Picks will match your deposit up to $100. Skies out, thighs out, baby. Summer is right around the corner, and our friends over at Chubby's are bringing the good vibration. Chubby's, I like them. I had on one of their shirts the other day in Miami, man. Beautiful, comfortable. Chubby's is a lifestyle apparel brand that makes every moment feel like a vacation. That's what Chubby's does. It's like, hey, look at that guy. He's just a walking mimosa right there. He likes to have a fun time. For a limited time, Chubby's is giving our listeners 20% off your order with our exclusive code. Use code THEO at chubbysshorts.com. You can experience unmatched comfort and style with the Chubby's iconic original stretch shorts. I just got a pair. Looking ready to put my dang butt in them. For a limited time, Chubby's is giving our viewers 20% off your order with our code THEO at chubbysshorts.com. That's code THEO at chubbysshorts.com. Support our show and tell them we sent you. Don't blend in with the crowd. Stand out with Chubby's.
That's a fucking, I had a friend, no, well, he wasn't a friend. When I was like 24, there was an old guy that hung out at one of the bars.
Oh, yeah.
And he would just drink and then throw punches in the air and say, you're talking to me. And he would throw punches, you know. You know, the whole fucking thing.
Oh, yeah, dude.
So I'm doing coke in this bar, and every day he talked to himself. And, yeah, I'll fucking kick your ass. And he'd throw jabs. And one day I asked the bartender, what's up with this fucking guy? He goes, you don't know Johnny Reed? I go, nah. You know, it was 1984. I'm a kid. I don't know Johnny Reed. He goes, I go, is he crazy? He goes, you don't know what he did? I go, no. He goes, he tried to kill himself, jumped out of a building and landed in the garbage dumpster. And he just bopped his head. So now he's fucked up. He would get a check from the government on the 1st, and he would just give it to the bartender and say, tell me when it's over. By the 18th, he'd be broke, and he'd be in there fucking arguing with the bartender. I locked him in the bathroom one day. Dog, I locked him in the bathroom at 2:30 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Because in Jersey, the bathroom's locked from the outside. He was driving us crazy, talking about boxing. 1964. I took him to the body, and we're like, Johnny, knock it off. He went into the bathroom, like, I can't take Johnny no more. We locked him. We left. We leave.
Oh, you got it.
I came back at 9. I go to the bathroom. He's still in the bathroom locked. He came in, he's like, woo! That's the noise he made when I opened the door. He goes, woo! This guy used to fuck me. Like, we give him then towards the end, I would go, Johnny, you ever do coke? I give him a line of coke, and that would put his embolism, whatever craziness he had, he'd go even worse. And I still remember giving him a line of coke like at 2 in the morning, like a bump. And then being in the car at 5, going to the city to get coke, and seeing him walking over the George Washington Bridge, throwing fucking lefts. And I'm like, oh my God, we can't give that motherfucker lines no more. And then I cracked him one day. I just showed him my dick.
Yeah.
I put it on the stool next to him.
Oh, yeah.
And he was right on the stool, and he's like, and I go, Johnny. He goes, what? And I go, look at this. And he goes, wow. And he just fucking, he just watched the basketball game. He goes, wow. And he just, I'm like fucking dying. Only Johnny could do this. I've been asking about him. What happened to him? He's got to be dead by now. He was 50, 60 when that shit in the 80s.
Dude, we had a guy, we had this dude, Mr. Dennis, and everybody just called him Danny, right? This guy in our neighborhood, he kind of like, he was just like an adult, right? But he had this son named Rocky was his son, right? And so Rocky was like, I don't know if something was wrong with him, but something was pretty much wrong with him, right? Like he just wasn't, you couldn't really rely on him. Like if you told him something, it didn't matter because he didn't really know like what was going on a lot of times, right? So you wouldn't share like a lot of information with him. But Rocky had a fucking cock on him, right? So one time we're all outside and Mr. Denny goes, Rocky, show him that cock, right? His own son, dude. And we're all like, what the fuck, dude? And Rocky fucking showed that cock, bro. And everybody was like, damn. Rocky's got that cock on him, bro. And then after that, it would always, like, anytime that Mr. Denny was around, he would be like, Rocky, show him that cock, huh? And Rocky would fucking get his cock out.
Now, Rocky wasn't all there.
No, he wasn't all there,
He was missing a
bro.
couple bricks, yeah.
Yeah, he was definitely, but he was like, you know, he was healthy enough. Like, he could enjoy Christmas and shit, you know? It wasn't like he was like, you know, like you got to keep him in the back or whatever. He was definitely like, you know, he was a cool guy. Like, you could play games with him and shit. Like, it wasn't like he was like, he just wasn't real bright and his mouth was always wet, you know? But the dad would be like, Rocky, show him that
Show him
cock.
that dick.
Yeah, show him that cock, Rocky.
Because most of those, like, mentally challenged, like retards, they got big dicks.
Yeah.
And they're horny, too. They'll fuck you to death.
Oh, dude, they'll recaulk your living room, dude. Them boys
Dog,
are fucking...
I saw fucking, I was up at in Salem, Oregon one time, Eugene. And it was, whatever, Special Olympian Convention at the hotel. We were doing comedy. Not good. And I was working with a feature act who had huge tits with cleavage. She was on stage, and one of the kids was walking by. And he saw her tits, and he started making noises.
Yeah, just doing the Biden.
You think I'm fucking kidding you? I was watching the whole thing go down, and I'm watching this kid. Why is he going crazy? He was looking at her tits. And there was 2 fucking big black guys, like University of Oregon football players that work in security. There was a point they couldn't contain him. Yeah. He was just going, they had to fucking tackle him. He was pushing the brothers out of the way. I was like, this fucker, because they're strong, too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely.
They're
I think
strong, too, so you got to be careful. They'll hold you down and fuck you to death with that big big fucking Special Olympian dick.
Hey,
You're
look
going to
at
have some problems, dog.
Yeah, you can't let them pet an animal for too long. That's for sure, brother. That shit'll escalate. Dude, what was I seeing? What was that thing in the news I just saw? That they found. Well, now I'm starting to think that more people will have conditions, right? Because they just found like plastics. What was it? You see that thing?
Microplastics have been found in human testicles.
Yeah. Bring that up, dude. I mean, Joey, this is the kind of stuff, brother. You're lucky you have 2 healthy daughters. You know, this is the kind of stuff, man, that's happening now. In 2024, microplastics are starting to look a lot like cigarettes did in the early 1960s, a poorly understood health hazard in dire need of better study and regulation. The latest bad news on microplastics in human health emerged last week when a study from researchers at the University of New Mexico examined 47 canine and 23 human testes, nuts or body nuts, taken from neutering operations and cadavers respectively. All of those testicles had microplastics inside of them. So it's just like, what is that causing, bro? If you got what kind of effects can happen? Does it say they've already... been found in our bloodstream and in other human organs such as the liver, the heart, and the lungs. You start to wonder what happens when that gets into your brain. Does that make more if a kid's got plastic in his head or whatever?
Listen, bro, there's so many things going on right now. You know, there's so many fucking things. You know, look at this. The pandemic opened up, you know, with the fucking shots and the mental health. It just opened up a variety of everything. Everybody's speeding up for some reason. I got a fucking hernia.
Oh.
I lost weight and all of a sudden I had this bump. Got a fucking hernia. You know, who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows what they're putting in food anymore?
Life is an adventure.
You know, you don't know what you're really eating. You know, fucking vegetables, fruit tastes like shit sometimes. It tastes good others.
It doesn't even taste like fruit sometimes.
No, guys, it's a different fucking world. And, you know, try to make a doctor's appointment now.
Possible.
It's you know, try to make a heart appointment. They'll tell you, like if you call today, they'll go, yeah, fucking July 8th.
Yeah.
Because that fucking, the fucking needle fucked everybody's heart up, you know? There's a ton of shit going on. God knows. They're not telling you. They don't tell you shit, man.
Has it always been like that, or do you think it's happening more than ever? Or do you feel like it's always been like that in life?
I think it's always been like that, but we have the internet now. And 20,000 media outlets.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know?
that's true.
We have so much information. Listen, this metal, this fucking heart, the disease. I think the biggest thing I'm looking at is I've never seen mental health. I know people. I grew up with people. And I talk to them now, and they're not the same fucking person.
Yeah.
And I know I'm not the same person. I know the pandemic or whatever, the 30 years of comedy, you know, getting hit in the head, who the fuck knows? But right now, man, did you see like the last 10 years, the rise and everybody's a politician now? Anywhere you go, people want to talk to you about politics. I never seen like, men don't even want to talk about pussy no more. But what do you think? You know, it's too much information. And that pandemic fucked us up because what were you doing? Listen to music or watching TV, waiting for the next fucking hand job. After the pandemic, I never watched world news ever again.
Yeah.
I'm an American. I want to watch it at 6:30. I was raised on them. I don't watch anymore because they're just scaring white people.
Yeah.
That's all they're doing. They're giving you selective news. I don't believe anything no more. I just live my life. And I fucking try to my best to decipher what's getting thrown at you all day.
Yeah.
But the mental health, I think right now, and this is what it's got to be. It's the internet. It's the fucking, you know, everybody's a celebrity now. We're living in a world where everybody's a fucking celebrity now. You go to a fucking movie theater now, they got poster boards for you to take pictures of. Everybody's a fucking celebrity. I've never seen a world like this. I got restaurants by my house on Thursday nights. You can't pull up.
Yeah.
Can't pull up. Lamborghinis, Ferraris, to go to a fucking restaurant. Everybody's a fucking celebrity. The other half, we're fighting for our fucking lives. And then they keep putting this shit at you. Every day, you put the news on in the afternoon or whatever. The Trump hush deal, this, that. It's constant. It's always in your face. And if you get sucked in by it.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I've seen the people. We're getting thrown so much information at us anymore. It's so much. Somewhere along the line, you got to crack.
Yeah. Yeah, it's too much, man. I just miss like a simpler time too, man. God, remember how much fun it was, dude?
This is simple. Nobody had a phone. You went out. Nobody get a hold of you.
We used to go, bro. I remember we'd go to Howard Johnson's, bro. Remember Howard Johnson?
Fuck yeah.
Bring up a fucking Howard Johnson.
They had that saltwater taffy.
Show them that cock, Rocky.
Oh,
huh?
show them that cock, Rocky. I think there's still a Howard Johnson's by me on Route 3.
I hope there is, dude. Howard Johnson's. My mom, when I was like 5, we would go, she would drop us off there to meet my grandparents or whatever. And we didn't know and they would have, they used to have, and we'd have like a nice meal there. It'd be nice, bro. They had the bathrooms that had the little, you ever go to a bathroom, but it has a little room before you get in the bathroom. It's like you open the door and then you're just in like a little bitty room and then there's another door and that's the bathroom. It's like the room's like 3 feet by 3 feet. You know what I'm saying? You open that.
Yeah.
They had that shit too. We never even seen that. Like a little.
How many Howard Johnsons could possibly left?
I don't know. Dude, Shoney's Inn, bro. I remember for $11 you could stay at the place, right? For $15 you could stay and eat, right? So it was that $4 upcharge. You got that buffet. Shoney's had an inn, and we would go, bro. And they also had this like premier buffet for like $2 more. You could go. They had like this kind of roped off area of the buffet, and down there they had fucking salmon or whatever, special pickles, salmon. Honeydew melon. Like you'd never seen fucking gay watermelon. You know what I'm saying? They had all the special shit down there, like black pudding or whatever. They had all the shit down there. The Reeboks were on sale. They had like this special area of the buffet, but it was like roped off unless you got the premier edition or whatever. But dude, we would go there, bro. It was so nice, dude.
When you're a kid, all that shit's nice until you get old and you're like, why am I eating this shit? I'm gonna fucking die. Look at the people around me. Look what they look like. And here I am with them about to die. And that's anywhere. Any of those chains, that fucking Country Crock.
Oh, yeah,
what's that one?
Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel. You'll die. You'll fucking die in one of those places. There's like 10 of those fucking joints that you're eating there and you're like, you know what? What's the place that they have the chocolate fountain?
Oh,
they have one in Burbank.
Memphis? No,
No. There's like an all-you-can-eat buffet in Burbank.
Oh,
it's like a
damn.
chain. It's a chain, and they advertise.
Oh, you're talking about Shakey's Pizza?
No, not that either. We used to do comedy in Shakey's Pizza in Seattle.
Did you?
One night they had like a Wednesday night.
My buddy got leprosy at one of those places.
He fucked me, you get leprosy.
Oh, this guy would get everything, bro. He's a real susceptible fella.
Golden Corral.
Golden Corral. That's a fucking place right there.
Oh, you'll die.
Oh, there's a lot of...
And I see people eating fish at those places. You just want to go over to them and go, listen, here's a good mortician. So when they lay out your body, they can take that salmon out. Salmon, shrimp, and I don't think there's no buffets anymore.
No.
Right, since the pandemic?
I mean, I think, people are still doing them, but it's definitely more of a risque type of thing. It's kind of like the OnlyFans of like the dinner community. I feel like if you see a buffet, it almost feels like it's prohibition or something. Like you should, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a fucking speakeasy, you know?
When you go to those places and you look around and you're like I went to fucking, where did I go? I went to Kentucky, Paducah. My brother-in-law lives in Paducah. I love my in-laws. It's my niece's birthday today. I love her. But I can't go to Paducah because they take me to this restaurant and they put cheddar cheese on everything. They put it on oatmeal, on cereal. I mean, whatever you order, they put a handful of that communist cheddar cheese. It's worse than the one the government sends you. And I'm eating the one night with my wife because my wife brought it home to me the one night. She's like, we're going to go over here and eat. You could stay there and I'll just bring you a thing. And I ate it and it wasn't bad. It was like a steak, just a couple pieces of meat. It wasn't bad. The next night I went, I'm like, yeah, that place, I'm excited. Let's go. And we went there and I'm looking at these people. Everybody's ankles were swollen. They all had a diabetic foot.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody. It's like going to a Yankee game. I went to a Yankee game 2 years ago. I was sitting next to a lady. Her foot was purple. And what this bitch do, she put like a blue tattoo on it to throw the color off of the diabetic foot. I'm like, when does it end?
Fucking
when you
Don
just go to a
Mattingly, dude.
And she's sitting there eating beer, drinking beer, eating hot
if you're
dogs.
eating beer, I seen a woman over there eating beer with a spoon. You know them bitches are
Dog,
going
it was
downhill.
a fucking nightmare. When I see a diabetic foot at a restaurant, I gotta go.
Yeah.
Or a fat ankle like that. When I looked around this restaurant, Paducah, everybody's ankles were swollen. I'm like, dog, I'm done. I'm on the plane tomorrow. You gotta go.
Yeah, you get to some. It is true. I think it's important. You got to look around and see who's in the joint.
Who's
you're
in this fucking joint?
Right.
Look at these people. They're gonna die.
Because sometimes it is. It's just It's like people that are almost just like cattle that don't want to. That can't even breathe that good or read. You'll see people like on oxygen. You know, sneaking in a fucking, sneaking in a little hit of pie or something
while they're eating or smoking a cigarette. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck, man. And it's like, I get nervous in those places. Like I'm gonna die.
Yeah. Yeah, there's just a lot of bad food out there, and I think it's gotten more to the place now you have to take care of yourself because the government or whatever we thought, the FDA, that shit's all been compromised, bro.
That's you show up with an envelope and they'll approve anything.
Those motherfuckers,
you
dude,
know,
you could
they
have,
don't give a fuck anymore.
Bro, you could have damn menthol bread pudding, bro. Those motherfuckers will approve it.
You know,
dude.
it's like going on Instagram. They sell every get well cure on Instagram. Like, who would buy, you know, and it's constant. Look at your Instagram. It's like bodybuilding, recuperation, testosterone. Yeah, I'm going to buy testosterone online from some fucking guy I don't know. It is crazy.
Eyebrow loss. They have eyebrow. Like, what are you even doing?
No, man.
Yeah, poor vision, missing grandparents. You're like, who gives a fuck? It's like
missing grandparents
for $40 a month. You're like, what even am I paying for? It's just some of this shit. Yeah, it's like everything is for sale. It doesn't matter.
Everything. You sit there and you go, all these products. I like when somebody goes on Rogan and they talk about a product, and then you go on Instagram 2 weeks later and they're talking on Rogan about the product and they're selling it just because Rogan was in it. And it's like, guys, when does it end?
Like using the clips, you mean? Of
Yeah, like using the clips. Like it's just so.
It's dirty.
Yeah, it's just changed a lot, man.
We've just gotten to where everything is a advertisement.
Yeah.
You know, everything is for sale. I mean, if you look at it, even with like a lot of young men aren't having sex anymore. A lot of women are selling their bodies on OnlyFans. It's like there's nobody holding anything real. You know, it used to be you had to go at least tickle somebody to get some pussy. You know, it was
go
like
to a bar, talk to them, take them out to dinner,
at least lie to them.
Work the angle. You know what I'm saying? There's always an angle. I don't know. I'm still recovering from my own boyfriend. Well, let's do some coke and talk about it. Yeah, there's always fucking something.
But it's just different now.
Well, we've forgotten. Listen, man, we've forgotten a lot of things.
Yeah.
Things are getting right away from us. You know, I was really opposed to texting for years.
I remember that. That's why I even called you yesterday or the other day.
Really opposed to it. Now I'll do it. But I didn't like it because it takes away our connection, man. I want to hear your voice. You can tell me whatever you want in a text. Theo, how you doing? I'm doing great. I picked up an envelope. Theo, how you doing, man? So that's why I didn't like it.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't like it, because what they're doing is creating a society that separates us even more. You know what? I can't see Theo now, so we'll just Zoom once a week. Let's Zoom. Get in a fucking plane and come see me.
Yeah.
We're doing everything we can to separate. And I always hated that. I understood the pandemic. I got it. But we need each other. It's like, I'm going to tell you something interesting. Pandemic started. I was fucked up. I'm going to tell you something that you're not going to believe this. I started doing better. Going in. And once I was there a year, August 19th of 2021, I was a little better. I was still withdrawing from the Xanax. I was having some issues, but I did something that before I did the knee operation, because I went back and my knee went to shit as soon as I landed, like 3 weeks later, because I was going to cryo every day in California. But once I landed here in the pandemic, there was no more fucking cryo.
Oh, there's no cryo.
There was nothing.
Yeah.
So my knee went to shit. I got surgery. I went, and one day I was going for a ride, and I saw a jiu-jitsu school, a Gracie jiu-jitsu school by my house. And I went in there, and I was scared shit. It's December. COVID's been around not even a year, you know, but people are still like not touching each other and shit. And they're like, nah, we're doing great here. We only had to close one time. But when I left there, I had a doctor's appointment like a week later, and then he told me I had to have knee surgery. So I didn't go back to that school. I never went back to talk to him. Then one day I get a call, and it's the guy, the brown belt at the school. His name is Sean. He's like, I just want to check in with you. I go, dog, after I saw you, I got knee surgery, so it'll be a while. This guy kept calling and not selling. He wasn't selling. He was just being a nice kid going, if you want to come in and move a little bit, it'd just be me and you, man. Nobody will bother you.
Right.
We'll work on stuff. I was like, I don't know. Fucking jiu-jitsu. I went to jiu-jitsu the same day that the Soprano movie premiered. It was September 21st, 2021. And I remember I walked in there. I had to cancel the first two. Like, I canceled 2 classes.
Yeah.
Finally, I go, next Wednesday. Now it's Wednesday. And I'll never forget going in there, and we did some shit, and then he goes, just roll with me for a minute. And I remember leaving there and going, I feel a lot better.
Wow.
Just human touch with
Contact.
somebody else. I'm not gay or nothing, but just that touch of him fucking submitting me and grabbing me, and I was like, I feel. And then I went to the premiere that night, and I was fucking COVID conscious. I'm like, I'm gonna sit at the Beacon with 2,000 fucking people to see this movie. We're gonna get COVID.
Yeah.
It wasn't even that. When I got out, the driver dropped me on the corner of the Beacon, and I was in a corner with 500 people. And they were all like touching me and shit. And I remember walking out of that circle going, if I don't get COVID now, I'll never get it. Went to the movie theater, didn't even go to the premiere party. Just saw the movie with my family and some friends. I didn't even go to the party. But going to that jiu-jitsu class and the classes after that, like I was just gonna take privates for like 6 months. I said, fuck this. I'm going into class with these guys.
Yeah.
I need these guys.
Right.
I need these fucking guys. I need to talk to them and touch them and fucking
be human.
Move around, be human again.
Yeah, isolation is isolation. It feels like it's what you want to do for yourself to make things easier and more comfortable, and that is one of the biggest traps. You know, I notice it for myself a lot of times. It's like I'll even the other day I had some friends that went out on the boat here on Lake Austin, right? First I was like, I'd rather just chill, work on my comedy, you know.
Yeah.
I'm in town, I'm in Austin specifically to work on get up on stage and stuff, and so, but then I was like, you know, I should go, because I always choose let me stay and work on something. Let me stay and be by myself. I always choose that. And then I find myself, well, then you're always by yourself. You know what I'm saying? You get stuck with by yourself thoughts, by yourself bullshit. You know, when you're with somebody, you get they don't fucking run off. You're like, oh, I'm all right to be around. I'm not a complete weirdo, you know? And so that kind of stuff is huge, man. And being in those classes, it just like, and you make friends, you start to realize people got your back, you're not fucking alone. There's nothing is as helpful, I don't think, as going to those jiu-jitsu classes. I don't go into them as much as I wish I did, because I kept getting hurt, bro. And I couldn't do anything. I had to work, I'm fucking wheezing, I got my shit all wrapped up, I got a fucking bunch of lemons fucking duct taped to my rib cage and reading shit online, you know, eating oleander or whatever on the fucking internet and apple seeds, but yeah, just that camaraderie, bro. I remember one time we'd been in there rolling for the day, and I just started bawling, crying, bro. Like just shit that was stuck in my body or whatever. It just fucking like released, you know?
It's crazy. People don't understand. And now, it's what keeps me together. I go every Monday and Thursday, and it keeps me together. You have to show up with $1 million envelope for me not to go.
Yeah.
Like I made that decision 6 months. Like I've been going steady, but I got hurt. I hurt myself in December. And after that hurt my ankle, I go, you know what? I'm doing this a different way. I'm going in there. It's a plan. 2 days, I lift, I go to jiu-jitsu. I lift, I go to jiu-jitsu, I ride the bike, and I'm done for the fucking week.
Yeah.
It's what I do. Like, I don't give a fuck what you got going on. I'm really sorry. I gotta go to jiu-jitsu because if you don't go on Monday, then you're behind the week. Then you're not gonna go on Tuesday. Tuesday, you're gonna get an audition. Then Wednesday, your kid's sick. You know, this is just, you wake up, she's sick, my wife's gotta do shit, I gotta cover. And that's why I always go Monday. So you always get at least that one.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to take Thursday from me, something else will happen. But that's helped me a lot because it gives you a different set of friends. And it gives you a set of friends that have, you know, they're all trying to get healthy. One guy's recovering from the shoulder, one guy's trying to lose weight. I'm just an old fuck. I go in there I go in there and burn 500 calories.
Oh, yeah.
You know. But these are the things I'm doing now I even enjoyed jiu-jitsu when I was doing comedy full time because it got you away from the agents and the managers and everybody talking about the same shit all the time.
Yeah, and secret gay dudes too out there in Hollywood, bro. Oh, Jesus Christ. I remember the first time some guy, you know, I just got into town, I don't know what was going on, and some guy tried to kiss me outside of a park or whatever, and then I remember another time a dude, an agent or whatever, gave me a ride to some place, introduced me to like Cuba Gooding Jr. or whatever, and then tried to feel on my leg or whatever when he was giving me a ride home, dude. And I didn't know what the fuck was going on. Dude, I was like, if I wasn't a little brave, I would have been gay, bro.
You know, that's,
You know, Rocky got that cock on him, you feel me, bro? That's the fucking
Rock,
scary.
show him the cock.
Hey,
That's just
dude.
good. You should You should just fly Rocky out here. Take him to L.A. with you. Whenever one of those guys wants to hit on you, Rock, show him the cock.
Rocky.
Boom, there you go. You want that
Boom,
roll?
son.
Here, I got a cock for you. Suck this stick of love over here.
This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. That's right. Let's talk about sex, fellas, okay? Remember the days when you were ready to go, buddy? Oh, boy, look at this. Now, you can increase your performance and get extra confidence in bed. Listen up. BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets. And at a fraction of the cost, baby, you can get going, boy. Get you one, snack it down, you're ready. Does it work? Yup, that's it. You don't think you need it? Maybe you don't, but you can try it for a month and see if you want. I love it. They're always saying first impressions are important. Rock that blue cheesy, baby. You feel me? Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code Theo at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code Theo. To receive your first month free, visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. You know, if you're selling something online, it can get very tedious. You can get caught up in the minutia of figuring out how much product do I need to hold, and the addresses that I need to send it to, and how do I get the mailing labels, and it can be unending. You can spend more time figuring out how to do your business than actually doing your business. ShipStation makes it easier. They're the multi-carrier shipping solution that integrates wherever you sell online and streamlines your workflow so your business can grow. That's right. They have an easy-to-use dashboard that makes managing orders, smooth label printing, reporting, and customer service easy. You can scale your business and reduce warehouse costs with ShipStation's reliable enterprise solutions. And you can save on thousands of shipping costs. That's what I've enjoyed the most, with discounts up to 89% on UPS, DHL Express, and USPS rates. Work less and ship more with ShipStation, the innovative tool that helps turn your shipping challenges into opportunities for growth. Go to ShipStation.com and use code Theo to sign up for your free 60-day trial. That's ShipStation.com, code Theo. I'm going to tell you flat out that using the internet without ExpressVPN is like going into a public bathroom and just leaving the door wide open. Well, ExpressVPN creates a secure encrypted tunnel between your device and the internet, so your online activity can't be seen by anyone. It works on phones, laptops, even routers, so everyone who shares your Wi-Fi can be protected. I've certainly looked at stuff online that I'd like to keep between me and myself. Secure your online activity by visiting expressvpn.com/THEO today. That's expressvpn.com/THEO. expressvpn.com/Theo to get an extra 3 months for free. Yeah, bro. Dude, in Rocky, they grew up like downwind from like one of those pesticide factories or something, or the place that would have the spray rig, Dude, remember when the spray rig would come through your neighborhood, dude? We would fucking get on our bikes, bro, and ride, because in Louisiana, they sprayed that bitch fucking twice a week, dude. The whole fucking, everybody's stepmother looked like a mosquito in that bitch, dude. But we would get on our bikes and just ride behind that gas, just pure gas coming out that bitch, dude. But Rocky and then Mr. Denny, they lived downwind from one of those fucking.
That's what probably made his dick big.
Fucking damn.
People gonna all move from those places now and go, man.
Bro,
Rocky made Rocky's dick big.
Oh, Rocky ain't been fucking stung by a bee since 2011, bro. I'll tell you that, dude.
It's fucking crazy.
God. I guess the best thing is remembering stuff from growing up. That's something that that's my favorite thing, is just remembering stuff from growing up. Yeah, thinking about the past. I love it. You know, that's where most of like the most entertaining stuff is for me. But growing up now it feels like kind of weird. I think for a lot of times I didn't want to grow up because I still wanted to just be a part. I feel like if I grow up too much, then I lose all the fun. Does that ever make any sense to you?
You know, man, it's so weird how you look at your life and you go, what the fuck? I haven't had fun, like fun, since I left New Jersey when I was 20. Like that old-fashioned fun that I liked, I enjoyed, you know, just getting fucked up and laughing with your friends.
Yeah.
Sleeping on the floor and going down the shore and all that shit. And then it's like I've been chasing it for the last 40 years. What happened those summers when I was growing up? You're just chasing it, you know. It's funny, I look at, like I was seeing something about a while ago about a club. They were talking about this club and VIP and all this. And I looked at it and I'm like, all this is people chasing Studio 54.
Yeah.
That's all this is. They've been chasing Studio 54 since the 80s. You know, us guys like you and I, our childhoods were fucking really special. They were comical. When we think of our childhood, we had no other option than to become a comic because all the tools were put in front of us. The stories, the situations, other storytellers that taught us how to tell a story. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I think now, like, I was always going to be a comic. I just didn't know that. I just didn't know that. Everything all goes into one circle. Everything that you lived. I remember somebody told me one time that when you do a movie, okay, like, you know, I did a bunch of movies early on, and nobody talked to me. Nobody said, hey, I saw you in that movie. He goes, you got to give a movie culture. You have to give a movie years. And all of a sudden, I saw what he meant. Because one day, when the podcast and everything else started lifting us, people started connecting those movies. Do you follow me? At first, you can't connect them. But after you hit a little bit and people start following you and stuff, your movies will connect. You know, like it's the weirdest thing. I don't even know if I'm explaining it.
I don't know. I'm not understanding you 100%.
Yeah, he had a concept that said, like, people do a movie. Like, you do a movie with, like, who's the hottest star today? I don't know.
Probably
Gigi Hadid or something. I don't even know these fucking people.
Yeah, probably Bradley Cooper.
Bradley Cooper, all right. You do a movie with Bradley Cooper. And the movie comes out. Bradley Cooper wins an Academy Award for it. It's a great movie. You don't think that you're getting as much as you should have. You ever see somebody do a movie and fucking they blow up?
Yeah.
Tiffany Haddish did a movie. She's been working hard for 30 years. Did one movie, blew the fuck up.
Yeah.
Okay? I did 20 movies. Nobody ever fucking talked to me at all. They didn't talk to me till I fucking told the story about mugging a hooker and lighting her wig on fire. That changed my career. That was it. Now people start, you do a Disney show, nobody wants to see it.
Yeah.
You know, you do nothing. But my point is that, let's say you did a movie with Bradley Cooper and you call me a year from now and go, what the fuck? All these motherfuckers blew up around me. I got one commercial or something out of it.
Right.
You know? But in 3 years, as you keep growing, your career keeps growing, more people will start going, let me watch that movie because Theo's in it now. I didn't know Theo was in it. Oh, shit, I got to watch that again. Because now you're somebody to them. And that's how that movie gets big and connected to all the other movies. It's the weirdest fucking thing. Because nobody would see my shit. You know, like I'm telling you. I mean, I remember going to see, I did The Longest Yard. That's the only movie people would come out and shake my hand, and at the end of the show, they would hide from me. Because they thought I was going to go up there and do Adam Sandler knock-knock jokes.
Yeah.
I'm up there talking about snorting coke and fucking getting my dick sucked and putting a coke rock, and people were like, they would just leave. And now you say one fucking joke about mugging a hooker, and you're selling out fucking comedy clubs.
Yeah.
You don't know what it's going to be, but the culture of it is what I'm talking about, how you might not think nobody saw you, but years from now. It's like you could do 18 movies, and the movie you hate the most is the one that people come up to you and go,
yeah,
we loved you in that. You're like, God damn it, I did 17 other ones.
Yeah.
I did 17 other movies, and that's the one you like, the one I fucking hated. And then you tell them the story. I was coked up till 8 in the morning, and my call time was at 9, And they're like, oh, no wonder you hated the fucking movie.
Yeah, I think, I guess it's like, did you think that when podcasting started, it was going to be what it was? Did you have any real foresight on it? Did you get into it because you were like, oh, I don't know if, like, acting is going to be enough for me? Like, what was kind of your motivation to get into it? I know it's kind of an old question. I just don't know the answer to it.
2009, I moved to the Valley. I moved to Studio City, where we lived, the office, up the corner from the office. At that time, man, I'd done movies, I'd done TV shows, I recurred on TV shows. I wasn't at the store anymore, and I was just opening for Joe. And I would do spots, you know, I would do my own shit.
Yeah.
And open for Joe. And then I was like, you know what, man? I got a call from the Funny Bone one time. And they're like, we're willing to give you like 6 weeks of work. The number they threw at me was so fucking ridiculous. It was so ridiculous. And a year before this, I had had this conversation with somebody else. That guy's name was Billy Gardell. I saw him in Burbank, and we were just chatting. And he told me that right before he got Molly and whatever that fucking show was, Mike and Molly,
Mark or whatever,
he was like, I'm thinking of getting out of this shit. He goes, they just offered me these deals, and it's no money. They want me to work Wednesday through Sunday in those days.
That was hard.
2000, no airfare, no, you know. And I'm like, you know, when that happened to me, I was like, you know what? It's 2009. I got nothing going on. I'm going to go to the Ford store and pee in a bottle and get a job selling cars.
Yeah.
I'll still audition. I'm in it. I'll still audition. And I'll still go out and work for Rogan. But I'm not doing it. I've been doing it for 20 years or something, right? At that point.
Wow.
And I'm not even happy doing it anymore.
That's the biggest thing.
Okay? It was like, I'm good. I could do movies. I keep my insurance. I could always book a movie or a TV show, except lately. I don't know what the fuck's going on. But
we don't even have any more TV shows, really.
No, but I've been getting auditions. I got an audition for me to go fuck yourself, and I didn't get it.
Wow.
When you got one line to curse at Steve Martin and you don't get it, you're not doing well, okay? So
you still audition a pretty good bit.
Huh?
You still audition a decent amount?
If they have something, they'll call me and I'll put it on tape. Or lately they've been doing Zoom ones, which I'm in fucking shock. But I'm not booking anything. It's look at me. It's over.
But you like it, though. It's something you like, though.
No, I like booking. I don't like working.
I see.
My dick gets hard when I get that call. My dick gets hard when I go in the room and there's other actors in there and they look at you like, what are you doing here? And you're like, really, motherfucker? I'm going to show you what I'm doing here, bitch.
Yeah.
And then they call you. But then when they call you for wardrobe, you're like, come on, guys. What the fuck? We want you to come in for wardrobe and then
wasting people's
come
time.
back for this and then park and then we're going to do a table read on Tuesday. And you're like, guys.
Quit jerking everybody
that's
off.
That's not what I want to do.
Wasting people's time and money.
No. So that's my secret. I love booking.
That is a good moment if somebody calls you and says you got something.
You got something. Listening, they made you an offer, blah, 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 and you're like, fuck yeah. Fuck that punk in the audition.
Yeah, fuck
that
those
I remember going to audition one time and the guy told us in the audition, go home. Yeah. I already did the job. I already worked with this guy. He's going to give me the job anyway. And then I booked it. I saw him at the store like a week later. Did you ever hear from him? I go, bitch, I booked it. He was pale. Yeah. He was fucking pale. But what I was telling you was, the truth was, I'm going to tell you the honest to God truth. I always had a problem with comedy. I'm not the best comedian, but I'm a good storyteller. And I always knew if I had a chance to tell my story, it would change things. If it didn't, then I'll go away into the hills quietly. You ever watch HBO boxing? Like 15 years ago.
Yeah. Joe Frazier or whatever?
Nah, like
Roy Jones Jr.?
Yeah, like anything 20 years ago with boxing. You know, you look at a guy that's a boxer or a UFC fighter.
Yeah.
All right? You're like, look at this fucking guy. Tattoos, he's talking all this shit, you know. But then they do those things. You know, 20 for 20, like those HBO will do like, let's talk to Theo at his house, you know? So I know Theo, he's got a hat, he's from Louisiana, he's got Icy Mike, this, that. But now I get to see you with your mother.
Yeah.
I get to see you with your dad. I get to see you with your kids. I get to see that fucking Theo has a farm. I didn't know that. He gets up in the morning after trading 2 hours and he goes to the farm and works 8 hours, and then he picks his kid up from school, cooks for them, then he goes back to fucking train, then he goes back over there and puts his kids in showers, then he fucking, you know, and you're like, I thought this guy was just a fucking sack of shit.
Yeah.
That was my thing.
Right.
But I knew if I could tell my story digitally, like detail by detail, I could get somewhere. And I was right. Just go up there. And for 2 months, we were doing what people do. So what do you think about P. Diddy? You know, that's not a podcast.
Right.
You're just fucking extensions of news. When you get into the nuts and bolts with people, and you, like I told you, I had nothing going on in my career until I told the story that I mugged a hooker and lit her wig on fire.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden I was selling 150 tickets a show, and you're like, I've done fucking all this stuff, and nobody ever want to buy a ticket. But I tell the most awkward stories, so what do guys like me and you do? Tell more disgusting stories of your life.
Yeah.
And they ate them up.
Get it out. Well, people can relate to stuff, dude. Especially with hookers, man. I remember doing drugs, and then I would, like, negotiate with hookers online, right? Because I didn't have any money, so I'm sitting there, like, I'm not, like, price gouging or whatever they call it, but I'm like, you know, I'm like, how about this? Just stay for maybe 40 minutes or whatever, you know, just give me like, you know, $75 off the amount or whatever. And I was always so high. This would happen to me every time, Joey. A woman of the night or whatever, escort would come over. I'd be so high, I'd be scared. I'd hand the money out of the door, open the door a little bit, fucking hand them the money and have them go home, right? 90% of the time, because I was so scared. Like, I don't even know why I would do it, and I would do that 2 or 3 times in a night, right? So one time, dude, I remember one time this Russian lady, she had to go or something, right? And she asked me to watch her dog, right, at her fucking place. I went over there, and she asked me to watch her dog, and I couldn't even understand what she was saying. I thought she wanted to do like butt stuff or something, but then she just was trying to get me to watch this fucking dog, dude. So the whole conversation was just ridiculous, bro. Because I kept kind of touching her butt, and she kept kind of pointing at this puppy. I'm just like, what am I doing, dude?
I would be petrified to call a hooker.
Oh, it was so scary.
Petrified. And never mind on coke, like I wanted to. Trust me, you're not the only guy that got fucking secret fucking desires. Whenever you do coke and you're by yourself, you're dying to call a freak that's gonna take the ride with you. I can never do it. I can never fucking do it. And if I got somebody to come over, if I jerked off before they come over, then I wouldn't even open the door.
Yeah.
I'd keep that little bit of coke for me. Fuck it, you ain't getting none of this. I already cracked a nut. You ain't getting none of this shit.
I'm out of coke, dude.
I'm out of coke. I'd crash a fucking aspirin and give it to them.
Oh, I remember, yeah. Like, I'd feel so bad once a hooker was coming over. One time, I remember putting on I didn't want to even seem like I did coke or whatever, so I remember put on like an apron or something to make it seem like I was like cooking around my house, like just being like an organized guy, you know? Like, what the fuck? What a loser, dude. She's probably like, it's 3:30. This guy's a fucking chef over here.
Oh, God.
I just wanted to look like I was doing something important or whatever, and I didn't have like a, you know, that was the closest thing I had to like a uniform, I guess, or whatever was that. But
I would love to sit with like a
resupply
a fucking, I don't know, a little psychotherapist that's analyzing people for drugs or something, and just sit there with them for 3 days and tell them the stupid shit. And it's not even stupid, it's fucking hilarious when you look at it.
Yeah.
When you think about it years later, you're like, that was fuck. Like, a couple weeks ago, I came down here. It was 420. I came down here, and I was thinking about in '86 when the Mets won the series or something, the playoff. I forget what it was. I went to New York to pick up a couple ounces of coke. I was bringing them back to Colorado. And when I got there, the guy I went to see said to me, your coke is ready to go. You got it. You got a house? You could stay at my house? He goes, I gotta leave. I gotta go away for 3 days to a wedding in Connecticut or something. And he goes, I forgot you were coming. I hooked you up. You're good to go. We went to eat after the airport, and then he drove me to the house. He goes, the coke's in there. Go in. My sister's there, my mom. They left you the whole fucking house. I get in there, the fucking hot water heater blew up. And the power went out. So you know guys like me and you. I wasn't leaving till Sunday. I called some friends, but they were fucking busy, and I stayed in the house from Friday to Sunday, snorting coke with a candle, like that, rolled up with all water. So I'm walking around like Jethro Tull, that album from Jethro Tull, with a mirror, navigating myself to the water in this fucking basement with a candle, snorting coke. The sister's like 16. She's down there snorting coke with me. I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna go to jail.
It's a damn underground railroad, brother.
He would call me every hour, like, how's it going over there? I'm like, I'm here with your sister and mom, snorting fucking coke in this fucking, you know. Nobody would believe that. I stayed there till Sunday. And then I get to the airport, Kennedy Airport. It's fucking freezing out. Everybody's got jackets on. There was no tunnels then. You had to walk out and get on the plane. Everybody had jackets on. Dog, I've been doing coke for 3 days. When I walked out, they had a t-shirt on and steam was coming out of me. And people looking at me like, what the fuck is he on, right? Like, you can't. That was like a whole afternoon. Then I got on the plane and I was so coked out. I had the aisle seat. Before the plane took off, they came to me and said, you can't keep getting up and going to the bathroom. I was going every 8 minutes to the bathroom to load up. And then when the plane took off, I actually took the blanket, put it over my head, put the lunch tray down, crushed it up, and I would snort and then pop my head up. And I'm like, nobody knows I'm getting high. But the clinker of that whole fucking day.
Like Punxsutawney Phil, dude.
Dog, it was not, and this was every week.
Eight more weeks of 8
You
ball.
gotta remember, this was going on in our lives once a week, this craziness. And then I go up to, because in those days, the planes had like a little bar, and you could order from the bar. And I remember that, I'll never forget, there was a black linted bar, like black.
Wow, on the airplane.
In the 80s and 90s, shit, you had fucking planes with bars.
Yeah.
And JetBlue, no, People's Express was a plane that went out of business, company that went out of business. They had a piano that the guy would play upstairs. They were double-decker planes. This shit today, I don't know what the fuck's going on. No bars,
This shit
no
today's
nothing.
a bunch of traffic.
Yeah, you go on a plane now, you go on a plane to sit there like a commie and look straight ahead. In the 80s and 90s, you went on a plane, you partied. You could move around and talk to people.
That's what Ric Flair always says. He always says about how great it was on planes.
Oh my God, I could come up to Theo and go, Theo, buy Theo a drink, buy that lady in row 3 a drink, and all of a sudden you're picking up chicks on a plane, dog.
God!
Come on.
Fuck, I'm lonely.
So I go to the bar. I order whatever, a Southern Comfort, an orange juice, whatever the fuck I'm drinking. And Theo, as I'm talking to him, it's just me and him at the bar. A fucking Coke rock falls out of my nose and lands on the lint. And me and him are looking at it like to see who's gonna speak first. And I look up, and I'm looking at the plane. I go, that fell off the plane there. And I got back in my seat. I was never so embarrassed. Look, I was doing shit that nobody. I remember going on a date with a girl to a fucking net Philadelphia 60 game.
Oh, high on coke?
No, I had a half ounce in my pocket. I was holding it for later in case she didn't want to go home with me.
Yeah.
You know, the first quarter I'm talking to her, we're not getting nowhere. I go, fuck this. I'm going to get a. Do you want a drink? She goes, yeah, I'll take a drink. I went to the bar to get a drink at the net game. The bartender had a bow tie on. This is like a Theo story. He had a bow tie on, very decent guy, and I'm up there like, let me get a double, bah, bah, let me get another one, bah. And all of a sudden I go, you want to do a line? The guy's like, yeah. This is 1984.
Rocky
I'm
got
at
that cock on him,
I'm
baby.
at a net basketball game. I got the bartender in the back doing lines. By the end of the night, he had his fucking bow tie off. He disconnected the computer. He was just pouring them in and giving them to people. I didn't go back to that seat till 3 minutes left.
Wow.
That girl was like, what happened to you? I'm like, you're not going to believe it.
I had a good time.
I had a good fucking time. Sit next to your fucking tight-ass fucking telling me. I mean, that's the shit that happened all the fucking time.
Yeah, anything could. It used to feel like anything could happen.
Anything could happen. Like, yeah, we're going to go here, but listen, there was a time when there was a $39 flight to Miami. After midnight in Newark.
After midnight?
After midnight, it was 39, it was like 59 all day, like just to Miami, straight shots in 84. But from midnight to, it was like $29. Oh my God, you get on that plane and there'd be 200 people fucking whacked. You know how you go, we're out of Coke, what are we gonna do?
Yeah.
Call Timmy, call Mikey, call Louie, nobody's around. Fuck it, let's go to Miami. That's what people would do. They get on that plane with the last 2 lines and pray to God till they get to the airport. Dog, it was crazy. That's how crazy it used to be. After midnight, on the hour, every hour to Miami. Why would you want to go to Miami? What would make you want to go to Miami at 2 in the morning?
Cocaine, probably.
Yeah.
And women, or men. If you like men, I don't like them. But women.
But you have 1,000 of those stories. 1,000. And I have thousands of them. Thousands of, fucking getting high and not getting anywhere. That's all it is.
That's the truth of it is. After you look at it over a long period of time, it's like getting high and not getting
anywhere.
Son.
You're talking about that shit about giving the hooker money. Listen, man. How did I quit smoking cigarettes? I forced myself. I bought an 8-ball and I didn't take no cigarettes home because I knew once I had that 8-ball in me, I'm not walking to 7-Eleven. So I stayed in that apartment all night, 8 hours with no fucking cigarettes on an 8-ball. The next day, I didn't need to smoke. I had already beat it in my mind. That's how I quit smoking cigarettes. I bought an 8-ball and no cigarettes to go. Fuck.
Yeah, I just miss a time when anything could happen. I've told this story before, but I went one time. I used to love telling people that people had died, right? One of my favorite things to do, tell people like a famous person had died, right? Like we go to lunch or whatever, I'd be like, oh, so-and-so died, whatever, and just we could talk about it during lunch and they leave lunch, right? And they find out at some point that they didn't die. And they're like, well, what the fuck? I just talked to this guy for an hour about over here, right?
You take a piss real quick?
Oh, yeah, take a piss, man.
Sorry.
No, you're good, man.
I'm 60 years old.
You good, man? You feel all right?
Yeah, I just had a pee. I was holding it.
I hate that. Burns me up. Yeah, dude, I remember one time I had a escort or whatever. I hate to hooker, I feel like, but do hookers like the term hooker? They don't care.
They don't care as long as you pay them.
Yeah. So yeah, and I always paid, but yeah, this hooker got sick one time, and I remember I stayed over there for like a day and a half taking care of her.
Really?
Yeah, in in Beverly Hills. And
you ever talk to her anymore?
No, we texted for a while, and then I changed my number. But I think it was fine. We didn't even speak really the same language that much. I think she spoke like Slovakian maybe or something. And, but yeah, but we were, definitely had been doing drugs, but that was that, I saw my mother, I went to surprise my mom for Mother's Day.
How was it?
It was pretty cool. Went over to Tucson. She was doing good, man. I got over there and I go to her house, right? And I'd never been there. I'd never been to the house that she lives in, but she's only been there for maybe about a year and a half. But so I go, I'm knocking on the door and I'm like, she's not answering. I'm like, oh man, don't tell me like they'll finally come to see her, and that would be my mom, because that's how she is. I finally come to visit and she goes and dies just to show me up, like I can see her doing that shit. But I look through the window, through the blinds, and through the back blind that's open, and she's laying out in the back in the bikini, right? Because my mom will, the one time she would spend by herself, she would get in her bikini and get herself a can of beer and go lay on the side of that.
How old is your mom now, if you don't mind me asking?
She's probably 74, maybe.
Wow, you're lucky, man.
She's getting...
You don't see her a lot, do you?
She's growing up. I see her probably twice a year. I'm trying to do a little bit more. This was the first time I'd ever went and visited my mother in years. She never asks. She never says I want you to come. She doesn't like to assert herself into things, really. She likes to kind of keep her distance, I think, in some ways. But anyway, so I look through the thing and I see her in the back in that bikini in the chair, and it brought all the memories back from when I was a kid. Sometimes, if she'd had enough, she'd fucking go lay out in the side yard with a fucking can of beer, and a fucking probably look. our whole apartment complex was always sinking in the mud. We was always fucking fighting with the landlord. It's like, give us $45 off. We're fucking, you know, the dinner table's 2 inches lower than it was last week, you know? So mom's chair would be over there just slowly. Fucking, we thought that bitch was gonna disappear, bro.
Now, who she live with?
She lives by herself.
And who's down there with her?
Nobody. She likes to be by herself. She's always like gone. Like even when I was young, she always was going. That's one thing I remember about her. She always had to go. That's the one thing I think I remember the most about my mom. She always had to go. She always had to go to work. She always had to move away. It's just how she's built, you know, something inside of her. It's hard for her to stay right there.
Well, that's where you get it from.
I know.
Me too. And listen, we were talking about that before. We didn't really touch on it.
That's where I get it from.
You know, I'm in the same boat as you. You sit there and you go, nobody calls me to do anything. And when they do call, you know, I'm living a life now off of Bill Hicks. That's what I'm doing. Bill Hicks had the greatest joke that couldn't be any truer. Marijuana does not make you lazy. It just makes you realize that what you're gonna do just ain't worth doing. And that's why I'm at my point in my life now. There's days I go, you know what? For me to get into this party, I gotta drive an hour and a half. By the time I get back, and I gotta hear shit, and you know, it's just 1,000 variables. You give yourself excuses.
Yeah.
But then again, Tom Hardy says that once you spend time alone for a while, you like it. And some people like it, and there's nothing wrong with that, Theo. Theo, listen. At this age and at any age, from the time I was 20, my favorite thing, yeah, everybody likes to have sex, everybody likes to eat good food. But between me and you, give me a joint and a good book and put me in the corner, I'm good. I'll smoke a joint every 2 hours, take a bite of the sandwich. I love reading.
Yeah.
That's the happiest I am. When I'm fucking reading. If I don't have a book now in the hotel, I'll go back and start looking up recuperation for men over 60, benefits of boxing, you know, benefits of breathing. You know, I'm a fucking idiot, but I like to read. I love it. That's my thing then. Yeah, I'm one of those fucking idiots. You press benefits on my page, and every benefit comes up. Benefits of drinking water, benefits of washing your ass, benefits of doing, you know, I'm the captain benefit. I want to know everything that I can about something. Yeah. That's the happiest I am. And you don't read a book in a team. You don't read a book with 20 people.
Yeah.
You know, that's what, I love it. I fucking love it.
That's a good point.
We do stand-up. We would not, we could have joined the fucking improv troupe and been the Wallflowers and, no. We like being up there alone with a microphone with 4 bricks and working ourselves out of there. Takes a certain person to want to be a comic, bro.
Yeah,
takes a certain person.
Yeah, I think sometimes I do compare myself to just like people that aren't comics that much. And then you have to realize how odd it is to do that job. It's an odd thing to do. It's an odd job. If you saw an animal do it in the woods, you'd be like, that fucking animal's out of his fucking mind.
We're crazy. We're crazy as stand-up. We're not normal. We are not normal. There's something, you have to come to terms with all the things we are as comics. We can't question it. That's who we are. You could have been a doctor. We could have been a lawyer. We could have been a bum. We could have been a hooker.
Yeah.
We chose something that, you know, I don't know why I chose it. I just love Richard Pryor. And I knew once I had the felonies, I wasn't going to do anything else that I really liked.
Yeah.
This is not, you know, comedy is a profession for fucking guys like us. Me and you have a little darkness in our past. We can't figure out what it is, but it makes us tick.
Yeah, I loved hearing Richard Pryor too, man.
You know,
I loved hearing him say the N-word.
Me too.
My mom wouldn't let us say it. And we're like, well, fuck, man, we got to hear it, you know? And so I remember we would hear him say it, dude.
Just those books like by, who's the crazy white guy?
Mark Twain?
No.
Mark Wahlberg?
The comic before fucking Richard Pryor, that was a white guy, Lenny Bruce.
Lenny Bruce.
Have you ever read any of his books?
Yeah, one of his books
Next time you're having a hard time with yourself, go order one of his books. Ladies and gentlemen, Legendary, How to Talk Dirty, any of those books. But he has one particular book. That one, the black one there.
The Essential Lenny Bruce?
That one. That book will tell you more about yourself than you know about yourself.
Wow.
He lived at the Chelsea Hotel. He partied with strippers and jazz musicians and did heroin every night. There was no responsibility. He got up when he got up. He didn't have to be at work till 11 o'clock at night. Remember, they only did fucking burlesque shows. In fact, you ever go to Jackson, Tennessee?
I don't think I have.
Jackson's like an hour outside of Nashville. Jackson's got a comedy club. That used to be a burlesque club.
Wow.
And Lenny Bruce used to play there in the 50s and 60s. If you ever have a chance to go to this place, go out there. I forget the name. Just look it up. Google it. It's like a comedy club in Jackson. Yeah, that's it, I think.
731 Comedy Club. That could be it.
That's it. Guy was great. You know, I had been at Zany's already one time.
Yeah.
And I was going back to see my in-laws, so I wanted to do stand-up one night. Not a big room. There wasn't a lot of money. Fucking guy could cook. He had Italian food. He was telling us stories about all the comics that would come through there in the 50s and 60s.
Yeah.
In fucking Jackson, Tennessee. No wonder fucking my boy Johnny Cash was going to Jackson, right? Wasn't he going to Jackson?
We're going to Jackson. Go comb your hair. Yeah. See if I care.
We're not, you know, and that's why I went home. I went home. Listen, I could have came to Austin. I could have moved to Nashville. I had an opportunity in Telluride, Colorado. I wanted to come back to Jersey to find myself.
Do you think that you've gathered what you wanted to find?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Because now I'm at peace. I'm at peace with myself. I'm at peace with my friends, with my family. You know, I'm just at peace.
Did you have any amends to make whenever you got there, or no, everything was pretty chill?
Listen, I thought about making amends. But the people that I was going to make amends to weren't worth making the amends to. You know, that was 40 fucking years ago. Knock it off and deal with it. My amends was doing something with my life.
Right.
That was my amends. If you really cared about me or care about anybody, you look at them and go, that dude fucked me over 30 years ago. Well, guess what? He did something with his life. You have two options. The guy fucked me over, but he died in a car accident. Fuck him. He deserved what he got. He was a scumbag. Or, you know what, man? The guy robbed me. He was having problems as a kid. I'm happy he got his life together.
Yeah.
And that's what it was like. I'm not going to fucking apologize to nobody now. That was a long fucking time ago. Get over it.
Yeah, I didn't know if anything wild had happened.
No.
I don't have anything like that either, I don't think, from my hometown.
No, I just wanted to go home and recoup. L.A., you know, when you've been there for a long time, it's a number on your head for a while. Like, just, you know, we thought there was a lot of rejection.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of
Driving
rejection.
across town,
A lot of
parking, walking, getting in, checking at the station, walking there, don't even know my lines, don't even give a fuck, hate the place, hate myself, fuck them, fuck me, walk in there, nervous as fuck, bomb the shit, walk outside, scream the N-word in my head, go back out through the parking thing, return my badge, get my ID back, get in my car, and fucking go home.
It is, you know, people have no idea what we did. We got to L.A., figured it out.
That's true.
Figured it out. Which, listen, that's alone. That alone.
The parking meters alone. Quarter get you 6 minutes, dude.
Dog, I had so many tickets when I first moved to L.A. They took a car. I mean, my apartment got towed. Remember, I lived in my car. Ralphie May and those guys go, oh, your apartment got towed. It was that scrambling. I would do it 20 more times.
Yeah.
That not having money to eat lunch and having to rob the gas station for a pack of cigarettes on the way to Josh Wolf's house to get a turkey burger. You know, to fucking borrow $8 to go to Sunset Grill and get a burger with the guy with the bum leg. You know, nobody knows that, what it's like to showcase for Jay Masad and him telling you, like,
buddy.
Why are you here?
Yeah.
You know, and thank God, Jay, you know, Mitzi passed me right off the bat. Thank God. But then it was 7 years of, I can't get an agent. And you can't do this, and you can't do that.
Yeah.
And most people would have quit, Theo. We did something that a lot of people just can't handle. They move back and they go, you know what, it wasn't for me. And I understand that. I fucking definitely understand that. But for me, I think it was time to move on to a next chapter. I'm trying to find what that chapter is now. You know,
You wrote a book?
Wrote a book.
That was cool, man. I feel bad that I haven't even read it, but I did just order it today. I didn't even know that you had written it, I don't think. Actually, you know what? I think when I did your podcast last time, over Zoom. I think you remember telling me.
Yeah.
That you had done it. But, that's awesome. Tremendous.
I was trying to write that book for fucking 20 years.
I know a lot of comics always have that book milling around in them, huh?
And then I kept writing and making notes, and then I kept trying to hook up with a writer.
Tremendous.
And then I hooked up with Jimmy Florentine's niece.
Really?
Yeah, his young niece, and she fucking helped me. And listen, man, we sold some copies. We made it to number 9 on the audiobook in New York Times, which for a dirty comic and a criminal, it's not too fucking bad.
Rocky got that cock
Rocky
on him,
got
baby.
that cock on him,
Let's
motherfucker.
go, dude.
Before you were saying something really funny, and I interrupted you. I had to go to the bathroom, but you were telling me that you used to call people and tell them celebrities died.
Oh, yeah, dude. And so we go like on Boy Scouts or whatever. My buddy was in the Boy Scouts. And so I remember one time we went on a camping trip with them. And right when we started out, I told everybody Jay Leno had died, right? I've told this story before, but I love it. And I was like, Jay Leno died. And so all the dads were like, oh, gosh, that's so sorry to hear that. And so then throughout the rest of the weekend, I'd be in my tent, right? And I'd hear the dads out there talking when I'm telling the other one, Jay Leno passed away. And I would be in my tent, bro, fucking
dying,
howling, bro, laughing at a level where it was like coming out of my fucking spine. And I don't know why stuff like that made me laugh so much. I don't know if it was that I had control, like a hidden control, or that I was affecting things without them knowing. It just, there was nothing as good as that, bro. It was that kind of shit, dude.
When you fuck with people, like, controlled fucking with people, like me telling Eddie Bravo Rogan was in the CIA, all that shit, it's always great. But the best thing I ever think I did, and I did it on accident. Remember Chuck Liddell?
Yeah.
When Chuck Liddell was the fucking king of the UFC, he was the king of the UFC, okay? So I get a call from Eddie Bravo. No. I find out that Fidel Castro died.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I get a call from a friend of mine. He goes, Fidel died. I go, thank God that motherfucker died. And all of a sudden I call Eddie. I go, Eddie, where you at? And he goes, I'm sitting here with Dana White or something. I go, Fidel died, but the phone didn't say it right. It said Liddell. So he goes, let me call you back. And he hung up the phone. He told Dana White that Joey Diaz just called him, told him Chuck Liddell died. I said Fidel, not Liddell, right? Now this is Dana White's fucking man at the time. Dana White's got no hair, and he lost the hair he was gonna give his children. Fucking, how could this be? Eddie Bravo calls Dana and says, Liddell died. Not Liddell, Fidel, you fuck.
That's fucking good. I love that kind of shit. Did your parents come over from Cuba? Or both of them?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I'm 100%. There ain't no fuck. Well,
we went there when I was a student.
Yeah, you told me. Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
We went there, and Fidel came and spoke to our class, I remember. But we didn't speak enough Spanish to know a ton of. They had a translator.
Where did you go to college? LSU?
Yeah, over at LSU and University of Arizona. But it was a thing called Semester at Sea. It was like a floating college, but we stopped there on a cruise ship.
Wow.
I was working in a bookstore, so we pull up into Cuba, dude, and all the people are there having, we're like throwing all our tennis shoes, everything we own that they could have, we're throwing it off the boat, bro. And like you would be walking through town and people would like have you come up to their windows and they would tell you like just about like the control they were under and shit, and it was like top secret kind of. Well, we got to go to a baseball game. Dude, some group was partying in this alley somewhere. I went over there, I'm dancing, partying. They cut up in a birthday cake, bro. We thought it was like a party for like an old man. Next thing I know, I turn around. This old dude is going down on one of the chicks, bro. It's some guys and some hookers. And I'm like, what the fuck?
They don't fuck around.
I thought it was like somebody's grandpa's birthday, bro. I'm over there singing the Pledge of Allegiance. I look over, dude, this guy's fucking trying to get back in the birth canal over here.
Dog, Cuba's a dirty fucking country,
it was
bro.
awesome, dude.
They got tons of hookers down there.
Oh, it was apparently so.
Tons of hookers down there.
God, I gotta
and
go
those
back.
girls come up here and they destroy it. They're all over Jersey, those Cuban hookers.
Really? Wow, I gotta get out more.
There's a strip club in Jersey that my friend, I grew up with this guy, he owns. And they keep closing them down because they're just nasty. They're fucking. 60 deep in there. I went in there like 3 times, and I'm like, this is buck wild. There was a biker chick that would slam her heels together, and every time her heels would come, I got to get out of here.
Oh,
But they had a bunch of Cuban girls in there, and I would talk to I would go in there once a week just to talk to the one Cuban girl. She would tell me about Cuba, what's going on, and she would tell me right out, why don't you just sit there? Why don't you go get your dick sucked?
Yeah.
That's their mentality. They're like, what? There's
what are you
1,000
doing?
girls that'll suck your dick. What are you there talking, watching a game for? I'm like, I'm married. Who cares? Go have a good time. Your wife ain't gonna mind them. I mean, they're fucking open-minded as shit. I'm like, nah.
That's
No.
when I might get a real like a Spanish wife or something. Be nice, huh?
Yeah.
Hey,
That
this
would
is my-
balance you out a little bit.
Yes.
They'll smack you around, take your money.
Fuck.
You know.
This is my wife. How'd you know you were in love when you met your wife, dude? Did you know it?
No.
Did it grow on you? You think it's hard for guys like us to be in love, kind of?
Yes, because our first love is comedy. That's when you're in LA, not when you're in your hometown. Once you get to LA and you're caught up, that's your love. When you really, really think about it, at the end of the day, that's your love. I was with my wife maybe 3 years before. You know, it was like, but thank God she had patience. Thank God I had patience. And it wasn't till my wife and I got together. We're going to be together 24 years next month. And it wasn't till I got the longest yard that it was 2004. We were struggling. Every week was a struggle with her and I. We were living together. The relationship was good, but we were always struggling. We had no money. We had 6 cats.
Oh, yeah.
And I got the longest yard, and I went to shoot it, and when I came back home, I had to shoot, you know, for 11 weeks. My call time was at 4:45 every morning.
Oh, my God.
In Orange County. 4:45. So, I don't know how many times I got up at 3 in the morning, and my fucking costume would be out. She'd be cooking eggs at 3 in the morning for me. And I go, what did I do to deserve this? You know, like, and that's when I realized I really love her. You know, I wasn't going to get married again. Once you get married and you lose, I'm a Catholic. You do it one time,
Yeah.
you move on. I wasn't looking to get married. I wasn't looking to waste anybody's time. I'm not a big time waster. If it's not working, let's move the fuck on, you know. But with her, it was different. And now it's tremendous. Like, I mean, it's, now, after 24, I look at her and I'm like, if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be here.
Wow. Did moving to Jersey help you guys' relationship, you think?
One thing about me and my wife, I gotta be honest with you. We got into a fight in December in Nashville.
Yeah, good.
Beside that, me and my wife never really, we got into like, it was a long-awaited battle. Her family, me, the whole thing. I just went home. I was in Nashville for Christmas. I just went home Christmas Day. And she got mad at me for like 2 weeks. We had a little problem at the house for 2 weeks. But ever since then, it's been, and before then it was smooth, you know. And we're fucking a great team. And now we got this little girl, and, you know, we bought this house, we paid it off. We did so many fucking things in 3 years, you know. She's an accountant, so I got pensions, I got a pension for the pension, another pension.
Hopefully she's laundering money from you, too.
Yeah, she's laundering, too. You know, I mean, she's, it's great for me. And I never thought I would say something like this.
Yeah, that's what I
would
find interesting.
never in my life tell you, for me, it was the best thing that happened at that time.
Was there a fear to do it? Like, was there a fear to be like, okay, this is...
Fuck yeah, Theo, look at our lives. We go on the road, we bump into a girl, you do things with them for 3 days, then you come back a year later, and there they are. And then one time you come back and they obviously have a boyfriend.
Yeah.
And they bring them to the show, and that's when the relationship ends. And I was in Boulder before I went to LA, and I had, honest to God, no lie, I probably had 6 girls on a rotation that would just come over to snort coke and have sex.
Yeah, that's a beautiful, I mean, yeah.
It's a
hope
beautiful
everybody's
thing,
okay.
but
Yeah.
it's like, you get used to it.
Right, and and then it runs its course, and then
And then it
time
runs its
changes,
course.
and you come back and you're still living 5 years ago, and now they got chilled, they got a fan, so everything changes.
So, like, I was never gonna get remarried. I got the movie. Then it took me 2 more years of struggling on coke. I mean, horrid 2 years. Heroin, and then And that was what was killing me, that I was hurting her. And one day I go, you know what? I got to stop this shit because, listen, I'm old school. I found my mother dead, and I'm here. You know, I could find somebody dead, but I never wanted her to find me dead because she couldn't handle it. That would live with her for the rest of her life. So that's what made me get clean off coke. I didn't want her. There were two reasons I got off coke. One, I didn't want her to find me, and number two, if something happened to me, I didn't want people telling Rogan he was wrong. That meant a lot to me, that he had my back. So now he's got my back 100% because, so I got clean, and then 2 years later, I proposed to her on the phone. I just go, it's time. It's time. No more shit. I was going for a ride, and I go, you know what? I got to marry this girl. And then 2 years later, she got pregnant. So it was all like...
That's interesting, man, saying, like, I don't want to hurt you, so I'm going to stop hurting me, you know?
Yeah.
I don't want to hurt this person.
She could never handle waking up and finding me on the floor.
Yeah.
She doesn't have it. It's not in her DNA. She's very sweet. We're animals. We could find anybody dead and the next day fucking go eat a pizza. Yeah. But she's from a different cloth, so...
Hey, Rocky got that cock on him, dude.
What's that?
Rocky got that medium pepperoni on him.
I'm telling you, dude.
Look, that's true, dude. Sometimes I'll be sitting with somebody, I'll be like, if this person died, what would I do with them right now? I literally would think that kind of shit.
It's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, and it's just, and I'm just in the backseat of an Uber, and you're like, what the fuck would I do with this guy, you know? What do you have to ever have tough moments, like when you think back on your own mom and like, and just that whole situation? Like, do you ever, like, on Mother's Day, do you do anything special? Do you just say like a special prayer? Like,
it's like these idiots celebrate 420 one day a year. I do 420 every day. There's not a day I don't think about my mom. In fact, I didn't even bring flowers to a cemetery this time. I went to a cemetery when I moved back to Jersey. It looked like a fucking rat's nest.
Yeah.
I went, I complained, I brought some tools up there, I did some cleaning, and it's like scared me now. And it's like now I don't ever want to be buried. I don't want the people to have to come visit me and clean up my grave. Burn the shit out of me. I don't give a fuck. Well done.
The last bowl.
Well done. I'm not fucking, don't come visit me. She lives in your heart, Theo. They live in your heart and your mind, and funny fucking stories, and, you know.
Yeah, do you remember like a funny story that you, like do you have like a real fun memory that you remember with your mom?
Oh, I got 30,000 of those things where it's just, I still remember a night where I was probably like in the 8th grade. Maybe in the 7th grade, the second time, because I got left back in the 7th grade.
Bro. Real G's do it twice, son.
My mother used to fucking own a bar, and every night at 3, she'd come home, 3:15, and some nights she woke me up with food, some nights she just woke me up to talk to me, to see how my day went. This one particular night, she woke up and she's like, get dressed. There's a girl downstairs that wants to meet you. That was my mother. She's like, go downstairs. And I went down like warm-ups or something.
Yeah.
And there were like 3 of my uncles, and there was other women, and fucking my stepdad, and this girl was dancing with me, and I'm like, hold on. I gotta go up and put on my suit. Yeah. At 4 in the morning, I went upstairs and put on a suit. And they're all like, go, Joey. And I'm dancing, Coquito. They would call me Coquito. And I'm dancing with this girl. I'm rubbing her tits and shit. And finally, somebody gives me like a shot of whiskey. And I'm like in the 7th grade. And all of a sudden, they're like, take her upstairs. And I'm like, and my mom was there. I didn't even make eye contact with my mom. I just held her hand, and she took me upstairs to the attic, not even to my bedroom. We had an attic where she was going to spend the night. And Theo, do you know, till this day, I cannot tell you if I fucked her, ate her, kissed her. I think I just passed out from the fucking anxiety.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the type of mom I had. Like, she brought a girl. She took me to fight somebody once. She would pick fights for me. She was my Dana White. When I went to Catholic school and I come home, she's like, you gotta go home and change. You gotta fight at 3:30 in front of my boss. Some guy cursed at me and I told him, come back here Friday at 3:30, you're gonna fight my son. And I have to go up there and fight 2 fucking kids. You know, it was never ended, man, with this lady. But those years, this is what I'm trying to do with my daughter now, because I remembered how my mom got to me. And it was just real. Like, I finally had to tell my daughter a couple months ago that I smoked pot. 11 years old. And she's looked at me like, Dad, come on. I know. smoke coming out of your mouth and you come out of the bathroom. What do you think? I'm stupid?
She's like, everybody knows that. She's like, we have smoke coming out of our house and we don't have a chimney, Dad. Okay.
Yeah, I fucking go in the garage with her sometimes. She's like, Dad, it smells in here. She'll go, and I go, somebody keeps breaking in my house, smoking dope. And she's like, Dad. So I'm really being honest with her, little steps at a time. Like, I got to break it to her that she's got a sister. Soon, eventually, someday I got to tell her the story.
Yeah.
I don't want to tell her now because I don't want her to think, well, what if me and Mommy break up? You'll never see us again. So I got to be careful. I thought when I put the book out, I would have to sit her down, but it's been 2 years.
She hadn't read it.
A year. No, she's not going to read it until I tell her to read it.
Yeah.
So, things like that, you know, but I miss my mom. I miss my childhood. If it wasn't for my childhood, I would have never became the person I would have become.
Yeah.
Plain and simple. Whether it's a criminal thing, everything I did in my childhood came to help me out later on. You know, like in some way or another. So I have no fucking regrets at all, you know?
Yeah. Dang, man. Thanks, dude. Thanks for just sitting down. It's just so good to just hear your voice even. I remember how much, like, when you would go on your lives, dude. Remember when Mad Flavor was going fucking live, dude? The world lit up. You remember that, Nick? The world, people were like, Joe Coco's going live. Dude, I would get texts from my friends back at home. They'd be like, Coco's going live. And I thought it was like a black stripper was going to do something, you know? I didn't know what was that.
Oh, the periscopes?
Yeah, when you would do periscopes.
I love them. I love them.
And the cats, you'd be on your balcony.
Yeah, you can't smoke on Instagram. They'll fucking shut you down. So I can't do that stuff no more. It's been fucking... I love smoking on Instagram and stuff like that, but you can't. I haven't made a video on Instagram in 3 weeks.
That's ridiculous, though. You can link, yeah, there you go. Oh.
Fucking 7 in the morning. 7 in the morning. Ooh, I would get up just to take a shower, to go out there, smoke, and talk to these fucking animals.
Oh, dude, there was nothing like it, bruh. People, dude, I remember a deaf kid even fucking called me to talk to me and told me he was excited about that shit, dude. People fucking came out of their own diseases and malfunctions.
Do you understand? We were getting up at 7 in the morning to do that shit. At 8 o'clock, I was already 3 sheets to the fucking wind. There was a weed store that opened up at 9 that gave out bagels in Studio City. He was a Jewish guy. I would be there at 9 in the morning with him, eating bagels, eating fucking banana bread. Well, you know, it had to give in eventually. Now, listen, I got some edibles. I didn't take them last night, and that's why I was uptight last night on stage. I got to drop them tonight. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I'm going to drop like 800, 1,000 milligrams tonight and go down there and torture Joe, get some fucking barbecue.
Yeah, it'd be good. I'll be down there, man. Any chance of you moving, Austin? Is that just a myth? You know, Joe throws it around, you know?
Well, I'll tell you what. For my situation now, it makes sense. I miss you guys. I really do miss this.
Yeah, I miss it too. I'm realizing that.
I don't want a week down here. I don't want to be down here for a week. That's too much. 3-4 days, 8-9 sets, get back on the plane and go home. If I buy, I'll buy a condo or something in the building. Like I told you, something that everything is there. Like my niece in Nashville. Everything. She's got everything for $2,200. Everything. Weights, music, they cook in the building. If I could find one of those down here, maybe get Troy Conrad in with me, maybe Lee, just somebody, you know. If I'm not in town, they're in town.
Right.
Watching the joint. You know, if they're not watching it, somebody else can come in. I don't care. That's I can't buy that. I can't do that. Because I don't want to resettle. I don't want to remove. Resettle. You know, for me to remove her again, fuck that.
Yeah. Yeah, I do like going and doing the sets, man. I did 24 sets last week.
Yeah, at the mothership?
At the different clubs, 22 sets. I went to Red Band, the Mothership, I went to Red Band Sunset, I went to Keep in the Cave, I went to Black Rabbit, and I think that's it. But amongst those clubs, I did like, I probably did 12 sets at Mothership.
Yeah, I did 3 last night. I left. I went to get tacos. Oh my God, I'm tired. Yeah. I went to get tacos after the second main show. And I wanted to do the bottom of the barrel. Again, it's another joke. But I gotta go home.
Yeah, I went home, dude. Ended up jerking off. I didn't want to.
Yeah, smoke some pot. Watch some TV. Sleep good. Up too early this morning.
Oh, I hate that shit.
Ate breakfast, went for a nice walk, walked the joint, went right back upstairs, watched the rest of some recent movie. And I fucking slept. I watched my pussy. The wrong shower. I shaved Puerto Rican big razors. I didn't bring my. I got skin missing. I shaved my fucking ear. I cut my ear. You know, when you get out of the shower, you feel all these little things. I could see myself as I was shaving the shower, putting all those little cotton balls all over your face, like you had all this fucking
prison freckles.
Oh. It's good to see you, brother. I'm happy you had me on here. I'm very proud of you and what you've done. You're fucking animal. I love that you have a smile on your face all the time. And I will take you up on Jesus. We're gonna. So you're at Beacon that Friday night.
Yeah, I'm at Beacon that Friday night.
Just one show.
Just
or
one
two
show.
shows.
Just one.
Just one, and then you're free.
Yeah.
You're staying in the city.
I can stay anywhere.
Saturday, we'll do the. Saturday.
Let's go to lunch Saturday and then go to the fights if you want.
Perfect.
Even if you don't go to the fights, it'd be great.
Perfect. No. Saturday we'll go because you'll have more time.
Yeah.
So you come over.
I'll cruise over early Saturday.
Take the ferry.
Yeah.
Take the ferry right to there. It drops you off right down the block.
Really?
Yeah, drops you off right down the block.
That sounds good. That's JJ Braddock Park. Finish the story about JJ Braddock.
About what?
But you met him.
Yeah, like when he was old though, guys. You know, he was.
Was he still
old.
talking about fighting and stuff? Like, was he still like?
He was just. I remember his son. He had a son that was a cop. I think he's still in the town. I think they still own the house. The family still owns the house. But I never saw him box, or he never coached me in boxing. I wish he would have.
But you got to see him though.
Yeah, I got to see him.
But did people think he was like a hero?
Yeah, at that time I didn't know his full history. I just knew he was a fucking boxer.
Right.
And there was somebody in our neighborhood that told us about him. And then they said, if you ever go up there, they'll give you money to shovel snow. And I remember one time we went up there as kids, and he was outside giving Danishes and $10 to shovel, and that was it.
Yeah.
I never really saw him after that or spoke to him. But you hear the legend, and then it is what it is. But my buddy, well, we don't talk no more. But my buddy's in charge of that park.
Wow.
Okay, he's a committee. He's like a
groundskeeper.
No. He's big time, dude. He's in charge of that park. He's a politician.
And they keep it nice?
And they keep it nice. And he's the one that put them, because he's from my age.
Wow.
So he put that up there. They had, and the whole family showed up, and they put the statue up. It was pretty nice. I saw the pictures. It was pretty impressive, man.
That's cool, man. Yeah, I think I saw Natalie Portman at my hotel yesterday.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know if that does, I don't...
Dog, every time I'm in Austin, I see somebody. One day I was in, not this time, 420. I fucking walked out of my elevator. I walked right into Magic Johnson.
Nuh-uh.
And he looked at me like we knew each other. I never met Magic. And he's like, hey, man, what are you doing here? I'm like, the question is, what are you doing here? I go, I was in L.A. for 23 years. You never fucking showed up one time. Now I'm in Austin. I gave him a big hug. He's like, hey, I go, you want to come do Rogan with me? He's like,
that would have been crazy.
And I told Joe, and Joe's like, you should have brought him. I bumped into him, started talking to him like he knew me for 10 years. I don't know fucking Magic Johnson. Fucking never met him in my life. I'm like, hey.
Hey, we used to do coke in Miami.
They don't fucking know.
Nobody knows. Coco Diaz, man, I love you, dude.
I love you with all my heart, brother. This is the best part of this trip.
Good to see you.
When you hit me last week and said, what time tomorrow? I was pissed.
Oh, yeah, because I had the wrong week,
You had the wrong Wednesday. I'm like, what? Fuck no, you better be doing it next week. I love you, brother. Thank you very much for having me.
I love you too, man. I'm gonna order the book. I want to read it, man. And thank you, man. And yeah, I just appreciate the fact that I get to know you. It's been one of the gifts of this job.
You're my favorite guy in LA. Lee, how fucking happy was he to see you? When I told that motherfucker you were down here, he lit up.
Oh yeah,
he lit up. He was like
a fucking, just like a warm McFish when I got a hold of him.
Did you do an edible with him or anything? Nothing.
Nah, I just fucking smelled his breath for a couple minutes, dude.
He has no more flies on his neck.
He looks great.
Yeah, he looks great.
He looks lean. He was excited about things. A lot more energetic than I heard him be in the past. More vocal,
he
confident.
He needed all that.
Yeah.
We all needed that break to realize you just need a break sometimes to realize what just fucking happened.
Yeah.
And now we're ready for the next. I love you, brother.
Let's go get it. Love you too.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this peace of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones, but it's gonna take.
Oh, doesn't look good for you, does it? Oh no! Looks like cancer's all over your body. Ah, crikey, mate! That's gonna be a tough one to explain to the family. Oh, quick! There's a lizard. I'm gonna go catch it. Ah! Hey, something's burning. Something's burning. Something's burning.
Something already burning?
Yeah, something's already burning.
Jesus.
Oh, it's my Kleenex. Shit. I almost caught that on
Still
fire.
throw in the trash can, still hot.
No,
You might wanna...
It's fine. Hey guys, welcome to a brand new episode of Something's Burning. I'm here with the Comedy Store Podcast, Rick Ingram, Eleanor Kerrigan.
Very exciting.
It's so good to have you guys. When was the first time you set foot in the Comedy Store?
First time I stepped foot was over Christmas break of 2001.
Really?
And I was 20 and I couldn't get in, and I met a comic up there, and he was just like, "It's the Comedy Store. You don't have to be of age. We can just go in." And I was like, "Cool."
That's not true at all.
Yeah.
So you know.
And we walked. John Caparillo was working the back door. And he's like, "Hey, you got an ID?" And Freeze Love was the comic I was with, and he was like, "We ain't got IDs." And we just walked in, and no one stopped us.
But John's not going to do security at
What
that
was
point.
this, Tombstone? We ain't got IDs. We're here to gamble and see Maud about a debt shield.
Show us where the whores are.
Right this way, sir.
Were you doing comedy at the time?
Yeah, I just started. And,
Where did you grow up?
I grew up Kansas City.
For real?
Yeah.
That makes so much fucking sense with your face.
Yeah.
Wait.
I've been told that before.
You have such a Midwest smile.
Yeah, people
You have
always.
such a, you should have been a lawyer from the Midwest who ends up doing tax work out here.
Yeah, I mean, it probably would have been a better path for me. But yeah, people always go, when you walk out on stage, you looked like you were so nice, like this nice Midwest guy, and then you were just this huge dick. It's about tricking them. That's really the secret. They want to think I'm nice.
So you were doing stand-up, and did you start in
Yeah, I started doing open mics at Stanford & Sons in Kansas City.
I always wanted to do that.
Have you worked for him?
No, there's a ton of clubs that you really, really want to get into when you're young.
Yeah.
And then they won't have anything to do with you. They're almost outright rude to you. And then when you get enough success, they hit you up and they're like, "Yo, we're big fans. We've always been fans. We got to get you there." And we're like, and you're like, "Yeah. Hey, you only seat 180?"
Right.
And they're like, where the fuck were you when I needed you in my career? I really didn't know there was other comedy clubs other than the Comedy Store when I started comedy.
Oh, wow.
Like, I thought you needed to have a comedy store in your city. So when I went to New York, I was like, "Where's the Comedy Store here?" And they were like, "We don't have one." And I was like, "What's the club?" And they're like, "Oh, Catch a Rising Star." And I was like, "Oh, I'd heard of that." Because you'd heard of that on TV and stuff. And I went, it was the day they were closing it. And I was like, "So comedy's dead?"
Comedy's over.
And they're like, "Oh, there's 9 other clubs. Go to the Boston Comedy Club. You're a meathead. You'll fit in there."
It's closed now, right?
Oh, yeah. It's a wine bar now. It's next to a fire station. And all the guys,
makes sense.
we hung out with those guys every fucking night. All the guys, firemen would just sit and break balls on the street with us. And they all died in 9/11. Isn't that fucking crazy?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I know. You don't even realize, like, little things like that. Like, I went back and I was like, "Hey, where are all the guys?" And they're like, "They're all dead."
They're not there.
And you're like, "Whoa."
Yeah,
That was a great way to take this.
This is great. What's for dinner?
Who wants macaroni balls?
It's a good thing you're making comfort food.
I bring darkness everywhere I go.
Wait, when was the first time you stepped into the Comedy Store?
I stepped in there in March 1993. I got a job as a waitress. Yeah, so I'm 21 at the Comedy Store. I didn't want to do comedy. I had no idea I knew of comics.
Yeah.
But I never been to a live comedy show that I never went to a club. I saw Seinfeld at a theater, but I've never been in a comedy
What was
club.
the first comedy show you ever saw?
The first
Wasn't
comedy
it
show I
in
ever went to
college?
was an open mic.
Oh.
And
you participated?
Yeah, the first one I ever was at, I was.
That's ballsy as fuck. Hey guys, I'm not really certain what this art form is, but I'm pretty sure I could do it.
Well, a guy I knew told me, he goes, "Hey, I did comedy," and I said, "What?" And he goes, "Yeah, I did the open mic." And in my mind, I'm like, "You're not funny." And so then he goes, "Yeah, I got third place," and I was like, "Sign me up. If you can get third, I'm in." So yeah, they did like a contest every week.
Jesus.
And it was, of course, the classic. We'll do round of applause, and so it's just the one asshole who brought 40 people.
Well, that was me when I started. Today we are making deep fried mac and cheese balls, and that's on. Oh fuck!
That's the thing that burnt the napkin. What's wrong with you?
I wasn't even thinking. We are
Do you
all.
get
Whoa,
burnt
that is hot
every
as shit.
time?
Can you see? That's smoke. We are making. And we are making waffle iron corn dogs. These are going to be fucking phenomenal. These are going to be great. You know why? There's not a lot. It's going to be so easy. We're going to slice up the corn dogs. We're going to make the cornmeal. We're going to place it in, put the corn dogs in, cover it, flap it. I think about one meal we made probably once a week. It was the fucking McGriddle. We made homemade McGriddles one time that are phenomenal.
Greatest invention of all time, according to Comedy Store manager.
Who's
there was an argument being had at the Comedy Store like 10 years ago between random comics' greatest invention of all time, and it basically came down to the internet versus television and how it impacted society. And one of the managers, a guy named Richie, walks up and he goes, "What are you guys talking about?" And we go, "Greatest invention of all time." He goes, "McGriddle." And we were like, "What?" And he goes, "The McGriddle. McDonald's, they put the syrup in the pancake. Done deal.
Done deal.
Done deal." Well,
Internet,
obviously,
no
yeah.
big deal.
While I cook for you, you guys tell me stories. I also want to talk about your diabetes because I'm afraid I'm getting fucking the
He's type 1.
I know I'm the one that you get it from being fat, I think.
You're getting two? You're a tour?
Yeah, I'm getting auntie diabetes.
Auntie?
I like to describe it
called
as
the
the kind God gives you and the kind you give yourself. Those are the...
Well, okay, hold on. First off, can you eat everything I'm cooking?
Yeah, I mean, I can eat anything.
Has to give a shot.
I just have to give myself
You
a
got
shot.
to regulate your insulin?
Yeah. I give myself at least 4 shots every day.
Where?
In my stomach.
Really?
What I like is that you're figuring out your future right now. Like you're staring like, where?
All right, here's how we make the mac and cheese, okay? Very simple. We make mac and cheese. We then chill it for an hour. We then scoop it into balls. We then dredge it into eggs, put it in our egg wash, put it in our dredge. The oil goes in there. We pop it in there, deep fry it, pops up. Smash these fucking things. And then, here's the complicated part. I gotta make my own roux. Do you cook at all?
A little bit, not really.
Do you cook? No?
A little bit.
Have you ever made a roux?
What's that?
I don't even know what it is.
Very simple. 2, 2, 2. That's all you gotta remember. 2 tablespoons of butter, 2 tablespoons of flour. You cook them for like a minute until you don't smell the flour anymore. And then you take 2 cups of milk and pour that in slowly until it turns into your roux. Then you take 1.5 pounds of cheese. That's how we make our own roux. First meal you ever made yourself, what was it? Go.
Probably hot dogs or...
Oh.
I mean, I'm from Kansas. I'm simple, so...
Pig in a blanket.
Yeah, oh yeah.
No, frog in a hole, frog in a hole. You know frog in a hole?
No.
Frog in a hole?
Is that where you put the egg in the bread?
Dude.
Yeah.
That's not
Delicious.
what we call that.
What did you call it?
Eggs and bread.
They weren't very
It wasn't a
creative in
name.
Philly.
It's South Philly. It was
Hey,
an Italian
hey, oh, look at his fancy pants calling it a frog in a hole. You mean egg in a bread? You want it with or without?
What's the frog?
The frog's the egg. You never made one of those? They're
Yes,
fucking,
a million times.
They're my
Never
favorite things
called it
in the
that. Yeah,
world.
me too.
I have actually spent probably a very abnormal time on YouTube watching other people make them.
And do they all call it that? Because I've never
it's
heard
frog
that
in a hole
name.
across the... Dude, one of the best ones ever is by Molly Baz. Shout out to Molly Baz, one of my favorite cooks over at Bon Appetit. Molly Baz made an egg sandwich that got my dick hard. It was, I mean, it was one of the best sandwiches I've ever had where I kind of fell in love with her. Do you know when you meet a girl and then you're like, you ever fall in love for a reason where you go, I know this isn't real love, but it will make it last through the summer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's usually when their dick gets hard when I cook something. That's right there, I'm in love.
True love is what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, we're talking about true love. There was a girl one time that I dated, and I just like the idea that her feet smelled. She packed bowls with her thumbnail. Like there was something sexy about it. She didn't give a fuck about things.
The combo.
Yeah.
Smelly feet, and what was the song?
She was on her feet all day, and her feet kind of smelled. There's like I don't know. There was something cool about her.
I mean, that's like
She has floppy tits, though.
Her feet smelling makes it so you feel better than her, I think. That's like picking up a chick when she's picking up her dog shit.
Okay, when you make mac and cheese, you should definitely stir it right off the bat.
What happened?
This is all stuck to the fucking bottom. God damn it.
Do you cook for your family?
Hardcore.
Really? Does your wife like to cook, or she doesn't cook?
My wife is, she's not a very good cook.
Okay.
She's a redneck, so she can make redneck meals, but she can't like anything a little, she'll burn the fuck out of a steak. She will make chicken that tastes like shoe leather from Ireland in the 1800s. Like, just horrific.
The good old days.
But my wife, she's got great tits.
There you go.
I'm in a very misogynistic mood lately.
I feel that, by the way.
My daughters...
Sitting here, uncomfortably.
My daughters are calling me out for being misogynistic because I stand like this a lot. And they go, hey, Mr. Patriarchy, dial it down. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
So
you stand like that.
That stance is anti-woman?
I guess.
I gotta start standing like that.
Did you hear about the new four-handed condoms?
What?
Yep, I just saw it in the news today. They made
What's
consent
happening
condoms.
right now? Am I being
They made
punked?
what?
No, consent condoms.
Consent condoms.
That in order to open it, you had to use four hands to open it so that...
Two people have to get involved. Or
So
two
two
creepers.
Two guys that want to rape one girl can just put their fingers.
Yeah, theoretically, it doesn't help with gang rapes, no.
Yeah.
I don't know if guys wear condoms.
In a gang rape? Well, it's traceable.
You can.
Yeah.
What if you're a bad person but you want to be safe?
That's what's wrong with this world, is that our brains as comics are fucking free to go there, and it makes us laugh.
Yeah.
It always
makes
it
the
takes that
darkest,
to make us laugh.
The darkest things make me laugh so
Clean up
fucking
this.
hard.
Fix that.
Like, and not like
Seems
cruel
bad.
things, but the darkest things make me laugh.
That's
and then I go, what kind of person lives in a world where that doesn't, where they don't hear that and go, whoa, like,
Yeah, because normal people would be like, what a monster.
My black friend the other day said to me, can I tell you
My
a
black
racist
friend.
joke? My black friend, his name's imaginary.
Okay.
He said, can I tell you a racist joke? You're not going to be offended. And I was like, no.
Yeah.
I've heard it before. And he told me a racist joke, but it was a joke I had heard told about Mexicans.
Oh.
Or no, he told me the joke, and it was told about Mexicans, but I heard it told about black people. Yeah. And I laughed, and I goes, I'd heard of that originally about black people. And he was like, huh? I was like, what do you mean, huh?
Yeah, you just
why would they say that about black people? I go, I'm sure the Mexican would say the exact same thing you're saying right now to you. It's a racist fucking joke.
You rewrote it.
I tried to write this as a joke the other day.
Okay.
I never thought I'd let a dude suck my dick until I let that black guy tell me a racist joke. Because I don't want to hear a racist joke. First of all, I don't want to hear a joke, right?
Right.
Ever. No, ever. I don't really ever want to hear a joke. Let alone do I want to hear a racist joke, because I've probably already heard it, and I'm not going to find it humorous because I don't find it connective. I don't find it applicable. But I let him tell me that racist joke, and halfway through I'm just going, this is how it would break down if a guy tried to suck my dick in a steam room, kind of like confrontation, and be like, hey, you mind if I...
Hold on.
I'd be like, hold on.
Wait a second. You have a location set for the blowjob?
Yes.
That's the only place I'm getting into gay shit.
Like, you have it all planned out. I like it.
It was like, I would never let it happen, but if it did, it would be in a steam room.
Oh, you're checking.
Wait, how old were you when you lost your virginity?
19.
Nice. How old were you?
Has more drawing paper
Really?
than I
I did not see that.
Yeah.
What happened?
You thought I was early?
Much early.
Much earlier.
15 or 15.
Well, I was getting
Philly?
felt up a lot. Catholic schoolgirl.
That was your thing?
Dry humping. Yeah. One of my Marios. It was uncomfortable. Yeah.
She's got a gang of Marios.
Wait, why do you have to think
Wait, how many Marios have you hooked up with?
3.
Really?
Just date it. Like, it's Philly. It sounds Philly.
Jennifer.
That's yours?
I got 5 Jennifers.
Ooh.
Yeah, what's your name?
I don't think I've ever
He's
doubled
not
up.
consistent.
Wouldn't that be great if he was like licorice? I was in the black chick.
She was always special.
What if he was like Dave?
How's it going?
I'm impressed with your roux making. Your wrist. You got a good wrist.
Thank you so
Nice
much. I
and
wish I
limp.
weren't literally profiled with my fucking fat ass stomach trying to cook, but All right, I'm gonna mix in my milk right now
Oh
to my
my
roux.
God, I'm so proud of you. This is amazing.
I know, I'm doing it
Do you have to
left-handed.
do it slow? Okay.
You have to do it slow because you don't want to break your roux. I don't know if that's actually a thing.
It isn't, but I like that you made it up.
By the way, I should switch hands and stir with my right and pour with my left. Favorite comedian that's not famous coming out of the store, who is it?
The first name that comes to my mind is a guy named Jim Painter.
Oh, yeah,
who
Jim Painter.
He was a door guy when I was a door guy in the early 2000s, and he was absolutely maniacal.
Did you ever
and
meet him?
No.
Brilliant, and he looked like a demon, and he might have been an actual serial killer.
Maybe.
But
Really?
he.
What happened to him?
He just kind of had a breakdown and left and just quit doing comedy.
Yeah, it got to him. Plus, he would have gotten in a lot of trouble.
Oh yeah, he wouldn't
would've
fly in
gotten-
today's
right now.
standards, but especially if he just kept going darker the way he was.
Give me an example of something dark.
He had a joke about how he kept photos in his
Yeah.
wallet because his biggest pet peeve was when people would show him pictures of his kids. So this is back before everyone had phones.
Right.
So people
You have
carried
to pull out a
pictures in their
wallet.
wallets. And so his joke was that he carried pictures of himself masturbating so that he had something to show people who showed him their kids. And it just went through it just kept getting darker. It was like,
Can you do a little? I
like,
know it.
here's Billy playing soccer. He'd be like, oh, you like that? Here's a picture of me outside of my neighbor's window. And it just kept progressing. And then
Oh, it was awful,
the tag
but great.
was, Jimmy, you're gonna love this one. Take a look at a picture of little Susie on her first trip to the beach. You like that, Bob? You're gonna love this one. This is a picture of me watching little Susie on her first trip to the beach. And the comics in the room were all dying.
Oh, we would go crazy.
And the people in the audience were looking around like someone notified the authorities.
Yeah.
This guy is
And this was,
inappropriate.
geez, how long? Because I was still a waitress and not doing comedy at all.
This is
So
2003,
this had to be,
2004
Yeah.
maybe.
And so he just kind of gave up, was like, fuck this business?
I think it was just too much.
yeah,
A lot of shit.
He was there, and then he said he was quitting working there, and then he just basically quit comedy altogether.
Really?
He was just one of those dudes where he was so funny. He would try his crazy jokes out on you.
Yeah.
'Cause, you know, lots of comics will do it, and it's almost always annoying when they're like,
Always.
hey. Or if like they try and act like it's not a bit, and then you see him doing it on stage, and you're like, oh, this asshole. But Painter, there was no hiding it because when he would try out jokes in mid-conversation, he would suddenly hold an invisible microphone.
Shut the fuck up.
And he'd be like talking to you, and he'd be like, hey, what about this? And then he'd go to him, and you're like, wait, are you doing a bit right now? And he's like, you think it'll work? And you're like, no one's gonna like that. What? But it's a great bit.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, we would fight a lot because he slept with a lot of my wait staff.
Was he good looking?
No,
So
not at all.
Picture like a young Skeletor.
Oh, wow. That
But-
sounds awesome.
But then he would call the waitress out while he was on stage. Like things that she
Which
did.
we loved, and
What?
Eleanor
He would
hated it.
talk, wait, say that
Yeah,
again?
but I'm the boss of the waitresses, technically, whatever.
There'd be 3 to 6 people in the Comedy Store at that point. That was the audience.
Yeah, we were
That's
the
how
dead
big it would
ears.
get.
So those were the dark years.
Oh yeah.
The
And so-
real dark.
Yeah, I mean, every day when I went to work there, I was like, building's gonna be closed when I get there. But we would be doing the show, and Painter would be on stage, and the waitress that he slept with and was now on bad terms with would come in to serve the 5 people. And he'd be like, you guys see that waitress? The one who looks like she's got a horse's tail for hair? And everyone was just like, there's only one waitress.
like,
Like,
Only
"Oh,
one
so
waitress."
clear. Well, she shit in my bed. And everyone would be like, what?
And then she would throw her tray down and come crying to me.
And then Eleanor had to take the waitress's side because that was, who she was sticking
With a
up for.
straight
then.
face, by the way.
Really?
I couldn't do, yeah, it was hard. He's like, yeah, it's true. And I'm like,
Yeah, that was always the
why,
defense.
who cares?
It did happen.
It did happen.
I'm being honest.
I'm like, who cares if it happens? She's waiting tables. This is our only money coming into the
You just
club.
said you shit in your bed.
Yeah. And now the people are going to tip her because she shits her in the bed? Like, that's crazy.
This show is sponsored by DraftKings. We're heading into the final round of the NBA playoffs, and there is still plenty of time to get in on the action with my partners at DraftKings Sportsbook right now. All new customers who deposit just $5 get a no-sweat bet up to $1,500. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. That's right. New customers who deposit just $5 will get a no-sweat bet up to $1,500. DraftKings has got something for the returning customers as well. Score a no-sweat NBA bet. If sports betting's not yet available in your state, don't worry. You can still join in on all the fun with DraftKings Daily Fantasy and have a shot to win cash prizes. How much fun is Anthony Edwards to watch playing basketball? How much fun is Anthony Edwards? If you give me, all I need is Anthony Edwards and DraftKings, and you got my night is covered. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. New customers use my promo code BURNING and deposit just $5 and get a no-sweat bet up to $1,500. That's promo code BURNING only at DraftKings Sportsbook.
What's the quickest you've ever seen someone come in and out of the Comedy Store but leave a mark?
Ooh. I got one.
Yeah, go for it.
Chris Tucker.
In and out.
In and out. He
What do you mean?
Probably within like 2.5 years, he became a superstar.
Really?
Yeah, I never saw anything that fast. I've seen a lot of people come and go at the store, but I mean, he was making $10 million a picture, I think, within almost 3 years, a little under 3 years. But he made a mark, and then he stopped coming because he got so big.
Right.
Do you think you'd ever do that? I was talking to someone about that, about guys who get so big they just go,
Oh no, he was on tour, and then he got swept up, because my first ex-fiance used to be his booking agent, so he was on tour for a
ex-fiance.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I like that.
I have a few of those.
I like the ring of that.
I have a few of those.
I have an example. I have a similar one. The first time I lost my virginity.
Okay.
That's a beautiful.
Yeah.
I've lied about that.
No, I didn't lie about it. I just did it poorly. I got on top of her.
So that don't count,
and was
then.
done within a matter of seconds.
Did it
And
even
then
go inside?
Oh, I totally had an orgasm.
Yeah, but
and then
I
she
know
looked
you
at
had
me
an
and said, "Are
orgasm.
you gonna put it in?"
Thank you.
And my dick was between her butt cheek and the bed.
That's nice.
Yeah,
That's
it was
safe sex.
Yeah, it was. But then I had sex with her after.
Oh, yeah.
After I've compromised the condom. That's like saying, "Hey, you want to go on a hike?" You're like, "Yeah, let me jump in the river with my shoes real quick." I think that'll work. I think I just made a badass fucking root. Is it a bechamel? What is this?
A what?
Is this a bechamel?
A bechamel? Is that a real thing? You're
You're
looking
gonna
at us like
fucking
we
lose.
cook.
You're gonna lose your goddamn fucking minds on this.
I make steakums with cheese whiz.
Dude, look at
what
this.
you're saying is insane to me.
That's the cheese.
That's nice. That's a good texture.
Look at that.
That is good.
I just made that from scratch.
I like how you backed up like it was
This
boiling
is
lava.
This is like a legit something's burning. Like this is one where I'm gonna win a Webby. I'm a little pissed that I didn't get nominated for a fucking. Well, don't tell me. We. Bill Burr's there. Oh, it's his company. All of a sudden, fucking driving with Bills. Oh, fucking come on. Anyway, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look
Yeah,
at
that's
this.
pretty good.
That's
Look at
nice,
that.
yeah.
That is 2 tablespoons flour, 2 tablespoons butter, and 2 cups of milk, and then a pound and a half of cheese. And then what you do is you just dump this shit in.
Whoa.
No,
Not
no.
with your hands. Thank you.
Yep.
Perfect.
Figuring out how to do this now on the fly.
You saw him.
I would have taken it straight from the claw. I don't care.
Okay, pour that in the way you see fit. What's this one?
You want me to do it?
That's, I don't know.
That's double dipping.
Don't know what
What's
either of those
happening
are. Pour them in. Just dump them in.
Go
Just
for it.
pour it? Fuck
Just
it.
pour them in.
I don't care what it is. I
Might put
guarantee
some
it's
salt
delicious.
there too, maybe. And then
You're gonna move this
how
around,
how
right?
hot do you like it? How
Hot?
spicy?
Not too much.
You okay? Not too much. Not too much.
I mean, I'm
There
ghetto,
we
but
go.
not. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's not me. Oh.
Eleanor, that's like 3 pounds of mac and cheese. You're gonna put a little flavor in there.
And that's going to be perfect. My kids could eat this. All right, a little sampler, huh? Tell me what you think before we put it in the fridge.
All right.
This looks so good.
Mac and cheese I could live off of. I'm like a toddler. But not the way we
Do you
just did
cook for your kid? How old's your daughter?
She's 2.5. I do. My wife doesn't cook, so.
Your wife doesn't cook?
I had
It'd be
to.
great if you're like, she has no arms.
You know her?
I only date quadriplegics. That's my thing.
Oh, God.
All right, that's perfect.
You put it back.
My bad.
Eleanor,
I'm done.
That's the
We're fine.
flavor. I always eat my mac and cheese with a dash of Burt. That's my thing.
Is this clean? Not at all.
Not that you care.
Are you a clean person? Like a clean freak?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, a little bit.
What's the one part of your house that you say you're the proudest of? Like when you come people, you're like, oh, if they take a shit in my bathroom, they won't see any floaters. Or
Wait, that's the standard we're going for?
that's my standard. You know how much no one in my family flushes because we have those bidets. And there's a weird thing about a bidet is once you hit a bidet and it sprays you, part of you is like, I'm done, and you just walk away from it. So everyone leaves shit in our toilet, except for my wife, and my daughters.
So
It's just me, really. It's just me, really. If we're gonna be honest, I walk away from it. Okay, this goes in the fridge for 1 hour.
Okay.
Chill for an hour.
Chill for an hour.
Whoa, that's a loaded fridge.
Time lapse, and then look at that.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay, now what we do is we make our dredge. Very easy. You ready?
I forgot about the corn dogs.
We're gonna bring this over here. This is going so smoothly.
What do we do?
I'm almost concerned.
What do we do?
So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna have you guys take this scooper right here and get yourself manageable size balls, okay? Then rub them in here into this thing, then dredge them. I'll show you exactly what to do.
Does this
we
have
gotta
to
wait
be
for this to get out. Yeah, it does need to be beat. Can I just use your thing? You don't have AIDS or anything, right?
No.
Ooh, take that out. Take that out that I said AIDS.
Let's get a new one.
Take that name out.
Okay, we'll just get a new one.
Clean free. I'm kind of offended that Eleanor thought my
I
fork was
skeeve
so
everything.
disgusting.
I'm
You skeeve
sorry.
everything?
Yeah.
When you make out with someone, have you ever made out with someone with bad breath?
Yeah, and I immediately stopped and left.
Are you
Just
serious?
Walk away. That's
Jeez.
Now, would that like
so bougie?
If you were gonna have sex with one male celebrity, who would it be?
male celebrity.
No
I think I
comment.
already did.
Oh.
I can't think who.
I'll give you my list of
Stallone.
who I would.
Stallone.
Am I-
That's my
real?
boyfriend. Stallone. Look how mad we get.
Just the worst.
First Blood.
First Blood is
Rambo
amazing.
was
One
a
of the best
great movie.
movies I've ever seen in my entire
But
life.
Rocky is one of the most overrated movies that ever existed.
No, it
Here we go.
isn't.
This is
Can
what
you
we're
help
doing.
me with that?
What's that, Rocky? Hold on, I'm
Overrated?
sorry, did you say Rocky is one of the most overrated movies you've ever
you.
seen?
Yeah. Terrible.
What the fuck are you talking? Defend yourself. Defend yourself to America right now.
Right
Listen,
now.
the only way to describe this is going to be on PC, but
Ugh.
Rocky is as if a retarded person wrote a movie and then they were like,
You're gonna
what if
pick
we
on a
got a
man.
retarded person to play the part? And then
The
they made
man
a movie.
was born paralyzed on the left side of his face.
Well,
You're going to hold him accountable for that?
His brain is paralyzed on both sides because it is terrible. And then they have the
I'm not
boxing
laughing
scenes.
at you.
And anytime someone goes, oh, but the boxing scenes, I go, there isn't a single second of defense in the entire movie. It's
Okay,
literally,
he does fight with his face
it's
a
just
little bit
guys
for at
standing
least
there
10
getting
rounds.
punched and then taking turns getting punched. The only Rocky movie that's
You're not
even
even
acceptable to
feeling-
watch.
Oh, you're from Philly. That's why you
From
can't
South
stand
Philly.
this.
Yeah.
That's like talking about Goodwill Hunting to Bill Burr.
That's like a documentary for us,
Yeah.
Rocky. Like, I don't understand.
They are not cool with my very honest opinion that.
That gave all your Marios hope. One day that could be me.
You hear I said that? Mario. The way it's pronounced.
That's gross. Where are you? I thought you were from Philadelphia,
My
too.
whole family's from Philly, yeah.
Who taught you to say Mario?
I don't know. I grew up in Tampa, so
that's
I'm saying it like
disgusting.
it's a Cuban guy.
Yeah, we say Mario.
Mario.
And he makes fun of it.
I can't believe you picked Stallone. So gross.
Who would you, if you could have sex with one female
Female.
celebrity, who would it be?
Oh, it's female now? I was thinking about which male.
Okay, what male would you do?
Obviously Val Kilmer, because I'm a
Okay,
decent
see.
person.
Obviously, Val Kilmer. All right, I think they're ready. You ready?
Yeah.
Take it, flip it around in the egg, get it all nice and dredged, and then dump it in here. And then toss this, I'm not doing it right,
No,
but
no, you're not.
it looks like this.
That,
You could probably pick the ball up and turn it over.
yeah.
I guess no, yeah.
Don't do that?
I don't know.
It's
Never
gonna
done
stick
this.
better.
Did we
I've
get it?
breaded chicken before like this. So
Same.
Fucking shit.
Damn it.
Jeez.
He's got his toes
You
out.
ready?
It's so nauseous.
I can't believe he's cooking with the shirt on. That's
I know, right?
seems out
But
of
we're
character.
frying today, so I
Yeah.
figured.
What started the shirt off
Yeah,
phenomenon?
that's good.
You know, to be honest with you, it was I would just get on the road and I'd just be like kind of bummed that I was away from my family and everything, and so it was a way to make myself giggle. Like I started doing it and I just thought it was funny. What do I flip these fucking things with? I did it and I just thought it was funny, and so I would take my shirt off and kill a beer and then put my shirt back on.
Okay.
And then one night, I took it off and left it off, and I went to throw it back on. This lady, I was in Columbus, she goes, "Keep it off." And I was like, "Really?" She goes, "Keep it off." And I kept it off the whole time. I was working with a comic that I respected. I can't remember who it was. It was a guy I respected, and he goes,
It's good that you respected him, though.
"Dude, you just did your whole set with your shirt off." was like, yeah. And he goes, I couldn't do a joke with my shirt off. And you did your whole set with your shirt off. And I thought it was kind of funny. And in a weird way, I thought, if I could do stand-up with my shirt off,
You do
and
stand-up
it works, then I bet I could do stand-up with my shirt on. It'll definitely fucking work.
Right.
But then I did it so much that when I went to go do my special, I hadn't done stand-up with my shirt on in
For a
like
while, yeah.
in like 9 years. And
Yeah,
so I was
they
like,
went crazy when you take it off at the store. They go crazy.
yeah, I think some comics kind of bothers them. I don't
Well,
blame
I
them.
know who wouldn't go crazy from it.
Who?
Mitzi.
Oh, she would
She would
fucking.
throw you right out the front door.
Yeah. Well, you never perform with your shirt off?
I don't think so.
It's fun as fuck. Like it really
what if
does.
everybody
loosen you up.
started doing it?
A
Would
lot of
that
people-
piss you off?
I guess. I mean, I don't personally care because I think a lot of people do it, think it's done as more of like a.
It's like an homage.
I'll tell you what. I was at the Ice House one time, and someone came in. They're like, "Bert, guys in the room doing your act," and I was like, "What?" And I walked in, and it was just a guy with his shirt off. I go, "That's not. I didn't.
That's not my act.
That doesn't
That's not my
fit
act. I do a lot more than just take my shirt off. Although that is the main gist of it. Mitzi would have hated it. That's so
Oh my God! But
fucking
she
funny.
fired a guy who was really funny. He was really funny.
For what?
Because
For taking his shirt off?
And his shoes.
Oh, that's
disgusting. What
In
kind
the
of
main
animal?
room.
He took his shoes off on stage.
In the main room.
Are
Boy,
we
I'm
having friends come
terrible.
over? We just gotta try these.
I don't know.
I'm cooking this really hot.
Yeah, they're burnt. But that's okay because it's burning the germs out.
I'm gonna try a little hot sauce.
I
You wanna
don't.
try one?
Not with hot sauce.
Here, pick the one. You got one. You guys pick first.
I'm excited about
You
that.
pick the one I want. I don't.
I'm so sorry.
joking. Here.
It was the only-
You
Little
two
hot
and your
sauce?
least burned.
It's not that hot.
It's not cold.
It's not cold, but it's not
Not
that
bad.
hot.
That's tasty.
Hey, Krista?
I've been working on a new bit I call Unpopular Thoughts.
Okay.
And one of the things that I have an unpopular thought is I think street tacos in LA are not as good as Taco Bell.
You know what? I'll agree with that.
Taco Bell's so fucking good.
It's delicious.
I don't give a fuck what anyone says.
Yeah.
I've never eaten there.
My problem with street
that bad?
tacos is I don't like traditional Mexican tacos. Like I don't
Oh.
want chicken with cilantro and onions.
Yeah,
I want a taco
Which
the way
is
I learned about
chicken
it
with
in
what?
Kansas, which is chicken with lettuce and cheese and
Also,
salsa.
white bread. Yeah.
Yeah, the way
The
Taco
way
Bell
white
makes
people.
it.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's the way white people took it and changed it.
Oh yeah, my daughters had only had authentic Mexican food and weren't huge fans. And then we went to Taco Bell and they're like, "Oh, this is
So
fucking
much
amazing."
better.
And I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, it's made for your palate, of course." My daughter the other day called me and she goes, "Hey, Dad." I said, "Yeah." She goes, "I'm on the road." She goes, "Is that a mirror in your pocket?"
Oh.
I said, "What?" She goes, "Is that a mirror in your pocket?" I said, "No." And she goes, "Because I see myself in your pants." I go, "What the fuck is that?" She goes, "It's a pickup line." I go, "Isla, you don't do them to your dad." I go, "That's disgusting." She goes, "Well, I got a couple more I was gonna run by you." I go, "No." I go, "No, we're good."
No.
She goes, "Are you a beaver?" I go, "No, Isla, stop." I go, she goes, "Cause damn." I'm like, ugh. All right.
How old is she?
I don't know. The how old's your daughter?
She's 2.5.
Cool, you're in the fucking thick of it.
Oh,
it's,
boy.
Yeah, it's an interesting time. She talks back about everything.
Repeats everything.
Yeah, repeats
right?
everything. Hit me the other day where she's potty training now, and so that's been tough because I just feel like I have no idea what I'm doing because I don't, and so I'm encouraging her, and she goes in the bathroom and she'll sit in there sometimes for like 30 minutes, and I just let her go because I don't know what else to do, and I hear her talking. She goes, "Daddy, I did poopy." And I go, "What?" I go run in. I go, "Oh my gosh, that's great! Oh, look at that, an enormous dump." I didn't think about it. And then maybe 5 hours later, my parents want to FaceTime, and I'm talking to my parents on FaceTime. They go, "How's Julia's potty training going?" And I go, "It's all right. She's still going in her diaper a lot, but we're having some successes." And she comes over and she goes, "Julia has 17 boogers and took an enormous dump." And I was like, she's a listener. She's listening. I guess.
She's listening. Good.
So she hears it.
It's scary, but yeah. She's
But yeah, everything is no. If she's coughing, she just started going to daycare, preschool.
Yeah.
So she's been sick a lot. I'll go, "If you cough, you got to cover your mouth." No. I'm like, "No, you just have to. It's the nice thing to do." "Not nice." I go, "What? I'm not nice." I go, "That's your defense? Is you're not going to do it because you're not nice?"
That's Daddy's daughter.
Yeah.
That is. What's your wife like?
She's real quiet, but pretty dark.
She's Israeli.
She's Israeli, so.
She's Israeli?
Yeah.
Oh, how sexy. Does your daughter look Israeli too?
My daughter looks exactly like my wife. Like, could be a clone with slightly lighter hair.
Really?
Yeah. And when her hair gets crazy, people go, "Oh, she looks like you," and I go, "Oh, because neither of us brushed our hair." Okay.
What's it like? What's your day like? You just wake up and you go, "What's Eleanor want to do
That's
today?"
right. All day.
Shut
the dream.
Unless I'm at my mother's house, and then all my brothers and sisters that have kids bring their kids.
Oh yeah, because you got
and
tons
throw them at me.
of nieces and nephews.
It's your turn. Get to know your kids, and I'm like, ugh.
And she's good. I mean,
I love them.
I hear her saying this, knowing that she's basically the only person who babysits my kid. So
But
now
I
feel,
do love hanging out with kids, but I don't, as long as I can give them back.
My sister's like that. My sister.
Does she have
we
kids?
no, but she is. When I say a doting aunt, like I think part of me goes, I'm glad she didn't have kids because it would take away from what my kids get to experience with her. Like she's just awesome at just being.
She's not
an
burned
aunt.
out on kids from
she's not
having
dead
to deal
inside.
with her own.
Yeah.
It looks a little dry.
Looks a lot dry. What is it? What does the thing say? Why don't we just read the thing? It needs a third cup of milk. We're using the vitamin D shit.
Do you measure? Or you just?
I can eyeball it.
My mom does that. I'm like, how much?
The
is
best
this?
chefs in the world eyeball it.
Yeah, I can eyeball it.
Let's see you eyeball it. Wait a minute.
Hold on.
Ari Shafir's calling.
We were just talking about the other night when they were door guys. Rick, Ari, Jeff Danish, Ryan O'Neal, like they were security also.
Yeah.
Which is terrifying.
I could breeze through that security lineup.
Yeah, we were getting paid well below
Shift
minimum
pay.
wage. I'd work from 7:30 until 3 a.m. for $25 in stage time 2 nights a week.
In stage
That's
time,
why
2
being a
nights
waitress
week.
was the only thing that was lucrative because we got minimum wage and we made tips if we could get people in there.
Phone guys would get minimum wage, but I wasn't allowed to work the phones because they felt I had an attitude problem.
I can't believe they let Ari work the phones.
Oh, Mitzi loved
Mitzi
Ari.
just loved him.
You know why? 'Cause
Mitzi
he's
liked Ari?
Yeah, because he's a piece of shit, and he would manipulate her. Everybody knows he's a piece of shit, and he would get.
He really is like you have to defend him being a piece of shit so much that you actually become so comfortable with his piece of shitness that it no longer affects you at all.
Yeah.
It's almost like with the people that live with Helen Keller must have been like, oh, she's freaking out. I don't even notice it anymore.
I've often said Ari's the Helen Keller of pieces of shit. Yeah, one of the first times I hung out with Ari, he took that guy Jim Painter we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
He said, "Hey, we're going down to San Diego to do shows. Do you want to go with us?" And I was like, "Sure." It's the first time I ever hung out with a comedian.
He's brand new to the
I
LA
worked at the
and
Comedy Store for maybe 3 months. I'd been in LA for maybe 6 or 7 months.
Yeah.
And the first night we're at the condo, I'm sitting in the living room with Jim Painter watching TV on this old box TV they had.
This might ruin your appetite. I'm just letting you know.
I can't imagine.
Ari
Unless it has to do with sucking a dick, because we're making hot dogs.
Ari comes running out of the room, no pants on,
Naturally.
fully erect,
okay,
jerking it. And I look over, I'm just like, what is going on? And as he gets to us, because he's running at us,
yeah,
the guy, Jim Painter, turns and sees him and he goes, "Oh my God!" And right as he's yelling and jumping up off the couch, Ari just blows his
Attention,
load
citizens.
right onto the
Nuclear
table
strike
where I'm
imminent.
This is
sitting.
the actual human.
And I'm
Please
onto a
exit the
human.
area
I'm
at your
21
earliest
years old.
convenience.
First time hanging out with any of my new
Thank you for your
coworkers, and all I'm
cooperation.
thinking is, what have I done with my life to
Is
get
there a
here?
HR
21
department?
years old thinking, these are my coworkers.
These are the people I'm supposed to learn from.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Oh.
So then
you know, there's people outraged right now going, we need to turn him in.
And Ari turns to me and goes, "Oh, sorry about that. That was for Painter."
Sorry about that.
And I'm like, "What?" And he was
Sounds
like, "I
like-
was trying to get semen on Painter." I'm like, "Oh, of course."
I think it happened.
And so then the next day we did comedy shows, and Ari went up first, and then I went up and I brought up Painter, and I got off stage, and Ari's like, "Oh, we gotta go." And I was like, "What?" He was like, "We gotta get out of here." I'm like, "But Painter just got on." He's like, "Yep, so you can either get in my car and we're going, or you can stay here and find a ride." I I'm thinking, did
La
I do
Jolla.
something on stage?
Yeah.
What did I do to? We have to run out of town quickly. And then he's like, "Are you coming or not?" I'm like, "Yeah, I guess I'm coming." And we went out and got in his car, and then he, like, "All right, 2 years ago, Painter." And then he tells me this story about how Painter crossed him 2 years ago, and he's been planning his revenge for 2 years.
When he chill bumps.
When he least expected it. And so
when
then
he least expected it.
So then we're down. Ari and I are driving back. I'm like, "What's going on?" He hands me a sheet of paper that has the whole thing explained. And Ari had given the sheet of paper to every doorman at the La Jolla Comedy Store, and he said, "As soon as Painter gets off stage, hand him this." And it literally was just like, I know you thought you wrote a letter to Mitzi, but really you gave it to Duncan, and Duncan gave it to me. And it was like they had smeared shit on Bobby Lee's car.
Naturally.
Like Ari took a shit, and then they smeared it on the door handles so that when Bobby Lee opened his car, he would get Ari's shit on his hand. And so...
It's just another night at work.
Yeah, and it was all because Painter had peed on Bobby Lee's car. And so this was the payback. Juvenile, sophomoric.
Yeah.
You pee on my car, we wipe shit on yours. And so Duncan, just thinking it was fun because Bobby was so pissed, told Painter, "Yeah, Mitzi heard about it. She's mad, and she wants you guys to apologize." And so Painter wrote a letter to Mitzi basically saying it was all Ari, and I had nothing to do with it, and just threw him under the bus completely. And so he didn't realize that it's not actually going to Mitzi. Mitzi doesn't know that this is happening.
Yeah.
It's just
Would ever
Duncan.
give Mitzi a letter
Yeah,
like that.
Duncan Russell just fuck with people.
Oh my God.
And so Duncan just gave it to Ari, and Ari was just like, "Okay." And then he just lied low for 2 years.
2 years. That's crazy.
Yeah.
There's a problem.
And so then Painter comes back.
I can't believe you left me.
I go, it was either stay and get left with you or leave.
I don't think we can be friends.
All right. I mean,
I'm friends with the guy that's been planning his revenge for 2 years. I think I'm cool.
I'm not crossing
You
that.
think this is too thick? Would be good. I should maybe not go over the top of it and just make it easier on myself.
Speaking of sliced
By the way,
alone, Over the Top.
Over the
Great
top.
movie.
Great movie, yes.
Finally combined.
Might
big
be
ribs.
too thick.
Are these beef hot dogs? What kind of hot dogs are they?
Oh no. They're
Yeah.
going to be spilling out all over the sides in a second.
Eleanor, that's cow lips and asshole.
Yes.
And
That's
it's the finest.
That's what my brothers would say. Be careful you don't bite a vein. And I was like,
Oh, for
so
real?
I never ate a hot dog.
Yeah, I can see that turning you off. Is it pouring out the sides?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
on both sides. Is that gonna start a
Don't
fire?
worry about that. That's the way you want it.
Is it really?
Hot dog.
Listen.
Oh, fuck.
Wait a minute.
Oh, this is not.
That's an omelet. That's not. That's.
This is. Don't worry, it'll pull itself together.
I like that it came here too. It's anyway.
Just gotta cook it up.
This is the traditional way it's done.
Yeah.
I think so too.
Now, this was going so well this episode.
You jinxed it by saying something. Please don't cut up toward your face.
I'm cutting.
Yeah, but you went up with the knife like.
He's fine. First of all, he's a professional chef.
See?
He always cuts up. That's his thing.
Actually tastes really good.
Does it?
The raw egg I maybe shouldn't have eaten.
It was originally called Cutting Up with Bert Kreischer, and they changed
Oh,
it.
that's a great fucking name.
Cutting up.
Guy's a cut up. Literally, that's how he cuts.
If you could go back in time to one era's food, meaning like the way they cooked, like back in the 50s, like, I think a steak and a scotch, please, cigarette. Do you think that we've come forward or backwards?
I mean,
this is coming together. This is coming together.
Backwards. It's too much chemicals now. Too much
Yeah.
nonsense. Everybody wants everything so fast. Like
I would like to live on a farm in the 30s, Dust Bowl era. Probably the worst time to be on a farm.
A lot of people don't go for Dust Bowl Farm. But that's what I like about
But
you.
that's
You
what-
think outside the box. Hey, wouldn't it be great if for dinner tonight we had starving?
I go farm, Dust Bowl era. I'm thinking Rwanda, 1995, right around that genocide. They killed 800,000
Anywhere that can get a
Tutsis.
good diphtheria is really. Oregon Trail, whatever year that video game took place.
Oh,
Look at
look.
this.
This is actually,
it's coming together.
it's not crispy though. I want it to be crispy.
Yeah, I think it needs a couple
Right? You want it to
more
be
minutes.
crispy. We can put a little butter on there. Watch this.
Butter. Butter is always good.
I don't think I'm allowed to have that, so
He's
I'm
a
gonna try it.
diabetic.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
try it now.
How'd you know you were diabetic?
Oh my God, that's a terrible story.
I went into diabetic shock, and then I started losing a bunch of weight. I was down to 116 pounds.
Oh, I bet you were so hot.
And everyone was like, dude, you look like you have AIDS. Boone Shakalaka, actually, the homeless vagrant who hangs out at the Comedy Store and sells rat t-shirts, came up to me and goes, ooh, you look like you got AIDS. And I was like,
thanks, Boone
all right, thanks,
And
Boone.
he has it, so it's weird that he...
And so, yeah, then I was like, oh, I'm all right. And I'd been going to doctors for a couple of years, and they just kept misdiagnosing me.
By the way, every restaurant he would go to, he would get sick. And so we all stopped going to every restaurant because like, oh, they gave Rick food poisoning.
Yeah, I went on the road with Dice, and Eleanor was with us, and everything we ate, I would just start throwing up violently.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
And,
Why? What was your body doing? It was reacting to the sugars?
I was in ketoacidosis, which is...
Oh, I tried that diet.
Your body basically can no longer process food because your blood sugar is so high and your body isn't producing insulin. So it just makes it super acidic, so you either...
I think we try this. I think we try this.
You either shit it out or you throw it up. And so I would throw up about 15 times a week.
Really?
And then I spent a week in ICU at a hospital in Burbank.
Did at any point you think this was something Ari's doing to get back at me for something I did?
I assume the diabetes was for crossing Ari.
I'm scared of
We're
this.
making another one.
Eleanor, it's going to be
It
delicious.
smells really fucking
Here,
good.
you eat it. I can only smell the ketchup.
It's definitely too hot.
Let's try one. Here. Whoa, that didn't slide off the way. This is not coming apart. Literally, hot dogs are sliding out like they're dicks in pants.
Yeah, the middle part looks like it's maybe not cooked all the way.
Oh,
but
for real?
I'm in for it.
Here, let's see. First of all, you got to go ketchup and mustard.
That's pretty tasty, though. It's just like a corn dog, but with a lot more corn.
You're very right about that. You know what would have been nice? Just a thin bit of corn batter around it.
Yeah, like a corn dog.
Like, like if you could taste the dog more than all the corn that we're tasting.
I probably would rather eat a dog than this.
Wait, where'd you go up in Philly?
South Philly, right by the stadium.
For real?
Like a mile and a half.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You ever get in a fist fight growing up?
You're kidding, right?
You did?
Yeah.
Really?
Like a million of them. That was my thing. I love to fight. I know it's terrible, but I have 6 brothers and 3 sisters. We all fought.
Yeah.
And if you fought one Kerrigan, you had to fight the whole family. So.
Really?
It's not easy.
They're like the 4 horsemen. You don't mess around.
Yeah, or like my brothers would start get into arguments with girls, and they'd be like, "I'll be right back," because they would never hit a girl.
Yeah, you can't.
And they make me fight, no matter how old, by the way.
Eleanor, fuck her up.
And my brother Johnny tried to get me to fight his girlfriend one time. She was 6'1". I was in the 5th grade, I think. I'm like, ugh.
Was he dating transgenders?
I beat the shit out of her, though.
Was it at her
6'1".
basketball
She
game?
was a big girl.
Huge Adam's apple.
He was tough.
You had to bring a ladder out to fight her? I want to just put all this butter all over all of it. Yeah.
It smells like Christmas in
I
here.
can have as much butter as I want.
For real? What, do
No
you have to
carbs.
do keto? Do you have to eat keto?
I mean, anything with carbs, I'm gonna have to give myself insulin. So.
How much? Do you ever like go? I don't have enough insulin for this meal. 'Cause I'd run into that a lot.
And luckily, you don't have to give yourself that much. I quit drinking
You had to
when I
quit
got
drinking.
diabetes.
Why?
Just doctor's recommendation.
Recommendation, or did he like go? Is it not a bad idea, or he's like, oh, you have to quit
I
drinking?
like that you're like, wait.
I've always been dedicated, and so when I drank, I tended to drink everything, and so it was kind of like
That's what a man does.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Okay.
But he was basically the doctor told me when I was in the hospital. He was like, "Yeah, you got to stop that at least for a while, and then drink conservatively." I'm like, "Well, that's not happening."
Or was that just saying racial slurs under your breath?
That's right.
I drink conservatively. I don't trust women's right to vote. I think we should tell them what to do with their bodies. You know what I mean?
Would you get an electric
Just
shock?
spit at you?
No, but I'm going to let it go just a tad bit more. If you could put your life on pause and move to one country for 1 year, what country would that be?
Australia.
That's an all right one. At least they speak the Lord's language there.
Yeah, Australia's like Denver, but with a big dick.
Australians are
fucking
cool
awesome.
because I mean, just one of the dumbest people in the world.
Australians?
Yeah. But great
that's
people.
why I get
Great
along with
people.
Great people.
Okay.
Great people.
They're just
dumb as a fucking sack of bricks.
They would never try and, I talk about on stage, maybe 4 years now, every time there's an Australian in the audience, I ask them, hey, do you know an Australian doctor? Not one time. I've probably asked 300
They don't have
Australians.
doctors down there?
They do. They're all from Asia. They're not Australians.
That's
Oh,
true.
for real?
Yeah. And so everyone's like, no. I had one person go, yeah. And I go, you do? You know an Australian doctor? He's like, yeah, he's like, like a chiropractor. I went, get the fuck out of here. I said,
Yeah,
"A
but I
doctor."
mean, think about it. If you're gonna get diagnosed with cancer, do you want to hear, all right, got cancer, mate?
Yeah.
No, you want to be like, oh.
Yeah.
Great news, you're gonna die of cancer.
Oh, doesn't look good for you, does it? Oh no! Looks like cancer's all over your body. Ah, crikey, mate. That's gonna be a tough one to explain to the family. Oh, quick, there's a lizard. I'm gonna go catch it.
I don't know if you have a sitcom plan, but I think we might have just stumbled into something.
Pretty excited. Ow! Fuck, that hurt. We could really do
Bert Kreischer is Australian oncologist.
There you
Australia oncologist. By the way, these look really fucking good.
So now there's only a hint of dog in there.
There's just a hair of dog.
What are you gonna do with that?
I'm gonna make a
What?
razzle dazzle. I think you're gonna like this. I'm glad I got just enough cornmeal.
Razzle-dazzle. Are you scared?
No.
I am.
Everything he's made so far has been exquisite. 100% stuff I'm not allowed to eat, most likely, so I'm into it.
You'll be in the car shooting up after this.
Oh, yeah. If I'm not in the car shooting up, I'll be shooting up someone in a car.
Oh, Eleanor, you're gonna love this fucking thing I just made.
I can't
You
wait.
are gonna fucking, I don't know where it is. It's on the other side. You're gonna fucking love this. How's this one? Good?
I'm excited. He likes this one.
Yo, Rachel, come in and try this and tell me if you like it, since you created it.
You created this?
This was Rachel's idea.
Ooh.
It's good, right? It's really good. Look, oh, show the camera. You can see this hot dog inside the bite. Here, hang on, get out of here for a second. Look at the camera. Look at the hot dog inside of the bite. You see
No
it?
way to treat it.
You see it?
Oh, that's star power.
Did you have braces growing up? This is a perfect bite. I mean, this is like movie star bite.
Yeah, you ought to consider.
Come on in, finish your.
You ought to consider bringing her in to take a bite out of everything, just for the aesthetic shot.
I'm gonna try a bite of this.
Did you have braces growing up?
No, I got hit in the mouth with a baseball bat when I was 11, and I lost 28 teeth, and I had to get 28 fake teeth.
Wow.
Yep.
On
My 11th
purpose you
birthday.
got hit with the bat?
Yeah, I was like, try it, see if it happened. No, it was an accident.
Oh, sorry. We come from different neighborhoods.
No, I was playing catcher. It was a pass ball. Threw my helmet off, grabbed the ball, threw the guy out at third. Guy brought the bat back to trying to break up the play and hit me in the mouth. Knocked out all these, and then fucked up. Teeth out. So, my 11th birthday. You guys want me to put mac and cheese in here?
I mean, I'm into science, so sure.
Oh, let's do this.
Oh, come on, tooth mark.
I mean, that's no Rachel bite mark, that's for sure. Pretty disappointing bite mark.
How is it?
Interesting.
Interesting?
Right? It's sweet, though.
The hot dogs are better.
Oh.
Maybe a
Interesting,
combo.
right?
Maybe next time you go mac and cheese and hot dog.
Ooh.
I should put a hot dog in here. What am I fucking doing? It's not. Ooh, no, this is turning out pretty nice.
It's coming around.
Tell me more Ari
You
hate
got
stories.
more
Ari hates
semen,
stories.
or
Was Ari here? Because that's what it looks like. I opened for Ari in La Jolla years ago. After the second show, this girl came up and she was dressed in like a schoolgirl outfit, short little girl with red hair, and she had this dude who basically looked like he was goth. He was wearing all black. He had like eyeliner on.
Yeah.
And she basically said to him, "Stand right there." And the guy just stood there, and I'm like, "Whoa, what's this?"
oh, this story.
And Ari's talking to all the people, and she comes up to him and she goes, "Hey, really funny show. You're one of my favorite comedians." And Ari's like, "Oh, thanks." And she goes,
I'm everybody's favorite.
You're one of the people on my list of dudes I can fuck." And Goth Boy's just standing in the back, just straight-laced, just thinking about things that make him cry or whatever it is he's into. And Ari's like, oh, that's pretty great. I'm into that. And she was like, so like, would you be cool with that? Like, could I come to wherever you're staying and we could fuck? He was like, yeah, 100%.
100%.
Pretty much. Of course. Let's go.
So I don't know why we wouldn't do that. Yeah, yeah.
So then he's like,
let me. You know what? I don't need to do the rest of this. Yeah. I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, that was basically what he did. He goes, hey, you need to get a ride on your own. I'm like, yeah, I see what's going on.
Yeah.
So I go have some drinks at the brew house, and then the dude takes me back to the condo, drops me off. I go upstairs, and Ari's sitting in the living room. I'm like, so how'd it go? And he's like, she didn't come by. I'm like, oh. So we're sitting there kind of talking. He's just like, well, whatever. She seemed kind of crazy. I'm like, well, yeah, clearly she was crazy. And then she calls him.
Fuck you!
Yeah. You're one of the people on her list.
That's terrifying.
And so then his phone rings and it's the girl, and she's downstairs, and he's like, oh, okay. So he goes down, lets her in, brings her up. And I'm just sitting on the couch. She's probably smoking weed or whatever. And she comes up, and she's like, oh, hey, you were funny too. And I'm like, yeah, thanks. And she goes, my boyfriend's across the street over at Denny's if you want to go eat with him. I'm like, I'm probably good. I'm not gonna go sit with.
I'm gonna pass on that conversation.
I don't think I want to go sit with Sick Boy and find out what you guys have going on in your world. And so then I just went into the other room, and Ari and the girl hooked up, and then he came out. She left. I was like, wow, so that was pretty weird, right? He's like, I mean, I thought it was pretty great. I'm like, yeah, I guess.
Fucking what a weirdo. But why? Well, your boyfriend was eating at Denny's. Yeah, not a bad place to eat. If your girlfriend's fucking someone, why wouldn't you go to Denny's?
Is that not normal?
Yeah.
Are you ready for this?
That's solid.
This looks fucking awesome.
I don't know. Be careful. Don't get burnt.
I don't think it's gonna stay together. You're gonna have to dump that baby.
You think?
Oh, look at that. Professional. Wow.
Sometimes I'm smart like a fox. All right, should we try
Attention,
these?
citizens.
I think so.
Nuclear
Yeah,
strike
they're
imminent.
crispy. Show yours to the camera so
Please
someone gets an
exit
idea
the
what a good
area
one
at
looks
your
like.
earliest convenience.
Oh, that's a perfect one. Do you see that?
Thank you for your cooperation.
Mine is
But I
two.
like it.
All right.
Together? Oh, yeah. That's hot.
That tastes like mac and cheese.
I always say the problem with the mac and cheese I'm eating, not dry enough. Well, we got it.
It still needs salt.
We figured out the perfect recipe. Finally, mac and cheese that can cut my mouth.
How do you dry it up?
Second bite, even drier.
Oh, that is really horrible.
Burn the noodle nice too, so that
Yeah.
starts out too dry and crunchy, and then you're like, oh, good rubber. That's a nice afterthought.
Oh my God, I'm gonna throw up.
Hey,
What a perfect way to end the show, guys.
it's pretty greasy.
Yeah.
Sexy.
Let's pretend it's the last comic just got off stage. Let's close up the store. How does it go?
Somebody breaks in the cooler. Oh. Figure
Shut
it out.
these down.
There
Oh,
you go.
nice. All right, perfect.
Blackout.
That's the end of the night, guys. See you guys tomorrow, same time, 8 p.m. Joe.
Yeah.
I'd clock out, but I'm getting $25 no matter what, so let's just leave it running.
All right, someone fix these hot dogs. Take care.
Those are on fire.
Take care, guys.
Jesus. Oh, so greasy.
This episode was brought to you by The Machine.
Welcome to the Endless Honeymoon Podcast, Health Edition. We're talking health today on the podcast. We're talking about preventative scans.
Did I tell you I got my tarot cards read last week?
Was that a preventative scan?
Well, the health card came up.
Oh, what'd they say?
They told me to take care of my body,
Mm-hmm.
and they
Wow.
told me
The insight.
that I need to have more balance
Whoa.
in my life.
So this guy was a psychic.
And you're not going to like the next bit of news.
Uh-huh.
New love.
New love?
I got the new love card. And I was trying to make everyone laugh in the room because it was like a public reading. I was
Right.
like, oh, do I have to get a divorce? And
And they said,
they said no. Well, the other person, they were like, oh, yeah, it's a romantic love. And then I got the same card, and they're like, no, yours could also be.
you know why I'm comforted by the fact
They go, it could be like a child. Do you have a child? I was like, yeah.
you need a new one. Perhaps a
Like,
different child.
It could be art. It could be career. It could be anything.
You know why I'm not threatened by this particular reading? Because you did that tarot card on a trip out of town with a friend that was going through, I would say, a objectively extremely hard time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the first card, you told me today, the first card they pulled, the tarot card reader, what did he say?
Oh, yeah. He was like, things are pretty great for you right now.
Things are pretty great for you.
No, but you know what?
Read the room.
No, tarot cards.
Are not real. Is that what you were going to say?
I was
going
going to say the cards have their own energy that might not be something that you can quantify, but you pick your cards, and then the tarot reader is just the conduit. So what's really important is the cards.
Conduit for what?
Not the person. The conduit for whatever...
Ghosts are in the deck?
Not ghosts. It's just, it's, you know, like, it's like I like to hug trees sometimes, and they can tell. Tell you things. Rocks can tell you things, but you can't be like, what did you say, rock? Can you please write that down? You don't write the same way as me. Like, you know, it's like in the air. It's like esoteric. It's like you can feel it. It comes to you. It's like, you know, I talked to some trees when I was there.
I mean, I'm more for talking to trees than for having a random, like, van life person pull out a deck of cards and be like, you need a divorce. Like, what? When's the last time you were employed?
They are employed by the hotel.
By the trees and the rocks and the spirits of the labyrinth.
Listen, all I'm saying is everything can't be quantified so easily as in your brain, Moshe.
I had a friend who, old friend, who's 45. And he told me he broke up with somebody because she wouldn't get rid of her tarot deck. He's got like residual Christian kind of occult fear going on. And I go, dude, what?
My friend's cleaning lady asked her to get rid of them.
Well, yeah, but imagine not getting laid anymore because you're afraid of a deck of cards.
Well, listen, nothing against the tarot. I love the tarot. I'm here for it.
You're here for the tarot?
Yeah, I also got
You sound like a Hawaiian right now. I'm here for the tarot, for the Kailua pig. I'm here for it all.
Okay, speaking of Hawaii, Moshe, we ganged up on an employee today together on the phone.
I gotta say, as much as the CEO is like a beacon of hope for humanity, the rest of the company at Tesla is really whack.
So Moshe's been getting emails saying that his car is about to be impounded.
No, repossessed.
Repossessed, but the car is in my name for some dumb reason. So now I'm getting emails saying that I owe them $45,000 and they're going to come repossess the car and my address.
It's all because they missed us. There was like a suite number on the business address that we filled in the paperwork.
The thing that's crazy is that they only conduct business through an app. There's like hardly anyone working at this company. There might be one person checking emails once a month, right?
Maybe. I don't know. All I know is that I get an email saying we're going to repossess your car, and I say, okay, tell me what I need to do. And then they go radio silent for like 2 months, and then they send another email like, we sent you an email 2 months ago. We're coming for the car, bitch. And then I call them, and they're always like trying to alpha me. I swear to God, I think Tesla Incorporated had like a board meeting, like a corporate advisor come and be like, we're an alpha company and we don't take shit from no bitches. So if somebody cuts you off, you cut them off right back, because all of them have the same vibe.
Yeah,
of
we got into a big fight with one today.
Today he's screaming and shit. By the way, they did the repossess thing. I didn't email him for like months. And then I wrote an email like, what the fuck is going on, guys? He goes, sorry, I had a cold Monday. No, it's not Monday. It is 3 months ago. Like, your cold is not applicable. Finally, I call the guy today. He won't speak to me because it's in your name. So I conference call you.
Mm-hmm.
You jump on. You start screaming. I was kind of proud.
Well, I wanted him to tell me because he was like, the car is going to be repossessed.
I'm speaking. I'm speaking. I'm speaking.
And I go, and I never do this, like talk at the same time to have a fight who stops talking. It's a very male thing to do.
It was a very male situation.
And I did it today, and I won.
The call had Cybertruck energy for sure.
It so had Cybertruck
For
energy.
sure.
And so
you know they've gotten cockier since the Cybertruck came out. They're just like, we're Cybertruck Incorporated.
And been recalled.
Yeah, but they don't care. We don't care about that. Betas follow recalls.
Well, anyway, the thing that I kept talking over the guy about was I said, I just need to know if I need to figure out. I just said, I just need to know if purchase this is like on my record. You know, like it took. I didn't tell him this, but it took me a long time to clean up my credit, and a long
I don't think
time.
he would have been receptive to your biography about your credit history. To be
But
honest.
repossession, like I
know.
don't. It was like a scary
And he
email, and it
kept
had
going-
like a tracking number, and like
I know it was scary. I had a good line actually. I had a couple good lines, but one of my better lines today was he kept saying, "I don't know, ma'am. I'm from the legal department. I don't know, ma'am. I just am from the legal department." And I said, "Well, we're from the customer department." I thought that was pretty good. You
That
know,
was a good one.
Pretty good. Customer department. That's what our department. You know.
that was one of your good ones. He kind of got right back at you though.
What did he say?
At the end.
Oh, at the end, he did kind of get back at me because it did come out of nowhere. I was not expecting it. At the end of the whole thing, I was like, you might want to pass this up your chain of command that you shouldn't talk over your customers like that when they're frustrated. He goes, "Mahalo, sir." And I was like, are you from the island? I didn't.
He said mahalo and hung up.
Yeah, he said mahalo and hung up, and I was like, oh, I
And
didn't.
we had never like established there was any.
Yeah, no.
But saying mahalo.
I didn't know
as
he
a
was from
fuck
the.
off, that's awesome.
I didn't know he was from the INA. Like if he had told me that, my whole thing would have definitely changed a little bit. You know, I have a lot of respect for the islands and just for Polynesian culture in general. He should have just let me know in the beginning, like just so you know, you're talking to a Polynesian alpha right now. You're fucking with a Hawaiian alpha because I'm wearing, as you can see, I'm dedicated.
You're actually wearing that hat like a beret. Was
I'm
that
wearing it
on
in a cool.
purpose?
I think is beret French.
A beret is like on the side.
Is beret French for cool?
It could be.
Cool style. Listen, I look good. I know I look good. You don't like it?
No, it was
mahalo,
just funny how confident you were.
mahalo.
I was talking to a friend today, and she was saying how overrated confidence was, and I was like, you know what? You're right.
It's overrated?
Yeah.
What is it? Some kind of weakling was telling you that?
No, I just think like, why not have some humility? Why not let the guy win? I'm talking to myself.
The truth is, I agree because humility is one of my greatest strengths. It always has been. From an age, before I can even remember, I was more humble than anybody surrounding me. Like it was like, humility kind of emanated from me from my earliest memory. And in 1998, I won the World Humility Championship. I was crowned the most humble person in North America.
Well, listen, Moshe, I find you humble and bold and confident in all of the things.
I think you have a great ass.
Well, thank you. I'm glad I got off Ozempic because it was definitely disappearing.
Yeah, they don't talk about that. The great butt wasting of the Ozempic epidemic of 2024.
I did it for like 2 months. I lost 10 pounds, got very thin, but my body looked worse.
I don't know if your body looked worse. Your body always looks perfect to me. It's a wonderland.
Looks better now. Now
But-
I just feel like, you know,
I think your body's great.
I'm a normal lady and I have
You are a normal
big butt again.
The truth is, honey, you're more than a normal lady. You're an abnormal lady. That's how I think of you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I would never say, oh, that's my wife. She's kind of normal. So she's extra special.
I do miss having like a super skinny stomach.
You miss having a super skinny stomach?
But like the nausea that was involved in having it, it was just too much.
I think you have what am I supposed to say here? You have a very skinny stomach or it's...
You don't have to say anything. I'm just being very open and vulnerable right now because I got a cancer scan today.
Oh.
I got my cancer scan and...
It's not called a cancer scan, honey.
What is it?
When you say it like that, it sounds like I got my cancer scanned.
Oh.
You don't have cancer.
Right.
We don't think. But we'll find out in 2 weeks. Because you got an MRI.
Right.
You got an optional, bougie, rich person MRI.
I got one, and when I got in there this morning, because it's like an hour and a half.
Did they not make you sign the non-disclosure agreement that they made me sign?
Are we not supposed to talk about it?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe you weren't. They just said that they were extremely litigious and would come after me if I said anything about it.
Well, one thing that happened that was really annoying is they told me to take off my jewelry, and I forgot to take off my rings, and no one caught it. And then when I was
Really?
leaving, I was like, am I going to have to do this again?
Oh, shit, and?
I didn't go back to class because I didn't know what I was
Shit. I mean, I think it's supposed to, like, make you cling to the top of the thing.
Oh, no. If I have to do that again, it was, like,
What if
very
you just...
claustrophobic.
Well, when I looked it up, it's pretty funny. There's one cost for the full body scan, and it's not cheap. But then they have a discount, and they're like, "We'll do it." There's a $800 version, and it's just from your neck to your butt. They're like, if you have cancer, like sort of here, it's like a funny calculus.
It's the cheapskate special.
Yeah, but it's just a funny calculus to be like, I bet if I get cancer, it's gonna be like shoulder blade down cancer.
If you're going to pay for a scan, you just have to
Get the full scan.
shell out the extra whatever it is to get the full scan.
Well, I got my results. You're waiting on your results. It's a terrifying feeling. I've been there, sister.
You got tech neck.
I got tech neck. That's one thing they said I had. Some severe degeneration in my discs, but I don't feel it. I feel like $1 million. I'll tell you what I didn't like were the things they said were benign. Things that they said I didn't need to worry about. Innumerable benign lesions in my liver. Innumerable. Innumerable. Too many to count.
And you don't even drink.
I don't know. It's normal. Some people are born like that. You want to hear the other one?
You have a lacerated liver?
You want to hear the other one? They said they were like Rice Krispies in my liver, but normal.
You know what?
You don't like that? You want to hear the other one?
Some things you should just keep to yourself.
Why? You think they might affect my reputation in these streets? You want to hear the other thing?
Is it really gross?
It's really scary sounding.
Okay.
I have in my brain something called a mega arachnoid cyst. Mega arachnoid.
Oh my god.
Giant spider cyst.
Is this why you're like this?
Like what?
You have
honey?
an arachnoid cyst?
No. A mega arachnoid cyst. That's giant spider cyst.
You have a spider-like cyst that is
Giant.
going through your head.
You're missing the big
a
word
giant
here.
one, and then the thing about a spider is tentacles, so it's kind of
You know
like
that thing that
taken over your brain.
You know that thing that we put with our daughter on Halloween time? That big like foam spider that we wrap around the front gate? That's what I have in my brain. Mega arachnoid.
That is a little upsetting.
But then I looked it up. It sounded bad, right? Sounds like you're gonna die. But then I looked it up. Something like 1/3 of people are born with a mega arachnoid cyst in their brain. It's just the way some people's brains
So
are formed.
basically, we shouldn't be finding this stuff out.
All you
That's
want to
so
know
annoying.
is, do I got lupus? That's all you want to know. Do I got MS? Do I got lung cancer? You know, that's what you're trying to really figure out.
Well, as I stepped into the machine and had like all these weights over my head, it was like very scary.
How'd you like the machine?
I hated it. How do I like a CAT scan machine?
Loved it.
Anyway, they have Netflix playing, and you can watch anything you want on Netflix.
In a mirror.
In a mirror. And
Yep.
so I was like, yeah, I'll watch Girls 5 Eva because I was watching that. It was funny. I just wanted something like funny. And then they were like, okay, well, the last person was watching. It was like this. I wish I knew the name of it, but it was some like very like overly dramatic drama something. And they're like, okay, theirs will play for a minute while I get yours on. So I get into the thing, and literally, the scene that's playing is a woman bawling, and she's like, I don't know how to tell you this, but I have cancer.
In the Pernubo tunnel.
Yes, and I'm like, I couldn't even write this in a movie because it would be so weird. Like,
That is-
that was very.
I watched Happy Gilmore. And I fucking loved that MRI machine. I could stay there for a month.
It was very fancy.
What's
All right.
the opposite of claustrophobia? I've got that. I want to be inside a small space at all times. That's probably why I married you.
You like small spaces?
Yeah, I love it. Give me a cocoon. Give me a Japanese pod hotel. I'm in. Sounds fucking awesome.
You're like one of those chihuahuas who'll just like roll into your
cuddle
butt.
up into your. Yeah, I will. I went on a tour bus when I was touring with Aziz. That was great. My little cubby. I watched all of Ken Burns' The West in that little cubby. I loved it. Give me more of that.
All right. Well, maybe you need to start flying more.
I don't like being close to other people. I like being in a small enclosed space alone.
So you'd like Delta One or something.
Yeah, I would like to fly first class. What if I claimed I was so claustrophobic I had to fly first class.
People do it, and I actually asked someone recently who told me that, and I think they really are claustrophobic. I said, "Do you think I can say that I don't like chain hotels? Like I have."
Oh, you have chain hotelophobia?
Yes.
Okay. What hotels aren't chains though? That's the real deal.
That's hard.
Even the fancy ones now are chains.
True.
By the way,
True.
I don't want to get into. I know we should take a call, but every fancy chain hotel is whack.
Hotels suck.
They suck. I mean, you say even the fanciest hotel in the world. I've stayed at Four Seasons before. They suck. It's just a Marriott with better art and a guy saying mahalo.
You think the art at a Four Seasons is good?
Better than at a Marriott. A Marriott, someone at Marriott Corporate types art into Amazon and just buys in bulk. A Four Seasons, one guy is like one older gay man goes to an estate sale or something like that.
All right, well, we will talk about hotels at some other time.
Another
Because I have a
day.
lot to say on that topic. That's just why I was pausing, because I'm
Okay.
like, you know
We
what?
can cut this part out.
We have people
We have
waiting
people
to
waiting.
talk to us.
Yeah.
And actually, this person is here in our very own town
Oh,
of Los Angeles.
I love an Angelino.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that Louisiana?
I love it.
We are going to call Crystal,
Crystyle.
spelled K-R-Y-S-T something,
Christiela. Christilia.
in L.A. Hi, Crystal.
Oh,
Hey,
Crystal.
guys.
There you are.
It's Natasha and Moshe.
Nice to see you guys.
Is that...
I have a tarot deck here, and I'm telling you, I'm getting extremely strong, like, wardrobe department or costumer energy from you. Is that crazy?
Your tarot cards are correct.
Whoa. Wow, tarot is real.
Crystal, what percentage do you believe in tarot?
0.
Yeah, girl. And your name is Crystal. Your name is Crystal. You are named after the spirits that control the tarot.
Is it really a 0?
Yeah, I just don't ever believe that, like, Mercury's in the microwave or whatever.
Well, that is not exactly...
Mercury's in the microwave? I like Crystal. That is cool.
Okay, Crystal, well, how can we help you today?
That's a good line. That's a solid line, Crystal.
Okay, so here's the thing. I am an avid gym goer. I go pretty much 5 days a week. I've gone to the same gym for going on 3-4 years now. Mind my own business, put my music in, do my thing. You know, there's the everyday people, you recognize the faces, and you're like, you know,
Mm-hmm.
And one day I went into the gym not thinking, and I guess I didn't have my hair up in a ponytail, right? Just not thinking about it. And I'm like doing my warm up, getting my muscles ready, and this man comes up to me, and I guess I'd recognized him before, but not really, because like I said, I just kind of keep my head down. And he says, "I almost fell off the bike because of your hair." And I was like, "Excuse me?" And he's like, "I see you here every day, and your hair is down today." And I was like, "Oh, yeah." And then I like went about my business. And then from then on, and this was about 3 months ago, every so often, once, sometimes twice a week, he'll come up to me and say other weird things. Like one time he was like, "You have the hair, do you wear makeup?" And at first I was like, "Oh, well, it's 7 a.m. at the gym, so no." And then I was like, "Oh gosh, weird guy, but maybe he's just like a lonely old
You
dude."
can
I don't
stop
know.
right now because I already have your answer.
Yeah, run away with this guy. This is your meet cute. You love him.
No.
They're called earbuds.
Uh-huh.
I wear them.
No.
Oh, does he do the pop them out movement?
Don't pop them out. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm on a call. Yeah, no, sorry. Like, treat this guy like...
Natasha.
What?
Not to cut you off, but I've done it. I've ignored him. Those are the 2 instances I like interacted. From then on, head down, ignored him. He'll walk by and I could still hear him saying things, but no eye contact. But he'll come to wherever I am.
Oh, he's like popping up from the other side of the treadmill.
Yes.
I mean, he's harassing you. I'm sorry, can you just tell me again? He's old. He's older. What did you say he was?
Let me describe him to you. He's an older gentleman, maybe, I don't know, 50-ish,
Okay.
60-ish, long gray ponytail.
Oh, so okay, he's
And
cool.
He feels
digs
like
through
he's
the
earned
trash.
the right to he's what?
He's digging through the trash for water bottles too.
Oh, is he like a transient or what?
No, he's there. He goes there every
Got it.
day.
Okay, so
I think that you need to talk to a manager.
what's the question? Karen's
Karen's I'm-
talk to manager.
Obviously, she needs to
Not
talk to
alpha babes like this.
All right,
You
fine.
gotta beat him to death with a 45-pound plate.
Well, and at first I was just like, I'm gonna ignore it, but it's been going on for 3 months.
Yeah.
And like it's like every time, and now I'm hyper aware, and every time
Right.
I look or in the mirror, he's there. So I'm like, okay, do I talk to the front desk about it? Because like they're not gonna do anything because
Why not?
I've asked them questions before, and they're there on their phone, they're texting, they can't be bothered.
Yeah.
And I asked my husband, I'm like, what should I do? And he was like, well, you should like tell him completely to F off or like tell the manager. And I'm like, okay, well, I can do that, but what if he gets kicked out? Like, should I care or should I not care?
By the way, you're tough because like you got one of those I'm so tough I can't live with a metal wedding rings on. I don't know if you noticed that. She got one of those rubber wedding rings, and
silicone
yeah,
one.
what that says is like I'm married, but I can take human life with my bare hands.
I love it.
No, I'm a seamstress, so I don't like wearing my real ring because it can hit on the machines or get messed in the
Ring
fabric.
avulsion. I know all about it.
Crystal, I know what's happening here. You are being called to stand up for yourself in a new way than you have before because you already know what's going to happen if you talk to the front desk. You already know what happens when you're completely rude. You already know what happens when you totally ice him out. This is one of those times. I mean, what would Elon Musk do? He would be like, hey, listen, man, when I come Mahalo. When I come to the gym, I want to relax, and I really don't appreciate you looking at me or talking to me. Thank you. Or whatever
Natasha's
it is.
right.
Simple, firm, not activated, not charged. Because I bet you if Elon, there's something like cool about it too. You got to show him. Like it's happened to me before. I've talked about it on this podcast, like finally sticking up to a man where like in ways that you never have before. Like I said to the guy who was like editing our show, I was like, would you treat blah, blah, blah like this?
Right.
I've never talked to someone like that. And he like shook. And then another time I was acting with someone and he was like, don't you ever change the lines on me? Because I would just talk to the director about one thing. And we were in a car and I said, if you ever talk to me like that again, I'll never come back on this set. Or I said something like, don't you ever talk to me like that?
Yeah.
It just came out of me. And he treated me like Meryl Streep for the rest of the show. So
Meryl effing Streep.
I just think you need to harness your inner, like you're tough on the outside, but like what if you, what if you, so now we need Moshe to craft what you say, and it's one sentence.
Yeah.
Who was it?
Because I don't want to be like hot-headed about it.
No, but this is your time to. It's just. And then if he doesn't do it, then you can like move gyms or whatever. But like, and I don't even think it's a threat, but it's something like, hey man, don't look at me, don't talk to me, don't come up to me. When I come to it's bothering me. I don't know. What do you?
Natasha just selected the Queen of Swords card for you. That's what I'm getting from a strong Queen of Swords.
Channeling. I mean, you cannot believe in it.
I can't believe you told that story about when you spoke to Benedict Cumberbatch that way. Like that is crazy because I thought that was like a Hollywood secret, but yeah, she fucking put Benedict in his place. Okay.
I'm just saying sometimes you can access a new part, like, or asking a guy out on a date. I've never done that. I probably won't now because I'm married to Moshe, but I think
probably won't.
Well, I'm saying if you die, I don't know, maybe you have cancer or something.
Okay, I don't have cancer, but you might. Okay.
Yeah, don't pull that card.
Here's a question. Are you comfortable? Because Natasha's giving you a lot of strong advice. Are you capable?
Look at her
Are
arms.
you capable of taking the guy into the gym and just fucking him one time? Like one time to let his fantasies get... No, my real question. Are you capable of that conversation? Some version of that conversation where you look him in the eyes and you say to him, I don't want this anymore, and I'd appreciate it if you stop it.
I think it's gotten to the point where that's where I need to be, but I've been having a hard time because I'm just used to being like, oh, whatever, let it go. But now it's like really bothering me, and he's really creepy. I
Right.
know I described him, but it's
You know that
just,
old saying? Have you heard that saying? Women are afraid men are going to kill them. Women are afraid. Men are afraid women are going to laugh at them. It's a dark but true kind of statement.
Yeah.
Men, I think that men like that. They know that there's an underlying safety concern that allows them to like tap
Harass
dance
you.
on people's boundaries all the time,
Yeah.
knowing
Yeah.
that there's a part of you that's like, if I turn around and say, hey man, stop, you might be a psychopath, and they will violate.
And I think that's the thing that it kind of gets me a little bit too, because it's just like, well, I'm there every day. He's there every day. and
He's
it's
there
just
all
like,
day long too,
Right.
bothering other people besides you. He sucks.
Yeah.
And I think
And he
that-
doesn't even work out. He just walks around and picks up the weights. He'll ride the bicycle, and I've gotten to the point where I'm like, okay, I see that guy on the bicycle, so I can't do this exercise, this, and I'll change my whole routine just to
Yeah.
All right,
be
what do you
away
think
from
of this,
him.
Mosh?
I'm of two minds here.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead. What do I think of
So
what?
she passes him tomorrow.
This is so funny though, Natasha.
Don't look at me. Don't talk.
No,
Don't
terrible,
talk to me.
Terrible. I hate it. You're taking.
It has to be. It can't
you're
be like.
taking
She doesn't want to establish a conversation. with him.
You're taking a person whose behavior has shown nothing but instability, and you're starting the conversation in confrontation and instability of your own. I think that's a bad idea because it will allow him to react from anger. By the way, he might react from anger no matter what you do.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't seem hinged, and he certainly doesn't respect you or your boundaries. I mean, he knows you don't want it. I mean, all of these men all know that you're not like, getting turned on by his advance. He knows that. It's just he's there to like make you uncomfortable and force you against your will to be in his little weird dialogue. So I wouldn't start with "Don't look at me, don't talk to me." I wouldn't.
Okay, tell me what to say.
Well, I don't know, because I'm of two minds here. And this is funny that you're giving this advice, Natasha, because your advice usually is, with bad behavior, is don't say anything ever.
But this is her happy place. It's the gym.
Yeah.
She needs to get him pried away from looking at her, talking to her, commenting. And I think if she said the exact right thing, she might succeed.
So here are my two minds.
I mean, obviously you should change gyms.
As I've gotten older, the older I've gotten, the less tolerance I have for dangerous feelings of crazy, to the degree that I will let people more and more often get away with egregious shit because I just don't want that energy in my life. So one part of me thinks, this isn't fair, it sucks, and it's one of the sucky, unfair things about womanhood, but also just about the world. Maybe you should just find another gym. But you're there 5 days a week, I get it. It's like
And it's so close to my house.
Yeah. So what I would do, the other part of my brain goes, you cannot let people get away with this kind of behavior. You cannot allow people to step on top. Yeah, to chase you away from your 5 days a week. That's like synagogue. That's how often I go to synagogue, 5 days a week. So I would say don't look at me, don't talk to me. I would say simply, and you'll be able to know immediately if you need to just immediately call a manager or get another gym. I would just take my earbud out and say one time, hey man, I come to the gym to work out, not to talk to people. You're making me super uncomfortable, and I would appreciate it if you don't speak to me, look at me, be in my field of vision. No offense, I know you like it here too. I'm glad that you enjoy the gym, but I don't want to interact with you. Please respect that. And if you don't, I'm going to escalate this. I would say something like that.
That's a threat, though.
Yes.
What if she just stops right before and if you don't?
Okay,
and
I'll
just be
accept the
really
amendment.
firm about it.
Yeah, and then if he does it again, like if I say that, I think that was great, and I feel I can see myself saying that. And maybe if he does keep at it, then I'll be like, hey, I've asked you already. Maybe
You'll know.
Wait, what would you say? You'd say I've asked you already, and then what?
Like I like what Moshe said. If I talk to him and I say, I told you I don't want to interact with you. If you keep doing it, I'm gonna have to then escalate it or something.
No. I don't accept your amendment. I accept your amendment, Natasha. I don't accept your amendment.
Okay.
I think once you tell a person that clear, first of all, my prediction is that you're not going to have to wait and see if he does it again. He's going to immediately show you whether or not he respects that in the moment. He'll either say, well, fuck you then, bitch. And then at that
he
point,
seems like that kind of guy.
it does seem like that kind of guy, and I would say that's the most likely result. Oh, somebody doesn't like a compliment. And then at that point, I would walk straight to management and say, I'm going to quit the gym unless you can do something about this guy. But I would never have another conversation with him where I go, now that I've set the boundary, now I'm going to enforce the boundary. I would just, if he ever bothers you again, ever does it
I
again,
see what you're saying.
straight to the...
Don't give him the opportunity to take
Just set your boundary. If he violates your boundary, walk up to the 19-year-old assistant manager at the Planet Fitness and say, will you ignore my pleas for help, and then find a new job.
Now, the bad part about this is that tomorrow you have a performance. So you should memorize what you have to say.
That's right.
You should know that he has nothing to say to you. This is not a conversation. So
Yeah.
however you want to end it, you say it and then you walk away.
Put your earbud
That's a very important
back in.
Very important part.
Put your earbud back in and
I
get back
love
to
the
the
words
work.
super uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Surely he's opened the internet to understand that, there is a thing going around. So you can't just act like that.
Okay, can you do that?
I can do that.
I'm so excited
And
to hear
you
it.
have to also imagine yourself as someone else. That can actually
that's
help.
nice.
And for me, it's like sometimes like a man. Like if there's a certain man who's like really good at what he does or always gets his way. I mean, this is probably the most sexist thing to say.
What are you about to say?
To imagine yourself as a man.
Imagine yourself being a man.
But sometimes as a woman, like when you're trying to talk to someone who just sees you as a sex object and, or sees you as something that's like beneath them or like something that they can possess or control or harass, it's hard to not think of yourself as this helpless woman, So it's like, if you can just imagine yourself,
But this
that
is
can help.
the good thing about the script that we gave you is that none of it is, you're not saying to him, you're a pervert, you're a horny old man, you're a dirty fuck. You're saying, I don't come here to talk. I don't like what you're doing. I'm getting uncomfortable. I need you to stop doing it. So all these I statements, they're really, if he's going to react positively, you've given him every possible opportunity to react in a way that isn't volatile, which I don't know will be the case. And you know what? Maybe you even go up to, if you really feel unsafe in any way, go up to, and this is sexist too, but go up to one of the guys in the gym that you know and say, I'm about to go tell this dude to stop fucking creeping me out. Will you just watch my
which
back?
I have said something like that to one of the regular guys that I do see.
Yeah, so maybe say, I'm gonna go.
He even noticed it. He was just
Fuck
like,
that
why
gym
was
rat.
that guy
Get rid of him.
bothering you?
You're
Yeah.
gonna be a hero at the gym because all the other girls who are pretty with blonde hair, who he harasses because he's like, oh, hair. I love the blonde hair.
If there's one thing I love more than a trash can scored plastic water bottle, it's a hot body blonde that's doing CrossFit. I have a question for you before we let you go. And first of all, I would love for you to check back in with us and tell us how it went.
For sure.
But my question is there a way for a man to approach a woman at the gym and flirt with her? Is it always unacceptable? I'm out of the game, so it doesn't matter. But if you were at the gym and you saw someone that you were attracted to and you were young and not creepy, is there a non-creepy way, or is it just safe space, don't do that?
First of all, for me, I think it's a safe space. But I think some girls, they want to get out and go to the gym and hopefully maybe meet somebody. So I think it is just situational.
Yeah.
I know that's probably not the answer you wanted, but...
No, that's fair. That's
and
fair.
it's also a vibe you're giving off, If you want to meet people, you're looking around.
I do crotchless workout shorts, and that makes a lot of women really look my way. Crotchless workout shorts.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I let it dangle, and a lot of ladies love that.
Nice. Well, you need the airflow, I guess.
Airflow, and I love to like dig around in the trash for a free plastic water bottle, and that kind of lets the ladies know I'm available.
Hell yeah.
All right, listen, well, fuck that guy. Good luck tomorrow.
Yep.
Do it. It'll feel good, and it's like opening a new your insides will match your outsides now.
Exactly. And one more thing I wanted to say, Moshe, my husband and I, we went and saw you at the Troubadour a few weeks ago.
Oh, you came
and
to that
it was
show?
a great time.
Oh,
yeah.
thank you for coming. Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you for being there. I
Yes,
would never
thank
harass
you
you
guys
in
for
the
having
gym.
me here.
Thank you.
Thanks,
All right.
Crystal.
And your designs
All right,
look
have
cool.
a good night.
Okay, later.
She did draw the photos.
Yeah.
Wait, Moshe gives great advice. We know that.
Yeah.
You're coaching our friends through something, and you gave them something to write.
Oh, I can't even believe
to
it.
our friend's mother, who was like being really difficult, and the person sent it.
They copied and pasted what I wrote. I couldn't believe, first of all, what I wrote I thought was a little bit intense. Even you were like, that's a little harsh.
I said that's too harsh.
The mom came back and was like, full on like obsequious. Kissing your ass for anything you want. I'm like, huh? Have I missed my calling as a text message writer at large?
No, but I think that's why I asked you. Like, I knew what she should do, but I didn't know how to say it. That's my problem. I always know the right thing to do,
but not the right way to say it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is your problem.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That means my heart's in the right place.
That's true. You have a really good heart. What do they? What's a tongue
I thought you were going to say.
and a big ass?
No.
Wait, what was it?
Sharp tongue and a big ass. That's okay.
Sharp tongue, big ass.
All right.
Yeah. Wait, big. I mean, people are gonna, I think, talk shit. I mean, big ass in a good way. Oh, okay. That's just a roast, huh? Yeah, we're back.
Just listen to the episode on Slack, and I called immediately to leave the secret because it piggybacks off the last secret. I've been wanting to leave the secret for years, but like the caller said, it's rehearsed and scripted. I haven't because I've been wanting to like nail it with the humor, so I kept trying to take notes, and then I just never ended up calling. Anyway, just like the last caller, I too have had an accidental happy ending during a massage.
Whoa.
It took place in Moshe's hometown of Oakland, California,
Very
right
cool.
off Piedmont Avenue. I was getting a Thai massage and basically had this experience at the very end. I don't know if you've ever gotten a Thai massage, but they kind of like use their whole body on yours, and it was just like a 60-year-old Thai woman who basically, at the very end, like dug her knee into my back and like looped her arm under my armpit and then pulled my leg back from just like underneath the forest arm. It took me so bad. 10 years ago, and I thought about it and wondered, was this a physical? The reason that I wonder if it was a magical borderline is because I think of it fondly, and also I did go back and have gone back to that place.
Trying to get that chase that dragon.
Hoped that it would be her. I don't even know who she was because you go in and put your face down and then you like never really see them. Anyways, that's my secret. Just kind of neatly had to do with the last one. So to that caller, you're not alone. Secret, accidental, happy happened. I hope it happens again. Okay, thanks.
Chasing that Thai dragon, you know?
Like, who? If that was possible, there's a time masseuse down the street. I would go do that. Definitely.
You would go bust on a Thai masseuse's
If there was
knee?
a woman who knew how to like move my leg this way, put
Your
her
armpit this way.
and then like lift my hip, like,
And then you can bust.
unleash an orc. I mean, well, I guess like you make.
You'd have to do a silent one. Can you not do a silent one? Yeah, that's pretty good.
Because I'm making noises during a massage anyway.
Right.
I could do it. Yeah, I want that for sure. It's not sexual, really.
Yeah.
It's more like
Well,
energetic.
Wow. There's an old Thai saying, bust is sexual. That's interesting. Accidental. But I've never had that. Accidental.
A secret accidental.
Never had that. Never had that.
So, well, it's different with. It's what she's saying is so cool because it's like, I mean, someone like stroking my vagina. Like the woman didn't. I always thought when I heard of the female ones that someone was like touching me really fast.
You thought they were touching your
They were
genitals.
trying to jerk off your pussy,
Well,
like.
that's purposeful. A purposeful happy ending when they're trying to, as you say, jerk off your pussy. That was a more deliberate.
Wait, so do you think that Thai woman was not trying to do that?
No, she was touching her hip and her armpit.
Oh my God! I
That
totally
woman
read
had
that was her trick.
Oh, that was her closer? No, she gave her a orgasm through her back.
Wait a second. Now I want to know if this girl orgasms easy.
She probably does. She's probably.
See, I thought there was a lady
Easy buster.
who knew like a certain like secret.
That you'll come every time.
Yeah, or just like now if I do this, it unleashes this chakra of like.
Oh,
sex
maybe.
energy.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think this woman just had like a You know, there is such a thing as a mind bust. You know about that? Where you can have an orgasm without even being touched.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah.
It's rare, but it happens. I mean, premature ejaculation, if you do it before, you know, I had a joke in my act, actually, and it's a true story, based on the fact that I once, when I was really young, had an orgasm, like, I said, right here. Like, I didn't even know that was physically possible, but, like, I hadn't even touched anything. I hadn't entered a thing.
Wow.
I was on approach, and I just busted. I was like, I don't think this is a good idea for us to sleep together, actually.
Oh, that's cute.
Is
I mean, it's cute that you had like a little premature one. All right.
Yeah, that is cute.
All right. Well, listen. Let's hear another one.
All right.
Hi, Moshe and Natasha. I am deep in the hole listening to really old episodes of this podcast.
Welcome.
And I just listened to The Secret from the girl who does like a DIY wet wipe and she rubs the toilet paper on her pussy in order to make it more useful tool for wiping the on her ass. Kidding.
Yeah.
And I
And she spits.
shocked at her response to The Secret. I literally thought it was something that everyone did. I definitely always utilize the moisture
Oh, she means pee?
No, her wet vagina. She's like getting it really wet. No. Your pussy gets wet sometimes.
back and forth on whether she was using tea or the
Thank you.
pussy juices.
Thank you.
to wipe it. And I will say I have used both because sometimes you run out of tea and so then you've got to kind of dibble it up in there a little more to create additional wetness to keep wiping with. Pussy juices are more slick, so they are not as good of a substance. Tea, it's wet, but there's still friction with the toilet paper, and that is the ideal.
Okay.
I know you're gonna hate this. Sorry to get so explicit, but I just want to get thoughts on this. Like, I actually feel quite strongly about it. Alright, bye.
I got a lot of thoughts about this. First of all,
That's interesting because it's all about a woman's pussy.
well, right, because I'm learning so much. Listen, first of all, I could tell you this. I probably care more about a woman's pussy than you. I've thought more about it, I could almost guarantee.
You think you've thought more about women's pussies than I've thought about my own?
Yeah. I thought about nothing but that from about the age of 12 until right this second.
So you guys just walk through the world like just wanting to masturbate.
Wanting to masturbate, stare at women who are doing CrossFit. With kettlebells? Wait, hold on, I got a lot of thoughts about this. First of all, this woman's ideal wiping situation is that she's wiping piss on her butthole. That's her ideal. If everything works out, she's cleaning her butthole with piss. That's ideal. My second thought here is, both of you are like, you get wet. I'm like, you really get wet when they shit?
Sometimes you've just been wet all day and then you shit.
You've been
so
wet
there's-
all day?
Or I don't know.
I'm the one that wants to jerk off?
Well, you can't help it.
Walking around dribbling and I'm the horny pervert?
Dribbling. It's just like, it's a lubricated area.
Yeah, but
There's lubrication.
all the time?
Not all the time, but sometimes it'll happen like hormonally. Like
I don't know about that.
you might have a more drippy pussy one day.
I've never seen a lubricated vagina. Ever. So that sounds like a myth.
Good one, Mosh.
Everyone I've ever touched has been bone dry.
Listen, I think it's disgusting.
Yeah, the ideal. Here's the other thing about toilet paper is it's cheap and it comes across. Like, I've poured water on the like a thing of toilet paper before and wiped with it, and then you got all this like little fucking tendrils of like, you know, toilet paper detritus. I don't want that on my bunghole. Bunghole. I said it. It's bunghole day.
As Marie Antoinette would say.
Is that what you said? We need to get a bidet. It's a funny thing when you go to Asia and you just go, oh.
Well, except for when you have to like be at the zoo and you're squatting to try to like pee, and then
There
like,
is-
where people have
right.
thrown their shit away.
That's interesting.
Is a garbage can at eye level. So
Oh, you mean their wipe?
they've wiped their
implements.
ass and then they've put it in the garbage can, and now I'm trying to pee at the zoo in Taiwan and
making eye contact with
making
shit.
eye contact with the shit bucket
Right.
like I'm on a boat.
Right. It's filled with piss, pussy juice, and shit from all of the assorted
And
women
then I
of
want to
Taiwan.
vomit, and then there's
Oh,
no.
that'd be crazy if you wiped your butt with a pussy juice piss rag while making eye contact with shitty things, and then you vomited. So every
orifice would
every
be leaking.
liquid that your body produces was at once coming out of you or touching you.
Hot.
That would be that is hot actually. That would make me premature bust.
So in Asia,
That's my Thai woman putting her knee in my armpit.
So it's in Asia, it's either that or it's
The
there's
greatest toilet you've ever experienced in your life.
bidets.
Like the most fucking intelligent bidet of all time. That is interesting. The disparity of shitting situations is really, really high and low. Man, I want to go back to Taiwan. I want to go shit in Taiwan. All right. Let's hear another secret. One more for the road.
Hi, Natasha and Moshe. So my secret is that I work at like a low-key bougie grocery store in the Bay Area. I don't want to say the name for like obvious reasons, but like Moshe has probably been like several times or is at least familiar with it because it's been around for a pretty long time and it's pretty well known. Anyways, I work as a cashier and I fucking hate the demographic of customers because they're mostly all rude, rich, or like basically wealthy white people that are rude to me and my coworkers who are all very, very nice people. None of us actually shop there or like buy stuff from there. So my secret is that whenever I walk through the aisles during like busy times during my shift, I always try to silently rip as much ass as I possibly can. And like I'm lactose intolerant, but I drink coffee with whole milk before most of my like shifts, especially if I'm opening. So like they're like pretty bad.
That's cool.
I like walk through the aisles, farting shamelessly, and it's my way of saying fuck you to our rude ass customers because what's worse than a silent but deadly fart when you're buying produce? I love you both, and Natasha, you and Ricky Mantelman and your host killed it at the Punchline and Sack. Me and my friend went to go see you, and we loved it. Okay, hope I can see you guys soon. All right, bye.
That's called class dusting.
What?
You know what crop dusting is? Is when you fart in an airplane. This is class dusting.
I love it.
And, oh, by the way, we forgot to mention the reason people at Tesla Incorporated are so rude probably is for the same reason that this woman farts. Is they're just all day long dealing with the most insufferable rich assholes that are calling about their fucking Tesla. Can you imagine a ruder demographic? And I was a part of that demographic today.
Listen, one thing she said, well, the secret actually made me really think about myself for a minute because I have to say, when I'm in the grocery store, and I worked at a grocery store when I was young.
We know you're working class, girl. We know you come from blue-collar roots.
When I'm at the grocery store, sometimes I actually set a timer. And I'm like, I need to get the fuck out of here. So I'm like, after 12 minutes, I'm like, whatever I've gotten in 12 minutes, then I'm leaving. That's how much I like can't handle the grocery store. And I don't know how nice I am to when I'm asking
you're
where the
rude at
I
the
don't think
grocery
I'm
store.
rude.
Mm.
Because I'm not rude to people. I'm actually like overly nice to people usually. So I know I'm not rude, but I don't think I'm like, if I think every human interaction is a gift, I'm definitely not practicing that at the grocery store.
Interesting. It sounds
I
like
want to get the hell out of there. So
you might deserve a piss-covered fart. A burbling piss fart.
I don't know. I just feel like thank you for reminding me. Try to be.
You think you're going to be cooler?
Nicer. Well, I mean, I'm just like not trying to connect at the grocery store because I'm like, I need to go. I need to go. Like I just feel like I've wet my pants or something. Like
Well, your pants are always wet. We just found that out.
I'm like, I need, like, I just feel like it's my instinct. Like, I feel like I need to get out of there.
You want to know who's cool?
And maybe she's picking that up with some of the mean white ladies who are coming in.
You want to know who's cool as
I'm not
fuck?
sticking up for them in any way.
At
I'm
the
sure
grocery
they're
store?
much worse people than me.
Would you like to know who's cool as fuck at the grocery store?
You?
Yeah. I'm awesome.
How do you act?
I'm all, how you doing?
I already know how you act in an Uber. You won't stop talking to the driver.
I'm like, how you doing? Got any plans for the weekend? Oh man, is this a good product? I'm a good guy.
Yes, you talk
I'm
to
a
the
fun,
woman
cool guy.
at Gelson's. You're like,
She ain't farting on me. I'm a good ass dude.
well, first of all, that's not why you should be being nice.
That's not why I should be being nice, but it's a nice byproduct.
Wait, hold on. Are you actually asking the cashier what
cool.
she's doing this weekend?
I'm just a cool guy. I'm cool.
I bag my own groceries. Does that help?
That helps a little.
I'm like, no, I got it. I'm like very nice, but I'm like.
But very nice.
My alarm's gone off.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't sound like you're that cool. Have you ever asked them why they discontinued a product with a little bit of like stink in your voice? That seems like something you'd do.
Like not their fault at all.
I know. Not a decision they made.
No, I actually haven't. I don't spend enough time. I definitely ask people where things are.
Mm-hmm. That's okay. You're allowed to ask where things are.
All right, well, thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
This wasn't about me. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it sounds like it was about you.
The feeling I have at the checkout line is like, it's a pretty specific feeling.
Yeah.
Which is, get me the fuck out of here.
I got a pretty specific feeling too, because I might have just made a new friend. This guy might be my new homie.
What guy?
The guy that's bagging my groceries. I'm like, hey man, you work out? You like house music? Let's hang sometime.
Listen, I know.
All right. Well, Natasha, I've learned a lot during this episode.
Listen, I am nice at the grocery store, but I'm going to be nicer.
That's cool. And
Or more like relaxed energy. I think it's more my energy. My energy is like, oh, and it came from COVID. Because, you know, a COVID, like, it's mass. Get my bags, and I just feel like some old person who still needs bags.
I would
A new part of my personality was formed.
Were you pretty cool at the grocery store before COVID?
Yeah, of course, Moshe. I am always. Don't try to Karen me. I'm not like that.
Okay.
I'm very nice.
What was your first bit of advice to our first caller?
Call the manager.
Call
talk
the
to
manager. That's your instinct. That's where you live
well,
from.
more from because as a
No,
woman,
she should
if
call
a
the
man
manager.
is harassing you,
She should call the manager.
At least, but she already knew the manager wouldn't do anything.
She should call the manager. I will say that I will try to be. I would try to be cooler at the grocery store, but I literally couldn't be cooler. I'm the coolest guy they have all day. I've had a lot of people at the grocery store say, "Wow, man, you are like the coolest customer." I've never had anybody say that, but I feel like they talk. I do feel like they talk.
Well, listen, every time we get into a Lyft or Uber, you start the conversation, and then you just let me sit there to pick up all the pieces.
Well, it's an awkward.
And then you're staring at your phone, and then I've got to talk to him about his.
It's an awkward
rap
situation.
career.
You're in somebody's car. What are you going to ignore them? I mean,
Yes.
Anyway, don't ignore us. Give us a call, 213-222-8608, and leave us a secret, and we'll play it on the air.
And if you need some advice, send us an email at endlesshoneymoonpod@gmail.com.
Yeah, gmail.com. Our Patreon has some very exciting stuff coming up. We are adding all kinds of fun and exciting new bonuses for our Patreon subscribers, so don't forget, get in now. Patreon.com/endlesshoneymoon.
And watch us on YouTube. It's really easy.
It's the best. I love you.
Love you too.
They wanna, they want you to eat pizza all day. We didn't. Yo, what up, my people? Long time. I feel like I've been away so long. I'm excited to be back. I literally just got off the plane a couple hours ago from the UK. Shout out to all the UK fans, people that came out to see me. I appreciate y'all 100%. Dope time. Good seeing my son. How's everybody? I had a bunch of consultations on a different time zone. WhatsApp, GYBB, get your balls back. WWBB, what would Conte do? The Sexual Revolution is being podcasted, and I am excited to be back. It's good to be back on the air. Talking to people. But I ever stopped. I mean, the live segment didn't happen. I couldn't pull it off. Time difference and whatnot. But Mike, what's the number up, man? It's 347-464-2827. You know what it is. You got something on your mind, problems or whatever. This is the time to get it. I'm giving it away for free. Men, women, lesbians. Shout out to my new LGBT fans out there who
His project.
yeah, they've been giving me a lot of love, man, and I've been fielding questions on that, Mike. Which is, Mike got a new haircut. Mike's cleaner than the board of health.
Sharper.
He's trying to stop playing. Y'all better
just want a red man pick
shout out to Red Man and cannabis culture, all of that. Good thing. Everybody got on us because you didn't put that extra chair. The couch was small and I was taking up on the couch. But whatever. 347-464-2827. I had a lot of reflection. I've been doing some consultations with some old veterans, veterans of the game. And one thing about this relationship thing is that you have to, this is something that Patrice used to say years ago. He used to say, do you ever just get to love them? Are you ever in a position in your relationship, your marriage or whatever, where you just get to love them? And the answer is no. Relationships is a constant, diligent work at being better, recognizing when the intentions shift, when feelings are changing. I mean, it's fine that people change, but I think when we're working on being the best version of yourself, what happens overall is that you don't, your ego is not involved. Somebody who falls out of love with you, or you fall out of love with them, it just happens. I mean, people change. It's not necessarily personal. Just because you eat pizza today at a Chinese restaurant doesn't get mad. They wanna, they want you to eat pizza all day. I mean, everybody wants a variety. We change up, and human beings' relationships are living, breathing things that are constantly moving and changing. Things are happening, and if you're present, you understand the different temperatures and different temperatures and the way things change. And if we're present, we recognize those things. We recognize when the temperature or the geography is changing in a relationship, and then this way we can make adjustments to fix it, or to adjust, or to get out. 347-464-2827. I'm late today. I'm not happy about that. But I was really beat, man. That 8-hour London trip is something else. It's a rough cut, especially for a big dude. Shout out to JetBlue. The seats are big and comfortable. I really enjoy JetBlue more than these other airlines who I'm riding in a biplane. We got a call. Let's go.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going?
Who am I speaking with? Who am I speaking with? Where you calling from?
Jacob.
What's up, Jacob?
Calling from Connecticut.
What's going on, Jacob? How can I help you, bro?
Alright, so I went on a date last night with this girl met on Hinge.
Okay.
I thought it went well, we ended up hooking up. get home, like she unmatches me when I'm unhinged, and haven't returned my text. So
Okay, so would you hook y'all would y'all make out or did y'all smash uglies? What happened?
we went all the way.
Okay, so then it wasn't as good as you thought it was. Yes.
What do you mean?
I mean, if she unfollowed you, then we have to assume that it didn't go as well as you thought it did.
But I mean, we hung out for like 2 hours.
Yeah.
Right? And then my thing is like, why would she let me smash if it didn't go well? You know what I mean?
Have you never smashed somebody, hit it and quit it? Never.
Yeah, but I mean, it's
Well,
different.
stop, rewind. Yes, right. And in the context of that, why did you do that? Ooh, so do you think so this is a funny thing about dudes. I think that we have this is where I become a feminist in this, and everybody thinks that every chick that goes out with you is trying to get into a relationship and sometimes they're just trying to smash. And so it's real. I don't know how you feel. I don't know if you're crushed by this or you're hurt by this or whatever, or you really liked her. But I mean, have you not done the same?
I mean,
that would be a yes.
No. I never like unfollowed someone.
Yeah, no. I'm saying, have you ever smashed? Have you ever smashed and dashed?
No, not really.
Have you never smashed a chick?
I want to do it again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Okay. Right. But then that's still about you and what you want. Do you understand what I'm saying? What I'm saying is we have to stop looking at women as if they're separate entities, that they're not, they're this separate. I mean, sure, there's different things about women, but maybe she just wanted to hit it and quit it. That's a possibility, right? Is that uncomfortable for you?
A little bit, yeah.
Well, how come?
But I mean,
how come?
I mean, I kind of liked her, you know.
Okay, and she didn't like you back, at least not in the same way, right?
Yeah.
And so that's the reality of it, and whether it's hurtful or not, that's what the reality is, because people do what they want to do, and their actions really tell you. I mean, people say a lot of things, and like I said, 99% of the people that I've consulted with or call it, most people are liars. Unless you've been listening to this content and you're really subscribing to the whole ACE theory about being authentic and being credible and being empathetic, most people lie. Now, like I said before, everybody doesn't lie in a malicious way. You're not trying to take somebody's money or take somebody's girl or do something unhanded. But a lot of times we lie when we don't want to hurt people's feelings. We also lie when we don't want to. We don't want to end up in a confrontation. We want to avoid confrontation. And so what I'm saying on a base level, this is the point when we put so much emphasis on a woman's looks or the fact that you want to have sex with her. What you do is you're not taking into consideration all of the other things that are involved. And what's interesting is how when it's pointed back at you, you don't really like it, right? Nah, yes or nah, no?
Like, I wouldn't mind if, like, I really wasn't feeling her. Like,
yeah, but
you know what I mean?
but do you understand how selfish that is? Is that you're saying, well, if I wasn't feeling, I wouldn't mind her hitting and quit it, but I was feeling her, and she didn't feel the same. Can you imagine a woman goes through that on their own sometimes? That they like you and you don't like them, and then that becomes and then you don't like us, so you can move on. You have every right to deem the parameters of the relationship or how the relationship is approached. But what we have to do is we have to understand that the other party also has those decisions to make.
Yeah.
I mean, if you didn't like her, you wouldn't matter, you know. If she was disrespectful, or she was being kind of like being like a jerk, or being inconsiderate, or those things, I mean, we go out on these dates and we try to figure out whether or not we fit, instead of guys going out on relationships trying to prove that they're good enough. If you're working on yourself personally and you know what your value is, sometimes people don't necessarily have the ability to see what your value is. That doesn't demean your value. It just sometimes it means that they're looking for something else, or they're looking to sometimes they don't have the intellectual acuity to understand what your value is. So what is your what was your question? Like, well, I'm curious because I jumped on it because there was a few things blaring about this when you were talking. Just from your tone, is that you kind of hurt by this? You liked her, you wanted to hit again, but I mean,
Yeah.
But what
I
was
guess my whole thing was like I've been on the other side. Like I've been like not really looking for a relationship or anything like that for a while.
Right.
And like the one time like I am like kind of feeling a girl, like this happened.
But let me say this:
because I went into it.
Were you ready to have a relationship with her?
Yeah. Well, not like I would not right then and there.
Well, that's what I mean. Because the decision is being made right then and there, right? The decision to have sex with you, the decision to continue having sex with you, continue the relationship. That is what. So you had no intention on giving this woman a relationship. You liked her, but you were like, well, let me see how this goes. And she was like, nah, I'm good. But you weren't ready to give her a relationship.
Yeah, not yet.
Right, and you don't know if you would have even gotten to that place. But so I think what you have to learn from this is that the same way that you have these perceptions about situations, other people get a chance to make their choice, and sometimes the choice is not the way we want it. We have to accept what it is. The honesty of it. This is part of ACE, is the fact that you're authentic, that you're honest and you're truthful about what's going on, and we don't create a scenario where we think it's something that it's not. If somebody wants to be around you, they make an effort to do so. If somebody blocks you and unfollows you, they don't want to. And I think to understand, to be able to have the honesty to accept that is what matures you in a way. Also, to have the empathy for other people, but also to understand what your value is that every time you go out with some girl or you're talking to some girl, as men, we're always trying to, like we kind of look at it, it's like the thumbs up down, like the queen is looking at it, she's going thumbs up, you're good enough or you're not. When the reality is, when we approach these social interactions as if we are both trying to see if either one of us are worthy. Because that's really what it is. Make sense?
Yeah. Also, I'm just like mad too at the time that I spent. You know what I mean? The time, because like
you went out.
I'm pretty busy.
Okay, so why are you mad about that?
I don't know. I could have spent my time doing something else.
Okay, so you went out on a date. You said the date was good, right?
Yeah.
And you ended up smashing at the end of it, right? And you could have done something else. Like, what else would you have done? Taken some girl out and smashed some other girl? I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's
that or something else,
You gotta understand that the way when you say it out loud, you know it sounds fucked up, right? You know that just the idea of it.
So to prevent this from happening again,
you can't.
Right?
You
what
can't.
do you say?
You can't. You put your best foot forward, right? And you only give what you're willing to give without having something in return. Because the minute you give your time, your energy, your money, so on, you have to understand that there's no guarantee in any of that. Like you're rolling the dice. Just like when she rolls the dice, she doesn't know if you're a murderer. You know what I mean? or she's gonna be sexually assaulted. And if she decides to take you home and smash, she doesn't know if you're gonna be a good lay. She doesn't know if you're gonna satisfy. I mean, we're both taking risks in real ways, and we're putting it out there, and that's what we do as human beings. To find the person that sometimes you gotta kiss a lot of frogs before you get the princess. You know? If that's what you're looking for. But what you're saying to me, you weren't even really looking for the princess. You just kind of liked this one, and it didn't work out the way you wanted to work out. And now you know, it's like, tell me why you're mad, son. You know, it's just, I mean, this is the game that we put. Go ahead.
Do you suggest, like, talking over text or over the phone for a while?
Always
then
talk
going
over the
on a
phone.
date,
I
or-
think you should always talk over the phone. You should always move it from, why, did you not talk on the phone?
No, we just texted for like.
Okay, so let's be honest. So you text, you really put no effort in, you took this girl out and you smashed. Sounds like a whim to me, no?
Yeah, it happened really fast too. Like we started talking on Saturday, then we went out on Sunday.
Okay, so her intention was I wanted to get some D, and you happen to be the one.
Crazy.
I mean, is it crazy? I mean, would you have not? I mean, have you not
No.
hollered at a chick just because you wanted to get laid?
But she put out like that she was like.
And we do it too.
For
And
a
we,
relationship.
And we do it too. Guys do it all the time. Guys, that you've never lied about that and you were always clearly honest about what your intention was.
No.
Okay, so I mean, do you understand how that sounds when you know you're not even being honest with yourself? I mean,
I just wish she would be straight up with me. Like,
yeah, and hundreds of women wish their guys would be straight up too, and they're not. And sometimes they're partially straight up, and sometimes they're not. What you have to do is you have to look at people's actions, and you know, I mean, she may have really liked you, and that's why this moved so quickly, and she may have not gave a damn about you, and she just wanted to get smashed. I mean, there's no way to know that. I mean, you didn't say when it was getting ready to go down, you didn't go, wait a minute, do you really like me? Or is this something that you're really interested in? Or are you looking for it? You didn't stop that, right? When you got the blowy, you didn't stop none of that, right?
No.
Right, so I mean, your indignance about her behavior, how you're appalled, it's falling on deaf ears, because I know you didn't do that. It's just after the fact you're going, oh man, I really liked her, and I mean, I don't know, maybe I would have. No, it ain't, dog. You just ended up on the other side of it, and you don't like it, which says to me maybe you don't put anybody else on there. I mean, empathy is real easy. Just turn it around and point it at yourself. Would you want to be treated that way? This is why when you're honest, when you're honest, then you don't have to. There's no insecurity about who you are because you're being honest about who you are, and grown people get to make the decisions that they want. But again, what is your question, or do you have a question, or did I answer already?
So you pretty much answered like everything, but I texted her today, and I was just like, hey, and she hasn't responded. Should I text again? Or?
No. If somebody texts you and you don't respond, why don't you respond?
Because I don't want to.
Right. It's not. We're at a place in technology where you got the message, right? So if a chick texts you and you don't want to be bothered, right, or she calls and you don't pick up the phone, you don't pick it up. Why? Because you don't want to. And if there are things that are of more priority, you might even hit them with, listen, I'm a little busy, I'll hit you back in a few, because you want them to understand. You don't want them to get the idea that you're not interested, right? So you could drop a quick text, but if you don't respond at all, it's because you're not important. And I know that's hard to hear, that you're not important to this woman, but you didn't really care about what she thought anyway. You weren't hedging your bets, going, hey, do you really like me? Wait a minute, don't blow me yet. Let's talk about this. What are your intentions to me? You didn't do none of that. Popped it in her mouth. And then after the fact, because you like her, you feeling funny style. Come on, dog. You and I both know that's not what it was. This is the shoe's on the other foot, and you feel kind of funny, which is why we don't do it to other people. You know, this is why we're not. This is why I advocate not being deceptive and all kinds. Not only that, but when you go ahead.
I guess I was just like feeling some kind of way because I was trying to turn over a new leaf. You know what I mean? And
look,
this happened.
You really want me to buy that? That's what you wanted. You turned over a leaf about this girl that you met on Saturday, smashed on Sunday, and so now you're a different dude. Come on, dog, stop. I'm not saying that you can't. I'm not saying you can't.
No. It's been like a month.
Oh, a whole month.
They actually.
How old are you?
I'm 30.
Yeah, so you've been trashed for 30 years. You turned it over a month, and you got a little bit of the medicine that you've been giving out, and now you want to turn. Come on, dog, stop.
Also, you didn't turn it around. You hung out with her for 2 hours and smashed. It doesn't sound like you're turning it around.
You didn't go. Wait a minute. Let's
you
get
didn't say,
to
hey, put your pants back on. Respect yourself.
I mean, come on, dog. You know this sounds crazy, right? Like you're actually spitting this shit out loud, and we can all hear it, right? Like I'm a different guy now. It's not. I mean, I'm not saying you can't be. I'm just saying this wasn't the one, and none of your actions, line up or are congruent with the fact that what you've done in the past, right? And I don't even know you in the past, but I'm just saying I can tell. This is if you're making a change to turn over a new leaf, that means the old leaf was pretty crappy, right? Look, and don't get me wrong. I mean, I think this is a great lesson to learn that guys need to understand. Sometimes girls just want the D. They're not trying to marry you. They're not trying to have your children. They're not trying to put you in a relationship and make you be faithful to them. And sometimes they just want the D. Sometimes you're just something to smash. Just like sometimes we treat them like that. And I don't advocate. I'm not knocking that or judging it. I'm just saying it's just so. You know, but you can't be outraged. You know, when this has been your old leaf, as you put it, right? You know, I mean, it's just. But I think what the lesson to be learned here is that everybody don't want you.
I know. I just felt like. That we hit it off.
Yeah, and we do it all the time. I know dudes that are fake marriages. I've known dudes that are fake marriages for 15 years. We do it. Women do it. We do. I mean, human beings are deceptive and they're inauthentic. They're lack credibility. They lack empathy across the board. It's not just men. It's not just women. It's both. Most people are trash, and the difference is when you act with a certain moral code or moral or ethical code, that's really for you. It's not for them. It is so that you know what your value is, and then when you step into a situation, you have a pedigree that most people don't, because people don't appreciate that. They just go from one situation to the next, and they do what feels right at the time. All right. Anything else on your mind?
I'm gonna just cry a little bit, you know.
Well, you can shed
Let it all out.
You can shed it out. You allowed. You allowed. I mean, you allowed. Just don't be crying in front of your girl, because then she'll think you're worthless. But call your man up. I mean, that's what I'm here for, to tell you. I'm gonna tell you the truth. But man, I'm not. Understand that I'm not judging you. I'm just saying you gotta.
It's not a big deal, you know.
No, but you gotta be. But this is a great time for you to practice your own particular honesty. You know, your own credibility. You know, because when the shoe was on the
That's
other
the thing too, because I've been listening to you for a while, and then like you're always talking about like the honesty, credibility, all that. So I was like straight up with it. I was like, honest, this is what I want. Like.
And she was like, nah. She shook you in the paint and then did what she wanted to do. I mean, is it really a bad thing? You smashed in 2 days. Not a bad still not a bad thing. I think what we have to also do is accept things for what they are, because when people go, "You're my soulmate and I want this," those are aspirational. Those things are things that you have to work on. You want a great relationship with somebody who's sharing and honest and long lasting. You have to work at it. It just doesn't happen. I mean, sure, we have some people we're more compatible with than others, but overall, it's something you got to work with, and you got to sometimes have the discussions and have the arguments and have the disagreements and compromise and stuff like that. And if you really want that's something that feels as though it's worth it, it takes work. Okay. All right, brother.
Thank you.
Keep listening, bro. All right. Thank you. Mike, can we get some AC in here and some bacon? Yeah, it's an interesting concept too. It's like, I want people to really understand that I'm gonna call the balls and the strikes. I mean, and a lot of times there's things that we do as men, as women, otherwise, and then our ego wants us to be outraged. I always say, your ego wants to say, don't you know who the hell I am? Don't you know I'm trying to turn over a new leaf? Don't you know what a piece of garbage I was before, and now I'm being nice? How dare you? It's the how dare you syndrome. When the reality is that people do what they want to do. I've said this 100 times. I mean, maybe I get a little flack for this. It was like, so when I was a personal manager, aka PIMP, unless you are physically forcing somebody to do, we all have choices, right? So if you have somebody that's, you got a chick who's in the strip club, or she's making her money on her back or whatever, that's because that's what she wants to do. Because we all have options. Just sometimes the options that we make are maybe harder than we want to make them, but we do have options. There's a quote back in the days. They were talking about. Somebody was talking about. It was a play I went to see. It was Domingo, great actor. And he says, there's a moment he says, well, slaves had a choice. This is not Kanye. They could choose to die. They could choose to be beaten to death. Or they could comply. I understand that the choice is hard, but we still have a choice to a certain extent. And I'm not advocating the dumbass Kanye.
How's it going?
Because he just doesn't read a book to know. But what I'm saying is sometimes there's choices that we have to make that we think those choices are unthinkable.
Is growing every day.
Yet and still we
build
can
as
make
fast
those
as word needs.
Always carry.
Somebody puts a gun in your head and he says, "Listen, go over there and put your hands up, or I'm gonna blow your head." You have a choice. There is a choice to blow your brains out, or to put your hands up and to comply. And depending on how you live your life and what your ethical framework is, you make that choice. The number's up 347
Sunny.
In a minute, Mike.
Sunny has what you need.
Something else I wanted to talk about that was interesting that I was thinking about when I was across the pond was that this is something that you have like relationships is something that you have to it's like boxing.
Shop
you gotta train.
at Sunny's.
Just because
We have
I
what
saw the
you
we got a
need.
call. Let's go.
Caller on
What the heck is a John anyway?
Yo, what's good, Dante?
What's going on? Who am I speaking with? Where you calling from, bro?
My name's Django Jenkins. I'm out here in Phoenix, Arizona.
Oh, word. Okay. How can I help you, bro?
First off, I want to give you your flowers, mad love to you, and respect everything you do. Rest in peace, Patrice.
Yeah, appreciate you, bro.
So I'm calling you because I'm being hit with this new issue, right? Okay. I've been dating this young shorty for like the past 4 months now.
Okay.
And she's 29, I'm only 31, and she she ain't never like, you know, left the nest.
Violation of Odell
Very
policies
green
may
to the
result
world.
in detention.
And right now, she keeps on trying to quit, not only on our relationship, but she's trying to quit on her city and run to another.
Quit, when you say quit on her thing, what do you quit on what?
So, you know, she be out here telling jokes, and she feels like she doesn't get the proper amount of love that she should get out here in the comedy scene.
And how long she been doing it?
Would benefit her.
How long she been doing it?
She's been in the game for 7 years.
Yeah, that ain't no time.
Our priority.
That's it. And if she's out in Phoenix, there's no way she's doing it with the frequency she would be doing it in some of the epicenters, comedy epicenters like New York or LA or whatever. I mean, Portland or Austin has a good scene, but there's no way that she's been doing it 7 years. I mean, how often does she do it?
So, you know,
Ahoy there. Welcome to Camping Kids.
Twice a week.
Yeah, that ain't nothing. Twice a week is nothing. That's nothing.
Please
There's no
do
way you
not
could be nice.
interfere
And
with
I'm just,
resort
I'm
security
24-year-old guy.
patrols.
There's no way you could be nice at 7 years. Twice, 2 mics a week. I'm just, and that's just me, but that's neither here nor there. The other thing is the problem with this is not even comedy, but I'm just saying, I mean, you can step in with her for her or not. I mean, like my pedigree on this is no way somebody 7 years, twice a week, and then nice at it. I mean, you can maybe be proficient if you're exceptional, but you're not gonna be nice at it. And nobody, and there's also a tick a box thing, depending on, you know, what the industry is looking for. But that's not really the problem. You're saying that she's giving up on the relationship, she's giving up on the comedy, she's giving up. She's afraid. You know what I'm saying? So what it says to me, even beyond that, is that she has a tendency to give up.
Yes, and I don't have that within me, so I'm trying to lead by example. She seen me grind up, she seen me bust my ass, you know, at a day labor job, and now I got me a good stage job, and you know, everything coming together slowly. She sees that I've never given up. I'm trying to instill my strength in her.
That's true, but the question is, is this what she wants to do? I mean, you can tell her that it's you know, if you're doing this you're doing this because you want an outcome, and some people don't got that. Some people don't have that work ethic. Some people don't have it, and you can instill it to her. But I think you also have to be honest with her. Is that if she keeps giving up, stop trying to make her stick with it, because you know what? This is an interesting thing, because this is something that's kind of the ink is still wet on this for me. This thought that I was thinking about. If you ever get somebody who's trying to sabotage themselves, right? A lot of times, you want the best for them, but they have a plan, and their plan is to screw up their own life, right? Like, they've got it laid out. Like, they don't have the self-esteem, or whatever the reason is, or they don't want to be too big, or whatever, and they do things to sabotage and do it to screw their life. But they have a plan. They actually have a plan, maybe not on a conscious level, but a plan to screw up their life. And when you come in and you lift them up and you help them and you're trying to better them, right? What you're really doing is you're screwing up their plan. So let's picture it like there's an obstacle course, right? And the pistol goes off, she takes a run, she goes through the tires, she goes through the monkey bars, she goes to that wall, she hits the wall, and she can't make the wall, but you come and boost her up over that wall. But her intention is not to win this race in the first place, right? So now, when you help her over the wall, right, you go back to the stands and you go about your business. You go drink your beer or eat your pretzel or, you know, eat your popcorn. But her intention is not to win in the first place. So now what she has to do is she has to screw up more, or when she goes through the tunnel, or when she goes underneath the barbed wire or whatever, because her intention is to not win. Now, I understand, because you have a certain pedigree where you're going, why would you not want to win? But what I've come across in my own life is that some people do want to win. Sometimes people's self-esteem is so low that they don't think that they deserve goodness in their life, or they don't deserve success. And so they will do whatever they can do to circumvent that success. And you're not really, I mean, you're not going to put her on your back, and you can't tell the jokes for her. You can't go to the open mics. But a lot of times people just want the sympathy to go, oh, well, you got to work harder. I get it. You know, I get it, blah, blah, blah. And they want but all they want is the sympathy, but they're not really willing to put the pedal to the metal and make it happen. What you have to do, and sometimes when you keep trying to lift them up and help them, you're working against their plan. Their plan is to screw up. And every time you help them, you make it harder for them to get to their ultimate outcome, even if that outcome is to screw up. So sometimes it's good when you say, oh, I'm going to quit. They're not this, they're not that, they're not this. Well, then quit. If you don't want to do it, then quit. You got to go, listen, if there's anything I can do to help you, I will help you. If you want that help, just come to me and I'll do whatever you need to do. Or we can figure it out. But stop trying to help people that don't want to be helped, even if it's your girl. Because you understand what I'm saying? Because we all got that person in our life that screws up their life. To be honest, you said rest in peace to Patrice. Patrice always did stuff to screw up his career, to sabotage and opportunities and stuff. Patrice didn't want the responsibility. Like, I'll give you an example. Me, you know, I wasn't like, I knew Kevin Hart, but when Kevin Hart started in this game, Kevin Hart wanted to be famous. And we knew it. Now, I'm not saying that he's not a funny dude, he's not a skilled comic, but what I'm saying, being famous was more important than Kevin Hart being the greatest comic in the world, you know? I'm not saying he's not a great comic, I'm just saying that wasn't his, but he was going to be famous, we knew it, and he knew it even when nobody else believed it. So he was
back in the No Cab the Pastor days, right?
Right, and he was unstoppable. And when you look at him, even now, his work ethic and the fact. I mean, I went to Chase Bank the other day, and he's selling the Freedom credit card. You know what I mean? Like, he's on everything, but that was his intention. I remember Patrice going to a deal for Nike. There was a Nike deal that he was going to do commercials for, and he showed up with Reeboks on. Like, it's just. A lot of times people don't want, they say what they won't be honest about what they really want or what they don't want. If you want to be in shape and you're drinking sodas and eating ice cream, you don't want to be in shape. Doesn't matter how many times you say it, don't matter how many times you profess it, those things that you're doing that are contrary to your success are things that you think are more important than you're letting on to be. Just got to watch people's actions. You know?
I hear you, man.
So being a support to her is great, but also, you know, feeding into this nonsense as if she's working as hard as she possibly can and it's just the industry. And no, it's not. Yeah, it is, because nobody's supposed to give you, and nobody owes you nothing. But but even when you say to me she's doing comedy and she's doing it twice a week, that's trash. That's straight trash. I don't think my first 5 years, I don't think I did less than 12 shows a week. That's how you get nice. And let's be honest, if you really putting in that work, and that's anybody for any success, don't quote me that they say there's racism and there's sexism and there's ageism and all of those things. But if you really putting your grind on and you're spending no energy on all the sidebar stuff, and you're putting on it, even if you don't reach the goal that you want, you're going to reach a level of success that you could never imagine. You feel me? So it sounds to me like a lot of yapping. And we're also talking about, you said she never left home and stuff. So there's an insecurity, and she probably has, family that is always, she could always fall back on them. And so there's a difference when you when you fall and there's nobody there, and when you fall back and you know somebody's gonna catch you, you know.
Yes.
So, I mean, I would say that. I mean, it's great to be helpful, but don't be a person who's enabling, because she might have her goal might be able to be in the game and just out of the game enough that she can complain about it. You feel me?
I hear you, man.
Okay. Anything else?
Look, man, yeah,
Civilization is being rebuilt right here in Foundation.
I get down with the comedy game too. I don't call myself a comedian. I just tell jokes. My last show was August 31st. No, my bad.
All right. Well, it doesn't matter. What's the question?
Look, I've been off stage for a minute, but I know I got it in me. I got the juice. I've been, I got my club credit from
Can't believe I lost my Nuka Tapper saves.
Ever since I got to Phoenix, I haven't, jumped up on stage, and that sickness is set in. That when I'm get on the stage, you just move away from it. But I want to, like, each season, I say the hearing words, you get me back up there.
So then why you not doing it?
Because
really go for a hoagie.
I want to move on from the 5 minutes I've been doing over and over for the past 16 months, and then it's like this new stuff I have.
Dog, none of this is an issue. This has nothing to do with the material. If you're not getting on that stage, this is not what you want to do. And if you want to do another 5 minutes, then you figure it out and you do another 5 minutes. All of these are excuses because of the fact that you have fear. And I'm not judging you because you don't have fear. But understand something. Bravery is what happens when fear is present and we act anyway. And the bottom line is when they go, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Dante Nero, it's just me and that audience. So nobody, I don't believe, this inspiration is great, but when it all is said and done, it's a conversation that you gotta have between you and you. And you know when you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, and you know when you're not.
Yeah.
And I don't know the inner workings of that, but you do. So I know even me saying this resonates in you in a way. You know, all that's cap, dog. You know that's cap.
Yes, I do.
All right, so
Civilization
that's not even a
rebuilt.
question. It's like if you
Right
want to
here
do it
in
and you go, I got the juice, I got the. All you doing is you boosting yourself up to make yourself, so that you can you're trying to convince you. You're not gonna convince me. I mean, if you in it, you in it. Because when all's said and done, when I leave here tonight, tomorrow I'll be on that stage. Whether you are or you're not, whether you doing that same 5 minutes or not, whatever you don't, that's what it is. And so but that goes to Ace, right back to Ace. It's the honesty, it's the authenticity. You got to be authentic with yourself. And we can lie to ourselves, but I always say when you're laying across that bed and the shadow from that ceiling fan is whipping across your face, you know if you ain't shit. Here's the greatest thing in the world about being a sucker. Tomorrow you don't have to be. All right? Yo, thanks for calling, bro. I appreciate you. Keep listening. Spread the word. Tell everybody. Also, thanks a lot, man. Also, don't forget, DanteNero.com. Click on consult if you need a consultation. The consultations have been crazy. I've been, doing so many more since I started doing it live. I appreciate you dudes reaching out. One of the things that
Feeling bulls for a roof over my head.
That number up to Mike. One of the things I realized is I always get a guy who has gotten a conversation.
The scorched, the Raiders.
247-464-2827. Get a guy who I always get a guy who will do a consultation with me, and then they'll come. I did a consultation with you before, and how'd that work out? Oh, it was great. Everything you said to me came true. So what's the problem now? Well, I'm back doing the same old bullshit I was doing, and now I need a re-up. So you gotta stay on track, and if the only way you stay on track is by listening to this podcast, signing up for the Patreon. It's patreon.com/manschool202. Sign up for that. All of these things. This is the gym. Hearing this, it's sort of like like Alcoholics Anonymous. People go to meetings 2-3 times a day when they hear that other people, what they're going through and what they're doing is it's not unique to them. it's just not unique to them, and that there are other people going through. Humanity is such a common thing. Everybody thinks they're different and they're special, and most people are not. Everybody's the same. 347-464-2827. People think they're different. What makes you different is what you access and what you do. The decisions that you make every single day. That's what makes you exceptional. Who you are, what your bloodline is, what you look like. Just in this space and tell ourselves what we want to hear. Lines are open. Hit me up. Anything you want to ask. And I'm here's also thing I just watched. Yeah, we got a call. Let's go.
Hello?
What's going on? Who am I speaking with? Where you calling from, bro?
Hey, my name is Jeff. I'm a trucker. How you doing, bro?
What's going on, Jeff? How you doing, bro?
I'm all right. I can't call it. God bless you, my friend. God bless you.
Thank you. How can I help you?
Well, my situation is I'm a 59-year-old, and I used to be in great physical condition. And I was okay physically. You know what I'm saying? And I got overweight, my blood pressure, now I'm less than. And it's just hard, it's just hard to go. It's hard.
Yeah.
I'm trying to process it. And I'm a righteous, my being is righteous.
Right.
That's why, I can relate to a lot of things that you say and help. That's why I said bless you.
No. Okay.
And I'm just curious to see what you would,
Yeah, well, we're on the same plane, right? And I at one time, had the six-pack, had the cum gutters, all of that, and I know I'm probably right now, at 58 years old, I'm probably in the worst shape that I've ever been in my life. I'm also the oldest that I've ever been in my life. Not that that's an excuse, but what I do understand, I had back pain, I had hip pain, I had knee pain, I had torn rotator cuffs. I'm still in a lot of pain. I mean, even to come today was rough. Like I just got back from seeing my son in the UK. It was an 8-hour flight. I mean, I'm a big dude. It's rough. An 8-hour flight for anybody's rough. It's especially rough for a dude with all these ailments. And then I'm 58. I don't have the testosterone that I had before. I don't have that drive. Which also keep in mind, I don't know. Have you had your test checked?
Yes, yes, man, as well. I think they said normal was 250 to 1,000.
Yeah, that's not true.
Last time they checked, I was a $182.
So 250 to 1,000 is not. That's not. I mean, look, you gotta understand the medical profession will say what's normal for everybody else is normal for you, and I don't know how somebody could say 250 to 1,000 is normal, which is absurd.
The urologist, believe it or not.
Yeah, but they're
but just like you said, they're going to tell me anything.
They'll tell you anything. If what you want is your testosterone. You want your testosterone at the optimum level, not at the average level. Because how you gonna? I mean, especially at 58 years old. I actually did. I was seeing a doctor about tests. That getting the test shots and stuff like that, and it really helped me.
I got the test shots, I got the gel.
And where are you at now? Where are you at now?
Currently, right now, I'm in, what exit is this? I'm in Detroit.
No. What's your testosterone? Where's your test at?
Testosterone, I would say probably like $180.
Yeah, that's trash.
I mean,
you got to go see it. First thing you got to do is go see a doctor. It shouldn't be at $180. $180 is, I mean, it's, that might be normal for 58-year-old man who ain't.
Well, I'm 59. I take high blood. Like you said, I had the cum gutters. I was shredded.
So here's my thing. Here's what I think. Are you working out or no?
It's hard, man. I mean,
I get it. I'm gonna tell you something I did. I started doing.
It's hard.
I mean, if you.
That's why it's hard. I mean, I have a woman. I'm thankful. I got kids. I take care of my 93-year-old mom. I'm I'm a decent dude.
Here's what I'm gonna say. At 58 years old, your health has to be better. You, it's, I'm assuming you're a black dude. You sound like a black dude. I mean, you have to do it. If you do not do it, you will end up stroking out. So you got to see your doctor. You got to work out. I tore a rotated coat. I mean, I was really.
It's good to get out of that waterlogged bunker.
So I started just getting up every morning and doing push-ups every morning. I'm embarrassed to tell you how many push-ups I could do with the torn rotator.
You both. I mean,
but I'm gonna tell you like this.
Thinking about doing the stem cell thing. Now listen to you.
Yeah. But the stem cells. I mean, I don't know if your stem cells are great if you have injuries. But what I'm saying is there has to be an effort. There has to be an effort. So I get up every morning. I stretch. I'm watching my diet extensively now. I'm drinking my water. I'm getting the blood test. I'm checking my testosterone. Low test, low test. Being active. So there's that amongst other things. But you have to just make the effort. You have to cut the time out because all of taking care of your mother, having your kids, you want to be around from them, and the success has to be in the sacrifice that you're making. And I promise you, I mean, I just started doing, I just started feeling better. Got back from the stem cells, so my rotator cuff is. But I mean, even visually, one of my arms was so much smaller because I had atrophy, and I started doing push-ups as much as I could do. I'm keeping track of it, and I'm trying to increase it. I'm watching the growth. My left arm is getting bigger again. I'm feeling better about that, and it's really, it's hard, but anything worth something is worth just sacrifice. And as you get older, you never want to let it slip because as you get older, it's so hard to get back. When you roll out of that bed, you're on the floor with me 10, 20. That's what you got to do. And I guarantee you, if you make that, if you go 30 days with that, it'll start changing your attitude. But it's so.
You know what I'm gonna do? Listen, I've been drinking a lot of water. I take what you say. I appreciate what you're doing for people. Continue doing, and I'm part of your movement as well. I promote it as well. Like you, and it's hard to be pure and righteous in a world of every day, everywhere. But you're not alone.
But that's the thing. That's the thing that makes you exceptional is the fact that you do these things. What I need you to do is just start off with this. When you open your eyes, go take your piss because I know you're 58, so you gotta get that morning piss. Right after the piss, hit the deck and give me 20, 25. Start with that. Start with a comfortable number, and then just build it. Well, give me 5. Give me 5. Give me 5. I just need you to do something. Do something. Keep track of it, and then just try to beat yourself. You're not competing against 20-year-olds.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I get it, but I'm just saying.
Our days of ruling the gym is over, and I'm happy being a retired.
I get that. I'm just saying, you're 9 years old to get up and do it, but you got to do it, and if you do it, it gets better. Thank you so much. But, make sure you wake up.
Keep doing what you're doing. I'm going to call. I'm going to do some consultation just to kick it with you and get a little bit more knowledge. And God bless your thinking.
I'm here. That's DanteNero.com. Click on consult. If anybody wants a consultation, you can hit me up. You know what it is. Yeah, that's it. Like I start doing my push-ups and stuff, and I'm a different dude. Stretching a little bit, lay across my back ridge. I'm starting to spar a little bit. So I gotta do thing. It's and not only that, but it's like a lot of the fans will call in and be like, "Man, we need you around, bro. We need you around. We need you rocking and spitting this game." And you know they need it. And so there's an obligation to that. I just got back from seeing my son. Man, I'm rejuvenated, ready to rock and roll. But man, and then I did an 8-hour flight where I was so beat, just in pain, knees, back, everything, and just. You take a nap and then you get up and I'm here in the studio, you know, streaming live with y'all, helping out. We got 347-464-2827. This is gonna be the last call, I think, Mike, and then we gotta wrap up. Yeah, if we can, last call 347-464-2827. One thing I will say is when you put the effort in, you don't always get back what you want to get back, but you do get growth. And just the simple fact that you're active in what you're doing is a reward. It's not, you know, it's not the push it up, you know, puff daddy or reward where you're doing it for other people. But the real, we got a call. Let's go.
Caller, you're on the air.
Hey, Dante.
Hey, what's going on? Who am I speaking with? Where you calling from?
This is Brian from Utah.
Hey, Brian, what's going on? How can I help you, brother?
What's going on, man? Long-time listener, man. You know, like a lot of the rest. Listened to you when you were younger, you and Patrice, and all everything you guys did. So
that's dope.
Just a huge fan of both of you, man. So
appreciate it, man. How can I help you, bro?
Yeah, got a question about a relationship, and you know, some of it has to do with just how honest to be.
Go ahead, shoot. Just shoot. Spit it out.
Like, it's one of those things where I got a great girl, and you know, there's a lot that, you know, a lot of good going on, but basically, just over time, I'm trying to figure out. I've been with her for 3 years, and it's just like over time, as you take care of somebody, like, I know I'm the best she's ever had in a lot of ways, but like at some point that becomes kind of normal to her.
Okay, so let me back up a little bit. There's something that I've said.
Sure.
I haven't said this a lot, but I want to say this. Anytime you do something, anytime you do a favor for a woman more than 3 times is no longer a favor; it's an obligation. People, the idea of it becoming the norm, and then people taking it for granted. And I think you have to be diligent about understanding the changing current when somebody stops appreciating what you do. And the minute they stop appreciating what you do, you have to stop doing it. And we have to stay diligent about that, because if we're not diligent about it, then what you're doing is you're basically saying, here I am making an effort to make you happy, and I'm not, you're not appreciative of it, and then I'm going to keep doing it. What are you doing? You're teaching her that this behavior of being, you know, ungrateful is fine. And that's the beginning and the end of the relationship, because there will come a time where that insensitivity will become a problem, and then the relationship goes to crap. So, but go ahead.
Yeah, that's exactly what the
Don't
feels
face
like.
the wasteland without the proper supplies.
As you stop, are you communicating the, you know, kind of the context of it, or are you just stopping and letting her initiate the, whoa, you know, what happened?
Yeah, and then you stop and you go, well, it just felt like you didn't appreciate what I was doing, so I stopped doing it. And then she goes, well, I appreciate it. Well, it didn't feel like that. And you can say something as simple as, look, I love you and I care about you. I go, but this relationship has to be reciprocal. And even if I'm not asking you to do the things that I do for you, but I expect you to be appreciative of it. And when you're not, I'm going to stop doing it. And ultimately, if it continues, then we're just not going to be together. Because, and I know that sounds like a threat, but it is a response to a question that you were asked. So you're not. So I always say, never make ultimate decisions. Don't give ultimatums. But when somebody is asking you, so if there's a change in her, and then there's a change in you, and she goes, If she doesn't respond to it, then then there's nothing to talk about, right? Then you're also not doing things where you feel as though there should be some reciprocation. Also, whenever I'm doing something that I don't want to do or goes out of the boundaries of what I'm comfortable of, I have a conversation about it. If somebody says, "Oh, I want you to come to brunch with me and my friends," I don't like your friends. Right? But this is really important to me. I'll go. But I just want you to know this is not my cup of tea. But if it's important to you, I will go. And I'll be kind and I'll be gracious and everybody will love me. But understand that I'm doing you a favor. This is not what I want to do. Whereas most guys would go, yeah, I'll go, and then be reluctant but not really have it. But you got to have that conversation. This is something I was talking about. I had a consultation this weekend, and I was saying this guy was getting ready to get engaged. And I said, you need to have a conversation with her to let her know that if a lot of times women want the wedding, they don't want the marriage. When you're asking for fidelity, you're asking for us to join in the holy matrimony or whatever that is, and you're asking me to be faithful. If that's the case, and you're not giving him sex, and I'm saying with reason, we're not talking about if she's sick or she's on a period or whatever, or she's depressed, her mother died, and you trying to get a blowy at the funeral. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, within reason, I know that guys are in sexless marriages and they're paying the bills, paying the mortgage, and and maybe she's paying the mortgage. But the whole point of the union is that we decide that we're special to each other and we're going to satisfy each other's needs. So I tell a guy before he gets married to be clear that if the sex ends up stopping, I will go and get it from someplace else. I'm not just going to randomly and go and do it, but I'm going to say, hey, what's going on? Like, we haven't been having sex. This is not cool. And then if she responds with, yeah, whatever, this, that, and the other, and nothing changes, she should understand that there's a consequence to that. Because you got to understand the nature of human beings are that when there is no, you would like people to, be fair. But people are not. When they can take an advantage, they will. And so you have to be in a relationship. You want both parties to be aware of what's going on and how. Just like when she says there's something that we're not doing and this is not good and I don't feel this way, you are expected to respond to that. So I advocate this all the time. If you're in a marriage, this is a conversation that should be had. The assumption that sex is going to happen in the relationship for the rest of the relationship is an assumption that has been proven not to be mutual. Common sense ain't common. So what I'm saying, if you're feeling as though that there's things that you're not being appreciated, I think you have to speak up, and then you give time for somebody to make an adjustment, and then when they don't make an adjustment, what they're saying, you have to. The truth is in what they do. If there is no adjustment, your partner is saying, I don't care what you feel. I don't care that you're unhappy, and I'm not going to change.
Yeah. One of the kind of follow up to that is, so question again on that is, it applies in a lot of cases, and there's something that's just almost human about it that, things become normal and they become, unappreciated.
Right.
Just as they
until you're
exist,
gone.
right? So,
and then when the relationship is over, there's this retrospect of looking back and going, wow, that guy was really, or that lady, she was so dope, and she was so, you know what I mean? I think but that's about being present in the relationship and being present in your life and being there and appreciating what's good. And I'm sorry, I mean
so there are things that I definitely can see that I need to speak up on. There have been kind of other things that have been brought up, and the response is good. I'm predicting there's going to be a good response. The wonder is, how many times do you keep having this conversation? Like, if the response is good, right?
If the response is good, then you shouldn't have the conversation again. If somebody keeps going,
my wonder is, like, it seems natural for that to just at some point kind of become,
Yeah, but if I'm having the conversation, then what the action is? Yeah, I'm gonna do this right now to appease you, but it's not what I want to do, and I'm gonna shut you. I'm gonna do what you want me to do, and then I'm gonna shut you up, and then I'm gonna go back to this thing, which is just as it would matter. It wouldn't matter. You gotta understand something. Here's what the action. Let's put the actions of this person in a verbal way. Yeah, I see what you're saying about this, that I'm not appreciative, but I don't give a damn how you feel. And I'm not really interested in whether you're happy or not, because I'm going to do what I want to do. If somebody said that verbally to you, you would end the relationship, right?
It'd be a wrap.
Okay, how about this? What if this says, oh, wow, you're bitching about this again, right? I'm going to make a quick right turn and change this for a while until you get off my back. And then the minute you stop pressing me, I'm going to go back to doing exactly what I want to do, because I don't care how you feel, and that this is, you've made this a point of a point of discrepancy, and now I'm going to address it right now, and then I'm going to go right back to doing what I want, because I don't give a damn about you. I care about what I want to do. If a woman verbally said that to you, even if she wrote a letter that, you would end the relationship. Right? So the actions, you have to translate those actions into verbiage, and then treat it like that. Because if you do that, and I understand it, well, I never said that, and I go, well, your actions did. I tell this story, and I gotta cut it off, but I had a girl I was dating, and I like, it was all hot and heavy, so I realized I wasn't getting no blowies. I couldn't get a blowy to buy. I couldn't get a blowy whether I was living. And I was like, hey, what's up? And she was like, oh, I'm just really not that good at it. I go, well, I'm here to practice. You can book all the practice court time that you want. And she, it turned, and then I go, listen, I'm just not gonna go the rest of my life not getting some head. Like, that's a non-negotiable. So it changed. It was really great for a while, and then it went back in, and then I called her up and I said, yeah, I just, it was no problem. We didn't have an argument. There was nothing. I said, yeah, I think we need to move on right now, because you don't like me enough. And she was like, what are you talking about? The relationship is great. Our communication, you're spending more time. I mean, you put more time, we communicate. I go, yeah, then why is my dick not in your mouth? And she's like, why do you have to be so crass? I'm not being crass, I'm being honest. I'm relegating the truth and a boundary for my non-negotiables. We had this conversation again. Why are we having it again? I have to assume that this is not what you want to do. And if that's not what you want to do, I will find somebody who does. Because this is a non-negotiable. What I'm saying is, because you're not verbally hearing what you want to hear, you're not really you're not translating her actions into words. You're going, well, maybe that's not what she means, but you know what she means. People do what they don't want to do. They do what they want to do, and they don't win. People make effort for what they want, and they neglect the things that they don't want to do. And sometimes things are somewhere in between where it's not really a consideration, but that's why you have the conversation, so that it can be a consideration, and you make it clear that this is important, so somebody have a blueprint to your happiness, and you should do the same for them. But if it's not appreciated, if you asking me how many times you have that conversation, you have it once. Because having it any more than once is to say you are actually reinforcing your behavior. Because you're saying that this is non-negotiable, but you're still there. I say that to women when a guy puts his hands on you. Sometimes it's like you gotta be out, but if you're making it clear that this happens again, if it happens again, and then you stay, what you're saying, yeah, it's fine that you knock me upside the head, it's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna be mad, but I mean, I'll get over it and we'll just go back, which is the same thing that you're saying about being appreciative. Does that make sense?
Oh, that's perfect. No, that's exactly what I needed to hear. No, and then I knew you knew how to navigate it.
Yeah, and because if you translated those actions into words, you would not put up with it. You know?
Absolutely. You're right.
Or you'd have to make an
That helps.
adjustment, you know? You'd have to make an adjustment. So, and making that adjustment this is so that you don't waste time, energy, money, and life force doing stuff you don't want to do when you can be with somebody who makes you happy. Okay?
Perfect, man. No, I appreciate it, Dante. I'll show you some love here. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. Real quick, DanteNero.com. Click on consult if y'all want to. Don't forget the Patreon, www.patreon.com. Click on consult. I drop free game. We do a show extra as extra content on the Patreon. It also helps me support doing what I'm doing. Also, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share as much as you can. What would Dante do to sexual revolution?
I'm not a beta male. I'm just a better man. Put your happiness first, because if you don't, they will.
What's up, everybody? I hope the chat is lighting up because it's another episode of In Godfrey We Trust. You know how the fuck we do up in this bitch, huh? You know how we do, damn it. What is this, episode 5089? What is it, Mike? Mike got his hair cut and shit. Look like he came from the Marines. What's going on, Mike? What?
Yeah, I told Dante I didn't want Redman to think I was homeless.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Redman for coming through. That was dope as shit. Yo, because he Redman said, I don't come to a lot of podcasts, but you make me feel As Redman said, like, I don't, but I love coming here. I feel like I'm at home. Yo, what is it? 5 what? What are we episode 528. Now we're 529 episodes. What's up? How you feel about that? 498,000 YouTube subscribers.
Next time we meet, you will have 500.
We are getting there. 500,000 subscribing is always like, you can have views, but don't mean they're gonna subscribe. I'll look at you, but I don't want you. I'm down with you, and that's fucking hard. So this is really good. I'm happy about this. And of course, Dante is back. How you doing, Dante? Huh?
What's up?
How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Back from
Across
the pond,
England.
Seeing my little man.
Yes, right.
It's funny. I was like, Mike, you got a nice haircut. He was like, yeah, I got a wedding next week. I was like, that's the difference in culture. You don't get your hair cut till that day. A week out? How you got to cut 2 weeks in advance?
See, I have to keep my shit tight. I don't give a fuck what the event is. How about it's just life? My fade gotta be tight, period. You know what I'm saying? Every Tuesday, gotta have my shit tight. For a wedding. Fuck all that.
Happy Tuesday.
That's it. I'm just up. Need a fade. Fuck that. You know what I mean? But you're back. Welcome back.
Good,
How many
good.
days were you gone?
10.
10 days. 10 days. We were holding down the fort.
Love comedy there.
They love comedy.
All
nigga.
you gotta do is be funny.
That's
no
it.
politics. No, just if you go rip, you can work.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Castle, I did a boat.
Fucking castle,
I did
boat.
just
He had a
like-
sword fight.
A boat?
He did
Yo,
it.
you smashed.
He did
In the UK, they like.
He did a dragon's
Yo,
lair.
I'm doing a boat. Just couldn't stop working.
That's that was his. No, you go. Oh, fuck, man.
He can't complete a sentence.
That was his.
Don't type.
Say yeah a lot.
That was yeah. Real funny, yeah, isn't it? Yeah.
He was in the ghetto part.
Yeah, of course he was.
That's
Yo.
why they cut the dude head off.
And it's always great. Damn. Okay. It's always great when we have people come through. Always great. These are first timers. First timers. We get a lot of repeats. These are first timers. Yes. Always proud when I am able to have comedic colleagues come through and hang out at In Godfrey We Trust, which is growing, by the way. You thought it wasn't going anywhere. But slowly but surely, all of the clips are starting to hit the algorithm. And now it's punching you in the face and smacking you around. And then you see my guests that come on, and now you go, now it's legitimate. Before, I didn't want to come on because it was just him. Now my shit is tight, and I'm closing in on 500 subscribers, bitch. How do you like that? Yeah. Now we have, to Dante's left, we have the wonderful and beautiful, talented comedian and actress, Zainab Johnson. What's up? Zainab Johnson in the building. What's happening? Hi, hey. First time finally here.
Look there, wagon plow. And he's got his eye on the wagon. And last time, you done did it.
Funny to the motherfucker, though. Word up. Actor, which you were really great in that Comedy Store. That Comedy Store. That was awesome. Very funny. Eric Griffin!
Thank you very
From
much.
Workaholics, the series Workaholics from Comedy Central also.
You said that you'd be like informing all your black people.
No, just no people.
Workaholics?
No. Workaholics, people know that show. That show was right before Comedy Central went to shit. It was like you guys were holding it down.
Well, Comedy Central, like, they don't play comedy anymore. In the same
No,
way,
they
like,
don't.
Like, there's no weather on the Weather Channel. There's no learning on the Learning Channel. And there's no music on MTV. And there's no comedy on Comedy Central. It's just ridiculous.
Wonderful.
Yeah, BET is all white now.
It's all white. It's run by a white family, so BET.
That's where the money is.
And BET Plus. And Tubi is they're going to do that same with Tubi. Get black eyes on it, then they're gonna switch it up, and all the white stuff's gonna come flowing into Tubi.
Like the W, remember the W?
The WB, yeah.
WB.
They trick us all the time. We fall for the same shit. It's like they know it. We're like sheep. They just open up the barn and we just go where they tell us to, and then they kick us out. It's fucking weird. Tubi is about right. How much? Tubi's huge. You know Tubi's huge, right?
Oh,
Everything's
yeah,
on
and
Tubi.
I know that. I mean, Roland Martin talks about this, right?
Yes.
He kind of broke this down.
Yeah.
But also the person who purchased it, owns Fox. Owns Fox.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, oh, is it? What's his name?
Murdoch?
Murdoch, right?
Murdoch bought Tubi?
Bought Tubi, yeah. And a lot of the black creators have been saying that now they've been having a hard time, like getting on the platform, like submitting their projects.
Oh, now it's not working.
Yeah.
The white regime is here.
And ever since Kat was on Shay talking about, he don't even got a special on Tubi, I was like, damn. I looked right away. I found my Tubi special.
Is your special
I
on
was like,
Tubi?
my shit on Tubi, Kat.
But the thing is, Tubi is smart. Tubi is just following Netflix's model, which is they're just buying content.
That's
And
right.
content
That's
that's
right.
out there. Like
That's
I know
right.
comedians who
I think mine's on
nobody like they were gonna release their special on YouTube, which is a great route for some people. But then Tubi was like, well, we can do this.
And I heard
Rap alert.
I heard they got like 300 million like, to just bring content in. That's what I heard. Yeah, like 300 million. Is it easy? Is it easy to get on Tubi though?
We should have like a Tubi sitcom we
Mike,
could write.
call up Tubi, tell them we want to stream to them now.
We're like we could be like the A-team.
How do you get on Tubi? I don't even know who runs it. Who do you
Like
go
who's
to?
the development?
Where the fuck-
Maybe it's not there yet. Maybe we need to be like, hey, you guys don't have these departments.
Right. Or I'll be the development guy.
Or what if it's just you just start an account and upload it? Like, wouldn't that be crazy?
Yeah, it's like
I think that's how it
I thought it
started.
was like Zeus. You know that Zeus?
No,
That's
yeah,
ghetto
but
as
he
fuck.
just purchased Zeus too.
Murdoch purchased Zeus?
No, but what
No, he didn't. Because it's like,
next.
but I know they keep track of black people. Like that's all these motherfuckers do is keep track of us.
I
They're always
predict
keeping
you
track of us
will
to make
enjoy
sure,
a
like, where they
visit
living,
to the
what are
Nuka
they
Cave.
eating. That, it's always on us. It's always. I
Today
think
might
they
be
make
a lucky
every
day.
move to what are the
Why not
black,
give the
how's this
Nuka
gonna
Cave
affect
a
them?
go?
Can we get rid of them? I really believe that. I really believe every law that's changed is going to affect us. That's how I feel. Yeah.
Welcome
Right.
to Nuka World on tour. Would you like a balloon?
Shit. Sean had any on BT.
Just for no reason.
Right.
It's like it's like it goes like this: two episodes of Martin, and then 2 episodes of Martin, and then like, and now Sean Hannity
And
live.
and
You'd
we-
be like, what?
And we wait for Hannity to leave. Go, yo, is Martin come back on? We skipped that advertisement. And go, yo, Martin got like the whole marathon. Bill O'Reilly, yeah, skip
What
that.
happened to
too.
old Bill?
They kicked him off.
I know, but like, is he gone?
No, hell no. He got a podcast. Yeah.
White brain. White.
Jesus Christ.
Racist.
This guy goes to Europe for one day, and now
And he's like, oh, white. I was looking out when the white shows, the tellies, on the telly. Go ahead.
How you get the views, people just get the views. Like today, I saw Piers Morgan interview somebody about Diddy, and I was like, that seems so out. Yeah, it seems so.
Yeah, no matter.
Yeah, but okay, in Piers Morgan's defense, the Illuminati.
Where'd you hear it from?
I'm just.
No.
A SWAT team comes in. This is why I say that. This is why I say that.
Everyone's welcome.
Your home's raised too
We got enough of them over at Gophers.
They got you on the tarmac. They talking to you. They talking to you. They get your man. Your dude who like gets you shit, right?
Drug mule.
Yeah.
The drug mule. Like, they get him, right?
Right.
Who also cut a deal, by the way, and he still hasn't been arrested.
Yeah, that's some gangster shit.
Listen. He still hasn't been arrested. How about this? This video comes out, right? He's beating her ass.
Yeah.
The Intercontinental Hotel is no longer in existence.
Really?
Yeah, it's been gone. It's been closed for like a year or
I
something.
thought somebody just. I thought the building is still there. The hotel is in operation, but it's no longer like the brand. Like if it.
Right.
wasn't there,
Is
But
that-
it's not
okay.
like it was.
A
But,
non-function.
Yeah.
but whoever's in charge of, I'm saying, but whoever was in charge of like, because who got the money? Like if he saw the videos, then he like, of course he called his dude.
50 grand.
He called his dude and said, go get this.
Yeah.
You know, it's like where
I'm
they.
in a Tubi.
Yeah.
Illuminati adjacent. No.
Wait, that's our sitcom. Illuminati adjacent.
He said, think about it. 2 houses rated.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
The voiceover.
Wait,
Doing
hold up.
voiceover
Y'all
right now.
laugh all you want, but this dude has still yet to be arrested.
I mean, I think that
But
it is,
they-
but I think
Don't it feel suspicious?
Absolutely, but I think it's a little bit more simple. Certain things like he just paid. That's like he just paid the security guard. He ain't paid a hotel chain. He just paid a single security person, the head of security that particular night, and they gave him the copy. Right? That's still a digital or a CD or something.
Now,
and then when
that's
they
true.
raided the house, the feds got a hold of the tape.
Okay,
Right.
guys.
I don't know this.
No, but check this out.
Okay.
Think about how crazy that is. Right? So you do this thing to your girl.
Yeah.
Who you obviously
He's
have.
done it to many people, but then remember, people have died around him too.
Oh, do we get to that?
Bodies.
But
Go ahead.
check it out. He does this. He kept the tape.
Yeah. In the same way that
What
like,
other tapes does he have?
we'll find out.
I bet you he like had the tape, right? And then like she would come home and he would just have it playing. That's the spin-off. That's
Illuminati.
I mean, you're right, and that's probably why he settled.
He would have
made her
it
sign the
playing.
DNA. Like, you know, and she
The
signed
NDA.
the NDNA, right? Whatever it is.
Maybe she signed DNA
and DNA. You know what I mean? Coming to Tubi. And it's like this. You know, but I'm just saying, like, to me, the whole shit is like it's like crazy.
Right? Yeah.
No, it is.
It's crazy.
Like,
it's absolutely crazy. You know what we're living in right now? This reminds me of 20 years ago when they had Epstein already. They already had him. People act like they didn't know.
Right.
They arrested him.
Yeah.
He was arrested. They were on his case. They've been on his case for 25 years.
Yeah.
They just finally found somebody with some courage and got him. So we're in the beginnings of that now. We're gonna be like,
but I think that they have something on these people, and in case they do something they weren't supposed to. All right, motherfucker, because they go, we're gonna give you this. You want to get to this level, but remember, if you go astray.
It's also all the other people involved that was in there, like
Gene the Deal.
Alan Dershowitz,
the lawyer.
yeah, which is ridiculous because who does that?
Right.
I'm always butt ass naked.
On
my back right now because these two motherfuckers would have threw me under the bus. I need my sciatic nerve hit.
Wow.
Wait, I know you not over there. I know your big ass is on the table. Butt ass
sciatic nerve. I was like, you got me.
See? I knew.
I was like, my bad.
Yo. Oh yeah, I was like, he wasn't with me on that one. No, sciatic nerve. You know what he's talking about, like a motherfucker, man. What were you gonna say? Well, I guess the conspiracy or the narrative out there is that the moment Diddy started that lawsuit with whatever the that little alcohol heat, something. He wanted to sue them, and they were like, it's basically he fucked with the wrong one.
And that's what they say, but I mean, either way,
Maybe.
it's like you can't do these things.
Yeah.
No, but here's the thing. Like, did she know? Like, if she knew about the tape, wait, she could have gotten.
But she didn't know how she didn't know. She didn't know. But guess what?
No way.
There was a.
Where he would at. I mean, who thinks he has a library where you come and hang out?
Somebody told the feds.
Meek Mill's my fan, and he'd be like, oh, word, check this out.
Right. But I think
somebody told him
on Corey Holcomb's Craig that was on there. He said that, yo, Cassie's a treacherous bitch. Let me tell you why. Because he just said this. He said that she used to, when he used to fuck up Kim Porter, Cassie was there, like helping torture her and shit like that. Some shit. I just heard this today.
Like he was the helper.
Yeah, she was like in cahoots with him, fucking with Kim Porter. And then it turned out it was her. So he was like, she took that money right away because they were gonna find that shit out. That's what I heard. This is on Corey Holcomb. You can watch the 15 minutes of Corey Holcomb. Like Craig is saying.
What do you think about that?
Oh, Gene the Deal? Gene the Deal? But you hear Gene the Deal. That guy, Gene the Deal.
All the bodyguards on it. I'll tell you what happened. Then he came out and rolled. And like, it's like, yo, man, you never working again.
Right.
Well, I mean, that's why he come out to him.
Hold up. You gonna get more famous. Would you hire him as your bodyguard?
No, not at all. But I'm saying they probably paid him enough to tell all this shit, though. They're probably giving his money.
Gene Deal got sciatica now. He too old.
Yeah, he don't. He's old. He's probably like.
He's like, yo, I'm not knocking heads no more.
He's like, how much you gonna give me though?
Did you guys see the video of the dude talking about Will Smith, Dwayne Martin?
Oh, when he said I walked in and he was tearing her
ass. He goes like this. He was like, it was murder going on in here. Just the way he said it, man. The way you said it, I was like, God damn, you a snitch, man. He was.
But is it?
You wanna hear a crazy story?
Oh,
But real quick before she does,
Cassie of the show.
Before you, did you believe it though? When he talked about Will Smith, did you believe it?
No, I don't. I gotta tell you something right now.
He looked like a clout chaser. That dude looked like a clout chaser.
Listen, if you were an ex anything and you're sitting on a podcast telling stories that you're not supposed to be telling, that's some punk shit.
Yeah.
It's either you making it up or you doing it for clout.
Right.
I'm out on it because like even if you're telling something like you're telling a crime, then that should be at the FBI.
Yeah, no, right.
You're not supposed to tell the truth.
Vlad.
Yeah.
But let's be honest. Sammy the Bull Gravano got a podcast talking about murder.
Well, he has protection.
That's different.
He has protection
How's
though.
that different? He was the hitman.
Yeah, but doesn't he have protection for life though now, right? Yeah. And most of these guys are dead. All these mobs.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is people. He got mad followers, son. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because he got snitch. Well, he got street cred.
But he's also a snitch.
Yeah, it's
He's a
different.
snitch.
No,
He's a rat.
It's different.
He's a rat.
It's different being a snitch. That like it's like he wasn't adjacent to the stuff happening.
But
he
a
actually
snitch is
he pulled the triggers though.
And he's talking about other people pulling the triggers too.
He's like Takashi, man. He's a fucking snitch.
Oh man, you're putting him on the same level as
Snitch is a snitch.
Supakachi?
A snitch, a tattletale, a
All right,
snitch,
I'm
whatever
with
you want to tell.
Listen. You know what? I'm in agreement with you guys. I just think it's very bizarre to be on a podcast talking about that stuff.
No, I get you.
As an ex,
but
whatever.
this whole era is
Sucks.
about clout chasing. What were you gonna say?
I think it's definitely normalized and will continue to be normalized.
Yes.
But so maybe like 2 years ago, I was doing a show and it's Muslim. I'm Muslim.
Yes.
And so Muslim women come to my show, and this Muslim woman came up to me. The guys who did the interview you're talking about, he goes by the name Brother Bilal. Brother Bilal. And this woman comes up to me, and she's like, "Hey, I was talking. I was doing some single jokes on stage, and she was like, "Hey, I'm a matchmaker." She was a hijabi woman, black woman.
Yeah.
She was like, "Would you like to meet me for coffee?" And I said, "Oh no, I was just joking. Like, don't pay my jokes any mind. Like, I ain't out here looking to be mad."
She's like, I get mine.
I'm actually happily married, but this is funnier. And so I'm like, no, it's okay. So then she sends me a DM, and she's like, "I would really like to sit and have coffee with you. Like, I really think I have like the perfect person."
Who was?
So I sit down to meet with her, and this is maybe 45 minutes. We're having coffee. She's asking me questions, and she's like, I think I have the perfect person for you. She said, "Let me ask you a question. Would you like a partner that can travel with you, be on the road,
Let me know
like protect you, be your manager, but also like?" And I was like, "No, I ain't interested in that. Like I haven't seen how it went with Mary J. And you know what I'm saying? Like I got enough examples."
So you don't want Suge? Suge Muhammad?
I don't like to mix work.
Does she work for an agency? It sounds like a fucking. I'm gonna take 5%.
Work for CAA.
So she says, so Will Smith has a best friend.
Oh shit.
And I said, okay, so he's older than me, right? Because in my mind, if you telling me Will Smith got a best friend, then you telling me you trying to hook me up with somebody.
Oh, you're talking about
15 years older than
Mac,
me.
Charlie Mac.
I don't know who she's talking about because she don't say the name.
Okay, Charlie Mac is Muslim. That's Will Smith's best friend. That's
Okay.
my man. He does all the Philly shit, whether it's the Roots, whatever. Charlie, he's like the mayor of the black Philadelphia. I know he's Muslim. Go ahead. Yeah.
So she said he is Will Smith's best friend. He's been Will Smith's right-hand man for, years and years and years. He understands this business. He can travel with you. And I was like, okay, what besides him being much older than me, what is the? She was like, well, the one thing I think that you might have a problem with. And I'm like, what? She was like, well, he is kind
Life
of
is an
overweight.
adventure. Hard. Look to the challenge.
Now you see.
You wanted to be like, hey, bitch, open with the fat dude. Wait, you should have known he was fat when you have to go, he'll protect you on the road. He can order Uber.
He can block.
Know how to
He will block the wind.
Yeah.
If you are on the tarmac.
That's like that girl that's trying to hook up Godfrey. Godfrey's like, what she look like? She's such a good personality.
Wait, was that a girl?
Remember she was trying to. talk to you, and
I
you were
said-
like, "Well, what she look like?"
I'm shallow. What does she look like? Keep it moving,
She's
dog.
such a good. Why would you act like that?
Oh. Okay.
Now you remember.
Watch.
Well, wait, but let's
So
let's.
are you done?
No.
No. I'm very sorry.
Yeah.
Because no. I want my people to say, Godfrey, man, you need to let people speak. Thank you. Go ahead.
Cause y'all
And you
ain't-
too,
y'all-
Eric.
Y'all not
Jesus
picking. Y'all
Christ.
ain't picking up what I'm putting down. Yet.
Oh, wait a minute.
I'm slow. That's the one you choose.
Wait, hold on. Okay, hold on.
Thank you.
All right. Go ahead.
So he's a little overweight.
Yo, shut
Continue.
up.
No. She said he's a little overweight. I said a little overweight, and she said, well, he's a lot overweight. I said, so he's Will Smith's best friend, and so he got access to all the best food, the best trainers.
messed up.
He's next to the person with the strongest willpower, right? This is the time where we see. No, I mean this is where we're seeing Will jump out of.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like Will could put if Will puts his mind to it, he's gonna get it done. I don't care if you agree with it or don't agree with it, right? And she said, I said, so you expect me to do what Will Smith cannot do in his life, right? And she was like, well, I just think that maybe you should sit down with him. And I said, oh, okay, well, what's his name? She said, Brother Bilal.
Wait, how recent was this?
This is 2 years ago.
Wow.
This is 2 years ago.
Maybe
So
he could have got
I
his
say-
name when he went to
so-
the Mecca or whatever. I don't know.
So she says, Brother Bilal.
Mhm.
So I say, oh, no, I'm not interested. No, thank you. Whatever. Never talk to her after that again.
Right.
Never
Well,
talk
of
to her
course.
after.
Right.
Well,
Hold
now,
on.
Hold on a second. Now, 2 years later, I see a clip with Tasha K.
Oh no.
Brother Bilal.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Who's claiming to be Will Smith's
That
best friend.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm already there. I was already with you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The
Oh,
round,
okay.
I was already there.
The round-headed guy. He was chunky.
That's the one that
The
was
one
saying.
who
Wow,
said,
yeah.
I walked in that room.
What
It
he
was
said about the Dwayne.
It was like it was.
Yes.
Oh,
he was
like,
murdering him.
Yeah, he was murder. It was
So while
murder
I'm
in there.
trying to
Get out of here.
I don't know. I don't know if you.
He's
I don't know
so
if you-
envious.
I don't
He
know
was
if you
like,
remember. I remember if you remember Heart to Heart when they met. It was
I know that we're so old.
That's how old we are.
It was moida.
Well, everybody was like, you believe him? How dare her try to hook me up with this?
With a
Okay,
snitch.
First of all,
With a...
first of all,
I mean, there's levels to that problem.
the selling point for anyone trying to hook somebody up should never be his friend. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm trying to hook up Dante, and I'm gonna be like, he on Godfrey's podcast.
I got laid for that.
Yeah, that's true. This is a pretty It's a pretty
Like,
fucking
that's
good
what-
podcast.
No, but you got to go 3 away. It would be like, yeah, he was on Godfrey's podcast. The guy that was on Club Shay Shay. And he had the and he had the gay roommate. That was,
Wow. What, did you see that?
yeah, I did.
I called Corey on the spot. He does his podcast now in LA. Everybody's a lot of it. Tony, a lot of people do most comedians do a lot of shit on
off
Tuesday.
day.
It's the off day. It's our neutral day. So I called Corey while he was filming. I said, "Whoa, Godfrey gay." I go, "My man, what are you doing, Corey? What the fuck are you talking about? Gay? Really? Gay?" I said, "Corey, if I were gay, I would have said it. I would have said I'm gay. I would have said it. In this day and age, I wouldn't hide that shit." I go, "Gay? Really, Corey? What? And he was like, "No, but yo, God, but you have a gay roommate." I was like, never had a gay roommate. I said I had a friend named Modi who's Jewish, and he came out because he's super Jewish, cantor in the synagogue, and it was against, and he came out a few years ago, got married to a dude, whatever, and when he was heterosexual, when I was living in Harlem, we had these girls that wanted to get down with us. So after a show, I was like, "Hey, let's go to my apartment. You take the women, I'll take the men. We knock these men out." And he was like, "Hell yeah, let's do it." So we up there, and I'm in my room, and all of a sudden I hear arguing. This is 10 minutes in. I'm like, I come out the room. I go, what the fuck y'all fighting about? He goes, and very Jewish. He goes, why do you waste your time with these women? Why? He's very Jewish. He goes, why? He goes, you know, she was kissing all over me, bubble butt at the club. She comes here, she's giving me trouble. You see, that's why I suck dick. That's what I said, what? He goes, yeah, I fuck men. That's why I don't do. And I laughed. I was like, this is fucking hilarious.
This means? That was his last straw.
That was his last straw.
That was it. That was it. In that moment, he was like, you know what?
And he goes, how do you do it? I said, I'm heterosexual, man. I didn't know you. So Corey took that as I had a gay roommate. Huh? At the time, I was living by myself. I was like, gay roommate? What are you talking about? But that was when.
You know what my favorite thing about you is that you know so many people, but you know so many people in a way like you would just be casually talking to this guy. He might say, you know, yeah, I saw Farrakhan speak. And I'll be like, hold on a second. We FaceTime. And he'll start FaceTiming Farrakhan.
What's happening, brother?
Yeah, you just like, you know.
Because FaceTime has been used for Negroes. Because the white man got you thinking you're connected. Because, you know, I was watching Farrakhan since I was 18. So I would go to Chicago, living in Chicago. I'd just go to the South Side. And I would go when I was 18 in college. And what's funny is the guy that we created a book reading club, a black book reading club, to the chagrin of the president, Stan Eikenberry of University of Illinois, me and Ray Westbrook, who's now Ray Muhammad, who protects the minister now. Wow. We started in college. No, I'm in it too.
I watched that show.
Right after Tucker Carlson.
Wait, right after Moesha. That's what Dave Attell would say when he would get on stage. Dave Attell would say, give it up for Artie Fuqua right after Moesha. The funniest shit I've ever heard in my life. Right after Moesha.
You know what I would even do it? Farrakhan, I like Farrakhan because he trips me out, like, you know, Kobe saying some stuff. This is what happens when you listen to Farrakhan. You go like this. Yeah.
Workers are playing an illegal protest here in Corral.
You know what? Yeah. And the Jews, and then you're like,
oh, man.
You lost me, man.
They're about to turn off the mic.
You lost me on this.
But the thing is like, I went to go see him on some, talking about this guy. And then when I went, my father and my parents like, well, you have to be careful because he's, you know, he's talking about abuse. I said, let me just go see. I don't want to believe a news excerpt. Let me go see. I listen to everybody. I don't care if it's a racist member. I'm going to listen to everybody. And when I went, I was like, wow, to see him live. Holy shit. I was like, this is incredible. Just motivating you, getting off your ass, sticking together. He was just talking about getting your shit together.
He's got that skill. He's got that skill that very few people have. Like, he would be he'd probably be a right? He's got that thing.
No, of course.
You know, it's like you're either going to be a cult leader, really popular comic.
Yeah.
You know,
but you know he was a calypso singer. He's a master violinist, my friend. You didn't know that? He's been growing up in Boston with his brother, and then he moved to the Bronx. He's from St. His mom is Ethiopian, and he's a master violinist. Like, he does big orchestra. He's unreal with it.
You know what? That's the same issue with him.
Whoa, Jesus.
Yeah, nobody remembers.
I don't think that's a good comparison at all.
No, I'm saying like
Hitler.
Whoa! I'm not saying that.
Nobody remembers the good stuff. What was the good stuff about him?
He was a great artist.
This is like Cool Hand Luke. Dig yourself out of this hole. What we have here is a failure to communicate.
The guy was always talking about his music.
No, wait. What was
they always talking about his music and his like art. He was an artist.
Who?
Hitler.
In what?
He was an artist.
He was
trying to be an artist.
He was trying to be an
wanted
artist.
to be a famous artist.
Is that him? He painted that? That's
in your face.
No.
From Cool Hand Luke.
Well, check it out. Listen. I'm not mentioning him because I might get demonetized if that word comes out of my mouth.
Yeah, I hear
the way they cancel us.
Well,
I might get that.
demonetized.
Yo, make sure you beep that out.
Cut it all out.
because I'm gonna get that red dollar sign.
No, but I'm just saying, like, it's like I didn't know. Like, I wish you would know everything about a person.
No, but
my
see,
point
here's
I'm trying to make. I'm not saying. I want to say
that-
right now they are not the same. I'm
No.
just saying when you're famous for something, and when people are getting you're famous for this terrible thing or great.
Listen,
people don't care about the.
My thing is, you have different opinions.
I make pottery.
Listen, there's stuff that I don't know. There's stuff that I don't know about that I didn't always agree with the minister. I'd be like, oh, I don't agree with that. But this stuff, like the basic black survival, he's on because he lived in the segregated. He lived it. So I go, okay, I take that. I go, well, the religion thing, I don't get too deep in the Bible stuff. I ain't got nothing to do with that. But the black shit, getting your shit together and
You
yeah,
also
I'm down
don't
with that.
lie because he's such a polarizing figure.
Yeah.
You cannot lie because
they're looking for something.
Yes.
I mean, it got Arsenio kicked off the air.
Yeah, for some reason, he must have known he was getting kicked off and said, fuck it, I'm going all out. Or maybe he thought
because he had the number
he
one
was huge,
show,
yeah.
And he figured,
You
And
mess
that was
with
the
the
end.
wrong ones, boy.
Imagine.
One thing about us is when we talk to them, like it's like the father of John Amen's of Good Times when he went up and said, Norman Lear, yo, I think it's getting a little bit too much with the JJ looking a little coonish. But they were like, hey, you're not going to be showing up next season.
Yeah, they killed him
Because he
off.
spoke to them with authority. And black male talking to a white man, like, hey, that's like a thorn in their side.
Scary.
For us to ever stick up for ourselves and tell them something. It's like, what? Who the? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't think there should be any sort of absolutes. It's like you say. You guys got a message. You're taking from the message that you want to take from, and then you don't have to agree with everything. But it also doesn't discount everything that the person's saying.
But
you know what I mean?
As comedians, we speak for a living. So there's jokes I didn't agree with, but I love that shit. It should be the same way.
It should be the same way
I
with
think.
political figures and that kind
yeah,
of
but
stuff.
black people don't get that.
No, we don't.
We don't. You are a They want to make you a representation
Of everybody.
Yeah.
when
Like
they
we're
never- they
it's
never
a
do that.
monolith.
Yeah.
So what?
But
Yeah.
also, Farrakhan says enough things that are very true and very specific to the African diaspora and the Black American population that if even a little bit of what he said, no, even if a little bit of what he says gets traction, that is something that the systems that are in place are afraid of. So they are going to look to stop him at any.
That's why he has to be so precise
Yeah.
about his
Welcome,
speaking. So that was
citizen.
like the thing with,
I am
Because-
authorized to trade
That's why I left.
supplies.
That's why I left. I left Vlad because of that speech he made, and he was talking to D.L. Hughley, and he said, "Yeah," because D.L. was just listening to him, and Vlad goes, "Yeah, I really don't, I don't really like Minister. I didn't like what he said the other day." And
He said he perpetuated violence against.
he said,
Jews.
"Yeah, you should throw rocks," and it was not true. It was a literary thing.
Yeah, he said the
And
rock of
Muslims
truth
take the rock of truth and throw it at
and injustice. or
and that's what he said. It was very, very, very literal, metaphoric, and he literally.
That was just like my.
But he.
And y'all took
to be misunderstood.
but he twisted it, and I was like, oh, that was wrong. And you had Nick Cannon apologize for the thing he said on his podcast. You was all mad when he talked about the Jewish thing, and you're not even a practicing Jewish man. You told us you don't even believe in God, and all of a sudden you put on your yarmulke and then started getting mad at Nick Cannon, and he apologized right away, and then you just stood on 10 toes, and then so me and Lord Jamar were like, well, you're gonna do that, we're gonna stand on ours.
Yeah.
I'm out, so I'm out. And when I went to go see the minister's swan song like 2 years ago, it was me, Dougie Fresh, Rakim, Corey Holcomb, and all of us. We went. We were honored guests, man. And they came, and it was like all of them with all the whole. And Farrakhan's his grandson Elijah, who's head of FOI, they were like, "Brother, appreciate what you did for us, man." Because they called me when that happened. Yeah. They were like, they had a conference call me. They say, "Brother Godfrey, beloved." I said, "Oh shit!" They called me beloved. They said, "Listen, we just want to have." It was me, Royce the 5'9". They said, "We just want to understand if you're gonna still be dealing with because he said so." And I didn't know. I was like, "What did he say? What happened?" So I had to see what he said. I said, "Oh, got you. We're gonna talk to him, call him, see what's up." and he stood on 10 toes, and then we were like, yeah,
that's
that's
good.
what
Well, you know what? Good for you, even in that situation, that you heard this from these people, and you still said, okay, let me go do mine. Let me go look. I like that. I just think that we live in a day and age now where like the facts,
context is not what anybody wants.
People don't care about nuance.
That is the thing that I hate when somebody is like, "Oh yeah, I'm not watching that," or I heard it was terrible, and I'm like, "Wait, did you see it? Nah, but I ain't. And I'm like, "Wait, you got an opinion about it, and you haven't even seen it?"
But you know what? In the same way,
that's like. No,
I'm sorry.
No.
Look, I don't like this whole thing about like your silence on what's going on in the Middle East. Well, it's like some people just know I don't know enough about this, and I feel like it's very nuanced situation, and I'm not gonna But on the internet, they make it seem like you're supposed to like.
But what if you did say something wrong?
Yeah,
say you did know shit about it, and looking like us, say something. Just take the wrong side.
That's what I'm saying, man.
You will be in trouble. So you go, I ain't got shit to say about it. But now, how about that?
But you know what happens
and
too,
they will
though?
cancel everybody in this bitch.
But this is what happens too. Like, so then let's say that the misunderstanding comes out later. It don't matter because the damage is done. And there's still people that are gonna be like, that's what happens like when allegations come out about somebody. You don't know if they're real or fake. Right. And then you find out later that, that was thrown out of court or it was like whatever happened. Yeah. And they don't ever come back and be like, let's clear this up for you. No, once something's out, that's what it is.
Yeah, that's
well, the retraction never takes the same power as the allegation. So.
I know, but that's important.
Except I did have sexual relations with that. That was the only one.
Because it was advantageous.
Clinton?
Yeah.
I did not have
was
sexual relations with that woman.
That
was great.
The smartest thing that guy did during that time was like, so after all that stuff was happening, he got in all that trouble, and then they were trying to get him, and they said, did you buy her gifts? And he knew what to say now. He said, yeah, she was my friend. And then that was the end of it.
Done. Well, they're making a connection with that and the Stormy Daniels things now. They're trying
to
say,
oh, really?
They're trying to say that it was the same thing, which is
no, but
not the same.
But Trump paid for. She was a hoe.
It wasn't.
He paid money for that. Didn't he?
Can I ask you something though? Let me ask you something.
No. I'm saying I thought he paid and got some.
No.
No, it wasn't that.
No. My understanding is that like I think that he thought once people found out that he was with a hooker and cheated on his wife, that he wasn't going to they weren't going to elect him.
Right.
Come to find out that he probably still would have got elected.
Sure.
So he should have just been like.
He just said yes.
But the fact that he used campaign finance money was
to get the ass.
Yeah, the charges are not that he paid.
Right.
No. It's where he got the money from.
Yeah.
And he also they also put the money back.
Yeah.
But it's like you can't if you rob a bank and then you return the money later in the day, you still rob the bank.
Right. The guy and one guy already went to jail.
Yeah, Cohen went to jail for the same thing.
The guy went to jail for this thing.
Right.
And so it's now we're like, but I think like.
Yeah. But they're trying to say, well, what he had sex with a woman? What's wrong? That's not what it was.
It's not what it's the campaign.
And it's also, they know that that's not what the charge is. They just keep repeating that he had an NDA, he had sex with this woman. It happens all the time. They know it's campaign finances. First of all, there's 34 different indictments, specifically 34 different indictments.
All white collar crimes that most people don't go to jail for.
Yeah, it's even though it's not even time required.
Yeah.
But it does matter.
Oh no! Listen. I'm not saying that it doesn't matter, but what I'm saying is it doesn't matter to. It doesn't matter. It's turned into a thing where these voters don't care. These people now they're like, now I'm really voting for Trump.
Oh yeah, they're hyped.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he knows that he did it. That's the reason why they're not saying. They're saying like this. She's the.
Well, he's still saying he didn't. He's still lying and saying he didn't.
That's old school.
But
it wasn't me.
His audience.
It wasn't me.
They want that. They want.
I want to hear Trump sing Shaggy.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
It wasn't me. Right. They want that. They want these, especially white males, and of course there's black people that are with Trump too. They want Trump to win, and this is getting them even more hyped. Like, you're gonna overcome this. And the
Wouldn't have
cities, yeah.
But-
He said it's gonna hype them up.
But
This
in
whole
some,
shit.
But in some people's defense, like there's part of the fringe left who's the loudest and making all the noise. They making people uncomfortable. They pushing people towards the middle, and you're just like now you feel now you're so in the middle. They think you're a Republican because you don't want to be that far left.
Right.
Do you think we'll ever get to the place where it's not a two-party system?
No.
Oh
we
shit, no.
need
We have to keep people divided.
We need a
If
strong
Trump
ass
gets in, maybe.
independent.
What?
If Trump gets in, we may. It'll be a one-party system. 'cause
Oh yeah. Oh, it's
he's
he's ready.
Yeah,
He's trying to dictate.
He's bringing back slavery. You're gonna see nets
Yeah,
going
bro,
over your head. What the
2.0.
fuck?
Maybe
Oh, he's bringing it back.
RFK. Maybe if he but his voice just I can't do it.
What?
Who, Trump's voice?
No, I can't. RFK, I can't do.
Robert.
He might be the one, but I just can't do it.
He's like,
get a lozenge, motherfucker. You know what I mean?
Something's wrong with him, right? He has something.
I don't know.
I believe he got surgery. That's why.
No, he sounds.
I know, but it's like
he had a brain. He had a lot of shit happen.
It's hard to like, but that's a misunderstood guy too. They always getting on him about stuff, and the media's attacking him.
He's a right-wing conspiracy dude.
RFK.
They're saying now that he'll probably take more votes from Trump than he would from Biden.
And that's how Clinton won. Remember Perot?
Yeah.
Oh, Ross. God dang, Ross Perot.
Yeah, that's why Clinton won. Ross Perot was doing those PowerPoint presentations like, this is what I'll do with the government, and we're gonna little here.
Remember that? He's like, but Ross
he had
was
charts and shit
Ross
on TV.
Ross was funny as shit though. He's like, I'm gonna tell you this right now. I'm gonna tell you that. Listen here, America. Oh, he was dynamic as shit though. Everybody enjoyed him. Everybody was like, he was having people laughing and shit. I kind of liked him. It was weird. Yeah. But he wasn't. He was a little dude. It's like it's. I think too. It's his aesthetic thing too. He's short.
That's why the
McCain lost.
That's why the Florida guy. He was wearing that lift boots.
I mean, DeSantis. Dude, did you see DeSantis?
Pull up DeSantis boots.
Did you see DeSantis' face when he goes, and that's why I want to run for president?
Yeah. All it takes is like one of those.
You lost. They saw him do this.
They kept on the internet is undefeated. Every time they showed him walking across, they were playing these boots are made for walking.
Yo, let's see. You're done.
What? What is he?
No, you got to show the red boot.
What is this? Kiss?
No, this guy's like Prince, man.
Little red Corvette. Baby, I'm too fast.
Isn't it crazy that all of our greats are dead?
It's scary.
You know?
I look at everybody.
And they all died on some mysterious shit too. On some mysterious shit.
And
they just found Prince. They found Prince in the elevator. Michael on a plane, fucking, getting fucking drugs with a doc. Like, you got that kind of money. The doctor's supposed to take care. Is that doctor
every
still in
time
business?
every time I notice is every time somebody's trying to get their masters back. Anytime it's masters or property back, dead. Sam Cooke, it happened. Sam Cooke was killed for that reason, trying to open up his own record company. And Sammy Davis Jr. called him and said, "Dude, don't do it. It ain't worth it. I know the mob. Don't do it." He goes, "No, fuck that." And all of a sudden, he gets set up.
Happened to my eye?
Yeah, it's real. He's like, "Listen."
Yeah. hey, look.
He's like, "Listen, man.
Listen and look." Well, that's what they
don't do the crime.
Weren't they saying Biggie was trying to get his masters back from Diddy, and then
what
all
I
of a
heard.
sudden,
Getting ready to leave.
No. Yeah.
This motherfucker's diabolical.
Doesn't Jay-Z have Prince's masters?
Well, they were probably up for sale.
Did he buy them?
Well, that's what I'm trying to
Prince's
understand.
What? Prince's
Check that out, Mike.
Jay-Z got Prince's.
Well, probably the estate.
I believe.
Maybe he didn't have his affairs in order either. We don't even know if he had like a living trust or will or anything.
Because I know
like
the family's fighting over Prince's
Yeah,
shit.
sister was fighting. Yeah, that's probably what it is.
All the people that are untalented.
Jay-Z doesn't own his masters with that. Wasn't since the 2016 title had like a feud with the people of Prince's music.
Okay, title. I was like, what?
And that's how things get misunderstood.
Right. If Jay-Z had to, what? He would have said it in a rhyme.
He's trying to get streaming.
Yeah.
He would have said it in
Oh,
a
he would have
rap.
done like, remember when Eric Sherman got Marvin Gaye's, he bought a couple of those songs, and then he like.
Oh, yeah, for that song?
Yeah, next thing you know, he was like doing songs.
Sherman?
Eric Sermon.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. The
Yo.
CPMD, yo, we back to work. We took time off. Well, other mothers got jerked due to the fact they whack and they. I know my shit.
I'm like Zorro. I'm Maka'i in your back.
I love that stuff. Him, Special Ed, all that shit, man. That was the shit.
Old school. Speaking of hip hop, though, I don't know if you guys saw Andre 3000 at that Atlanta Jazz Festival. Oh, man. Now he get booed. It was just.
He's tired now?
No, he's playing like this flute thing. He was playing, I think, an oboe. It was I'm not mad at him doing other things, but
is he a dictator?
At the Jazz Festival, it was just.
But isn't the name of his album like a whole paragraph?
Right. It just.
And I hear it's coming to two.
I don't. I just don't.
That's for Erykah Badu. Would you leave that alone? You gotta leave Erykah Badu alone.
Oh yeah, he had Common do Electric Circus. Remember he did Electric Circus album? Oh, what was it? Badu puts it on him, and they start.
Oh wait, was Common with Erykah Badu?
That's when he did that weird album. Oh, wow. Electric Circus. It was mad weird. I was like, Erykah put it on him. Yeah. She Badu'd the shit out of him. He likes to go into the recording
I don't know. All the women are saying Common is a savage. Tiffany Haddish says that he's a savage. Jennifer Hudson just came out and was like he took a bunch of money from her. He lied to her, was using her for clout. I don't know if that's true. Mike, you want to look it up?
I thought that was a weird
I'm saying,
couple.
I'm saying Erykah Badu was ruined. You know, niggas got kente cloth on. They calling everybody beloved after she smashed them.
They got onks on their chest. Like, why are you tattooed on that?
Did Nick Cannon get with her? He was
No, Nick didn't get because he had the little.
She can't get
he had the little Taji from Johnny Quest hat on.
Yeah. He was wearing a turban.
Yeah, he was wearing turbans. He took it off. Nick took it off.
Well, what happened to so Erykah Badu?
Yeah, Badu.
Where's Lauryn Hill? Lauren's
around? She was just on a late show performing. She was on the Tonight Show performing with her
How was
son,
she? How was she?
YG. She was great. He has like a really great song.
Okay.
He has a really amazing single out, and she's on the song.
She was there. She showed up on time.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Oh, you heard some things?
No, she was on the late show.
Oh, dude, did y'all?
She was like, I'll just do the late show. I missed it. I
missed it.
Dude,
I missed the first one. She's supposed to do Conan, and then she's like, I'm gonna just do the late.
I'm just gonna do I'm gonna do the one with Seth.
No, she was doing the morning show because she. I gotta ask you guys. Okay, so I put this video up of my son.
You have a new kid. Congratulations on your new kid.
17 weeks.
17 weeks old. The new son. Good for you.
So I had this video I put on Instagram, and I'm using this Brian McKnight song that I loved. It's he's singing to his son, right?
Yeah.
It's called My Prayer. I love this song. I put it up, and then people are like, oh, you need to read up about what's going on with Brian McKnight. And I'm like, can I just enjoy the song?
What about the song?
Can I just enjoy what's happening with this? But then I look.
But it is ironic.
It is ironic. I know. You know, it's funny, somebody said that.
So what's happening with Brian McKnight?
I was just thinking that. I was just.
Oh my God. I'll let you go.
He disowned all of his older kids, his first generation kids.
Wow.
And not only did he disown them, but I think he was saying that they are like not seeds of the dead, but they are illegitimate.
You
like,
said not seeds of the dead.
Not seeds of the devil. The devil.
It was the white woman he was with?
Yeah, something like that. And these kids are grown. Like these kids, but he has disowned. He's like he doesn't want them to have his name. He has this new wife and this new.
She's
new
black.
The new wife is white.
Ooh,
right?
Erykah Badu.
Wait. Wait. Hold on. His new. Okay, the first wife was white.
Wait,
I don't know.
Wait, what's going on?
No.
I don't know what.
Mike?
That's what I'm saying. Look it up, Mike. Look it up.
Mike, who's Erykah?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't understand because I looked up the story a little bit.
All of his hits were written with the kids that he's trying to have nothing to do with.
Right. His son's name is Brian McKnight Jr.
Yeah, but he's trying to change. He wants that change. Like he's like almost like disowning that, like disavowing.
Then change your name. Then change your name.
They cancel one of his shows.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is, I
'Cause-
like the song. It was, you know.
Okay, just
Can I sing this song?
You
to
can
my
you can
son?
watch it. You can do it.
You know what I mean? And I say, this is like the internet, undefeated.
Damn, motherfuckers.
You know what though?
What happened?
How do you feel about this? You know, your son is really cute, but how do you feel about they say that you shouldn't even put the baby's faces on social media? Have you guys heard
I
that?
believe that.
A lot of people when they post their kid or a picture,
They
of
block
kid,
it.
They put like a smiley
Face.
face or something on it. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, I didn't do that.
Yo, oh shit. If, I was gonna say,
'Cause I was
damn,
proud.
can we show that Andre 3000 Jazz Festival? Please watch. I want you to listen to him playing.
Is he not good at the flute?
Sounds like I'm playing.
Well, I need to see you with a flute before we can.
Right.
No.
Wait.
We just found out Farrakhan was a
Yeah, exactly.
violinist.
Yeah, we don't know about
Master violinist.
we don't know about your fluting
Hold
skills.
on. Release. Hold on. Here we go.
That's probably not even an instrument you would want to rock out with. Look at Mike rocking his
Hold on.
That's when you have black people still got respect for you. Is they lean over and
Sorry, Miss Jackson. I'm not for real.
But that would have been dope.
This is if he would have started off,
No, if the audience would have just started singing "Sorry, Miss Jackson,"
that would have been fucked up.
That would have been.
He would have
dope.
stormed off.
Bombs over Baghdad.
He would have went like this.
Yo, that did not sound that great. I don't think he's ready. He just started on the flute. Remember, he moved to Japan for a while, was playing the flute in the street and just listen. He's the
rich.
baddest motherfucker around.
He's rich
I
and
know.
bored.
I got it, but they were too with the.
So is
it's
the
like-
audience?
It's like levels to it, right? It's like the flute is not really good for that
No.
environment. And then one of the worst things to do is go to a concert of a song you never heard before. You know what I'm saying? And then it's
Listen
just
to
like
this
a flute you
supportive ass
never heard.
motherfucker right here.
Listen,
That's mom energy. I love that.
I'm just saying, like it's like the
He
it's layered.
outside.
listen. When it comes to when people that we know, musicians that are jazz heads, that just come on now. It's like fuck that. You know, there's cats that were like there was probably a dude that's been playing. Slick Johnson for 50 years, and he took his spot.
It'd be like him trying to do like he's doing an open mic set.
Right? He's like, but I can imitate what he was playing.
It's also not the best instrument you want.
That's why he doesn't know. But that is
solo.
But that's a perfect reason why he shouldn't be there. You didn't even know which one to use.
Yeah.
I think it was an oboe. It was a snake charmer fucking thing.
That's what it is.
I mean, what are you supposed to do?
Not be there. No, listen, Andre 3000, fuck that. I love him, but I just think just that
See,
part.
but
It's like, okay, here's another one. You're gonna love this one. You wanna see Northwest in The Lion King, how trash she was? Listen, I'm not, it was bad. Show Northwest in The Lion King. And all these child actors that are busting their ass, I'm sorry, that was trash. I'm sorry. I'm not. Yo, Kanye. But a lot of these,
I'm just saying,
a lot of these offspring are not as talented as their parents for some reason. I don't know. The Pryor, look at Richard Pryor's kids. All them motherfuckers is unfunny. They all try to do comedy. Richard like, goddamn, shit.
Michael Jordan,
Man, none of these motherfuckers is funny, shit. Why couldn't you be a nurse, bitch? Goddamn. Goddamn. Shit, I didn't ask your ass to get on the mic. Shit. I thought you wanted to do construction.
They need to hire you for the biopic.
He's like, goddamn. My I'm embarrassed. Shit. Goddamn. Thought you wanted to be an astronaut, nigga. Shit. It's like they're all doing comedy, and it's like it's subpar. I'm sorry.
I didn't even want to listen to this Northwest thing.
Watch. No, we're gonna.
You know who I'm furious for is
what?
the person that's sitting behind Kanye, who's standing up and filming.
Watch this. Here we go. Watch this. I'm just saying. Trash, bro. That shit is terrible. This is fucking terrible. This is terrible. I'm sorry. Nope. You doing a Broadway show, you start fucking sick. I'm sorry. Nah. That's an embarrassment to Broadway. Sorry. Nope.
You're not doing it?
Not her as a person.
What is
That's
this?
bullshit.
That's
bullshit.
What is the production?
It's
It's
the Lion King.
The
Lion King.
It was like their big anniversary. Like
It's
however
the
long.
Did you see the Lion King? The kid who was doing it? The real.
Yeah,
Well,
motherfucker.
at the first one, it was Jason Weaver.
Jason Weaver murdered that shit.
Yeah, that's little Michael Jackson.
Except, I mean, like.
Yo,
the
but
bar
did
is
you
so-
guys watch
He could play
that?
Michael. He could play anybody.
Listen, Jason Weaver, Chicago man. Did you see that bullshit? That shit was trash.
Also, too.
It was terrible.
Also, too.
Jason! No, listen. That's you know what my problem is like, you
That
know,
was trash.
listen. You know, hey, but how about this? We see nepotism like this all the time, and with white people.
I know.
White people nepotism goes a lot, like far. They're terrible at a lot of shit.
Listen.
Can we be bad?
No.
Do you consider Northwest black?
She's a black girl. She's a black girl. I mean, she's half Armenian and half black, but she looks like a black chick.
Hey, if she was trying to get a cab in New York,
she looks like a
20
black
years
girl.
ago, you think they're gonna pull over?
There are black people that look like that have black parents.
Does she have on her Lion King?
No, she's like. Well, then you think Rihanna's black?
Yeah.
But I've talked to people who don't think.
How does he not think she's black?
Dude, this is what I'm saying.
Rihanna has two black parents.
You're not. You're preaching to the choir. But like when some white people hear, like,
Oh, these are white people?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
like
We're not
West,
talking about them.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. You hear like West Indies or something like
Oh,
that.
no.
They think like, oh, that's
No.
not. No, I know, but I'm saying this. Like, why she looks black as hell?
Yeah, she looks like a black.
She looked just
All his kids look black.
sadly look like her dad. You know what I mean?
They don't. Kanye's not a bad looking dude.
Here's the thing. That particular song in Lion King is one of the easier songs.
Right.
And it was that bad. Okay,
it's one of
play it
the
again.
easier songs.
Play it again, and everyone
Just
listen.
can't
Watch.
wait
Wait, hold on. See how bad we were? Now watch.
Wait,
Ready?
hold on. I
Ready?
can sing.
Ready? Listen. Listen.
I want to talk about
That shit.
Can we
She
talk
doesn't
about
have the
dancing?
lung. She doesn't have the lung. She doesn't have the presence. It's terrible. I'm
But
sorry.
You know what? But
I'm
you know
sorry.
what? Their
I'm sorry.
their
And that's
announcement.
fine.
Their announcement of her participation is probably was sold out to Hollywood Bowl.
Listen, that's fine, but Lion King. Listen, hold on before all that. Lion King.
You hold the fuck on.
Godfrey is outraged by this performance. He is outraged by this performance.
Lion King sells out. Period. It's that good. It always sells out. There's a waiting list all the time. Fuck that. Broadway, when we watch Broadway people, they work so hard. That was bullshit. Not knocking her. I hope she does other stuff, but
You're knocking her. Don't backtrack. You're knocking her.
No, I'm not. I just thought that was terrible.
Yeah.
Well, listen,
saying-
I agree with you. I do think that
Just that
was not
particular
good.
thing was
but,
not good.
But every kid at young ages a lot of kids are doing really bad plays, right? But the thing about it is nobody knows. This child, her entire life will be in the public eye.
On Tubi.
Yeah, what were you gonna say? What were you gonna say? You down with it?
I'm okay with black mediocrity. We don't.
That's
get a
true.
chance-
Very true.
We don't ever get a chance to be mediocre. We always got to be exceptional. And even when we
That's
are
my point.
exceptional, it's the criticism is.
Let me be
is
bad on
extensive.
Netflix.
You're right. You're right.
I think that's
But
like,
I like Lion
sure,
King.
sure, but it's only black mediocrity if they're also not billionaires.
I agree.
Yeah, so it's not black.
also
She's
don't
not
have-
black mediocrity.
Right.
You know what I would have
Because their financial their socioeconomic status removes is not mediocre at all.
And white people get that all the time. So
Yeah, no. What we deal with in the world is the unfairness that we deal with is regular ass poor white people get to be mediocre and succeed.
There we go.
That's the difference.
Wow.
She's a child of a billionaire on billionaires on both sides.
Right.
So there's nothing mediocre. She's not.
performance is mediocre.
Yeah, but
Very.
But if she were a child of a parent, a single parent household, because now that's where she comes from.
Right.
If she was a child of a single parent household that was making $40,000 a year, she would not have been on that stage. So they're not celebrating mediocrity.
They're celebrating
They're
billionaires.
celebrating fame.
Now check it out. But check it out.
Good point.
I would have wanted to be backstage when Kanye and the mom are standing there.
No.
And seeing all the people going like this. Oh, North was so good. She was so good. Oh, Kanye. Yee. Oh, I mean.
You know what? Kanye.
He's got your talent.
Kanye should.
I want to see those people.
Kanye should have.
That was probably hilarious.
Kanye should have interrupted her own daughter, going, "You know what? That other girl was way better than you. Why is she here?" I just thought it was.
Tori Spelling has worked forever, and she always was a trash actor. Always, and she got the opportunity.
But this is,
And
but that's you can
Yeah.
edit stuff like that. I'm talking about live performance.
No, I'm saying what we're
No, I
talking
get it.
about
Or
is
her father, Aaron
But let me
Spelling.
make the point. The point was she was saying is because they're billionaires. We're talking about. What I'm saying is
She only worked in his stuff.
Right. Well, yes. I don't know that. You know
Now,
that
if
before.
It's true. It's true.
If this was College Dropout, the musical, then it makes sense.
I don't. I just think that.
Well, we don't know the behind the scenes of how that happened.
With the white gays, they get to do whatever they want to do, and they can be mediocre if they're rich, if they're not rich, if they're not, whatever. It's just okay.
But also too, that's the reason why I asked, do you guys consider her black, because she has one white parent. And I know y'all like, hold up, I know y'all
Armenian's
like,
not
hold
really
on,
white.
I know, hold on a second. It's in the same way that Egypt, it's in the same way that Egypt is on the African continent. When you talk to some Egyptians, and what do they say?
They say we're not black,
Exactly.
and they are.
Exactly.
But they're lying. They're lying.
But yeah. But them lying and how this is what we go back to. How society sees them. You get what I'm saying? They can still. The Kardashian family is not representing a family of color. They are not.
No one knows.
Well,
they're not white at all.
They're only neutral when black is at its peak. You know what I'm saying? When we killing it, they like, I mean, but we kinda, right? But
When it's convenient.
Yeah, but who put them in that position? You think
Black people did.
You think they consciously did that, or is it like
the black men that date them?
You know,
they talk so much. They've had a reality show. It's very
Still on
easy to, yes, it's very easy to include, just like we're just having this conversation. The other day, I sat and watched Khloe Kardashian say, "I lost weight and I lost my chemistry." There's other words that she can tell.
I totally agree. But they fuck a lot of black guys.
They fuck black dudes. The
What-
mom
yeah.
fucks black dudes.
What is that?
So
What
the
is that?
slave
So
owners,
yeah,
female
exactly.
slave owners.
Right.
Well, I'm not sure the point you're making. I don't know. You're saying because they're
I'm saying she doesn't even fall under any of the categories you're arguing. But the thing that you're giving her a pass for, I'm not
giving
sure.
her a pass for it. I'm just
Northwest.
Well, I'm not giving her a pass. It's trash. That's what I'm saying is that anytime
saying-
it's somebody of color,
Yeah.
then the question is she qualified? Is it to this? And you're saying,
And
well,
I'm saying,
is she color?
well, I'm saying that we in this room, or you guys in this room, may see her as colored as a person of color, but I wonder how the world perceives her. I wonder if
Not
you
a
did a
white
poll.
chick at all.
I wonder if you did a poll.
Listen, if she was in a well, I don't think anybody would give a fuck.
Right.
That's your litmus.
She would not be found.
That'll be on Tubi.
Part 2 in the well. Part 2.
But see, here's the thing though. This is what I'm saying.
I'm also trying to understand. Like I see what you're saying, but I'm not. I don't really.
This is a
Wait, hold on.
This is a spin-off podcast right here. I would watch this one right here.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Well, I've said it 92 times.
All right, here it is. Oh well, I guess our contestants, it's over now. We ain't got the right answer. It looks like Dante confused. Survey Zab done shut his ass down. Boy, getting tired of your ass not understanding, boy. We have the Johnson family and the Nero family.
They would never have two colored families on.
I guess in the most,
They do?
I guess.
But it's that special.
It's like, you
Black
niggas
week.
better win this one. So
but-
he's not getting
I'm
you.
simply saying, your premise is, like, yeah, she's bad, but I'm accepting black mediocrity, right? And I'm saying you're accepting black mediocrity, but I don't know if the world is seeing her, perceiving her as black. I don't even know if she identifies as black. I know she's a child. I know that she's a child, and I know her father is black, but I know. Let's ask. Ask the chat. Ask your people. I don't know.
Ask the chat. Let's see what the chat is saying.
No, but
thing in the chat right now.
Yeah, but
Okay,
but
vote
the-
to see
but
if she's black. She's a black child.
No, but the thing is like I understand what she's saying because when
Does
you
the world
no, because when you see her, it's just like how that girl tried to introduce you to somebody who was Will Smith's friend.
Yeah.
That was his identity to that woman.
Yeah.
So this child's identity is she's a Kardashian and a product of wealth and privilege. Because like my question is, how the fuck did she even get that job? I know, but like I would like to have seen how that went about.
Yeah.
Was she like watching one day at home and was like,
I want to do that.
I think I want to be Simba.
Probably paid
and then
a certain amount of money.
I mean, imagine. So now to his point, that's great.
To his point, no. To his, I understand what he's saying.
I try to stop looking at what the white gaze size is. No, what I'm saying.
Well, I don't know if the
white people perceive her as black, but like anybody who's black though, she's got a black parent. She's black. That's always.
Here's the thing: the whole that entire production and all the people who did the hiring, that's they don't. They not.
and by the way, the white gays didn't like this either.
Hell no, they didn't. They just did it because, it's Kanye. It was trash. I guess it's because Broadway for me, when I have friends that are in Broadway, it's just the next level of performing. You have to know what the fuck. Well, Puff Daddy did Raisin in the Sun, which was dumb.
I saw that.
But you know what? To her,
Which was because even though Black Nexus, what's her name who runs Black Nexus? Oh, the lady.
Suzanne Batson.
I was surprised that she took him in. I guess they paid her enough.
I mean, you know, as
Doing Sidney Poitier.
No, he's not doing Sidney Poitier. He's doing Brother in Raising in the Sun. It just so happens I was sitting right in the front because I was young and I got those rush tickets, $25 tickets. I was very young. I thought that he really, really tried. I mean, it was painful.
Exactly.
But wait, it was painful to watch because it wasn't like there's in the Raising in the Sun, it's that moment where he realizes he lost. You know what I'm saying? And it's that moment where the performance. It's not the whole thing. You got Audra McDonald. You got You got these actors that are it's like it's just one moment that defines what his performance is.
And Puffy's like,
no, he didn't.
Raisin in the Sun. I'm a raisin in the sun. Raisin in the sun. I'm a raisin in the
That's got to be frustrating.
So fun.
That's got to be frustrating. I mean,
but that's what, like,
I'm saying it's like, so I'm like, you're this like, dynamic actor, actress. You've been working your ass off, and then they have a meeting like, so the part of will be played by
Here's the thing.
Huffy.
By Sean, they call it. He's Sean Combs
No, but here's the
when
thing.
he's acting.
Here's the thing. What comes first, the chicken or the egg? The reason why a show at that time, Audra McDonald, Tony Award-winning actress already. But then the public don't know that. The only people that know that are the people that go to Broadway. And guess what? That is a small. You needed a star to get.
No.
They don't give it. But
No, that don't.
Puffy put butt.
Check. No. Raisin in the Sun does. That's a very famous.
Listen, no, this is what you gotta understand. I went to, that was my first Broadway show. Nobody had to, and it's because I remember. What you know about going out there? Oh, he doing Broadway. Well, I gotta go.
I get it.
You still outraged about her performance.
Let's
When
watch
it comes,
North stink it up again.
can we watch North, please? Can we
I
watch
want it to be
this?
my ringtone.
I just can't wait to be king.
How'd you feel about Donald Glover and Beyonce doing their live action? Like,
I didn't watch it. I didn't see it. There you go. Donald Glover's good.
What was that inflection in your voice?
I love Donald
See, when you talk
Donald
about
Glover's
Donald Glover,
dope. Donald
all of a
Glover's
sudden
dope. No,
you have to
Donald.
start talking
Donald's
Glover.
dope. Donald's an actual actor. He's an actual actor.
You know what? I would say he's more of an artist.
Well, Donald Glover's an actor too.
I wouldn't argue that.
No, I'm saying
but
when I'm watching it,
Lion King is easy.
when you watch in
It's
Atlanta,
musical theater is difficult, man. It's very hard, man. It's
This is live action. So
okay. Let's show that. Let's show that familiar. Let's show that.
this motherfucker.
We like to run shit into the ground. Can you show Northwest
Tubi?
again?
Speaking of, can we
Here he goes.
face-
Here he goes.
Shit
Listen.
on
Listen.
an 8-year-old again.
Can we FaceTime Tubi?
Listen. Look at the people dancing around it. They're like.
Well, I have a lot of problems with this.
It's just come on, tell me.
Is it Simbara or is it Simba? Who is it? Stop fucking changing shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yo. Okay, watch this. Watch this. Let's show Beyonce's daughter dancing. And the first one.
I'm about to say, make it fair.
It's like this. It's like look at it's like this. I was like, stop. What is up with these offspring?
So wait a second.
It's not like Ken Griffey Sr., Ken Griffey Jr. They're both.
But hold on.
You know what I mean?
But Blue got good.
Is she?
You could show the first one, but then show the last.
Okay, let's show the
Blue
first
got
one.
good.
Watch this.
This is our advocate right
No,
here.
no, watch, no. Watch this. Watch this. Come on, watch this. Watch this paint dry.
Man, you ain't shit, man. You ain't shit. Oh
Here
my
we go.
God.
Here we go.
I'm never showing you none of my
Here we
kids.
go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. You're gonna be like, here we go. Uh oh, watch out. Here we go.
She's nervous. This isn't terrible.
No, this is one of her better ones.
Oh, you a big fan. They have some blue fan. She know the look at she know the routine over here.
Hold on.
All the single ladies. All the single ladies. Was she cool
Yeah, sure.
fast, huh?
Sure thing.
That was
What was the trash? I want to keep it.
I was like this. I was like, what is going on? No, listen, and listen.
They
She got
it removed from the internet.
She
You
brought
know where it is?
on
Tubi.
Tubi.
Run it into the ground episode.
Blue 2.
It's on Bluebee. Jay-Z and Bart.
I thought they said Diddy's house.
One in his. I thought it might be Diddy's. He's like, oh no, this is where I was
hilarious. And that, does an FBI have those tapes?
Oof.
You know?
Well, anyway, it's not me. When you see something, you're like, oh man, what is that?
No, but it's you know what it is though. It's like I know why you're upset about it. You come from a background of like your father worked hard. It's like, and then you see this. Did she even practice?
No, I'm just coming from.
Like this shit looked like she showed up day of.
It didn't look like she practiced, and it
Like,
looked
it's
like
day
she
of.
didn't even wear the real costume.
Right.
Like,
She had a hoodie.
Yellow fox on.
I'm like,
So she was in the back like this. I ain't wearing this.
I didn't feel like it was a line, like
She
a
had
little
like
symbol.
Skims.
She
Yeah,
had like a
Skims.
hoodie.
Yeah.
I can't wait to
Yellow
be
fox
king. She should have grabbed her dick while she was done. I was like, I can't wait to be, and everybody else is in their shit like, and then she's like, I can't wait to be king. Boo.
Boo.
Here we go.
You just have one person in the back going like this. Boo.
What are you gonna show? What are you gonna show? You're like, okay. Yo.
Well, these kids get. You know what's not like. You got like. I like seeing the NBA kids. Like they're. You'll see those videos and be like Carmelo Anthony's son and so and so's son.
Stink. Ronnie.
They're doing good.
Stink.
What are you talking?
What?
Who stinks?
It's not like
One of his sons is
like Steph Curry. Steph Curry is the son of his father, who Steph is like, that makes sense. Bomb. He became Steph Curry from his dad. That's the purpose. Better than his dad. Jordan's kids. Jordan's like, what are you doing? Ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, but Jordan probably he wasn't in their lives, right?
Yeah, he was. Was he? Yeah, with Juanita? Yeah. Shaq's sons are to be like Shaq though. Well, yeah, what? Shaq when he was young was cold as fuck. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
What I'm saying.
Magic?
LSU?
Magic son?
Oh, yeah. He's the best that he can do.
He mad about this too.
He got magic. It's a different kind of abracadabra.
Yes.
He's number one in what he does. At least he.
I want to see
At
that.
least he ain't trying to play ball. I play with ball.
I want to see that on Family Feud. It's magic and then magic son. Cookie. It's Magic Cookie, the son, Magic Jr.
Whoa, boy.
Yeah.
It's like Dwayne Wade's. He ain't gonna have a ball. No, he's not gonna have a ball. But no, I'm saying, at least they're not trying to play basketball.
Yeah.
Well, she could. But I don't think she's interested in that. And fashion and stuff. See, that's what I'm saying. See, I'm not gonna try to be like that. I'm just being the fashion, but that's what I'm talking about.
I get it.
I'm not making. Hey, Gabrielle Union is my homie, so I ain't.
Well, Dwayne Wade was into fashion too, though. I mean, it makes sense. All these dudes that are like, at the end of the game, they got on like, pleated pants.
Well, half of them can't dress in the NBA. They stink.
Yeah. What is that about? He was into that.
Wade is a fashion guy with the socks.
That's what I'm trying to say. He was a fashion guy.
Okay. You want me to show Richard Pryor's son bombing? Let's show.
Do you have an archive of this?
Yeah.
When the FBI raids his house, it's gonna be blue, Northwest.
Yo, mediocre offspring.
That should be your fucking like your spin-off podcast.
Show Mason Pryor on Apollo, and Steve Harvey.
When he got booed.
And Steve Harvey's like this, looking at him like.
Also set him up.
Of course he did.
Hey,
he was hating him. He set him up for.
This man right here.
Oh no. Here we go.
Well, you gotta do you gotta do the they didn't have.
Oh.
Well, he sets him up.
Wait. Before you even start. Guys, this is.
What?
That's what I'm saying. This is a lot. Listen, I gotta give it to this guy.
Why do you
because
look like
you
him?
go
Why
into
do-
the Apollo Theater, notorious for booing people. You got on a hairstyle that is 125 years past its time.
Stick yourself.
You know what I mean?
Stick yourself.
And he's wearing the same pants that his father wore in '79 in that concert.
Stick yourself.
He got a red suit
This
on
is
from Sunset Strip.
This is a lot, man.
He's like, hey, what's up, goddamn? damn.
Yeah. Oh my God.
He's like, a lot of white people in this motherfucker too.
You are very talented. You know that?
Thank you, Eric. Okay, look at him looking just like his daddy. That was dumb.
It was really dumb. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, he might be better now. I don't know, but let's go. Play this shit. Here he goes. And someone said, he looked just like him.
Boo!
Wait, hold on.
I'm
Hold on.
ready to boo.
Oh, shit. Here we go.
he
Wait,
kissed
watch.
her.
Watch.
Uh-oh.
Look at him, man.
Wait,
Ready
watch.
to boo.
Oh, he's bowing. Oh, no.
Well, he got a standing ovation.
Well done! You found the club! I can't say that for many of the moonshiners who come through here. Filling it with venom now. Your mother would be proud. Destroying stills are not good for making moonshine. Need I say more?
Northwest is that. Kiss my ass, goddammit! Yo. Ooh. Yes, you can. Look. Damn. Man, your daddy's been saying
Well, you don't see angry, sizable salamanders do that every day.
That was
Doing well, moonshiners. The venom you've collected is filling the tub nicely. We're halfway there. Most impressive. Keep up the fine work.
What?
coming out to say, yeah, but you don't come out of right. Like it's like update your.
But that's a while ago. He might be better now. He might be better. I don't know.
He already retired. He's doing. Hey, guess where y'all can see him? Not on Tubi. At Diddy's house.
Not on Tubi.
Jolly good Joe. We've got just enough venom to make a batch, and there's still plenty of room in the tub. Let's see how much more we can collect.
So I believe we don't see the future. It's like, whoa. And a few paid audience members, because you know we'll take a couple of dollars to infiltrate.
Yeah.
I mean,
Black mediocrity at its best.
They should have been like, I want to be king.
Boo!
Kuma Latada!
It's just me and Godfrey in the cheap seat. Boo!
We're like the two Muppets in the
Girl.
But if you haven't noticed, outstanding work, moonshiners. I don't think I've ever seen the tub so full. You've really outdone yourself.
Let me see what the other say. Fuck out of here. Damn, I was damn, already? Yo, super chat. Yo, what's the poll? That's even higher. 7 ain't great.
Thank you for being honest, Dante. Because also now we got people in the demographic.
But that's actually weird though. That's actually a weird number. Because like 60 They love it. They on that happy
He sure is. He's not white at all. My father's black and my mother's Samoan.
Is there any reason why you're not protecting the stills?
I mean, what? In fairness,
as a nation of domination.
Like a black person.
Yeah, like she like, you're black as hell.
Listen. Ask anybody who is
Well, before, but
you know
remember.
what I say now?
Excuse me, but if you haven't noticed,
before,
the stills are being attacked.
Had them kids and like black artists, we started pushing her away, and she almost went on that sellout rap. She came back quick. Halle Berry did. Because remember she was with those dudes and the one husband called her the N-word? Because Brittany was wanting that he called her the N-word. White. Yeah. He called her the N-word.
Narcissist?
He called her the N-word.
No good.
Not black. But yo.
Wait. Nincompoop?
But now she's
What
back.
did he call him?
Now she's black with a black dude that Van Hunt. But she came back to black quick. We were like this. That still floating on that stuff. Fuck no. Let her go quick. White Spider. The White Spider. Candace Owens is trying to. All the podcasts they didn't check her. It doesn't seem to you. Candace Owens. I remember Candace Owens. Go to Roland Martin. And she went to Joe Budden. They didn't get her.
Wait. And they didn't go at her?
No! And I got a problem. Charlamagne uses it like this. But you were talking bad about black people. What happened?
No, he'll find some shit
He'll
out.
get you.
Yeah, I heard.
And they didn't.
Is your husband Jewish? Like that kind of shit.
I can't believe my eyes. If I had tear ducts, I would cry at a moment like this. Such a wonderful moonshine
The lawyer.
jamboree.
The lawyer.
That went on with
And shut down Eric Adams.
And went on. That was because of Candace Owens. And then he was like, well, let me bring.
Everybody wrote in I was like, ooh, that was like, ooh.
Eric's like, hold on. Let's peel it back. Hold on. Listen, okay, all the garbage that was picked up, guess who did it? It was me. I did it, no, with my bare hands. I was the one. I'm the only mayor that ever picked up garbage with his bare hands. Hold on, let's peel it back. He kept saying that. She was killing his ass.
Murder.
Body blow, body blow, body blow.
She got a video out.
That's her superpower.
Of her.
I know, but she got that's one of her superpowers.
And she's a lawyer. She's a lawyer.
Somebody like that going and not have somebody equally to put.
Oh, I got you.
That's what I'm saying.
But they didn't even if you don't, they didn't even go. But Candace, you said so much fucked up shit about black folks. What was that? Not even that question.
She did a documentary against saying George Floyd died because
he was a
drug
yeah.
addict. And that it was,
Ahmaud Arbery
Man,
was shot because he wasn't hunted down. Bitch, what are you
Have y'all
talking
seen
about?
that George Floyd? There's a new the one that was made by, I want to say the other side about George Floyd.
oh, that was probably hers. That was
I don't know if it was hers.
She's the one that produced the George
But you know
Floyd.
the thing that just infuriates me is the whole thing about it. Like if you look at the timeline of that shit, you know, it's like regardless of whatever happened, even if he was on drugs, to me that just means that the police should have done even a better job of doing their job.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but that's
I mean, either way, you want to go on a break, man?
But what we do have to stop doing is bringing on controversial figures, you know, that are in the zeitgeist, and then giving them trivial gains
Well, how?
to pursue.
Wait, hold on, Mike.
To prove blackness. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah.
Did
Don't
the
say.
Fresh
Yeah.
Prince.
God
Yeah,
damn.
like don't. That's like what is that?
So black people love
Sister
that story.
Zaynab.
They love black people
how long
love
have
a
we been doing?
redemption story. They love to see, oh, he came back.
I should just go to 2
love
hours.
that. And it's
Yeah,
like
just keep it.
that should get damage things. That's like Vivek.
When it gets to 2 hours, let me
the
know.
Indian dude, the stuff that he did, said, and
Oh yeah, you know Vivek Ramaswamy?
No.
The
Well,
Indian
he's
dude
the
that
Indian
ran
dude
for
running
president.
who got
Oh no, right. The
he
guy
got
that he had to
Don
be on the
Lemon
company.
fired.
Yeah. You know, but you know what though?
Well,
That
I got-
guy's a wordsmith.
No, you
man.
said I know a lot of people. Watch
Yeah.
this.
You FaceTiming him?
I went to the. I might be able to.
That would be great.
I went to the Jizza concert
Of
from
course you
Wu-Tang
did.
Clan, and I went to the concert at Sony Hall, and I was with Adam Hunter, right? And Adam goes, "Hey man, Vivek is a big Wu-Tang member, fan, and he's trying to get in, and I know all the bouncers know you. Can you get him in?" I said, "Vivek Ramaswamy?" He goes, "Yeah." I go, so we go up to the front, and I go, and he comes out of the thing. He goes, "Hey, Godfrey, man, big fan. I'm a big fan." He goes, "I'm a big Wu-Tang Clan fan, and I need you to do my podcast, man. I really like your stuff." I'm not even bullshitting you. And we go and we're watching, and Russell Peters is DJing for Jizza. It was the weirdest, and people are like, I took a
Dante,
picture.
Dante.
What?
All of this motherfucker's stories
Oh yeah.
about when he goes someplace, he's with a rapper.
What?
You know,
No,
a new
that's not
rapper.
true.
He's with an old school. Yeah, you just said earlier. He was like,
Let me tell you something.
"It
I
was
was
me. It was me, Jay-Z.
No, I wasn't with Ray
Run
J-Z.
DMC.
No.
it was.
You're just making shit up. Eric's just making shit
It
up.
was me,
Well,
Slick
he's not-
Rick.
he's
It
not-
was
not-
Slick
when he-
Rick.
Yo, look, I've been in the car with him. The phone rings. It's Shaq. Yo, Godfrey, do your Cat Williams.
Yeah.
On the face,
Shaq will be
just
like this.
Randomly.
Shaq will be like this. I bet you I do better bang than you. Like, what? He'll just call me and be like, go first. That's what
That's what I'm saying about you.
So Ghostface called me a couple weeks ago.
Here we go.
His new album, me and Rip Michaels are on it because the Ghostface called and goes, "Yo, God, I need you to do one, man. You guys need to roast each other, man. We need that shit for a skit, man. Do that shit." I'm in the gym. I go, "We just do a fucking track."
Over the phone?
Over the phone. He goes, nah, stay on the, just do that shit right now. You and Rip Michaels just start doing that shit. We gonna record that shit.
Works out.
You know, me and Eric Griffin, we were.
Where were we? We were at Barnes and Noble. You know what I wanted to ask? Can I ask
What?
her something?
Ask her
I would
something.
really like to get your perspective on what you think about the Caitlin Clark and the other Angel
That's
Reese.
what I was gonna ask.
I wanted to,
Because I was gonna ask that.
Oh, were you? I beat you to it.
Ugh. Now,
I love when he does that.
so what do you think about it?
Like,
I said it's the Beyonce Taylor Swift syndrome. But go ahead. I mean, Angel Reese with the. It's great that the WNBA they're selling out games, which is
not all of them.
Well,
Caitlin Clark's games.
Well, hey, you know, but
it
Angel
does
Reese's
create
too.
interest in the WNBA.
But she
across the
just
board.
recently said that she was like, it's not just her, not just one person.
I
They
saw
coming
that.
to see me too. But I think that she's like the Ray J of this situation. You know what I'm saying?
The Ray J? I
Yeah.
think she's the Beyonce, personally.
No, I'm saying
she's
You're saying
dope.
in terms of
why Caitlin Clark
Ray
got
J,
famous.
yeah.
Well,
'Cause she
Caitlin-
did this thing, and then we started talking
No,
about her.
Caitlin Clark was hitting threes left
No, but
and
we
fucking
weren't.
right.
We weren't talking about the
We
public.
they actually didn't talk about it when she did it. It wasn't until Angel Reese did
Yeah,
it back.
Angel Reese
And
did
then-
this,
and
and
then they got
then
mad. And they got mad.
Villainize, They tried to villainize Angel
Yeah,
Reese
yeah.
for doing it.
So
and
it's
then the
Beyonce
internet was
versus-
like, well, hold
Wait a
up.
minute.
She
I
was
think
only
you know
doing
what
it
I
back.
Yeah.
But I get what you're saying. You're saying that she's getting all of the, like she's not the talented one that she'll.
I'm saying that Caitlin Clark has proven to be. She's the leading scorer in college history, men or women.
No, she's not.
Yes.
First off, there's a black woman when it was the women's athletic league, and she
Okay,
has
well,
more
here we go.
points than Caitlin Clark. There's a black.
Well, that
woman-
means that black woman
there-
has the most
hey,
points out of men and women. I'm just
Listen.
telling you.
Wait, Caitlin has the most.
No, she
points.
has 3,000.
No, she has the most college. Look it up, Mike.
Great.
Mike, there's
Now
a,
it's gonna be
look up the
pouring
black
down.
woman before her in the 80s, I think, that has more points than her, but they just left that out.
But
Yeah.
what
Well,
were
then
you
she would be the
asking?
most.
But what were you asking?
No,
Like,
I'm
what
just
did
one
I
because
say?
like there's like you got what's her name? What's her name? Hill, Jamila.
Oh,
Jamel Hill.
Jamel Hill.
What are you saying?
I just want to know what's the question.
Because
like, I
she-
understand what's the discourse that is
Yeah,
out
but
there,
I just
what
want to
is
know
the
what your
question?
thought of on the discourse. Do you think that this is a matter of white privilege, or is the girl just?
Of course it is.
Can
she's
two things
first-
be true?
She's earned.
Absolutely.
She's definitely earned her spot.
Always is.
Because sports is you got to see the
It's a
proof.
meritocracy. Yeah.
Don't
A meritocracy.
face the
But then
wasteland
white folks
without the
will always,
proper
for something
supplies.
black dominated, when a white person does something well, they go, aha! It was like when Jeremy Lin was playing for the Knicks. Asians
Free
came out
supply
like crazy,
here,
like, wow, there's an
citizen.
Asian guy that's doing something that black people dominate. People love to fucking praise people that dominate black dominated shit. You know what I mean? Like, we go Eminem.
So
Eminem's
far-
the greatest. No, he's not. He's one of the greatest. He's not the greatest.
But
I'm
also-
saying he's one of
But
them.
does
Go
he
ahead.
have an argument to
Welcome,
be one of the greatest?
citizen.
Is the
There's
question.
a,
I
no,
am
his argument to be
authorized
one of the greatest, but the
trade
greatest, no.
supplies.
No, but what I'm saying is, if someone were to argue that he is the greatest rapper of all time, you don't think that he has an argument for that?
No.
No.
I think that
All right.
they,
All right.
I think
All right.
that racism, right, is what supersedes effort.
No doubt. No
Right.
doubt.
Now
and so,
trading
and so
sports
this is
supplies
just like a micro
ammunition
cosm
and
of like
gear.
the bigger picture, right? And so it does a disservice to both of them.
Yeah, I
'Cause
totally
really
agree
they
about
both
that.
just ball players trying to ball out.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And there is going to forever be a not like credit not given enough to an Angel Reese and more of a burden put like Caitlyn can't even like there's so because she's being put in a position this year.
Yeah.
It's also what's bringing her like the hate. You can't even just celebrate what you just said.
Yeah.
You know, even if it isn't the whole truth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Oh, she has the all-time high score, most
Yeah,
points
yeah.
in college.
And
you
if
can't
she
even.
falls off, she's going to get trashed.
And also,
Hey, world's tough
it's
out there.
also just
Don't make
not
it tough
fair
inside yourself,
because
too.
as good as she is, Angel Reese might only be slightly. Do you get what I'm saying? But she won't be. She won't get all. If it was just Angel Reese and no Caitlin Clark there, they wouldn't be like, oh, the league changing.
No. they
That's
sure
what's
wouldn't.
unfair.
Right.
There's someone who is someone who is equally as good will not get the recognition.
I think, and Angel
That's what's
Reese's
not
team
fair.
is winning and hers is losing. They're like
Yeah,
0-5.
but she was
But
the
I'm
number
saying-
one pick, so she was 2
Yeah,
years in a
gonna go
row.
to the-
They're
yeah,
a bad team.
Yeah.
Right, but I'm
She's a
saying-
rookie, a bad team.
Right.
Playing with grown-ass
Yeah,
women.
But another thing too is that it happened to Michael Jordan. It happened to all the rookies get beat down, the whole
Yeah.
nine. But the race thing is a factor. It just is because we know how white folks act. They go and
Well,
it's no
Magic
different.
Bird. It
It's
was there was a racial element.
Of course,
Yeah.
it's like comedy, bro.
Which we found
It's
out.
like-
which we found out. So I'm sorry.
No, it's all right.
Which we found out was not true between the two of them.
Right.
That was a narrative to sell
But it
tickets. That
works,
was a-
yeah. White America, yeah.
Because our country
Feeds on racism. And it's
But
like,
I think that's
it's like,
unfair to.
It's like
oh yeah, that's why I'm saying they both are.
It's like
unfair.
comedy.
It's a disservice.
It's like comedy. When I saw Netflix and The Joke, there were so many white comics plastered all over the fucking city. I was like, no black people? Anywhere. The posters just were like, just white comics everywhere. I was like, damn. And when you look at comedy and the foundation of the comedy's legends, they're black. Other than Carlin, they're black. And whenever it comes to the comedy game, it's always the white put first all the time, even on lineups.
Even if
It's we're at the end. I want to get you started.
I'm not gonna let you.
I
hate me into
want
this.
you to get started. That's why.
I'm a director now.
And that's why I want to say you're a director now for that reason. So, why are you a director now, Eric?
Because
You're a director, and you're a fucking funny ass comic.
Because I'm still.
Eric is.
No,
one
I
of
still
the-
do comedy.
I know that.
You lost it.
Listen. Eric is a comic.
I'm coaching now.
But here's the difference, and this is somebody that's like probably a friend to the room and someone that we respect. But a person that never has to share those type that gets to stay separate is somebody like Neil Brennan. He gets to be a high-ranking, sought-after comedian with multiple specials consistently, and he also gets to directs big specials. He directs, and nobody says, "Oh, but you got it." It gets to be separate.
Yeah, can I get
It gets
that?
to be two different identities, like you know.
Is it okay with you?
That's what I mean about the black mediocrity. That's why it's an unfair situation and it's unfair to them, to the individuals, but it's unfair in general. But this is the situation that they set up, and then we gotta argue about which the black guy who's mediocre. When there's thousands of mediocre white dudes,
Thousands
nobody
that
cares.
all of them are writers on some show, producers on this show, and they all will be like, "Hey,"
He's a writer.
they'll even set us up as the last people on the
Well,
lineup.
that's why I'm getting mine.
Yeah, I
I'm out
remember-
here. I directed the most watched special of the year.
What's that one?
Matt Rife.
Oh, you directed that?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I
You know.
re-
Boo.
I remember.
On
And it's
Tubi.
not on Tubi.
I remember when the girl just retired, but she was a young player. I think she came out of USC and she went to the Spark. She went to the LA
Oh,
Spark.
not Candace Parker.
Candace Parker.
Parker.
Remember Candace Parker? I remember being at that game. She was the first person to dunk in the WNBA.
Not Lisa Leslie. I thought Lisa Leslie dunked first.
Yeah.
Lisa Leslie did.
Either, let's say it was Lisa Leslie, right?
Okay, yeah.
There wasn't every newspaper
Right,
and television saying
right.
the league is changing.
Changing, right.
No.
Well,
Right.
but by the way, though, like, whatever brings people, it brings people. You know, like, listen, the WNBA, so Caitlin Clark her style of play is similar to who? Steph Curry.
Steph Curry. It's a
Curry.
three-pointer, yeah.
Yeah, she plays like that. She's shooting threes from
Yeah,
crazy
but a lot of
things.
girls back in the day were shooting threes in the
but
WNBA.
I'm gonna say, but not. She's doing it in a way that looks like this person that changed the NBA.
That's not why. She's
Okay.
a white girl. That's why it's changing.
But wait. You can't just throw a white girl out. It's got to be a white girl with skill. Like Larry,
No,
both things are true.
That is true about this, but yes,
it's like that's what the white hope is. The white hope is finally we have somebody that can compete with them.
Eric, all I'm saying.
You know what I mean?
All I'm saying.
But they got to be good too.
All I'm saying
Not
is you
necessarily.
take every single thing that Caitlin has. You take her scoring record in college with men and women. You take her style like Steph Curry. You do all of that. Now I'm gonna sound like
Stephen A.
no, Matthew McConaughey. Now imagine she's black.
No. Listen. No. Listen. I'm totally with you. I'm not that is a thing because like no one would want to watch the WNBA. Nobody wants to watch it, and why? Because it's not a great product. Okay.
Hey, well, hold on now.
Well, women don't even go
Now
see
you're
it.
going
But
too
no,
far. No. By the
women
way,
don't even go see it. They don't promote it. Women don't go. They don't show up. A lot of women do not show up to the WNBA games.
Because we watching the kids.
No, you're watching the men play.
You watching the men play.
You're watching the men play to
Yeah,
see who you
know
can
what?
marry.
We
You know
gotta
what?
get husband.
You know what? Taylor.
Yeah, exactly.
Taylor Swift should buy a team. Beyonce should buy a team.
Right.
These kind of women should. If Taylor Swift, because first of all, the NFL don't need Taylor Swift. It's
At
the
all.
#1 show on. Of the top 100 show ratings last year, the NFL is 75 of them. Okay.
Right.
As a top rated.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So yeah, if you want to support this thing, then they can do that.
Here's the thing about
The
people.
Beyonce ballers and the, you know.
Here's the thing about people.
the Tay-Tays.
They have money and love money. All they want is more money. So, and the reason why I say that, Eric, is like, so you just said of the top 100 shows, 75 of them were football shows. But
Attention,
still, every show
citizens.
Taylor Swift was in,
Nuclear
they made
strike
sure she was on
imminent.
that camera. So
Please
as much as
exit
they
the
get a
area
lot of
at your
money, they're
earliest
like, oh, we
convenience.
gonna get more money.
Yeah, of course. It all
Thank
made
you
sense.
for
It
your
made sense that they
cooperation.
win that Super Bowl, too.
So it's the same
They were
way-
going to win the Super Bowl
Yeah.
regardless of what.
So it's the
You're not one of those, are you?
Oh, you don't think that? But first of all, I'm a Mahomes fan, so they're gonna make them win. It's gonna happen because they can set it up for that. I believe all that. Shit.
I don't believe none of that.
Okay. What, that they wouldn't fix the...
First of all, okay.
Oh, please.
Wait, listen to me.
Oh, please.
Are there people that want to fix the Super Bowl?
Yes.
But there is. Listen, do you know how hard it would be? So who's in on it? Tell me who's in on it.
Refs are in on it.
Are the
players?
There is no way the players are in on it.
Sure.
There was a whole
There's a what?
documentary on...
You would need a wolf. Okay, you would need a wolf.
No, you go like
to
this.
make sure that the baby mamas who didn't get paid, who know the secret, don't
this?
tell.
How about this?
You would
How
need-
about this?
I'm telling.
Yeah, you
How
don't think
dare you? You better
How
get in
about
this
this?
house. You better get in this house in the
a
next
woman
5 minutes.
scorned? A woman scorned that know is fixed would never keep that secret.
Could you listen? You pay anybody enough money, it's not that hard. They got so much money. They go, you gonna do that? You gonna do that? You go. It's
Mike
fucking.
just said that there
please.
was a whole documentary
I
on...
think it was like a 30 for 30 or something that they did.
Of
Like,
course.
the refs came forward. They were like, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
wait,
there's
wait.
numbers. And
A
now
ref-
that betting
one
is
ref-
illegal, come on.
Listen, I get that just one ref.
Numbers, man.
Do you think the NBA, like, if the NBA was fixed?
It
like,
is sometimes.
Then why didn't LeBron and Kobe make it to the championship?
But that's an anecdotal thing. I think you have to look at it in terms of there is white supremacy and racism that pervasively it all swims in, and there's opportunities when there's some level of fairness, but overall, that is the pervasive thing
Tom
that-
Brady winning 7 Super Bowls, 3 of them shits is suspect.
You don't think that?
Please.
You don't think State Farm didn't want Aaron Rodgers to play Patrick Mahomes in the championship?
Listen.
You
First
don't
of all,
think they didn't want that?
Here's an example. Russell Wilson is on the 1 yard line, and all he has Marshawn Lynch. That's why Marshawn left.
Oh, yeah.
Marshawn Lynch, who you cannot tackle. He's the best running back.
Not at the goal line.
At the 1 yard line, he never fails, and he throws a slant. I was a wide receiver. If you're on the 1, you either the receivers go out on a fade or they block so that the running back going. Those are the only two plays. He ran a slant and threw. I said, "There's a fix." Right. And Marshawn left after that. He was like, "I'm out of this fucking league." And then the Atlanta Falcons.
Who was the quarterback?
Matt. It was Russell Wilson.
No, I'm with Marshawn.
Russell Wilson. And hold on. And then Pete Carroll, who's shady as fuck, who was shady at USC, who left Reggie Bush to fucking rot. So all of that I think is a fix. And another one was Atlanta Falcons. Hold on, Atlanta Falcons. They were leading 28 to like
I watched
8.
that Super Bowl.
Hold on.
Hold the ball.
No. The Atlanta Falcons have the ball with 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. You're supposed to run the ball.
Yeah, run the ball.
No, they fucking threw it. I said, it's a fix. Why are you throwing and then he fumbles it. Matty Ice fumbles it, and then they recover, and Tom Brady comes. I said, it's a fix. To me, they want that NFL is too fucking black because there's black quarterbacks coming up. They want to keep that great white hope shit going, and Brady is in the mix. I'm not saying he's not talented. He's a bad
The
motherfucker.
highest paid quarterbacks right now are all black.
And this is what they want to go. We got Brady here, though. We know you got the Lamar Jacksons. We got the Great White Hope because it's a black-dominated sport, and it's the same shit they're doing. It's the same shit. That's how I feel. But Brady is a talented motherfucker.
Eric, what
Don't
you
get me
saying
wrong.
That you saying that
I'm saying
it's not fixed.
I'm saying this. Are there forces trying to fix it? Of course. Because he said there's gambling.
Robert Kraft,
there's shady people around.
Wait a minute.
Right? Well, all I'm saying, can I get my... Boo!
No, you get it. You get your shit.
I want to hear that. Giving it up. That sounds like the flu. Right? Somebody bring in the flu.
all I'm saying is like, but I don't think that there's like, I don't think it's coming from the commissioner's office.
What? It's coming from everybody, bro.
Listen, I don't. In this day and age, there would be. There's you can't hide this. You can't. You can trace the money. Wait. Listen. Let me just say this. If there's a player, you're a player. You're like you're only making $250,000. You don't think that player who knows it's a fix isn't going to tell their auntie to bet on somebody to bet on the game? Like you would have to. Vegas would have to be in on it.
Listen,
Vegas would have to be in on it.
There's NBA players that explain it. They even say it, and they're like, "Hey, I remember we were told that. Hey, this is what."
That's a bullshit video from some hater.
No, it's not.
That's a hater YouTube video.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
That's on
That's
Tubi.
Some haters. That's on Tubi. No, even Tubi is like, ugh.
Remember Katrina in New Orleans? Who won the Super Bowl? The Saints did. And they were shitty for a long time. The Saints won. Who won 9/11? The Patriots did. America's team. What are you talking about? I'm trying to tell you.
Look, it doesn't
What are you
have
talking
to be
about?
fixed. There's documentaries and people, referees who said that they were paid to fix. It doesn't have to come from the establishment. It could be low level. It could be.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I believe that there's low level people always trying to do this.
Peyton Manning, who had it on his last route to retire, he won the Super Bowl. They were losing. He gonna win this motherfucker. And he won that. And I love Peyton Manning, but he's gonna win it because he has two because his brother beat Tom Brady twice. Peyton Manning couldn't beat him. Eli beat Peyton Manning twice. And he goes, we got to at least let this motherfucker get his second Super Bowl.
Was that New York Super Bowl fixed? So they were 19.
No, they weren't. That wasn't fixed. I think they were like, oh shit, he beat him.
The helmet.
It was that helmet catch was a fluke. He caught that shit. Those weren't fixed. But the Tom Brady
Rodney Harrison drops the interception.
They couldn't fix it. He's so spirit.
Yo. First of all, Tom Brady, Robert Kraft, who's so powerful, Kraft cheese, that's his family. You're talking about old long money. That dude runs all that shit. That motherfucker got so much power, bro. That's how I feel. Because it's just like, because there's some suspect shit on some of his Super Bowls. I'm like, all right, whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. He has 7 Super Bowls.
I think any of it is
American
possible.
cheese is the worst cheese. It's like, that's not even real cheese.
Well,
You find that out.
and
it's like,
we've eaten it and gotten them into the billions, right?
Oh, dude, you know, it's just like
Grilled
this thing
cheese
now,
sandwiches and all kinds of
like
shit.
baby food. This is a whole thing. Like baby formula in the United States is all toxic, apparently.
Well, of
and you got to
course.
get all your shit from Germany or someplace like that.
Yeah,
I hate that I have to worry about this kind of shit now.
Or just take the fruit and put it in the blender. You know, put it in a food processor. It's like it's just that simple. Just
Oh no! But I'm not talking about baby food. I'm talking about formula.
Oh, formula. Oh, okay. Good.
All soda in England is diet soda. They don't use high fructose.
But don't they use
it
aspartame?
all tastes like diet. All of it.
Aspartame.
Yeah.
Aspartame?
All of it.
Well, it said I
He's
read,
so angry. He just like he went on a fat tour.
It's like, what do you? What is this? You call this a Sprite?
I read a book some years ago, like probably over 10 years ago, called Skinny Bitch. And
Oh, I heard about that.
yeah, it's really good. And apparently, our top 28 ingredients used in most processed foods in the United States, those 28 ingredients are illegal in every other industrialized country.
I know it's. How is that still a thing?
Well, it's a big farm and they try to make money off sickness, man.
Fox News is illegal in Europe.
What is?
Fox News is illegal in Europe.
The whole thing.
America's
but this food thing is a serious thing.
No doubt.
This food thing is like.
That too. And money, yeah, sickness. Cancer is a business, bro. Cancer is a business. That's why they're like, and nobody has willpower.
Listen,
Nobody will try to change their fucking diet.
Hey, Godfrey, you being demonetized right now.
Oh well.
This is very demonetizing.
I'm just saying. I love it when you call me Big Pharma. Throw your hands in the air if you look good. But anyway,
Don't you want to definitively know who killed Tupac and who killed Biggie? Like, definitively. Like, this is the person and this is why they did it.
Puffy.
He probably had... what if he has video?
Well, you know...
Probably.
Biggie's mother said... Biggie's mother said... Biggie's mother...
He's like, okay, Blue, Northwest... Oh, shit. Tupac murder.
Biggie's mother said she wants to slap the shit out of Puffy.
It's crazy.
She just said that. Made a statement. I want to slap the shit out of him. Like, so something's up. I don't know. Everybody died around a bit. Craig Mack is gone.
That's right.
Everybody's gone around.
Craig Mack's gone.
Kim Porter's gone.
Oh, no.
Loon went to being a Muslim.
Oh, wait.
Shine went to jail, became a Hasidic Jew, then became prime minister of like Bahamas. What
about they saying
I got the country.
You're gonna like this one. They saying Wendy Williams, everything that's happened to her is dead.
Who knows?
Mike, look it up.
Yeah.
She was talking about him.
How you doing?
So now they saying that he is responsible for everything that's happened to her.
Yeah, that might don't even sound gay.
No, how you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing?
Good.
That's just crazy. But is that? Now let me ask you this.
Yeah.
So like if Diddy's some like underground warlord, is that black excellence?
Is that black excellence?
It's not. It's never black excellence when you use your power to demean black people.
Yeah.
So
speaking of comedy specials, you should have been on your third or fourth. All of us should be on our third or fourth.
I got two.
Is that, you got? Me too, but
it's
still.
showtime.
But every 2 months, it's always the same comics. They got a new special coming up. No, I want to get you started on this before we wrap this shit up.
Yeah, it is what it is. You know, I realize, like, look, this is like an algorithm now. We live in an algorithm world, okay? So it's just like how I think that they thought Nikki Glaser wasn't going to get views. So she had to go to HBO. Then she blew up after the Brady roast, and I'm sure they regret that. So it's an algorithm thing, you know? So they're like, okay, if we put, like, I'm sure if you pushed, you could get a Netflix special. Because your shit is now, you're in the thing now, you know? People know, yeah, you in there now. They know and the thing is, it's a culmination of things that have nothing to do with comedy, which sucks.
Right.
It's like, he does Steve Harvey. He was on Club Shay Shay. He's like, the podcast is huge now.
You don't like Northwest?
You don't like North? He booed Northwest. He was at the Hollywood Bowl. Boo, bitch! You know.
Right.
So I think that like now you're in a point, and the frustrating part is that it has nothing to do with necessarily the talent of being a stand-up comedian. This is the world we live in right now. If you look at these people that they're just giving stand-up specials to now, they're not just giving it to them now. It's all an algorithm. It's all people in a room being like, how many people are going to watch this person? What's the reach? And sadly, the reach is greater for white comics.
Right.
And then they have this little niche market here where they go, all right, so this is going to be like, it's kind of like how when they put like Hannah Gatsby special that had all those dudes in dresses, right? Mm-hmm. It's like, that is like how like Exxon Mobil like has a green initiative. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, you know, it's like
it's anecdotal.
We have to do this to make people feel, and that's what they do. Yeah. But the thing is like, and that's sad. So what I'm saying is like, it's a double-edged sword. But it's like, all we can do is keep doing the things that we do, like what you're doing.
I know a guy
like,
who
know,
can
it's
fix
like
that.
you're putting yourself out there. You got your podcast and all this stuff, and eventually they're gonna have to go. All right.
Because you leverage your social media, to into the algorithm.
Yeah. It's like this one here. I don't know if you have watched her show. Okay. She's great. No, she's great on the show.
That show is called
Upload. Yeah.
Upload. Yeah.
Yeah. She's really great, and that's like, so all the black people watching right now who probably have never watched Upload, or probably wouldn't. They don't even know Amazon Prime has TV. Yeah. You know what I mean? They just like, that's what
they're watching Tubi.
Right. But I'm saying you should watch her on it. So what I'm saying is like, as her cachet gets bigger, getting other shows, doing other things, being an excellent black actress, being an excellent actress. Period.
Yeah.
Then hopefully the people that run these algorithms, like they're gonna put that in there. I think the problem is they don't search for that. You know, they
Whites
don't.
are the
They don't go. They don't go
Whites
like. I wonder how many black people are. It's like when you look back in history of the people that did that, they made billions. Look, we always listen. Jackie Robinson, more power to him. R.I.P. Thanks for what you did. But you know the real person is the white guy that was like, we could get these black dollars.
Ranch Ricky.
We could get these black
dollars.
dollars.
Well, they got black dollars because the
You know what I
Negro,
mean?
they wanted the Negro leagues to not make money.
Exactly.
They had to integrate because the Negro league players were better than them because
But
now
not
they've
even-
accepted them into the Hall of Fame
But
now.
not even just
Just
that.
this week they said Negro League baseball players are now included in the Hall of Fame because the Negro League baseball players smoked those motherfuckers.
But it's not even just that. They were also
And they had to
were
break it
looking,
up.
But they were looking at the Negro
It was
leagues.
black business. They had to destroy it. They didn't want black businesses to.
Well, I mean, if that's
why they integrate.
if that's the motivation, I think that the motivation, money has always been.
No, of course,
you know,
of course. So
we come from a very terrible past of like people who hate black people just
well,
for them being
slavery
black.
was money. It was all money. Everything.
But I
was
mean, but I think green has
capitalism.
in the last 50 years, I feel like the green is more powerful than anything.
Well, it's been more powerful.
Always
It's
been,
always
but
been that. Go
But
ahead.
the whole
But I think
global
there's some hateful. There's hateful.
But the global economy,
before
the whole global economy is built on cotton, tobacco, and slaves. So you can't take that out of the it's built into the soil, it's baked into the soil, and to not recognize that and that it's not and act like it's at any time that's not pervasive is just.
But I know, but when
ridiculous.
you look at to get back to the conversation, I was like, when you're looking at like, so what is a company like Netflix, like, how do they make money? You know, first of all, it's all a Ponzi scheme. You know, anyway, it feels like a Ponzi scheme. You know what I mean?
Explain.
Well, they get all these subscriptions.
Yep.
You know, then they make a bunch of products,
Yep.
keep making a bunch
Lot
of
of
products.
shit products,
They just keep making them, keep making them,
Yeah.
keep making them, you know, and they keep getting in more money.
Well,
They
actually-
borrow against them.
Wait,
and actually, they're
Uh-oh.
actually making less, but they're buying IP
Well, because
from
that's.
other.
But no, you know why?
It's cheaper to do
I
that.
tell you know why. You know why that's
That's why we
happening.
make our
no,
own
no, no,
shit and
no, no.
license
Listen,
it to 'em,
this
right?
is no. But this is why. It's because all these other idiots thought they could beat Netflix, Paramount Plus, and all these places thought, oh, we're gonna do what they're doing, and we're gonna make all the money. Netflix knew this shit wasn't gonna work. One of the best shows they have on the network right now, most popular show,
Netflix
is Suits, a licensed show.
Suits is the #1 show.
Yeah,
now?
Suits is a.
I mean, so many shows.
That's what
The
Meg
Office-
Markle used to be on,
so-
right?
Yeah.
So many. The Office. The Office is
Dude,
what got us. So many shows.
Shane Gillis just
got a tires. He got his show.
Listen,
TV show.
he made tires himself. His people, they made that show themselves and licensed it to Netflix.
Yeah, that was a good plan. But this is what I was going to say. I wonder if I mean that also goes back to what you have, who has the ability to get cost.
Yes.
But I wonder if anyone, and this is probably asking a lot of them, but whenever people are like, and unfortunately, the white dollars, or there's just more subscribers from white, it's like, of course, because there's a huge disproportionate population.
Right.
We're only 13%.
13%.
So now if you do an analogy, right? If you say, well, what percentage of whites are they getting from that 60-something% population, and how much of you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
within the numbers, is it like a 90% versus a 40%?
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess that's. I think we will constantly be asking for too much, especially since in this country in particular, the origin is, well, you're not working for me.
Right. Until yeah. It's always it's always based.
But you can't. I mean, what you gonna do? Sit around life and just be like,
Right.
But
Of course, none of us
have
are.
that discussion.
But it's
and-
still no.
And
Yeah.
we're talking. If you talk about the lion's share of the listeners or the viewers of this, but then the lion's share of the players in the NFL, 85% is or 85% of them are
Black.
black. So they'll make the adjustment when they have to, but they're going to resist that adjustment for as long as they can.
They
There was
can,
a time
right.
when you couldn't have black quarterbacks.
Right.
And so to ever think that they're looking at this, well, let's just make the money. No, they're saying,
Well,
how can we disenfranchise these people first? And then if we have to cut a slice, we'll cut a slice.
But sports
as
is
it doesn't
sports is a,
affect us.
sports is a different thing, a different animal, because there is an element of the meritocracy of it.
How is it? I mean,
No,
you
because-
literally didn't have. You just talked about Jackie Robinson. They just didn't let black players
I
play.
know, but once they let them play, it's like
Well,
that.
okay.
Yeah,
nothing you can do.
Okay, here's it. The first black baseball player was Moses and Wilbur Walker, 1884. Then we were banned for 60 years till 1947. Then they said, let's get Jackie Robinson, who, by the way, Josh Gibson, Cool Papa Bell, were all better than him.
Right.
And Babe Ruth might have been black.
Right, might have been black.
But he was the one that was able to handle.
Well, he went to UCLA.
Yeah.
He was in the Army.
Yeah.
He was articulate as
Yeah,
fuck.
yeah.
Right? Good-looking guy.
Yeah, they
He's
need
the
it.
guy
Yeah,
to
yeah.
represent and take the shit. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
So that whole shit is like.
But what ends up happening though is what I'm saying though is like this is why you don't like this is why they didn't allow it. We're not going to allow black quarterbacks, right? Why? Because they know this would happen.
No, but no, they didn't allow. In my college, the University of Illinois, we had. I'm gonna bring this guy up, Marlon Primus, who went to same high school as Ruben Paul in L.A. I went to college with his mentor, his football mentor, because I played at Illinois. And I'm gonna tell you, Marlon Primus, this motherfucker 6'4", he could throw the whole field, and he could punt. And I was like, and we were practicing.
What they have him play?
He played
Put him on.
safety. Because all the black dudes they converted into defensive
Yeah, I
guys.
saw the Colin Kaepernick.
And I remember we were running passes, right? And he goes, I want you to run some routes. And we're running some routes. This motherfucker I was like, damn, Marlon. I said, you could throw. He goes, yeah.